Level low. Level low.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got.
Level low. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money.
Bright and early for the daily races. Save your tears for fears of defeat as we enter the fray once more. It's group stage, day 3 at VCT Southeast Stage 3 challengers. Right at the crossroads, my friends. Which path will our teams take? The story is about to unfold before your very eyes. We can only ponder the future that is yet to be written. Viminal coming at you live, real wild, alongside Dax and Illustrato. Gentlemen, welcome back to the virtual desk. Yesterday was such an eventful day, but we're smack dab in the middle of the action right now. And I can't wait to find out the fate of our team, Dax.
Yep. My friend, everybody wants to rule the world, but only 8 will make it to the playoffs. And we are halfway done with the group stage. We got 2 more days to go. And I cannot wait because we're seeing the field really shuffle on it and find formations and find their footing in these coming days.
Well, this is the very moment where we find out the fate of Group A, especially across the whole day, So welcome to Group A. There's no turning back for them at this point. It's going to be all about who is going to emerge victorious. Bren has a great start in it. They have a wonderful lead. They have 6 points in the bag already. And today's just going to be about solidifying that. There still is a chance that they might not get through, especially after the 2-0 yesterday. But things are looking very much in favor of Bren today.
Yeah, definitely keeping the Filipino dream alive. But this all wouldn't be possible without the support of our amazing sponsors. Thanks to our tournament platform partner. I don't know why I did that with an accent. Join global competitions and create and customize your own tournaments and unleash the inner master in you. Find out more at esportsfightclub.com. Of course, don't forget that winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unleash Fiberop's Powerhouse Bundle with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Yours at plan 2899. I'm sure, guys, you know how important it is to have a reliable internet connection so you can clutch that win and summon your strength with Predator Helios 500, the future of gaming. And I think we should talk about a little bit of what happened yesterday. As I mentioned earlier, it's a pretty eventful day. And right now, it's a bit of a tipping point for some of our teams at Group A. Dax, run us through the beginning of the highlights here.
Yeah, well, we started with Group D, actually, and it was an interesting game between UU as well as Alter Ego. It seems like when UU had that control, they would be able to get those wins, but Alter Ego fighting on back, biting on back into the next one. They ended up that series 1-1. And it just didn't stop there. Group D really finding some contesting points all throughout, because when we went into the second series of Group C, Cerberus Esports versus Oasis, it was a similar case. It was a battle of domination. One side would dominate, then the other side would dominate, tipping the scale, evening things out. And in that first map, Oasis fell to the hands of Cerberus defense, as you see their Daikalem with a beautiful Blade Storm in the first place. But those fortifications, did they stand up to the test of Oasis into the second map? No, it didn't, because someone else was a stalwart there, and his name was Coco. It really feels like it was just defense versus defense in multiple times in this series, and Group D ending with just so many 1-1s there, Viminal.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Dax. It was very close series between all the teams, pretty much, from Group D. And then, of course, we have Group A here. Bren taking a 2-0 versus Ego, almost securing their spot to the playoffs. But again, they still need to win at least one more map here to secure a spot in the playoffs. If CBT Gaming versus Sharper, which we'll take a look a little bit about later on, is just, if it ended in a 1-1, they would have secured the playoffs already for the side of Bren. But CBT took the win versus Sharper 2-0 in a very convincing manner. We were expecting Sharper to perhaps put on a stronger performance, but CBT definitely did not disappoint. So, especially here in Haven and Bind, that was, again, a very strong performance on the start of the map, coming in from Sharper, but CBT had an incredible comeback that was pretty much replicated over the course of the next few games that had Bind in it. So I'm kind of noticing a pattern here, guys, but that remains to be seen today if it's still going to hold through. Illustrato, why don't you run us through the final matches of that day?
All right, so, well, I think the real highlight here at the end of the day was the very final map. I mean, 5-Ace versus Onyx, very strong performance from 5-Ace, and again, I said this yesterday, this is something that they should be proud about, how well that they did. They almost took a win up against Onyx, who were looking very shaky at the start, and Onyx eventually did pick things up. but it ended in a 2-0 regardless. Now, the highlight match, I think, of the day was this one. I mean, Paper Rex versus Full Sense. You look at the lobby itself, and you see 6 out of the 10 top players in the ladders right now. It's just one of the most stat lobbies that you can have. Just proving why this is kind of group of death. It's just a ridiculous lobby to be having. And the game just showed us exactly why that happened. A lot of clutch moments, a lot of great rounds from Forsaken, from John Olsen, excuse me. It's just, I don't know, a highlight reel of a game that we had the privilege of witnessing.
Yeah, I mean, I signed off a lot earlier than most of you guys last night, but after the show, you guys couldn't stop talking about Full Sense versus Paper Rex, and what a great rivalry indeed. I do believe it was PRX Forsaken who's at the top of the leaderboards, #1 in the entire region of APAC, and that's absolutely insane. But let's take a look at the standings overview. Again, I talked a little bit about how Group A is at the tipping point. Check this out. Bren Esports currently undefeated with 6 points on the board. Following them is Sharper with 3 points, CBT Gaming with 3 points as well. Ego suffering a 2-match loss as of right now with 0 points. Dex, any more information that we should take note of for today?
Well, I think you mentioned it a while ago. If Bren wins a single map, then they're in. That's just it. They're going to be securing that playoff slot. And even if they do lose both of them, they just need to have a good map scoreline in the first place for both of them so they can win through the map differential. But Sharper and CBT, they do have a chance to tie things up in terms of the record, especially with the performance CBT put in yesterday. And in the meantime, you head on over to Group B, that Paper Rex Full Sense game that we love to see. It honestly did pretty much nothing to the map differential. It ended both 13-10, 30-10, 1 map apiece, and it gave 1 point to Paper Rex and Full Sense, keeping PRX at the top of the ladder. But Full Sense, when they play in tomorrow, I believe, that's going to be something to watch out for if they can bridge that gap.
And the other groups also, man. I mean, just take a look at Group C and D. They all literally all for one and one for all is what we're seeing right here. It's a reincarnation of the 3 Musketeers in the form of 2 groups. It's X10, and they haven't exactly had the cleanest of performances in more ways than one. Same thing with Big BAAM, who have been building a lot of steam here, but unfortunately, no one really in these entire 2 groups have managed to take a 2-0. And that just means one thing. That it might even go to tiebreakers here, because if you take a look at the round differential, Group D, the round differential from these guys, it's like 4, like literally just 4. So I think the very last day is where we tell the tale, but we're all going to be on the edge of our seats just trying to figure out how the hell this is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's just too close to call right now for the most part, but let's talk a little bit about the first matchup of the day. Again, it's going to be X10 Esports from Thailand versus Big BAAM from Vietnam. So we have Cruz, Foxes, Sushi Boys, Scary, and their coach player, Zeus. Now, this team has been crowned the Kings of Southeast Asia, Dex.
They have been. They're the defending champions, and they do look sharp. But are they as sharp as we expected? Yes, Sushi Boy is now filling in that duelist role because Pratifan is injured. But Lestrade, right, for the X10 roster, they're still trying to get back on up. But on the other side, you got Big BAAM and this stalwart team from Vietnam, Crazy Guy, Darpina, NTK, and Red Neville. It's all about identity for them on the other side. It's all about that confidence. And they didn't have that confidence in that previous incarnation of Stage 2. They didn't make it to the SEA region because of it, but they bounced back into the community scene. And I feel like here that when we're looking into this matchup, it's just a battle of who can show up and who can prove their identity coming into this one.
Taking a look at the head-to-head, that's what we got right now. 2 of the players that we wanted to take a better of a look at. The 2 controllers of both of these squads. You got Scary and Pina. Okay, so Scary been doing a honestly wonderful job. A lot of the time you can rely on him at the very end of the rounds. One of the players who will either go for the lurk at the very start of a round after throwing down his utility, or be the last one alive at the very end of it, with a lot of clutch potentials from him. And I think it just goes to show, take a look at this. His KDA 1.7 versus the 2.2. We'll talk a little bit about that later since we do have to move on, but definitely one of the players that you have to look at if you want to have, I'd say, a very good all-around player on your squad.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right there. Controllers definitely the backbone of the team. As we move on to the map veto, we got Haven and Ascent. Haven selected by X10 Esports, defense starting on by Big BAAM, and then Ascent will be the map selection of Big BAAM with X10 Esports starting on the opposite side. What are your thoughts here, Dex?
Yeah, I like this map pool for both of these two teams. Starting with Big BAAM, I believe Haven is their third most successful map after Bind and Split. And they do have a lot of comfort in it, undefeated in their VCT Vietnam region. But on the flip side, X10, if you remember, Iceland, this was a map they contended with Fnatic with. So you can expect many great things from both sides. Ascent in the meantime, well, BAAM proving their success last time versus Boom Esports. Ascent also a strong map though for X10. Many highlights have been made by X10 just in this map alone. And this map pool can really bring out the strengths of both squads.
Yeah, I really feel like Big BAAM, they're a team that you can't really underestimate. They have had a lot of great performances of note lately. I mean, we are going to be starting Haven, but at the end of the day, sure, it's X10's map pick, but there's still an 89% win rate for Big BAAM on this map. This is not a map that they're unfamiliar with. They're very comfortable playing with it on, and I think we might actually see an upset here, especially with the fact that X10 has been looking a little bit shaky in the past.
That has been the narrative for pretty much the entire weekend thus far. Upsets abound. But really, as we head into our predictions here, I really do believe that X10 is going to take this 2-0. They're a type of team that commands respect. Don't get me wrong, I'm a believer of the Vietnam scene. But at this point in time, I believe they are going to be outclassed by none other than the kings of Southeast Asia. Dex, how about you?
If you asked me last week, I would agree with you. But today, of all days, is where I don't. I feel like this is going to be 1-1 if Big BAAM can bring in that performance that they brought the last time versus Boom in that second map. They just need that confidence, and they got it. They have gotten rid of the jitters, and they're ready to play here in SEA.
I'm gonna have to agree with Dax on this one. I'm not feeling too good about how X10's been playing lately, especially after their Breeze performance on the first day up against Galaxy Racer. They don't look like they're the X10 that we all know and love. I feel like there's a lot of weakness in that squad right now. Now, Vietnam, finding that weakness, it's still going to be a tall order. But I think it might come through today, especially on Haven, one of the best maps of Big BAAM. 1-1 for me.
All right, well, respectable opinions, boys, but differing in the end. There you have it, folks. Who will emerge victorious from our opening matchup? Is it going to be the crowned kings of Southeast Asia, X10 Esports from Thailand, or the decorated Big BAAM from Vietnam? Let's find out, shall we?
Sorry for the team roster thing na pinasa akin ni Bim.
The X10 was supposed to be my talking point, and then Dax just ran with it. X10 was my talking point.
They ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave. Now, how cool is the gunplay when the strizzle hit the playground? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore. Until somebody from your past come back to settle the score. Let's go back.
ไม่โดนใช่ครับแล้วจะฟรีไฟล์ไหมโอ้โหแล้วซูชิบอยเฮ้ยโกต้องกินมาคุกผมรีวิวเรดเนบุเรียกเทียบโกอ่ะอยู่มาคุกบ้า
Never thought we'd be here, but X10, their position in the group's not looking very solid at the moment. They're gonna have to look to solidify it against Team Big BAAM, who is looking like they're getting progressively better on, and this is gonna be it. This is the series that they have been waiting for to make their mark in it. Can Big BAAM prove to the rest of the world and SEA that they are worthy contenders to take down maybe the best team in SEA? My name is Illustrator to deliver you the news and the shoutcasting. It's gonna be alongside me, Dax. How are you feeling about this matchup here today?
Yeah, it's a bright, sunny morning, and it feels like the weather is good for some good old Valorant. But you make such a good point there, Illustrado. X10 feels like right now the multiplicative factors it's not as amplified as it should. And when you look at that roster, right, yes, they are making do. Yes, the X10 style is there. Just allow the duelist to make space or go for some kills and have utility in behind. But really, Sushi Boys, I gotta give it to him. He's doing a good job. But he's no Patipon. And when you have that duelist, right, you just want to have that extra little bit of the edge in these fights.
I agree. I mean, the thing with this maps is a lot of the maps that we're seeing coming up, especially like Breeze, maps like Icebox, you know, Haven, just the bigger maps. A lot of it comes down to whether your duelists will hit the shots or not. Sure, a lot of it is, especially because of how wide the maps are, how long range the duels can be, you'll want your top player to be on form and getting those entries in, especially like towards C on Haven. A lot of it comes down to how good your duelist can actually perform. Can he get the entry on the side? Can he secure positioning for your team? And I really feel like while Sushi Boys is doing a very decent job, you hit the nail on the head right there. Patipon would have taken 3 kills alongside that entry. This is going to be the recurring, you know, I'd say sentiment over the next coming days here. What would it have been like if Patipon were here? And thus far, Sushi Boys, he's been doing okay. But he still hasn't made us forget about Patipon just yet.
Yeah, exactly. And I gotta say, it's a similar case before Patipon, right? We had Poo One Tap, and he had that kind of impact as well. Exton right now, they're getting by and getting through these games because they're still very secure with their playstyle. They know how to work as a team, and in SCA, they're one of the fastest, they're one of the most confident teams to play the executes. But when the going gets tough, well, it might get even tougher for Extend because Big BAAM, this is a team that goes big or goes home, literally. They have to show on up right now for Big BAAM because their whole playstyle is built on that confidence. They said it in a few interviews as well, that they're just willing to fight. And if they don't feel that fight in them, that's where they falter.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's going to be a lot of, I'd say, hard work that has to be put on by the entirety of the X10 team to sort of keep up. I mean, they have spent a lot of time working together and basically spending the previous 2-3 weeks just 2-3 weeks just sort of getting used to playing with Zeus in the roster, and that's kind of been good. But I'd say you can't really account for the fact that they've spent majority of their time trying to, you know, get used to each other, trying to overcome what it must be like without Patipon himself. But anyway, this game upcoming is very important for Big BAAM, Dax. This is, I'd say, especially coming from a region that really hasn't proven themselves in the international scene, this is one where they can truly make that mark. Regardless of whether Patipon's there or not, if they can defeat a team like X10, if they can take a map against a team like X10, it's going to be such a big deal for the Vietnamese region.
And that's what you want to expect, right? When you face off against X10, steal a map away from them, try to keep it close on the other one, and go for that map differential in such a deadly group. But Villustrata, come on. Vietnam, the proof is in the pudding right now. And the proof is in the past 2 days. We've really seen Vietnam say, we are now finally ready for VCT. We are prepared and we are ready to play. Big BAAM getting that first victory. Cerberus going for a win as well. And Ego itself, they just kept on fighting against everyone else in Group A. It does feel like that they are preparing and they are just steeling themselves for what is to come. But it's a storm brewing in front of Big BAAM. And I gotta say, for this roster, they withstood the test of time. Even though they didn't make it to Challengers number 2 for SEA, they didn't give up on themselves. They didn't give up on their roster. They stayed together. And they've been together for so long already. Multiple months of community tournament victories. There was that part where Crazy Guy was injured and they had to go for a 6-man. They still won that tournament. And when he came back, he led the team to this stage, to this group stage, to this spot in SEA. Big BAAM, I keep saying it, confidence, confidence, confidence. And the last time we saw them in the matchup versus Boom, the first game, there was no confidence. So like, where is it? Where is it? Finally, guys, it seems like they had that little bit of a timeout. It's like, guys, huddle up, team break. Wake up. This is our time. This is our stage. And they showed up there, tried to go for that comeback. Second map, absolute dominance versus an established roster like Boom. And really, I've been talking about it backstage, Illustrado. Teams like Big BAAM, Onyx, I'm high on their stocks right now because they're looking to be such good feel-good stories in the group stage.
I agree. It's just, this is one of the instances where those feel-good stories can come to light. Look, you mentioned Red Neville, and we talked about him a little bit before, about how You know, he is basically a prodigy, the second coming of Patifan, ideally, in the region. He's having a lot of success on his team. And it goes to show that in his region, he has found that success. Looking at their history, going to their Challengers qualification, they stomped, quite frankly, everyone. They did not have a single loss. The only game that they have lost in recent history, the only one in recent history, was one against Cerberus, where they went 1-2 in a separate tournament right there, in a local tournament in Vietnam. Everything else has been literally a perfect run. It's been 3-0s and 2-0s all across the board here, which just goes to show that Team Big BAAM, they're very much a contender. And if they can keep this and find their footing in the international scene, I would not be surprised at all to see them maybe take a map or two against X10.
Lustrado, do you want a history lesson right now while we're waiting for the game?
Yeah.
Because if only Patifan was here, we would get a bit of a rematch of another game called Overwatch. It was a bit of that heyday for Red Neville, and looking back, way back when, before his start into Valorant, he actually was one of the biggest reasons why Vietnam got back into that Tier 2 SEA scene. He was there making it all the way to Tier 2 scene when that team was still fighting for the rest of SEA. They kept on going, they kept having that top spot, and when that team decided to go full Korean instead, he was the only member that was from SEA there, staying along, still fighting, playing that sniper role to an absolute T. But when he finally got benched, he moved on over to Valorant, and he is here now in the highest stage yet again. So never count out Red Devil, and if only Patifan is here, they would get that fight. But we are going to be seeing X10 in their current configuration, and of course, it's that standard one duelist for utility. X10 though whipping out that double initiator comp yet again. On the side of BAAM though, they're going to have a breach this time.
Yeah, Breach is coming back, making another appearance, doing a double initiator and back. You know, we've been seeing a lot of double initiator, sure, but I've been putting this into question a lot. Like, double initiator is great, and I really like it, especially on the big maps like Haven. But the Breach, I mean, it's a throwback to, I'd say, simpler times, nicer times when he was much more viable than he is now. Red Neville's going to be using that Breach. That's also another thing that I'm a little bit uncertain about. So a couple of question marks here for the BAAM's defensive side. First of all, you're starting with a double initiator on the defensive side. You're having Red Neville on the Breach, which I'm sure he's comfortable on, but for me, it's not the ideal setup. And I don't know. I'm not feeling too good about this composition here by Big BAAM Dax.
Yeah, the problem right now is they're contending with X10, who's a little bit more accustomed to that agent. But on the flip side, for BAAM's configuration in terms of duelists, if it's Red Devil playing duelist, he's playing Erase. If it's NTK, it's the Jet, and it's Dorf right now with that first takedown off the Scary. So if Big BAAM wants to shake off that ring rust and shake off some of our worries right now, winning the pistol will be a good start.
Pistol is one of the best determiners of momentum for the rest of the map here, but Crazy Guy, he's not going to be able to get too much. Just finds one as Sushi Boys enters, and he's able to sneak through his own team smoke and find yet again another very clever play from him right now as they do begin to pinch in towards that A. It's going to be a great round for BAAM as they completely outsmart and outwit X10 on that one.
Yeah, they just got that first pick off, found the angles on a site, and from that point on, Big BAAM was ready to bring in the big boom and off to the good start that they are looking for. But look at this Crazy Guy. He was the one who was popping off last time, and even in their local region, if there's anyone you got to watch out for Big BAAM, it's that Silva. In a clutch, in a pinch, he can just make it work. And with a start like that, well, Big BAAM can start building on those heftier ultimates. And I like that. When you have someone like the Silva getting kills early on, a Hunter's Fury earlier than usual, gonna be very effective.
I really love the play that he made pushing in through long to the smoke. It makes a somewhat sort of quasi-flank, and it contains the players that have pushed through short to secure that site. And that just netted them an instant very big disadvantage because they were worried about long, they were worried about Heaven and Spawn. There was just too much for X10 to worry about there. Great start for Big BAAM on the Haven map. And they're going to be going into it with a very comfortable buy. A couple of the players, Dorf and Crazy Guy, they're not going to be buying into those Spectres, instead electing for a little bit of a pistol action. Here, Sushi Boys Good opening pick and a good follow-up dink, but not enough to find him the follow-up kill as NTK, he goes down into the hands of Zeus and Fox.
Oh, that's a big pickup.
Yeah, indeed. And 3v2, the spike will actually go down. Very important call right now to be making. They don't really have the weaponry in their arsenals right now because Dorf, he's again sitting only on a frenzy. Fox, he has a very low HP, and actually so does Zeus, but they're all melting away. It's a clean retake at the end of it right there, yet again for Big BAM, avoiding certain disaster in that round.
I got concerned when NTK went down because he had a Spectre in hand and could have actually allowed X10 to bridge that gun gap. But Big BAM, they come on in yet again with the retake and make it to 0. So far, so good for Big BAM. Getting off to a good start versus X10 is always a bonus. You want to have those early rounds versus that defending champion of a team. But Sushi Boys, he's trying to prove that he can be as decisive and as precise as Fan with that share of shot. But Dorf and Pina, they will dash those hopes. But here we have it. If X10 is going to have a hope and a prayer in this map, it's time now for the recovery because they're going to get the guns here.
So Marshall and a couple of sheriffs. So it's very much a lesser buy in all senses of the word. So what they're going to do, they're going to try to make it interesting by getting up close and personal. Nice swing out from Red Neville, but the punishment is all too clear, and it's right there for X10 here. They will have NTK missing a couple of crucial shots right there, and that should have been at least one kill. But in the end, it's going to be all in the hands of Crazy Guy, who does have that Marshall in his hands.
Yeah, next and already setting up on that C site. Efforts made there by Big BAM to get some map control, but it's just a flounder as X10 make it pretty simple. Seems like they're back onto form, back on the beats, looking for that beatdown, and they do get that round. But this is now where X10 is going to get tested. Big BAM will be buying on up, and this is just the part where we usually have the usual Valorant. Okay, you get the first 2 rounds, we get the 3rd round, and the 4th round is where all of the action will go underway. This is what's going to define the rest of the game. Can Big BAM keep that lead, or will X10 tie it up? We'll find out. It seems like X10 here, they're going to go for that A side take here, Lou.
Just a little bit of a slow and steady put. No, I take that back. They're going for a straight up hit. Completely wrong on that one. They do have NTK, who's looking to post himself up on here and can do a little bit of damage. Quite significant, but nothing he won't be able to heal up from. He does have Fox to help him recover that HP, which he did lose. And still, no signs of rotation. No one pushing a little bit aggressively from BAM. They're happy to just play the crossfires. They have invested 3 people towards A. They do have an alarm bot towards B, so that even if people do go towards it, they won't be too worried about it, even though there is smoke coming down there. And they have NTK pushing up close. Could get a pick, could get lucky, could get very unlucky. It's all going to be a flip of the coin for now. It's a good hunter, good seekers right now, and the recon dart's going to give information towards that long area. They do have Sushi Boys coming in as well, but Crazy Guy and NTK locked down short. No one's able to get through here. Zeus is only one to get a kill on that round, and X10, they have yet again failed to really lock in the round. Dax, they seem to be really struggling at taking that A site. They're very insistent on it.
Yeah, they just want to go for it, but Big BAM refuses to lose. And look how close these guys play. Crazy Guy and DK getting the way of the sewers. And even though we had the Seekers early on from Foxes, how quickly did they dissipate in front of Big BAM? They had that firing squad. X10 already knew players were up there, and they still tried to force it out. But against a team like Big BAM, against the Vietnamese region as a whole, they're a whole region that loves to push the envelope, that loves to fight you at the very start and at the very end of sites and points. So it's not going to work out here. If X10 is going to try brute force against Big BAM, they're going to be in for a big reckoning. But Fox is now, he wants to build up those Seekers yet again, make him more useful this time. He gets 2 off to good starts, and he's pushing even further than that.
3v5, so this is a good start. A little bit of a force on the X10 side is already paying dividends for them right now. They do have 2 big ultimates, that's Zeus and Cruz. But with Fox sneaking his way all the way up here, he misses a crucial shot right there onto Pina, who's eventually punished. Still 2v4 though, and I wouldn't blame BAM if they went for the save right now. This is, I mean, they're still 2 rounds ahead. Indeed, they're going to go for that save call. They already lost A. And finally, Dax, after hitting them their own heads against that A site wall, they finally managed to break through.
I mean, apparently, if you smash your head on a wall enough, it will start cracking. And X10, they might be cyborgs here. They can just smash through that with some metal plates and more. But I think from what we've seen so far for X10, they kind of need that after everything is said and done. Yes, it isn't the prettiest job. Yes, they're still down by 1. But against a team like Big BAAM, I mentioned a while ago, if you can break that confidence, you make them lose their identity, it'll affect them severely because their whole playstyle revolves on their willingness to fight. They said it about themselves before, and that's one of the big reasons why they didn't make it to Challengers number 2 in the first place. They felt like, okay, the pressure is on to make it to STA, and they started losing against the usual suspects that they would face off in their own local scene. So if X10 can say, we're the defending champions, right? Respect us. You have to be afraid of us. If they can finally do that, I think psychological warfare is going to be a big part of this whole series here, Ilu.
I agree. Blade Storm for NTK. I like that he's going for the... Oh, that's what you want to see right there from NTK. He's able to get the pick off. It's a 4v5. The Hunter's Fury will be deployed to take down that lockdown. I'd say it's a pretty decent investment onto it, but NTK is going to be happy with the kill that he's gotten for now, as the bodies actually for X10 will be congregating to the A site for a moment, but only for a moment, as they now begin their rotation towards that C area. Everybody here, and they will have a lot to contend with. They do still have to fight with Astra and that Killjoy. Not exactly the easiest of setups to break across.
Yeah, that's a lot of control on the side of BAAM. Probably just went to the garden to pay your respects to Cruz. Like, it's okay, buddy. You can rest now. It's our time to shine. But really, in a map like Haven, if you're playing 4v5 on the attacking side, you better stack on up and throw everything at a single side. But Thorpe, he's ready to throw it back. And here we go. Tina will actually get a kill on the Fox as well. And Big BAAM right now with 2 so far on this take. X10 sputtering, X10 stalling, and X10 immediately running out of steam after a confident previous round.
Oh.
Big BAAM is back! And they're just putting their fist on the ground here and saying no entry.
Look, let's be very clear here, Dax. X10, after that 1-1, their game ended up in a 0-13 round differential. In terms of the mathematics, if they don't get a 2-0 here, even if it's just a 1-1, there is that possibility that X10 won't qualify to the playoffs at all. That would be a massive shocker to everybody watching here, because everybody knows X10 from Iceland. They're the best team in Southeast Asia. And in this weird, bizarre, timey-wimey reality, they might not even make it.
And after everything is said and done, looking at the play order as well, I think that with X10 getting exposed early on there by GXR in the first place, it's big, because Big BAAM now feels that confidence after Boom and feels that confidence after seeing the form of X10, right? It's just how everything has gone to pass, how the order of things have really happened in the first place. And in this reality right now, X10 is looking absolutely mortal. But Scary going for the plant. Dorf, look at that. He doesn't even care that there's a Cosmic Divide blocking those sounds. He will just go for the pickoff. Yes, Cruz will get the punish onto 2. But Big BAAM, the fight is in them. Cruz though making sure that his crew is still alive with this squad. And the Breach right now finding the clears and finding the takedowns. Oh, Sushi Boy spotting out NTK as well. Balanced Jets perhaps has the spikes planted on the seaside. And the Blade Storm will connect. X10 is back on the board. And again, they need those confident rounds there.
That's honestly a really weird round from X10 that for somehow they won. Random rolling Thunder towards A and then going for a Cosmic Divide in B and then planning towards C. What? I don't know what I just saw.
It's art, you know? Abstract art here, Illustrado. Might as well try their best and try your luck onto B site instead. And
well, they won the round, yeah.
Wait. They ulted on A, they ulted for B, but they end up planting on C. Well,
yeah, exactly.
World tour.
I don't know, man. It worked, but definitely not the most conventional approaches. But in the end, what matters is that they did pick up a round, and now, bam, they're forced in a little bit of a position here. They do have an op onto NTK. They are very much favoring that 3A stack, and I think X10 have read this. X10 have figured this out. So I honestly think time for change, Big BAAM. they need to stop putting 3 players towards A, because right now they're heading towards C. Sushi Boys completely missing that because he was welled up by that gravity weld here, and 2 players already down from it. Good Seekers to be deployed. Scary with another double here, eventually traded out by Red Neville, leaving us in a 1v3. All up Scary.
Sushi Boy's trying to say I am speed, but apparently he is slow instead thanks to the Astra. And now it's all up to Scary indeed. Will he give the frights? No, it will not be there tonight. NTK with the operator. A-OK. 5-3 here for Big Bam. And yet again, just put a stop to what X10 wants to do first, then fight them. That's the whole Big Bam playstyle, and it's just working here, Illustrado. Get in the way and get the takedown. This game, it's intriguing after everything is said and done here, friend. Because from what we're seeing from these 2 teams, they're really just having the fisticuffs so far. They're going for the fight. And looking at the standings themselves, it's actually Big Bam up on the group stage because of the results of that 1-1 for X10. So Big Bam right now, if they take a map, yes, indeed from X10, it's gonna be good. But if they can keep it close for both of these maps or run away with one even, it will even become better. NTK though, that's gonna be what the operator is all about as Sushi Boys goes down. X10 right now on an eco state. They only have that Spectre in hand here for Zeus, but NTK, he's at it again. That's 2 here with the operator, and long angles meets, well, the operator, as this is going to be Big Bam right now, putting a big stop to X10 and anything they're ambitious with.
This is a very good start for Big Bam. 5 rounds already on the defensive side on Haven. Got to be proud about whatever they're putting out right now, and it's looking to be 6 at any moment here. Sure, this is still salvageable for X10, who are looking very much rocky, but with shots like that from Dorf, man, I don't think they're getting anywhere right now. Like we said, Big Bam, they have to find a way to deal with their A site in a different way. And I like what they go ahead and do. They go and pick up that op from NTK to help alleviate the amount of players that are needed to hold that A site. They rotate bodies elsewhere, and that actually nets them a lot of good momentum here towards the previous 2 rounds. Scary will pick up a kill and make it expensive. He might just save this because they are pretty broke.
Yeah, free Phantom. Might as well. You need every single gun in this kind of situation. And as Bam right now isolating Scary at the other side of C Long. Oh, Scary will get another one, but Red Neville with the refrag. And it does become 6-3 here, Illustrado. But I want to make a big point right now for X10 that this is even worse than just a 3-round scoreline. X10 is a team notable to be extremely strong on Haven on the attacking side. This was the half that they won against Fnatic effectively. They lost out heavily on the defense. They showed up better on the attacking side. And in their local scene itself, in their run here to SCA, it was just always the attack giving them the rounds. But now, Big Bam is putting a stop to that, and X10, it's gonna be a hard recovery in the second half if ever.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dax. It just feels like X10, they don't really have the impetus around them. They don't really have the force that allows them to really enter those sites and those plants off. And the most important thing, I think, here is that they're really not hitting their shots, are they? Big Bam are just getting every opening frag in all of these duels. Ah, shit.
It just... It all feels like that this matchup is who can outshoot the other by this point. Yes, X10 and Big Bam have incredible setups, incredible plays, and such good game sense to go for the refrags and more. But when it boils down to it, with Big Bam and their confidence right now, this fight will become a brawl. Will become that scuffle I was talking about. There will be just Knuckles dragging themselves in the dust and into some faces. And X10, it's either they play this way and play even better at getting the kills, or they try to play it smart the way they know how. Crazy guy though, he is gonna get stunned up. The Sushi Boy is gonna be going for that updraft real quick and looking for an angle or two. A few shots though into smoke and more. Crazy guy in the meantime will go for the shock dart onto default. But Scary delaying his movement and finally putting that spike down a little later on. So spikes there. A side will be the take. Lockdown though gonna be the call, and seems like Big Bang right now trying to make that retake work with Dorf and Pina's utility. All about the walls right now. Triple detain though gonna be big here from Big Bam, and they will go for that push. Crazy guy right now defusing while everything is happening behind the walls. And who needs conflict apparently? It's a piece 3-3, but now it's going to be NTK, Red Devil, and Pina getting on the board. Big BAM right now looking for a few exit frags before the round ends. And in peace, there is still war, but the pieces of X10, they're falling apart here. Big BAM right now just on the board yet again, on a roll. And they have won 7 of the rounds here on the defense. This is looking so stellar here for Big BAM. X10, they need that timeout badly because Illustrado in that last round, BAM just diffused right behind that Cosmic Divide.
Apologies, having a little bit of a technical issue myself here, but now we're coming back into it. And yeah, it is 3-7. You make an absolute great point. X10 are looking stumped. This is one of those moments where you wonder what the hell is going on to X10. This is not the team that we're used to seeing. This is their map pick. This is their best side. Everything should be going on paper. This should be a stomp. If you ask me how the scoreline would have gone a week ago, Dax, I would have said 13-2, maybe.
I wouldn't disagree. I honestly have been a Big BAM fan for a long time now, and I was quite disappointed they didn't make it in Challengers number 2. But X10 is X10. X10 has the most circuit points in SCA. X10 went to Iceland. X10 took Thai Challengers number 1. So the resume is there. So you cannot be blamed whatsoever. But what we are seeing here is the reality. Vietnam is here to play, ladies and gentlemen. I've been hyping it up since day number 1. And here in day number 3, we're getting it in absolute spades. Can X10 play the recovery, though? It's been a while since we had to add that question. But then again, a sign of a great team is a good recovery. And will X10 prove that now?
Yeah. Great shot from Crazy Guy, who yet again finds the what the hell? Like, they're giving away the picks for free. This is really frustrating as a fan, not just a fan of X10, but this is one of the very confusing. I don't know. Look at this. Okay. And they're just peeking out one by one, like individually. It seems like they're just so disjointed, aren't they?
The pieces, they're not together right now for X10. It does feel like Big BAM here is showing an exemplary form of teamwork from what we're seeing so far. And really, for Big BAM, it's been pretty simple. Just find your stations, go for the refrags if ever, and get the kills. But in that simplicity, there is beauty. And right now, Crazy Guy himself, he understands these methods of badness.
Wow.
And he will get the 3K. I keep saying he's the clutch captain, and he's gonna go for it yet again. Scary, though, finally will get that takedown. And here we go with Zeus catching out Red Devil. Big BAM, though, they're trying to hold the line, but X10 tried to play the clutch instead. And this is the bite back that X10 is looking for. This is the fight that they need themselves. And NTK now forced back on the way because Dorf is coming for a backstab.
Yeah, this could be a very big flank right here. Dorf not making sound at all. He lines up the double, and that's a beautiful flank, not being expected at all by X10. Just when you think they're out of the woods in this one, my god, they're just torn to shreds by Big BAM. I have no viable answer for you, Dax, as to why X10 are playing quite awful. And let's face, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, dude. I just think that they're making strange decisions. Like, their one biggest victory in this half was that ulti A, then B, then plant C. Take.
Yeah, the world tour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like X10 right now, they're a little lost for words and a little lost for the strategy so far. They have such a deep understanding of the game. They have such a strong playbook. But Big BAM, they just get in the way time after time. It's like you're trying to read a book, but page number 1 is already gone. You have to start at page number 3 because of Big BAM, because of it. And it just makes absolute no sense in that kind of situation. But now X10, they do have a saving grace with the lockdown. Time to put that Dome of Doom down to give them some cover. Big BAM on the other side. The Crazy Guy yet again. Would you believe this guy was injured for the past few months, actually, with a wrist injury? But he's here to play. He's here to fight. And yet again, he's just insane with the shots.
He's proven everybody that he, injured or not, he can play. recovery, or his road to the recovery is really, really quick here. Look at that entry. Beautiful stuff here. NTK, he misses the shot, sure, but it's a good idea. Okay, this is shining. This is starting to look really good here for X10, and they finally are able to pick up a decent round. They still have Dorf on the other side. Not going to be up for very long. Still, 8-4 halftime score. X10 managed to make it decent, somewhat. I'm not going to say it's a good halftime score for them, especially on their best side, on attacking side of Haven. And Big BAAM have a really good opportunity here. I think, Dax, the saving grace here for X10 is that if Big BAAM don't have those strats prepared for the attacking side, X10 will be ready for it. This could be a comeback. I'm still not comfortable with Big BAAM in an 8-4. I would have said 9-3, maybe 10-2 would have been a secure victory for Big BAAM. But an 8-4, if they lose this pistol, comeback is very possible.
Yeah, it's still manageable for X10. And even though we have been looking at the lower points of X10 right now, in that previous round, there was a glimmer of hope. There's still that team that will immediately punish you for any kind of mistake. And from one mistake, it becomes 4. It becomes 5 immediately, courtesy of X10. You saw there, Cruz, he got basically flashed and stunned on up, I believe, by the breach. Still getting the kill anyway after the miss there from NTK. And then X10 just went for the swoop. But Big BAAM is just absolutely clean from the get-go. Then they can go for the kills to start things up. But X10 fighting on back, and they got the confidence from the previous round. Cruz, though, inside the window. But NTK also has a frenzy. And it's gonna be now 1v1. Red Devil versus Scary. Who can get that takedown? X10, it was bloody, but they needed that round, and they got it.
Wasn't the most clear cut of pistol rounds, but they'll take it. And a pistol round win, like I said, could be the start of the comeback landslide that they did need. 5-8 here. 3 rounds still separate them. They need to keep this clean, X10. They're in a very bad position, not just in terms of, the round score line, because it's not that bad. It's fairly decent. But mentally speaking, it doesn't seem like they're playing clean at all. It has to take heroic efforts from like Scary, really good holds from the rest of their team in order to win these rounds. They're not winning any rounds cleanly at all. And this is very much surprising here for X10.
They effectively have to do rehabilitation in this game alone. They need to get back to the form that is expected of them. And with Sushi Boys there getting the kill onto NTK, well, that's going to be a good start. Red Devil, though, going to go down. X10 using the gun advantage to a good degree. And they have changed it up here, Illustrado. On the defense, this is the second time in a row that they just go ham, and take territory away from Big BAAM. By the lobby, it's a multiple Spectre hold, and it works out here for X10.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Good aggressive start here for X10, and they're giving us that momentum. They're giving us that aggressive pushes that they need to sort of build up steam. I like the idea because, the more they start feeling their shots themselves and hitting their shots, the more they have a chance to get back into this. Now, 2 rounds apart, that's not a big deal here, not for X10. They can easily come back from this, but it's going to be an even bigger deal. Oh no, Dorf?
He just stood there and took it. Got flashed on that by Cruz. Good control there by
Sushi Boy
X10.
gonna wait there
Boys.
too? Oh, what? They're just waiting.
He got this. Aftershocks connecting twice in a row, Illustrado.
What?
This game is just unbelievable. Things that are not supposed to usually work, they work right now. And on the flip side, things that should work, they're not happening here. Is it opposite day to start day 3 because things are looking topsy-turvy and expectations of the scoreline same case?
This is a weird day, Dax. This is a weird. I started this day, Dax, with a post that said, "This is gonna be a good day." My esports crush just followed me on Instagram. This is gonna be a good day. Nope. I could not have been more wrong. This is gonna be a weird one.
You're just missing the part where you get a DM. Okay, maybe that will
maybe
seal
that's
that
gonna
deal.
fix things. Okay.
Exactly, but thing is, we gotta shake things off, my friend, because we still got more to go. And I feel like while we're doing that, X10 is gonna do the same thing, because now they are gonna go for that retake. Big BAAM in the meantime playing on that C-Long. Thing is, though, they don't have that Killjoy anymore for some Nano Swarm setups, so they're gonna have to rely on Ina and Crazy Guy to make things work on that post plan. And there you go, Crazy Guy already. Beautiful shock dart onto Scary, all about the spam, and NTK with that takedown. Perfect flash there from Cruz, but it's not enough versus Crazy Guy. And Red Neville with that final kill. Big BAAM see, Big BAAM doesn't see. They will still get the kills. They don't need their eyes. They just need the ping to where that spike is, and they will make it a nice time for them.
Great round from Big BAAM. They're able to not only win their, I'd say, rifle round confidently and without losing very much, they also managed to shut down the economy of X10 somewhat. Sushi Boys will have that operator, but Fox only on that Stinger. I mean, we have seen the Stinger be very, very lethal before, especially yesterday, but to say the least, they are going to be on a less than ideal buy here. Aggressive control towards A might exactly be just what they need here. Flash is now also coming out here, going to give a lot of information as both of the initiators here onto A to support Sushi Boys to get those picks here. But will they peek him? Will they expect to operate around this corner? Looks like nobody's giving him very much to work with.
Yeah, next then with a bit of the understanding that Big BAAM is a team willing to push this operator. Oh, Dorf. Stay alive, Dorf. Stay alive. Gotta be careful. This is gonna be the killjoy in the bad spot, but never mind. Sushi Boys cannot hit the connection. And while X10 is still able to back on away, they do expose their hand here, Lestrado. And with Big BAAM understanding that's an op on the A side, they're going for C instead. Good stall though with the Nano Swarm.
Yeah, it's gonna allow them to rotate a couple of members here towards that site, but Scary lining it up with Zeus. All right, they're able to get 3. And that's going to be pretty much the round done and dusted here, unless a miracle happens for Red Neville and Dorf. Trying to go around these corners, and Red Neville, he gets out of dodge and gets out of C long here, calling for backup for this teammate. But Sushi Boys, he's ready, aiming down the sights. I like the read from Big BAAM. They actually get good information that there are 3 players towards A. The Flash, the Dog, and then the shot from Jet, the Trailblazer, excuse me. That was information that there's 3 towards A. But good shot right there from Dorf to actually make things expensive for now. And the read was pretty good for Big BAAM. However, the delay was even better. And just holding backside and spraying through was good enough for X10 to actually win this round.
Oh, Foxes, he just confirms that the final member of Big BAAM is there. Cruz kind of just asked for that, crouching around like that. But you make a good point there, Ilu. Exactly that. X10 with the stall, getting in position. And this is what we expect from them. This is the discipline that we know and love from X10. And that gravity well just
they were
perfectly
all in
timed.
there.
Hello, operator. I would like to report a massacre in Crime Alley. Yes, it's by Haven C Long. That was just decisive there from X10. And that's such a big confidence boost for them in this game. You said it yourself. 2-round gap, that's nothing to X10. And they're keeping at it time after time.
C Long, man, that corridor of death is just so deadly. If you can't really get away from it, if you can't really burst through it, standing in there, especially in a gravity well, is going to be the worst thing that you could even do. But I like the call here for Big BAAM. They know that they like to they know that there's 3 players usually positioned towards A. And so what do? They find the one weakness on the map here for X10, and that's Garage. So they go ahead and do a little bit of a C split here, make things easier for themselves. They take C securely, even getting a pick off as they fall off of it. They lose Fox, who peeks out all on his own. Scary's already dropped to 30 HP along with Sushi Boys. This round basically done here. Good flash, but no follow-up. Sushi Boy somehow comes out on top of it with a kill onto Pina. The spike will be tapped here. Not going to be stuck. They're going to be right on top of it as the Hunter's Fury comes in, finished off by the Nano Swarm, leaving Sushi Boys to save that operator on 30.
Yeah, time's just back on the way. No way to go for the retake now. And Big BAAM, just the opening pickoff there from NTK. Knowing those default angles to spam it down, catching out Zeus early on, and decisive yet again. When Big BAAM wins, they win hard here, Lestrado. X10, it's pretty much a similar case half the time. And the other half, it just, oh, that worked. Oh, we actually did it. And usually, it's topsy-turvy, right? With X10 has been that confidence team for SCA. Right now, they're the ones trying to claw it back. Big BAAM, in the meantime, we're really seeing them shine here on the SCA stage. We're seeing their identity right in front of us. And we're just getting the Big BAAM playstyle that was promised.
Sometimes the solution, the simplest solution is, in fact, the correct one. Very Occam's razor-like, because they see trouble towards A, and they're getting stalled up towards C, so they go for a C split instead towards Garage, and they're going to be repeating the same thing here towards A now. Cruz, he does get a pick off towards the plant. That's going to be Crazy Guy done. That's a lot of their post-plant prowess removed from the equation. That's a beautiful shot right there from Sushi Boys. getting a double with the operator. All right, this is the X10 that we're more familiar with. They're starting to look like their true form as they bring it back to an 8 to 10.
Was that a no-scope?
Yeah, that was on the second one.
Wow. Sushi boys. My oh my. When you can make the magic happen like that, then, well, it's understandable why you're on that duelist role. But you said it already. Losing the options there for Big Bam hurt them immensely. And look at that. How do you line that one up? How is that even possible? How does that even work for you? It's magic. Magic hands.
Stay safe.
No scope. Cool.
Cool. I think that's where you put the montage music on.
Yeah. That's going on the highlight reel for sure.
That's going in every YouTube clip right now. But here we go again. On to the next round we go, and NTK. He doesn't want to be the victim of these highlight reels, but never mind. With a whip like that, well, that's gonna be Scary off to a good start. Looking for another one here. Scary does so. Foxes with the kill as well on the bat, but full Dorf 1, 2, 3. That's good enough for him. Backing on away. Scary on the other side though. Big Bam with a smart play here, going for the reset, knowing they have multiple options on a map like this, and Scary now has to play that guessing game to find out where Big Bam is going.
He actually might spot out the feet here if he... Yeah, he does. He actually gets the tag, doesn't he? I think he... Oh, he doesn't get the tag, but still, it's enough to give a lot of information. Now it's all going to be a guessing game. Where does Scary go? He makes the right read that they're going to be towards C. In fact, he's going to be right there just in time. Going to pull out the gravity well, but it's not going to be quick enough to deny the plant here. Two members still left standing. Spots out the feet. That should be the double swing out coming any second, and that's going to be it. Big Bam. Yeah, Scary. Good attempt right there, but I think a little bit preemptive, especially on that pre-fire.
And just a little too early, exposing his hand and exposing his position. He does have 18 kills though here for the side of X10, and he is the one to keep this game afloat for that squadron. But at the same time, Big Bam right now making big plays and making a big name for themselves. And looking at this map, the selection so far, X10, they proved themselves on Haven locally, regionally, and internationally. But Big Bam right now, if they can take this away, I honestly would consider a potential 2-0 from Big Bam if this is going to be the pace. Ascent, though, of course, X10 will have a fight later on. And we're not done. We can't call it as of yet. But the way this is going, X10 needs to get back into the X10 roots that they know, because Big Bam right now, they are just 2 away from a victory.
Never thought I'd see the day here that X10 would lose on Haven on their attacking side. And in the SEA region, the top team looking like they're about to be dethroned here. And if they take a loss on this, there's a decent chance that they might not even qualify into the playoffs. I've said this before, but feels like it needs restating. That it's just so unbelievable that this situation would ever happen here. Good read, however. So we get back into the game for X10 to push out towards C. It's a little bit of a mad gamble, but still, it might be enough. So it's 3 players onto site. It's a good crossfire thus far, but they managed to get in on it. Zeus is able to open up onto Red Neville. Good damage right there. NTK can't adjust onto the second one, but the trades are coming in just as quick. Now the flank is all they have to worry about. 2 players coming in from the back. Sushi Boys, great right click up and close. He's only able to get 1 here, as Crazy Guy's able to finish him off, unable to land the blades, but only with the classic. He's not going to be able to find any more. That's match point for BAM here. Dax. Imagine that. Match point for BAM on X10's map pick.
I imagined it, but I didn't believe it. But now, it seems like BAM, they're achieving it. And just what a smart heads-up play there from the side of BAM. Pina looking for that plant. As soon as Dorf dies, they realize that someone's coming from in behind. And Crazy Guy and Pina there going for a double peek. Not just once, but twice. I feel like X10 jumping the gun a little bit there as well with their final member. They didn't wait for that spike sound for it being planted right, and just because of that, Big Bam just says, hello, we're 2 people, we're gonna shoot you now. And X10, they need this timeout because they're seeing Big Bam look to take Haven away from them.
1 round away. I'm in disbelief here. I just don't know what the hell I'm seeing. X10 are looking confused, they're looking disconnected from one another, and the best rounds that they've had are kind of just like these topsy-turvy rounds. Even their defense is looking quite shaky, Dax here, which is normally if you're struggling on attack, you can always sort of rely on the defense to recenter you. But we're not seeing any of that here today. X10 are getting out-red. They're running the same formation almost every round here. Finally, they're changing it up and putting Sushi Boys on Silong. But Big BAM were very much happy to just sit back and be like, all right, cool. Yeah, we'll take your sides all day, every day.
Yeah, and in terms of prep work, I think for X10, everyone's eyes are on them. Everyone has watched their VODs. Everyone has watched how they play. And Big BAM, especially from the newest region of SCA added on, they might have a little bit of those hidden strats and hidden tendencies that they can whip out in the biggest stage. But for X10, they have had one saving grace in this game truly, and it is those punishes. If they see BAM make a single mistake, they capitalize on that. It just avalanches into even more and more mistakes for them. And X10, of course, is a good team. It's an outstanding team that can force that situation. But BAM, they've been relatively clean. So with that being said, X10 cannot take the opportunity as much. They're the ones who have to make the plays instead. And BAM, they just punish those X10 plays as they're going now for that A sites.
Only information that there is one, because I think they've only spotted one here. But NTK, great dash in from him. It's a little bit of a misread, sort of, from X10 side. They do have the Cosmic Divide and the Killjoy lockdown as well. But so does the attacking side, and that's going to sort of just nullify each other here about who's going to be able to get out. It forces X10 to peek a little bit earlier, and they're going to swing down and try to get onto the side itself. Good nano swarm, because they don't want to get close to the spike right now. They have to get back into position here. So that's going to be the Cosmic Divide set up. The defuse coming in. Fox is able to get one. He's only able to get one. The spike is half defused. No one's sticking it, but Cruz is able to find another. And that's going to be one player left standing. Dorf right beyond that wall. Can't find any more. And it's going to be the shotgun from Sushi Boys to close out the round. It's a very costly round for X10. All of their ultimates deployed for that one round. BAM are going to be happy to have burned them.
Yeah, they're willing to take that, but I just want to commend X10 and just their proactivity behind the wall. Because look at this, as it was all left to Dorf to try and make the win, Sushi Boy's position right beside one side of the wall. Because if he does see someone else on the other side, he's gonna shorty them. If he feels someone touch him, well, what are you doing? Why are you right beside me? And another face full of buckshot. So X10, it's still in them. The greatness, we know that they have it inside of themselves. We know that they have that kind of potential, but they need to prove it now versus Big BAM, who is just absolutely impressive. NTK though on the board, but Cruz and Scary do get the kills. And just never go see side here versus Scary. He is so potent with that gravity well set up. And while Scary will die to the backstab of Dorf, it's Cruz with that final kill. Quick round there for X10. And they've gotten to double digits, 2 away yet again. And we know X10 can make that gap even closer.
It's really the Scary show at the moment. How many holds, how many clutches has he had to save his team from absolute disaster? This round, absolutely no exception for it. And going into this could potentially be the last round here. Obviously, if BAM wins this, they go through, and if X10 win this, we might see overtime. This could be the very last real gun round in regulation. So let's see what they're able to come up with. It's a good read so far as they put down everybody towards that C site. Gonna be dashing through here. Another good entry right there from Crazy Guy alongside NTK to support him. The Hunter's Fury finding 2 from Crazy Guy. Just absolutely demolishing the defense. X10 left with 2. This is looking like BAM's game right now. An upset, one of the biggest ones we've seen this tournament, and it's looking like it's coming to fruition. Cruz all alone with Sushi Boys. Sure, they managed to make it happen for now. The Nano Swarm slows them down for the meantime. They can't get that read on it. They can't take it down, but it's a wide swing right here coming from Cruz. They're going to try to dive through. Cruz gets 1 here with the Aftershock, but no! It's going to be still a 1v2 here. They have the flank coming in from Red Neville. They didn't expect it, and BAM are able to take the victory. A surprise upset up against X10 in a 13-10.
Big BAM with the big win and sending ripples in their group. This is a huge victory for Big BAM, putting X10 down on their first ever negative record so far. And this just gives even more confidence for the rest of the group that they might be able to actually put X10 on the lower half of that quad. What a victory though from Big BAM. It did seem like from their previous encounter with Boom, it just was like, okay, we gotta shake it off, guys. We need to be ready for SA. But here versus X10, they are already ready to play from map number 1, and I'm just incredibly outstanded what they brought to the table.
Well, I'm surprised. This is very much me struggling for words because Big BAAM should have never come out of that map with such a dominating performance. X10, we said at the very start against Galaxy Racer that they are looking shaky, but to the point that they would lose on their best map on their attacking side, the one that, like you said earlier, the one that they sort of beat Fnatic on, this is unprecedented for me to say the least.
Yeah, that's where they built up a bit of that reputation in the first place on Haven, and they showed it on the international stage until they lost that map overall. But it really proves to us that Big BAAM and the whole Vietnam scene is finally here to make a splash. It was just a little bit of a dip in the water last time in Challengers number 2, but now they're here just being the predators, hunting down every single one of these teams, of these scenes, and Big BAAM is absolutely in the forefront. They're the first seed for good reason, and you can see how potent they truly are. What we just noticed there, some incredible plays from the Sentinels, from the Initiators, and overall an absolute unit to work with. But Big BAAM now with a 1-0 lead versus X10. Will X10 bounce back? Well, we'll find out in just a bit. A little bit of a break before map number 2. This is the Valorant Challengers C group stage.
One enemy remaining.
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Welcome back to VCT Southeast Asia Stage 3. This is Group Stage, Day 3, and we just kicked things off with a big BAAM. And what many consider to be an upset victory over X10 in the first map in Haven, which was, by the way, X10's map pick. You guys mentioned it yourselves, gentlemen. For those who just tuned in, sum it up real quick.
Unbelievable. That's just it, right, Illustrado? Incredible accomplishment there by Big BAAM, and basically fending off X10 and their strongest side.
This is a very, very good sign for Big BAAM. Not like one of the very few maps that Vietnam has won in the international arena is against X10 on their map pick. And this just goes to prove that Vietnam are a region that you really can't sleep on. Asarai was a very big advocate of this region coming into this. And I think I echo his sentiments. Dude, you cannot sleep on Vietnam, because more than the fact that X10 were playing a little bit off center, Big BAAM were not missing out on their reads. They were hitting their shots, they were playing well, and they were doing everything they needed to make sure that they secure that victory, sacrificing the rounds that they needed to, playing smart, no one getting too over-aggressive, no one getting too antsy. Can't say the same thing about X10.
You know, yesterday, guys, I mentioned that I did have my reservations about this region, but I also mentioned that we couldn't underestimate them by any stretch of the imagination, and this is just proof in the pudding. Again, X10 losing 13-10 in favor of Big BAAM. Now, what do you guys think about this? Because, again, the next map is going to be Big BAAM's map pick, and logically, they would be stronger than this, but of course, could be topsy-turvy, as you guys mentioned.
Yeah, and we mentioned about the map pool, right? Both of these maps are good for both of these teams, but with what Big BAAM has brought to the table, I summed it up a while ago. Simplicity is beauty. And because of how simple and how strong the fundamentals are for Big BAAM so far, they just prevent themselves from making these mistakes that X10 can capitalize on. And I've always been a fan of the Big BAAM / Steal Your Glory roster. And I say it a lot that I was a bit disappointed that they didn't make it last time, but I guess these things, good things, come to those who wait. And right now, Big BAAM is one of the best things that have come out of the Vietnam region.
Yeah, you know, honestly, Dax, I'm looking at this Big BAAM roster, and I'm sorry, excuse me, the X10 roster, and I'm thinking, okay, map number 2, it's Big BAAM's map pick. There's probably about a 70% chance still that X10 win this. So 70-80%, I'd say that. But I'm going to go in terms of my prediction. I know I said 1-1, but just with the evidence that I'm seeing right now, I really think Big BAAM's going to come out of this on top with a 2-0. I know I might eat my words and I know I might regret this, but I think it's going to be a 2-0 right now.
That's going to be an unprecedented spectacle, Illustrado. And you know what? I'm sticking to my guns here. This might still be a 1-1. I predicted 2-0, sure, but defying my expectations, Big BAAM looking real strong right here. But of course, X10, these guys are professionals, so they can always bounce back, reset their mental, and come back stronger. We're about to get into the Agent Select in just a few moments, but Dax, any final thoughts coming into this?
Well, X10, they still have a chance at it. It isn't as dire as we feel it really is right now, because moving into Ascent, it's also another map that they've proven themselves locally, regionally, and even internationally. One of the maps I believe they played against Team Vikings, which they only lost out in overtime. So this is still a map pick that can work for them. They did beat out Galaxy Racer the other time they played in this group, and 92% win rate, it doesn't lie if it has that much accomplishments and history right behind it. So if X10 wants to bounce back, this is the perfect map to do so, even though BAAM has such a good track record on it as well.
Yeah, it's just, again, sometimes you have to throw stats out the window. Stats are just stats. While it is a good starting point to speculate, we don't really know what to expect because, again, this is such a big stage, and a lot of these teams have been keeping secrets up their sleeves, and now's the time to bring it out. Perhaps even at the group stage right now, they're still fighting for a lot that's at stake here. And things are looking pretty dire so far for X10, but again, this is not a knock to their team. I still am a big believer of X10, and they were all the way to Iceland for very good reason. And I really do believe that they can bounce back here, as I'm sure fans of X10 can believe as well. But right now, we're heading into the Agent Select, guys, and I can't wait to see what we'll find out in just a few moments. Guys, Ascent, and gentlemen, I'm going to leave it to your very capable hands.
Thank you there, Vim. And we are going to get into the game here, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2, can X10 tie it up and go for the 1-1? Or will Big Bam cause the biggest upset of them all and get that 2-0? I'm Dax here with Illustrada, and seems like X10 is going to be going for that Sage for Cruz. And of course, Sushi Boys will still stick around with the Jet. But Big Bam, they're going to whip out their double duelist composition. This time, NTK, of course, back on the Jet, and Red Devil feeling at home with that raise there, Ilu.
Look, let's talk a little bit about the implications of what happens here if X10 don't win this. If X10 don't win this, and they go 0-2, there's a fairly good chance that they won't qualify. What this means is that the slots for Berlin are gonna be basically up for grabs. The favorites for that eventually would be Full Sense, maybe Paper X, and Bren Esports. These would be the ideal top 3 teams that would be going to Berlin without X10. I know this is a little bit of an alien possibility and that X10 could still find their way and claw their way through. But the fact of the matter is, if X10 don't win this, their chances of going to Berlin are going to be almost minuscule here.
And just to add to that, if X10 loses 0-2 Big Bam, I would be willing to replace one of the 2 teams you first mentioned between Full Sense and Paper X with Big Bam themselves, especially as Full Sense and Paper X are in the same freaking group. But for X10, you know, even if that happens, I do believe they have enough circuit points at least for the LCQ, and we'll see, of course, how that's all gonna unfold. But right now, let's talk about the present, as Scary is still absolutely frightful with his performance. 3 here for Scary, Realist though in front of Pina, so he will fall. But because of his heroic efforts so far in this whole series, he's keeping X10 afloat here, Illustrado.
Well, they have to worry about their flank now. Sushi should be coming in any second. Sushi Boys, okay, it took him a couple of bullets, but he gets there eventually. And Sushi Boys right there with the double to close out that round. It's a decent start here for X10 as we go into the map selection, the map pick rather, of Big Bam. They won't be too plussed about their defeat on that one. But Big Bam, they definitely want to try and take this eco round. I mean, it's not likely, but just the effects of winning a Thrifty, an eco round, it's possible. We've seen it, and it will absolutely shut down any team's morale if it comes to it.
And not only that, it destroys the economy on the other side. It makes rounds look very, very different. The round order that you usually expect, that first round, second round, it goes to one team, third round goes to another. But Foxes, he just sprays it down, and Crazy Guy will fall flat there by the entrance of B main. And just a bit of the stats here and now as Red Neville hopping out, and Scary will get that takedown as Sushi Boys dashes on the way just to die as Dorf is there. Scary with another one though, and it seems like Scary and Foxes are just on the board to wrap up the round and make it 2-0. But while I was rudely interrupted by X10's incredible round there, this is a better map for X10 a bit on the statistic side, because 59% on the attack ability, defense 62. It's a lot more even, and they've gotten that performance versus Galaxy Racer last time, so they do have a springboard to build things on.
I am thoroughly impressed by the way that Big Bam has been playing in the previous couple of days. Sure, they haven't taken a 2-0 yet, but they have the makings of the team that are worthy of going to Berlin. If Berlin were Thor's hammer, it would have budged for Big Bam for sure. Like at this point, wouldn't have been able to wield it completely just yet, but it's getting there.
Yeah. Maybe. They're getting there. They're getting their worth measured here in SEA. And by the gods of Asgard, Big Bam will be fighting, will be clashing. And if ever they fall, they will be resting with that Pantheon. But in any case, Sushi Boys now waiting inside the cubby here, Estrada. Seems like though the Boombot will say hello, but Sushi Boy says goodbye to Crazy Guy. How did he even find that shot? Cool, calm, collected, under pressure. X10 really showing the road to recovery with a pickoff like that.
Those are the kills that'll make you feel good. Those are the kills that'll start snowballing your team. Outplay right there towards mid here as NTK gets dropped right now, and they all line up in the blender towards mid, upgrading their weapons. Free Phantoms for everyone. You get a Phantom, you get a Vandal.
It's the Agrimov getting the upgrade there, but X10 just from these rounds alone, looks like the X10 that we saw in Iceland, looks like the X10 that we have been promised is back. But you mentioned it, just such an incredible kill. How do you even go for someone else when a Boombot is right in your face? You know there's a raise nearby. You know that Boombot is just critically close to you, but you still catch out the member in the middle of the map. X10 does X10 things, and it's just wonderful to see.
My question is, did Crazy Guy not have full armor on that one? That looked like it was out of range for a 100. That looked like a 145 shot, but I'm not 100% sure. So take a look at the replay on that one for sure.
We'll see there later on when we get back to the VOD. But for now, X10, they're just demanding respect. They're just demanding the attention for what we're seeing from them. BAAM has to take notice. And we can go back to the point we made a while ago, the psychological warfare. If Big BAAM finally loses their identity and loses their confidence, it's gonna really hurt their playstyle. NDK, though, getting a little bit of that back with the kill onto Scary, but Cruz playing parkour up top the wall, waiting for Red Neville to come, and he will get that flick to get that takeout. NDK next on the list, and Cruz right now is just steering this ship. Oh, Captain, my Captain, it seems like this A site is held together.
Little bit late on the timing, I think right there from Pina would have gotten close enough to get a kill. In the end, nope. That took a minute.
Now, Illustrada, I gotta ask you, is this the X10 that you expected?
I still don't think so. They're showing signs of it, you know, like they're hitting a couple of nice shots here and there, but the X10 that we fell in love with was like, they will run over you and hit every ridiculous shot, and they had amazing team play on top of it. I like the Wardell wall, though.
I mean, we're getting there. We're getting glimpses of that again. It feels like we're polishing the diamond and making sure that it is just ready to become an absolute jewel. And in this case now, Big BAAM, they need to get a point on the board. While they've accomplished an incredible thing already, winning out map number 1, they still want to make sure that this map is close because map differential is so important. Round wins are such a crutch thing in the group stage. And if you lose to a team in such a hefty manner, pretend you end like 13-3, that will be big, such a big hit onto your standing.
You know, Dax, regardless of whether Big BAAM wins this or not, I think Big BAAM will be happy with, I think, how they've performed. And the fact that X10 are already they've already lost 2 games, it's kind of really shaken up the groups already. So, this is a little bit more of like consolation for X10 here, just to keep their dream alive, because this is do or die for them. And at the end of the day, if X10 aren't able to definitively win this, they still and get a lot of rounds under their belt, they still might not get through, even if they do win.
I mean, it's not the worst situation for X10. Like, if you really think about that 1-1 scoreline. But let's talk about it later, because standings will not stand in the present, as Scary will just stand his ground and catch out one. Cruz, though, with 2. Break that 3! And just the crossfire setup onto the Arcway. It's the Arc de Triomphe for X10, and the triumphs of X10 will just be heard in the echoes of time. 5-0 right now. Quick little replay there, but check out how Scary as well as Cruz just setting things up. Look at the transition from Cruz. Right side to the left, going for the takedowns. And my oh my, X10 back on the board. But just to finish my point there, Illustrado, it was a 13-10 on that Breeze map. They kept their 9 rounds on the attack plus the 1. So it's not the worst situation in terms of map differential. So a convincing win will still help out X10 immensely. Big BAAM, though, they are desperate to try and get a point, but it's only shares on this side. Sushi Boys, though, cannot hit the shots.
Yeah, has to fall back for now. You know, if those, if that hold towards A was the L'Arc de Triomphe, the shots right there from Cruz, that was the Notre Dame.
Oh,
that was...
Quasimodo might have heard that, man, but...
He's not going to be too happy about it, for sure.
Oh, no, the gargoyle's gonna bother.
Yeah, stick his gargoyles on me, but...
No.
Oh.
Here.
Okay, I take that back. Okay, they're gonna go ahead and make that punish absolutely brutal here. As BAAM, they're gonna pick up a gun for their troubles. They're able to claim 1 for Red Neville. They instantly want to double back here and then go towards B because they have control over B. They have B main. And if they actually can make this execute clean, if they can get NTK who has the blades, they might be in a good position to actually steal away around here. That's what Cosmic Divide going to be committed. That's going to allow them to get closer onto site, but Gravity well, making things too difficult and too easy for Fox to just mow them down.
Scary doesn't even need to be the one who gets the kills. He just controls the battlefield with the Astra. Getting a takedown there onto Red Neville. Crazy Guy though with the response. And 2v1 becomes 2v none as Sushi Boys gets that final kill. 6-0. X10 looking so much better now here on Ascent. We gotta say though, Cruz, he asked for that. He did the same wall twice, and I don't think Big BAM is a team that will fall for that kind of situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. The moment that it comes up, they knew where to look. They knew there's like 3 players speaking onto Cruz, and the wall just melted away the moment it came up here. So a change of pace is in order, I think, for BAM. They have been struggling towards that A. It feels like they've been running into a brick wall. It's not like X10 earlier who finally get it after hitting their head against A site. Now they're going to be trying their luck towards B, and what a shot from Dorf right there. Absolutely destroying Sushi Boys. There is a trade that's ready to go, and if Cruz can actually take this orb or a kill, they're going to be able to get that res onto Sushi Boys.
Yeah,
Looks like they will.
Yeah, it's time. Just go for the medication, check out that B main just in case. And as soon as this confirmed as an A take, they're gonna go for the res, and exactly that. Cruz now with the res as Red Neville blows up Zeus. Scary though in the meantime with the takedown onto Red Neville, and TK catching out Scary in response. And while the Hunter's Fury was tossed and lobbed over to that B side, it seemed like X10 just played the dodging game. As we go here to A, Mr. Lestrada, X10, they need to go for the retake and fast. The Cosmic Divide gonna get set. Big Band given a chance, but X10 ready with a potential flank.
Not a lot of time for convalescence after that Hunter's Fury. I mean, after that res, the Hunter's Fury came in like right away. And there's even more shock darts coming up right there from Cruz. He's just he's just taking a lot of damage without even having seen anyone. Playing full support for his team, but boosting up on above. He's gonna get punished right there. Right click from Lucy Boys. Not gonna connect, and neither will any of his shots right now. The flank is all that's left, and that's Fox. Has to reload. That's gonna take a second. That's gonna take a second to reload that Odin. So he's gonna go back and fall into Wine. Has a lot of information to work with, but nobody's peeking the corners, and the double peek, the double swing from Big BAM will net them their first round here. It's a very convincing one, and Big BAM, they're going to be happy about finally breaking that momentum.
Yeah, you rarely need to reload the Odin, but when you do, it feels like it's just an absolute eternity. But just such a good heads-up play now from Big BAM. Understanding as soon as they go to A site, that res could come on B, and they knew they had that numbers advantage. Waiting out the Cosmic Divide, noticing the wall yet again, and seeing Cruz up top there, just like, what are you doing up there again? Why are you there? Get down from there. Big BAM right now finally getting the point that they needed. But watch out, because X10, they're ready with that Ascent special. They have the Odin, they have the Operator, and Fox is here going for the wall bang. Can he get the takedown? Doesn't hit its mark this time. Big BAM avoiding the bullets.
He's trying to get onto the side. We got information that they already have NTK coming up very close here. That's going to be a 5-0. The dash denies. The gravity well, I think, is able to slow him down. But still, they managed to find their way onto side. And Fox with a triple kill right there with the Odin is able to get and melt away the members of BAM, leaving it in the 2v4. 6 bullets on the Crazy Guy. He's got to reload and fall back, but in falling back, the rest of his teammates fall down. Still, 4 players left standing on X10 side, and this is looking like another clean hold for the Thailand squad.
Yeah, this Fox is just bringing in the sound of the Odin, saying, so long, farewell. I hate to say goodbye, but you have to die. Crazy Guy, though, might be able to make this happen. 1v4, perhaps? He's been clutch before. He's the clutch king here of Big BAM. It'll just be absolutely insane if he can make this work. But as soon as he peeks, he gets to take down onto Cruz. Scary, though, from the market. And again, peekaboo, Scary sees you. 7-1, X10 just showing dominance on the defense.
Call a timeout. This is literally the best time to call it. Maybe actually I think a round or two ago. But this is an ideal time to go for a tactical timeout. Start thinking about what they've got to do. Maybe use a little bit of time on this eco to start thinking about how you can approach these, because no matter where they go, Big BAM, it seems like X10 have a little bit of a better setup, a little bit of a better read. I'd like to see them take a little bit of control towards mid. The one time that Big BAM actually went and tried to take mid control was the round that Sushi Boys got that ridiculous sheriff shot, and everything fell apart after that.
I feel like also for Sushi Boys, well, okay, never mind. Just goes for the operator shot. Who needs any predictions when you already get the reactions there? Go for the mid take, look for the hold, and get that takedown. Big Bam right now, as a team, no one's really popping on off, and that's what the weakness of Big Bam is. They play as a team, they pop up as a team, but when they're floundering, they flounder hard as a unit. Yes, seems like right now their mental has been a bit shattered compared to a while ago. Yes, they're going to be a bit more confident in this series after that map win, but overall, Big Bam is a big bust in this map.
Take a look at this highlight and look at this. Very nice from Scary. Oh, I thought he got the last one. It was instead Zeus who does it, who picks it up for his team. Regardless, a nice hold in the end. Could have been scary.
Right there.
Frightening.
Frightening, I would say.
Boo!
Puns aside, they're going to go for this aggressive peek here towards B main. And so far, Big Bam actually haven't been able to punish it. And that gives a lot of information to the X10 side. So they double up. They have an operator at the same time, pushing down towards B long. And look at this. They're just completely exposed from the back. The saving grace here is that they've already made their way across short here. And Zeus, he hasn't even been checked yet. Gonna be smoked off the angle. The gravity well slows him down, but Pina is able to get the opening pick onto Cruz. Hunter's Fury to slow down the pace of aggression. That's gonna find one. That's Dorf down right there. Spike will go down regardless.
Oh, just such a good play for X10. They split up the offense in half, and a crazy guy stuck on the other side. Zeus, he should still have an idea that Sova is there. Lockdown, though, might be the bait. And there we go with the lineups as well, courtesy of the Killjoy. Now the Lockdown gonna get taken down there by Crazy Guy, but Zeus will get that counter kill anyway. 4v3 now. Sushi Boys coming in from behind, and the operator to the oblivious NTK. It's just a free kill. X10 and their smarts, X10 and their plays, and X10 extend their lead to 8. 9-1, but just such a funnel there being set up by X10, and as soon as Big Bam stepped on the trap, X10 was just going for the kills.
I honestly think Big Bam here, they're making a lot of the right calls. Honestly, but it seems that due to extenuating circumstances, they're really unable to close out the middle and the late sides of the round here. They get the pick onto they actually destroy the lockdown, but the swing out right there from Zeus was all too quick. And unfortunately for the Big Bam side, they're gonna have to get the kills on top of the reads here because they've been getting good reads. But the kills just don't follow suit.
Yeah, and just, you know, Big Bam made extinct there by X10. Astor is gonna sue us for taking his stick. Yeah, he's gonna be like,
this is his thing, but
this is the thing. No, we're stealing it now. As Sushi Boy steals the life of Pina there. 9-1 right now. Come on, it's X10. You know they want to get to that 10 quickly, and they are just going at it yet again. Cruz right now, another wall on up fighting. He wants to be one to go for the takedown. Sushi Boys though up drafts to just go for another takedown. And it feels like this is training range right now for Sushi Boys. He sees the targets, he kills the targets, but Crazy Guy now, the Guardian getting to make that free. This is a tap fiesta from Crazy Guy. Scary though, will just finally shut that one down. But the hope, the prayer, it's still alive here for Bam, and Crazy Guy, insane yet again, win the plays.
Crazy Guy, just when you think that the team is looking deflated, he brings them back with a nice triple tap on that Guardian, finding 3 heads. Dorf, he actually has the lockdown here. He could employ it if he wanted to, just to secure him some position. Could go for the post plant, but he's gonna have to take a gamble. He's just running, making a beeline for this B side, hoping that nobody's there. He checks even spawn. No one's gonna be on the receiving end of it, no, on the other side of it, rather, as you will deploy all this. And this is the beauty about having that. Oh, he doesn't see the shoulder. That was very close
So
indeed.
close. And now the tension and the peaks. Foxes, he is trying to get a bit of that intel in behind, but as soon as the bow and arrow does get thrown, door peaks to no avail. Foxes with the better shots and the more bullets in the chamber will shut down Big Bam. No, says X10. It's not gonna happen. They will get the clutch there at the very end, but man, Big Bam, when they need a hero, Crazy Guy is there to answer that call.
That could have worked out in their favor, but Dorf getting a little bit too aggressive on that play. I think he could have just played back. He had an ultimate to work with. But look at that. 1, 2, and nicely tapped right there from the Crazy Guy. Bit of a whiff, though, at the end of the day, isn't it?
Did you see him just flick from right to left? That's a whole mouse pad and a half there just for that shot. Oh, X10. X10,
Was he ADS? It doesn't look like it, right? He just kind of
just went for it. I mean,
went for
the
it.
first shot of the Odin is pretty accurate after everything is all considered. And if you hit the headshot, then you can get the kill with the rest of the spray. But X10 now, this lead has just absolutely ballooned to a massive degree. And this is what the defending champions are all about effectively in the Strada. This is the X10 style that we know and love. And it was shaky in the last map. Dorf, though, able to avoid a shot there from Sushi Boys. Bladestorm does not connect as well, and Dorf will finally get punished. Scary, though, in the meantime, with the refrags. How does he even see Red Devil? The Siege of Cruz was right in front of his face, and he went for the opponent instead. Now NTK comes on in. Cruz in the meantime backing on away, oblivious to what just occurred. But X10 now, they're looking for a few more angles, and Zeus, they're catching out NTK in a crazy chain of events. Scary hitting the insane shots, and it's all up to Pina right now in the 1v3. But no way, no how. It's X10 with the final round of the first half.
Is this the part where we say X10 is back?
X10 is back. They're going to Berlin, bro. We're gonna go full 180. But no, truly, this is what's expected of them. When you look at that group, when you see them in that group, you say, okay, they're making it to the playoffs bar none. But it has been absolutely shaky, and we shall not forget the losses that they have attained over the past few days. But in a game like this, we can pretend to not believe in those existences. We can pretend to say that X10 is just that perfect team. And now they're 2 away from taking this map. And I think I mentioned it a while ago, even though BAAM took that map a while ago, it will still be painful if X10 wins this like a 13-1 scoreline.
Maybe we could just pretend that X10 are like airplanes.
It's in the night
shooting
sky.
Stars. Night sky.
Yeah,
like
and
shooting
BAAM,
stars.
they might need to make a wish right now.
Yeah, they definitely
Yeah.
could. I think they used up all their wishes in the first map because this is not what we were expecting. I thought Big BAAM would make this close after what we saw in game number 1, but X10, they're like, yeah, you know what? We're just gonna start hitting our shots now. Ridiculous how good that they are when they do hit their shots. Scary, he's been lining things up. I mean, just give them that confidence, just like that, just dry peaks like that. And they win those, and they have a good read on you, and it's hard to stop them.
Yeah, it's very simple now. X10 C, X10 kill, and from what we're seeing so far, with that kind of confidence and with the hot hands they have in the first place, they're ready and willing to run on. And Sushi Boy's already with 2. Crazy Guy does get one in response, but Fox is there with the refrag. It's all up to Pina right now, but this round is just effectively X10. They put that spike down. They have 4 members still alive. It will be a miracle and a half for Pina if he's able to win this round here for BAAM. And I feel like if he does so, he needs to go out and buy a lottery ticket because just the chances of this are absolutely abysmal. Can Pina figure things out, though? Fox is already getting that intel with that jiggle. And well, Big BAAM, it's a big problem for them. X10 has just been extending this lead more and more. Alarbot will even say hello. Absolute intel right now for X10 here, Lestrado. And just absolute decimation. 12-1. It's match point time here for X10.
Not gonna. If I were Big BAAM, I wouldn't feel too bad about this loss because they won the first map anyway. But the round differential is how X10 maybe come back into this because we said that okay, their scoreline isn't the best right now. They're kind of at 1-1, and they lost 2 games in a row. I mean, they already lost 2, and this one game makes up for the fact that they had a 13-0 at the very start of the tournament.
No, it's a 13-10 actually. I remember the ruling. It's a 13-10. Yeah. We can check the stats later. But
yeah, we'll double check. But because I've seen some people say 13-0, some people say 13-10 from multiple official sources. So I can't. Really
yeah, this debate does not does not really matter right now. What matters here is X10. They have the guns, and BAAM. This is a gamble because they only have the sheriffs and the marshals. They do buy on up on the armor, but I feel like maybe they could have picked up a few better guns in this situation. But it's their call on the defense, and right now they're calling the bluff of X10 as they get the intel on that A site here.
That's a good. It's a good dart. Good tag up onto Red Neville. regardless, they're going to work their way here towards B. They know that the Zeus likes to actually lurk, and then they go towards where Zeus is. In terms of the middle of the round. With good shots like that from Dorf, it's going to keep their team in the running for now. They have to... Oh, Red Neville and NTK making the lesser by the greater one. It's 2 headshots with a Marshall for NTK, and they look like they're bringing it back. Scary has been a force to be reckoned with, and a round that they had no business winning, the round that they needed to somehow stay alive here, they actually managed to pull it off. 12-2. 10 rounds separate these teams, but Big BAAM, all right, they're still in this. There's a lifeline. There's a little bit of a beep.
Less is more, Ilu. Less is more. And right now, Big BAAM making that lesser by the greater one, as you said. They're still alive. There is that faint heartbeat right now in Big BAAM. There's still a hope and a prayer to fight even longer here on Ascent, but just an incredible round like that really proves the strength of Big BAAM and does give credence to their victory a while ago on Haven. BAAM, they're not done. Peanut right now with 2. NTK gonna get on the board, and seems like Big BAAM here a bit more comfortable on the defending side. They're going for more. Crazy Guy will just make it quick and clean. And 3-12. BAAM understand that this is a group stage. They need some rounds, and they're doing it now.
They need a lot of rounds, actually, X10, if they want to solidify their place. And on top of that, because they've had losses, and so their Big BAAM, the more that they actually take rounds away from X10, the bigger Big BAAM's chances are of getting into the playoffs. This is going to be crucial here. So right now, the buy finally fully comes in. They actually have the operator on NTK, and on the other side, full 5 rifle stack for X10. Everybody on Vandal and Phantom. They're grouping up towards it.
Yeah, here we go. Into the next round. Zeus, lineup time perhaps? What's gonna be the call here as X10, if they want to make the decisive blow happen, this is the perfect time as it goes boop, boop, bounce by the doorway, preventing anyone from just being there in the first place. So X10 flushing out the competition a little bit, but also exposing their position here, Lestrado. They are stationed with the spike by the wine side, but Red Neville will be that first contact if ever here for Big BAAM.
Not a lot of utility on Red Neville to stave off a push should it come to it. Gonna be a little concerning here. Not a boom bot. Not even... I think he only has 2 satchel charges left. Not even a paint shell. But look at how far they've gotten Dorf actually crept up onto. He's all the way here into mid link. The moment he hears a footsteps or sees any kind of information, that's gonna relay to his team. That's why Big BAAM have committed 3 players onto this A side right now.
Big BAAM, at the very least, looking to make a stopgap happen. X10 though, of course, going for the push the way they know how. Dash on in into Cloud Verse. They go. Use that as a distraction and get the isolation. There we go with the takedowns from Scary and Cruz. And X10, this is the final 4 we are looking for. This is the final 4 perhaps. But Crazy Guy, he will just extend Big BAAM's lifeline a little bit longer with not only the shock, but that takedown. And it's 3v2 here. Scary on the board now. It's all up to Crazy Guy yet again. But can the hopes of Big BAAM lie with Crazy Guy, or will it die? It seems like it will be the latter. And X10 with a victory there over Big BAAM. They needed that one, and they won it convincingly. This is the X10 we know and love, and this is the X10 that is proving themselves yet again.
The very end there, Big BAAM is flatlining as they come onto the finish line here, but it's a great performance from them, taking the first map in the series. Still a little bit of a surprise and a little bit of an upset. Things, however, you know, there is balance in the universe, and the force has now been stabilized across the galaxy. And as X10 take a dominant win, this is the X10 that we know. This is the X10 that we're familiar with. This is the X10 that beat Fnatic in a map. So I'm pretty happy to say that things are looking a little bit more normal, because we have been taken for quite a roller coaster in the previous days.
It's just been an absolute rocker of expectations, I gotta say. Any kind of initial predictions you may have had coming in to the group stage of Valentrander's SEA, they have to be so different right now. But Scary, of course, he's been a constant factor for X10. 3.9 KD, 22 takedowns. Crazy Guy, though, with some clutches there. But Big BAAM, you know, they win as a team, they kind of lose as a team. Crazy Guy, of course, giving some signs of life, but overall wasn't the best game there from Big BAAM. In the meantime, X10, If you think 3.9 is good, Fox is with a 4.2 there, Lou.
4.2, yeah, indeed. And everybody else on the BAM side, the only one who has a positive KD was actually Crazy Guy. Everybody else was at like 0.5, 0.3. And I'm a little bit surprised here. Now, it is a little bit of a lesson in map selection here for Big BAM. Don't pick Ascent against X10, okay? I feel like they just want each other's map picks, which is, I really think, a very interesting point here. But at the end of the day, Big BAM with a big statement, showing that they can go toe-to-toe with the best, and that Vietnam are not a region to be taken lightly. However, we do have to take a short break here, Dax. When we come back, I'm going to be leaving and taking a little bit of a short break, and you guys are going to get to cast the next series. So stay tuned, guys. The second series, the second game of the day, will be here in VCT SEA. We'll be back shortly.
we just concluded the opening matchup of the day, X10 versus Big BAAM, and it with a score of 1-1. Much to the surprise of many, X10 lost in their own map pick, which was Haven, and then of course Big BAAM lost in their own map pick as well on Ascent. So, there's that. A lot of uncertainty to start things off today, my friends. My name is Viminal, joined by Dax, of course, and Azrai, back on the virtual desk. Welcome back. What an unpredictable series that was, guys.
I mean, by this point, guys, it does feel like in the group stage, it's all about stealing the map picks away from each other for these 1-1s. But truly, we found what Big BAAM was all about in the first map, and X10 remembered who they were in the second, and everything just went X10's way in that final map. But I do believe we're going to be checking out the standings because everything has just been adjusted after that first matchup.
Absolutely right. Let's fill in our audience with where we stand here today.
Extender up on top, Mr. Viminal, and it makes sense after that victory over Big BAAM on Ascent. You know that they have the round differential points in the bag, but we still got one more to go here, that's right, because Boom and Galaxy Racer, they're gonna be up next, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a bloodbath here. I think for Group C, we didn't really expect this to be the outcome. Again, X10 are still in okay waters. They're not in danger of not being a playoffs team, but there is still some ripples that is being done by, let's say, Big BAAM, Boom, and basically the rest of C here. And speaking of Galaxy Racer, I was a little bit surprised at how they kind of performed with their X10 matchup. Yes, of course, their Breeze map was, I would say, okay when they started being on the attacking side that second half. But Ascent, which is arguably a really good Galaxy Racer map, they just kind of throttled on X10's advances. And this isn't what I was used to. They need to be able to bring back that Galaxy Racer that we see in VCT Philippines, or they're going to be endangered. One of the players, or two of the players that have been, I would say, a little bit cold moving forward has been Emon and Ching. But we'll see how they adapt today.
Well, they're going to be fighting against an absolute stalwart of SEA in Boom Esports. Asters plays ER Flipster as well as NC Slasher. And they found their form. They found their SEA form in that first map versus BAAM last time. But in the second one, they just look lost without the tools that they needed for destruction. It feels like for Boom, they're hitting this glass ceiling right now and they're unable to break it. But this is the perfect time to prove that they can ascend even higher in the SEA stage as we go to the head-to-head here, Vim.
Yeah, we have Chalalala versus Benkai.
Let's go some paper bricks.
Okay. It seems like we do have a bit of an issue here on the scoreboard, but I do believe it's going to be Georgie versus Flipster here, two of their stalwart duelists for the side of GXR and Boom Esports respectively. Now, Georgie, dubbed the Boracay Jet, of course, we all know how impactful he is, but Flipster has been a standout performer for Boom. As we go into the map selection here, let's check out Haven and Split. Haven, of course, is selected by Boom Esports with the Galaxy Racer on defense. Split selected by Galaxy Racer, a map that is usually avoided by Filipino teams.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're going to go for Split, but they know they've gotten success there in the VCTPH program for GXR. In the meantime, Boom Esports with Haven. It does feel like there's a bit of comfort here for both sides, right, Asarai?
Yeah, definitely. The percentage wins that they've had on their respective regions is arguably negligible. I think for Galaxy Racer, it's around 70%, and for Boom, it is like a toss-up 50%, but we'll see how that kind of pans out. Again, we saw how Boom can control the pace of the game, but the problem is they're a bit slow to start. Galaxy Racer, on the other hand, has seemed to be a team that needs to start hot to get, to consistently be hot, but Haven is that kind of map that does tend to reward very aggressive map control, whether you're on the attacking and defending. And we'll see if this is going to be the grounds for Boom, because this is their first map pick.
Yeah, only time will tell here. Honestly, as we head into the predictions, guys, I think you would agree with me that Galaxy Racer has a real shot at this. Mm-hmm. For my prediction, it's going to be 1-1. That's what my heart says. Of course, representing the Philippines, Galaxy Racer, big believer in that team. What about you, Dax and Azrai?
Well, the thing is, I do want to be a believer of Galaxy Racer. I know their prowess, but the map pool kind of hurts them a little bit after everything's said and done, because especially their map pick Split, Boom Esports, they were announced as the kings of split in the Indonesian scene for quite a while already. And sure, they lost that title just a little bit to Onyx as well as Alter Ego recently. I feel like they still have so much left in the tank to fight on back. So just looking at the maps, this might be a Boom 2-0, but GXR, they can have some fight in them if they can prove that they know mastery in those maps.
Well, straight up for me, I think it's going to be Galaxy Racer 2-0. If Eman wakes up, because this secondary player that has transitioned from Sentinel to the one of the main duelists for GXR has been pivotal for them to take the sites again with his aiming prowess. So if he can convert, then I feel like GXR can make this a 2-0 straight up.
That is a very, very hot take there, Azurai. You know, GXR, they haven't had a lot of experience here on the international stage. I'm pretty sure they have, but again, not really the most experience under their belt, considering, of course, that a couple other members were one of our first Filipino representatives. Of course, you can't forget about that. But 2-0, definitely, I'd say it's a bit of a long shot. Boom is, of course, a very formidable opponent, but let's hope Eman, as he said, has woken up on the right side of the bed. That's definitely one of the win conditions for GXR here. Of course, Georgie can't afford to be shut down. Shing has to do his part as well. We know him to play sometimes the Sentinel. We know him to play sometimes the Battle Sage. We've seen him do some incredible things, but so far, I think he's yet to step up really to the caliber that we know him to be.
Absolutely, and we'll be finding out that very, very shortly. GXR versus Boom Esports. It's a big test though for Galaxy Racer. You said it before, they do have those Archangel roots, having that SEA experience, but Boom Esports, they've been a constant and they've always been a threat.
You know what's kind of cool here for Group B is Group B and Group C were both dubbed as groups of death, but Group B is looking to be a fair fight for a lot of these teams because we haven't really seen, I think, a straight up, dominating 2-0 from anybody. It's always been the 1-1s. When Big BAAM went up against Boom, the other day was a 1-1 for them. We just saw, again, Galaxy Racer and X10. Again, there was a little bit of change in the point, so it was considered as a 1-1 as well in the series. And we did see that I think both of these teams really have the necessary tools. The problem is I think they're just put into these situations where they're not as set in the motion with it. One of the problems I think for GXR when they faced X10 was I think the lacking of close encounter map control is what I think about it, because there's like very big rotations that come out from GXR that always get catches by X10, and if Boom was looking at that, they could try to do the same. So again, GXR has to be a lot more prepared with their positionings, or if not, we see them come back to their aggressive routes. We see them try to get more of that map control. We saw that in their Ascent map, but it was a little bit too late when they went up against X10. But if they can do that, started early, I do have a lot of faith with them. For Boom side, Dax, I think Flipsitter has just been pretty dang insane, but I also have to give it to Eeyore, their Sentinel/controller that has been anchoring the sides quite well as well to allow the duelist to make something happen.
Yeah, don't forget
Definitely
Blaze.
agree with you there, Azurai, but again, Dax, it's just a mark of a great team for GXR. If they can adjust on the fly really quickly in the group stage over the course of 24 hours, I know for a fact that some teams have been cramming some VOD reviews. So...
Yeah, just powerhouses. Like Galaxy Racer, they have a strong power level. When they feel like the iron is hot, they are just going to be hitting those headshots. But again, map pool, I'm just really concerned right now for what GXR is going to bring to the table. It has to be the preparations that they've been doing for the past few weeks. They are going to prove that this map pool can work for them. And I cannot wait, because it really feels like if they can take down Boom Esports, it'll be big chances for them to make it to the playoffs.
There you have it, folks. Which team will be the victor? Will Galaxy Racer fly too close to the sun, or will Boom Esports go down with not a bang, but a whimper? GXR versus Boom, coming up next.
Another tragedy, and we just seem so numb. Need a peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets, we see police don't freeze but run. And then that thing that you know, somebody reach for the gun. Let the murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
To bait them out. Maybe something like this. Akan melakukan reflect dengan cepat juga dan kita lihat Flip Leader mampu untuk mendapatkan. We're done with the introductions. We're done with that intro as well, or the panel segment. We're back here for the first series of 2 between Galaxy, Racer, and BAAM Esports. It's going to be a bit of a doozy because we know that BAAM, at least back when then, was able to beat out Bren. But now, it seems like all is stepped aside and the series of 2 will go underway. My name is Asarai. Joining with me now is Dax. We'll be your casters for today. And my man, it's feeling a bit electric because, again, Group B is still a toss-up. There is so much opportunity, as I think Viminal mentioned, that either one of these teams can get themselves that first, the top slot before the Group C ends.
Yeah, this is a chance, right? Especially if anything ends in a 2-0 after we just witnessed between X10 versus BAAM. But really, it's a big test here for Galaxy Racer, my friend, because if you remember their days as Archangel, they couldn't really make any splashes truly in the SEA scene. And what were the biggest rivalries of that time? It was BAAM versus Bren. And with GXR clouted and seen as the second best Philippine team after Bren Esports, it feels like there's that level of continuity. It's just like, oh, it's your time now to try and beat BAAM Esports, my son, Bren said to GXR. But BAAM, they're absolutely no slouches. They've been really one of the pillars of the Indonesian community for good reason. Stellar players, stellar leadership, absolute pedigrees in the CS scene as well here in Valorant so far. And honestly, they just got even stronger with One King departing. We got Flipster instead from that NXL roster. And he was such a shining star in that team.
Yeah, for sure. I keep remembering that, from the Indonesia region specifically, Flipster has been one of the cracked duelist players out there. But again, I still do think that even with his addition, it's also some of the mainstay members of BAAM that have allowed this team to flourish, even with a bit of uncertainty because of, as you mentioned, the exit of a Dern King that has been playing for a different team and in the Indonesia region. Anyways, again, I did mention as well on the panel, I really believe that one of the crucial components for BAAM has to be Eeyore. He's not as explosive, but I really do see his ability to control sites, and I think that's very underappreciated in the Indonesia region. When you see the likes of BAAM and Onyx just be incredibly powerful and offensive with how they, again, take hold of these maps, you do need something to kind of, pull in the reins a little bit. And Eeyore, I think, is one of those players, especially for BAAM.
Yeah, and on the flip side, you have Blaze King, the king that stayed on, and you mentioned it already in that grand finals for challengers number 3 in Indonesia. It was BAAM Esports versus RRQ, if I remember correctly, and it was a Dern King on the other side, the battle for the throne, or in this case, the battle for that last slot. But apparently, it will be the Blaze side that took that sub, and he has just been stellar so far from what we've seen here in SCA, especially in that 5-map versus BAAM, hitting the shots, getting the takedowns. There's that one point where he just effectively shut down Red Devil, I believe, on the BAAM side, not just once but twice. He killed him once, his team resurrected Red Neville, and then he killed him again, just like, yeah, it's just Blaze is trying to prove something. And that's what BAAM is trying to do overall, Asarai, because they've seen their position slip a little bit. They're still seen as a top Indonesian team, but the fact of the matter is, Onyx, with their patience game paying off for that first slots, Alter Ego finally slaying their demons and finally beating BAAM Esports in the grand finals to take the second slot. For BAAM, they have a lot to prove still, and at the same time, there's so much proof behind them.
Yeah, and the kind of good thing, at least for Boom here, is that they still are one of the top pedigree teams in Indonesia, comparing to us in the Philippines, where, again, if you guys haven't really watched much of VCT Philippines, there was other teams that we were actually expecting to be the third slot for our team here, whether it was around Alpha Esports, Seal Esports, or even SE Atlas. But it seems like there were, again, ripples in the water that kind of shaken up their ability to perform, because a lot of these teams come into week 1 and they perform exceedingly well, and then week 2 it goes gradually lower, and then week 3 it's just not there. But you have to give it to Boom for at least keeping the fire alive and not weakening at all, even after onslaught losing against some of these top teams in Indonesia, and that gives them a lot more, I think, credit than we give them to. And with that, maybe they can hold on a little bit longer here. Maybe they can strive to go forward up against teams like GXR, who come always from a high, playing as confident as possible. Is it going to be that confidence from GXR that wins them true, or is it Boom's esports confidence and iron mentality to not be shaken when they take a loss?
Yeah, and GXR, they've been humbled by some of their experiences so far. They were expected to make it to Sea Challengers number 2, the previous one, but the thing is, they couldn't find their footing, always beaten by a certain team called Hachura then there. So they retooled, they kept their roster, and they prepared for stage number 3, and they finally got in as that second team. But I feel like a point of comparison truly here, Asarai, between Philippines and Indonesia as regions is, for the Philippines, it's pretty clear cut right now who number 1 is, right? It's Bren Esports. They're at the very top. They're at the pinnacle of that PH scene, and everyone is trying to follow suit. But on the other side, from Indonesia, right now, the top 2, top 3, it is a little bit jumbly, a little bit in contention, and very close to one another. Back then, it was Boom, NXL, as well as Alter Ego. Now, it's Boom, Alter Ego, as well as Onyx. So it really feels like they're all just still there, keeping tabs at one another. And I feel like because of just that closeness, the tightness of those top 3, it helps Boom Esports out effectively in the SA region, because GXR trying to play catch up technically to Bren. Boom Esports in the meantime still trying to take their slots, and it's still that power level that Boom Esports has, plus all of the successes they've had so far in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. The scariest thing about Boom is I think to their name as well, they do tend to explode a lot more than we give them credit to. There is that ability for them to just perform a lot more. I think now it's just been the issue of maybe specific maps that have been neutering some of these teams. We saw how damn deadly I think Breeze and Bind have become here in Southeast Asia Challenger playoffs, where a team will end the first half around 2-10, and then in the blink of an eye, it's around 10-10. Depending on who is on that defending side, they get such a big advantage. I think that is a reason why we're not really seeing that much love on Bind anymore, because a lot of these teams start to figure out Southeast Asia teams be good on the defense.
Yeah, you like that 2-10 scoreline, don't you, Asarai, huh? You cheeky boy there. But we are going to be cheekily heading into the game finally here into Haven and Galaxy Racer. We're gonna see that Emon Phoenix back into place. So double duel is here for GXR on the defense. In the meantime, though, for Boom Esports, they're gonna go for double initiator instead. Sova in the sky. And any thoughts though here, Asarai? Because it feels like both sides are whipping out compositions that they are accustomed to.
There is a bit of difference when you have a Astra. The big issue with Astra now is she's really good at holding angles when you're aggressively pushing in. But I think teams have started to understand that Astra really does falter when you try to sniff out where the stars will be, or where the point of contest will be here for Boom. And look at this, Dax. Immediately from the get-go, lots of mid control to come out from GXR as of the moment. They've gone for the 4-man push. They've left 2, which is Ching and Amon. And they're going to try to go for the wraparound here. First contact will be on Blaze King. And we'll see if he can deal first. That's going to be the turret that will spot them out for the moment. But Ching, wide swinging. But yeah, that's going to be Blaze, able to take down 1. The second to come after that. And this has gotten to the wayside. That would have been a beautiful flank there from GXR, but it's all been all for naught. George is going to be dropping down, but 2 will be waiting in hell. And Boom, a clean enough round. Good start for both teams, but in the end, Boom finalize.
Yeah, cover their flanks, cover their angles, and Boom Esports good to go and blaze with the first 2K there of the session. So Boom Esports proving their experience. And Asra, I do want to head back to predictions real quick. You said 2-0 for GXR. I said 2-0 for Boom Esports. And we're splitting that one up because I feel like, sure, as Filipino community members, Galaxy Racer, especially with given time, they can make some secret strats work, but Boom Esports, they've been established and they're still using that establishment, right? They're still using that resume to a good degree, and we know how potent they can be on these two maps, especially later on GXR's map pick.
It is so potent for GXR here, but well, they are going to be playing on just that weaker pistol buy. Boom, on the other hand, just looking for a bit of map control as well on their end. I'm curious how, they're going to be able to utilize Astra's stars on the attacking side. I'm not really the biggest fan of the Astra while you're going to be taking the sites, but could be something. Eeyore setting stuff up on Garage as he tries to control it with the flash. The rest of Boom, though, as the noises being made on Garage, has sent a bit of forces to the A side. With 50 seconds, they need to start moving if they want to have that better time to rotate if need be. But it seems like they will go for A, and nobody from GXR will be defending.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer letting that one go. They do want to go for a bit of retake here with just the pistols, especially when you have that Phoenix. Again, the debate, Sky versus Phoenix. One's an initiator, one's a duelist, but both of them have flashes that you can work with. A little bit for the team play for Boom Esports. GXR in the meantime expecting Yemen to just shine on bright, especially with a run back later on. But it does feel like GXR is just ceding control here for Boom Esports. Such a good position right now for the attack on A site, and GXR might as well stack your ass, right? Might as well work as a unit and go all together.
Well, this unit might be torn to bits if they're not careful. There is some nano swarms as well as a turret that's going to be there. And once again, all you got to do is look to the left. But, well, they think they're right. Asterisk is going to start to move across the corners here. There's going to be the help now from his teammate. And the rest of GXR will be blown up to smithereens. As Boom get themselves another round. Only NC Slasher to go down, but that's still a pretty good round going into this bonus for Boom.
Yeah, 2-0 here for Boom. Pretty much the standard you get in Valorant, but at the same time, Galaxy Racer, they need to wake on up. We haven't seen the fight that we expect from them. We know that these guys can fly. We know that these guys can just whip out their stuff, whip out their play, and go beyond the cosmos. But when will those stars align? Boom Esports right now just aligning the shots, hitting every single one of them and getting those takedowns. Asterisk right now with 4 kills, Blaze with 3. But Georgie, he's wet to the rifle and he's gonna get to their confidence abound. He will dash on away, but it does just smack into the wall instead. Called right now with the takedown as well. A double kill for him and a quick win for Galaxy Racer. Seems like they are just prepared for this matchup.
That would have been exceedingly risky. Georgie dropped down a Vandal. Yes, he got the 2 kills, but Carl was not really near for that quick enough refrag. Thankfully enough, as he did peek out, I don't think Boom was prepared for it as he was pushing in through sewers. But as you mentioned, seems like they're much more prepared here. They'll take the 2-round loss. That's a default thing. That's a standard thing to whatever situation you're in. But saving 4 weapons on their gun round really helps out their case because now they're not really going to be struggling or gasping for creds to buy shields and their weapon. Georgie once more getting control into sewer here, but NC Slasher holding mark.
Yeah, scoreline like this, that's just Valorant. That's just how the pace of the game usually goes. Georgie, though, in the meantime, still back into the short angle, playing on the other side near the lobby now. And he's just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Boom, though, they do have an inkling that GXR has tendencies to go there. NC Slasher waiting it out, and there's the contact and the conflict. NC Slasher catching out Carl, though, down below Georgie with a refrag, but Eeyore now turning around to get that takedown. And Boom Esports, they've been very disciplined so far, watching out for their flanks, going for the kills. GXR cannot get more map control than this.
Well, they tried. That peek out from Carl, I think, was a big no-no, just because of the fact that he's just going to be the Sova. Eeyore, of course, as we see, takes a shutdown again onto Emma. The timing could not have been more worse, and the Seeker is basically giving Boom Esports here a free map hack. They're going to know where Johan and Ching are placed, and looky, Dax, Asterisk lurking through a long or rather a main, a link. And they don't know where he's
going
going to
for all
come
the
from.
callouts, aren't you? Just smack that caps lock as Asterisk smacks 2 people there. Boom Esports with another one. But it's just that point. GXR, they're trying to make the plays work by getting a bit more map control. But Boom Esports, they're denying it. And when that happens and GXR need to respond to the spike instead, it's Boom now ready with the flanks, Boom ready with all of the different angles. And from what we saw there, Asterisk just took advantage, Asarai.
Again, this is the issue with the map control on Haven. Sometimes you just have to give control or lessen the control onto a specific site so you can get a point control somewhere on the map itself. George is going to be charging right out, but that turret, as well as the indication from the Paranoia, gives an inkling to Boom what the plan was by GXR. They full send almost everybody to the A site. There's not really going to be an aggressive push just yet. Oh, that recon dart, or recon from the Sova drone could be good, but it will just be all for naught because, yeah, the Killjoy ultimate forces somebody from GXR to come in. That's Georgie, but nobody can follow him through. So Nanoswarm stops everybody in their tracks.
Yeah, lockdown gonna be initiated. Here we go with the Cosmic Divide as well. And Eman right now on the high ground. Throw that curveball out. It seems like here for Galaxy Racer, it's all about the setup with the flash. Ching though with the takedown onto Blaze. Ching right now with the second one. Evan is there as well. It's 3 here for Galaxy Racer so far in the racing. Eeyore though with the takedown. Here comes Carl though on the board versus Flipshooter. And Eeyore, he's not done. He's trying to turn this round upside down. And with 3K there, he's getting the takedowns. Carl though gonna be beside that spike. But Eeyore will just be there to get the quad. And Boom Esports, you gotta be happy about that one, Eeyore, because it's Boom now up by 3.
Told you, man. Eeyore, he can pull the reins in a little bit. Everybody's too aggressive from Boom, but he's already setting up the clutch anchor plays there perfectly, playing the 3 versus 1. And look at that. Just using everything up to a T. Communication might have been a bit slow because they're looking at Eeyore's direction like they were expecting him to come out from short or something. And Eeyore using the flash to full extension, really catching GXR to good avail. And now, again, GXR on the weaker weapons.
You know, for a player named after such a sad character, it had to have put a smile on his face. What a play from Eeyore, truly. And you were mentioning it a while ago, just players that have been stalwarts of the Boom Esports roster, Eeyore especially, they're incredible at making those decisions, and you can see it there just like that. Proof in the pudding, like we'd like to say. Right now, GXR, they need to prove that they can contend here versus Boom Esports. They do have a single Spectre and a few Sheriffs and a Ghost, actually, in their arsenal right now. Thing is, they do have the Run It Back and the Hunter's Fury, but overall, it's not the best tools right now here for Galaxy Racer.
I miss Galaxy Racer using Odin's in Haven.
No,
I think Carl had money to buy that last round, right?
maybe later on when they feel more confident, Carl Odinson will make his epic return to this comic book. You love those references, don't you, After, right? But you know, right now we need to reference that GXR are in a pretty perilous state. Not only does Ching get dragged around by the gravity well, luckily he does have the TP, but Carl with a big one! He gets 2 there with the lineups, and see along, it's just crime alley truly on a map like this. Easy takedowns with the lineup. Here we go now with Evan trying to make a play and run it back there. Doesn't get much. NC Slasher shuts that down, and he does get a takedown along the way. Aster's on the board as well, but Carl now with 3, holding on to that Spectre still. Boom Esports, though, they need to put the spike down and fast. GXR trying to contend. Carl now with the quad, and he's a hero, and he's got the ace with the Hunter's Fury plus the Spectre. It's enough to put GXR back on the board.
You don't need no Odin.
You called his name! You called his name, and he appeared even without the signature gun. Big Hunter's Fury there from Carl. It's just such an easy angle, such an easy funnel on that C-long angle, isn't it, Asarai?
Yeah, for sure. We didn't witness the hot hands by Eman on that replay, but I wanted to actually point it out or highlight it real quick. It did not get the tag on Eeyore, but it did force Eeyore to actually plant out in the open, which isolated the two people coming out from Garage to go straight up into, I believe that was NC Slasher. Anyways, hold that thought first, as it seems like a straight up push onto the A side, really showing that Boom not gonna falter a little bit. They got shaken, but not stirred. And Asterisk stirs the pot a little bit more as the B side opens up for the rest of Boom.
Yeah, the angle less taken, and Asterisk taking advantage of Ching there, but getting that takedown. Johan, though, in the meantime, by the garage window, and NC Slasher, and it flips to there. Both do fall. Perfect hit on the back line there by GXR. Make that a triple, and clutch meet clutch. Perhaps Asterisk, though, with the backstab. The Killjoy now gonna get that takedown, picks up the Vandal, making it 2v3 here. Georgie, though, he has the operator here, Asterai. Boom, even time to plant, but Georgie will firmly hit the shots off the ER there. It's all up to Asterisk now.
Let's see if Asterisk can go for the commitment. Curveballs are being thrown hard in his direction. They're coming in one by one. Could have been a second victim, but they just pinch in, and I don't think Asterisk there can make himself a periodic adjustment. And for now, GXR claiming a couple of these rounds here, slowly but surely, a little bit bloody. But at the end of the round, they still have Georgie with an operator, and this has put a lot of stops in how Boom kind of aggresses the map here.
Yeah, the elements of clutch here from Galaxy Racer, and it comes from the veteran leaders here, Carl and Johan. You know by now that they have pretty much the smartest minds on the GXR roster right now. They're not the hottest of the shots, but when they feel it hard, and they're just so potent at what they do best. It's Asarai, your Snickers. They always put a smile to my face, but GXR right now smiling as well, just being one round behind and noticing that Boom Esports seems like it's just pistols for them on the attacking side here.
Flipsider, he's good. He got the orb without taking that much fatal damage. Now I'm gonna try to open stuff up. Smoke dissipates, and that turret will at least take him down lower. Paranoia safely or immediately used by Ching just in case, and pop shots not really going to the favor of Flipsider here. Although there is a bit of rotation on Garage, but again, that turret just planted there by Johan gives so much info. Predator, another Blaze, 1 HP, sneaking through a long, but this is a one and done. I think Boom, if they can't really sneak in and GXR locking down the sites, it's going to be difficult for them to catch off, especially with these weaker weapons, but never mind.
No, that was so close. Georgie, though, having an inkling of what's to come. Asterisk now with one tap there versus Johan, but Georgie's not done, and Flipsider gonna fall in the field of battle. It's 3v2. Boom, though, giving themselves a little bit of hope here with the Sheriffs, perhaps, and going on to the site. But Asterisk, interesting enough, didn't use that rifle, but he will use that lockdown instead. Might have just picked it up along the way, and now we are going to get the spike planted here by Boom Esports. They bought some space for themselves, Asteroid, giving them a fighting chance, but GXR still has the advantage.
Boom taking a much more forward approach to actually get themselves spawn control. I think Amon, yeah, he knows where the other one is. Gonna come from spawn, never mind that. I think he was not able to spot it up, but that is going to be the recon dart to spot Asterisk as he tries to come into the site. There will be the shutdown onto Georgie, but thankfully enough, Carl was there to hold his hand. And the bromance, good between Georgie and Carl. He's even going to pick up his operator. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, if you fall, I will catch you. And if you actually die, I will catch your operator instead. Throws it back on the ground, makes Georgie pick it up and go back to his role. But 4-4, we are all tied up. And this started with a Boom clutch a while ago, and then suddenly Galaxy Racer finally clutched in them instead, getting that 3-round streak and equalizing this game, Asarai.
Well, some of these rounds, they've allowed, I think, Boom now to just get the sights first, and they have adjusted a lot more. They're taking that, again, like I mentioned, a bit more passive control in the sites that they don't really want to go at. But you know what? That's not the true identity of GXR. The true identity is to peek in, aim duel, take bodies, ask questions later. And get another kill there with Georgie on the op, and he's already adjusted to a link, and he finds another victim. Asterisk down for the count, and this turns into a 3 versus 5 before we even hit the 1 minute mark.
The operator buys in the group stage have been essential for many of these matches, and Galaxy Racer versus Boom is just another one of them. NC Slash, though, finding out. Johan says, "Peekaboo, I see you by the window." Chingo, in the meantime, in the power position of the platform. And we'll see what he can do there, setting up a bit of the one-way setup outside the garage. You're in the meantime right beside the Nebula here, and BAAM Esports is stacking into the garage here with 2. They still have Blaze trying to play a bit of the intel and go for that lurk onto a site, perhaps. But at the same time, Galaxy Racer, they feel very secure of their position, a far cry from what we saw at the start of this game.
A definite far cry. They're contained into the other side of the map. Ching has activated his ultimate here, but wait, what is happening? They're calling the rotations too early and they got caught unawares. Spike's gonna get planted now for the C side, and this turns into a possible digestible position clutch situation for the rest of BAAM. 2 versus 3, and that ultimate got nothing. Actually, no, make that 3 versus 3, and this is gonna be hella difficult to retake.
Oh, Hunter Fury though gonna be the call, and Blaze now is locking it in. BAAM, in the meantime, finding out Emin with NC Slasher. Blaze right now just letting it rip, but Georgie, he's not done. He's got 3 here with the Blades now. Eeyore does get Georgie. Carl in the meantime with a response. It is 1v1. Sova versus Sova. Mono the shock dart from Blaze will just catch out Carl by surprise. BAAM Esports now still up by 1, keeping that lead. But yet again, it gets so dicey between these 2 incredible teams.
They got the 2 initial kills already. Whoever called the rotation from GXR, the timing could not have gotten worse. And look at all this delay tactics that just come out. Jordan's been hitting a couple of cracked shots. Carl almost picked it right back up, but again, by then, he was just too pressured to start defusing the spike, and Blaze, all he really had to do, as you saw, just throw out a shock dart, shock and awe. And at least for now, GXR still do have some money. Carl and Georgie will be equipping themselves with the rifles, but this could get bloody. Georgie's just about to go straight outside onto window as he jumps up, gets caught, tripped as well. And well, that's not what you want to happen. Flipsider, again, adding a little bit more insult to injury, secures the C site, and it's delivered a precedent. C site is where the spike will get planted once more.
Yeah, just the perfect word there, SRI, security. That's how BAAM Esports plays right now on Haven, and making sure that they are super secure at every single angle that they want to keep an eye out of. GXR, though, they are going back to the back of sites and will try to go for this retake. Notice, though, that no one's on site. It's going to be over at C-Long instead. The lob there by Eman, tried to toss it by the Cubby, but no, flips to there already with the takedown onto Eman. There's the spray down right now. Doesn't lead to the takedowns, though. Ching up top, the crates there. Drop down from Carl as well from the platform. And now with even ground, Carl down with the takedown on the flips to there. It's going to be 4v2. BAAM Esports is trying to play from the garage. No way, no how. GXR cannot even try to go for that defuse. And there's the lineup, and there's the kills. Blaze getting 3. Ching did get a single kill on the ER there at the very end of that. But BAAM Esports right now, tactically sound. And Galaxy Racer, they're left scratching their heads.
Still not the worst case for GXR here. They did force themselves to buy up into that round, but they still will be able to do the same in this one, so that's good. Georgie's not going to get equipped anymore with the operator, but I don't think it's going to be a big hamper for him. The setup for GXR has been passable. The big problem there is I think they're committing too much to information that BAAM is feeding them, and that's not really how you want it to work. Blaze and the rest will be now trying to get control onto mid as they just trudge right up, and they're not wasting any time to at least find that information. Ammon's going to be playing in the close corner here, going to be using his run it back, but he's got to be careful because his body shuts down. He could get chased in. Hold that thought, though. Georgie doubles up. This could be perfect, and yeah, Blaze and Asterisk down for the count once more.
Dynamic duo there from Georgie and Eman doing the things that they do best, and they're just getting more and more map control here for Galaxy Racer. Seems like there's a different plan here for GXR right now, as all the way by the spike, by the attacking spawn, those are the takedowns by the duelists, and Ching will find the duel there versus Flipsider and will win it out. Galaxy Racer getting that map control that they've been looking for, that they have been searching for all throughout this half, and they will make it work. 14 takedowns here though for the top frags of both sides. Asterisk there with 14, Carl with 14 as well. And overall, a pretty even game after everything is said and done.
Yeah, solid performance for both of our teams here. It's been BAAM and I'd say Flipsider that has been opening up a lot of these sites. Eeyore sets him, rather Blaze sets him with the reconnaissance, and it's helping him out a lot more. For GXR, Georgie has been a definite holder, a vanguard on these sites. He really just opens up. And before he dies, most of the time he gets about 1 to 2 kills, and that's enough for, I think, GXR just shine into these angles. The big problem now for GXR, I think, is Ching has been caught multiple times unawares. Not the pleasant surprise. And GXR, I think, knowing this, that's why they're kind of letting Johan hold hand to hand with Ching, who definitely needs the extra support for now, at least.
It's not the kind of surprise you get a gift during Christmas under your Christmas tree, Asterai. Not that kind of surprise.
Nope.
Okay. Fine. Boom Esports.
It's not even
let's go.
Burbuds, bro.
Oh, is it? Come on. We here in the Philippines, we start Christmas by July, right? And it's already August. So if only malls were more open to people, I would be hearing those jingles right now. Boom Esports, though. They're caroling. We'll take them to Seaside here. They are going for that split if ever. NC Slasher right now trying to set a few things up here and there.
30 seconds
And as
left.
we just see GXR trying to prevent any kind of recon darts from the other side, it will still be lobbed there by Boom. And as I say that, they're just doubling, tripling back all the way to A side. Hush, hush, hush. Run, run, run. Hustle, hustle, hustle. All the way to the opposite side of the map. Thing is, though, the GXR noticing the time back. If they could just get in the way of that spike plant, they will win this round by default.
Oh,
That's
can they
a
delay
stick.
it? No! They're gonna get the shutdown onto Blaze, but 19 seconds, definitely enough. Georgigo swings out. Okay, this is gonna be an awkward position for Boom, but awkward is not, well, gonna be their finalizing blow. 2 versus 1. Johan peeks the one onto Graffiti. Has to go for the quick 180, but in the end, all for naught. A futile attempt, and Boom.
Switching sides.
That should not have happened.
They made the dance work, my friend. They just set things up well. Yet again, just going for the crossfires, finding the takedowns quickly. And with that all said and done, that final kill, you have to look left, you have to look right. You can only look in one direction because the other will kill you. And Boom Esports just proving it there in that situation. The sacrifice of Blaze will not be in vain. And the call to go to A side works out there for Boom Esports. Just so unfortunate though. Galaxy Racer had the right idea. Carl with that Stellar Hunter's Fury to get that free pickoff. But if only he got the shot a little bit sooner, that would have just been a round win there for GXR.
I was kind of wondering if Georgie was either going to just dash back or double, triple down, dash forward by himself, separate his team with the Nano Swarm, but could catch multiple players of Blaze off guard. But seems he went for the safer option. Not really the worst one. Georgie now could be in a bad spot, but he plays it perfectly. NC Slasher at least will be able to get that refrag in with the help of Asterisk, who's going to be holding on to Garage. It's not the name of the game. It's not the position where they want to go with their mission. It's going to be the B side, and Flipshooter is hitting again the A link here. Asterisk is about to push out with his teammate. They're swarming in, and they're just about to explode onto Emon, leaving Ching. Now should know with Johan to remain. NC Slasher into the corner here. Cannot destroy the Nano Swarm. Was into the side there, and he's very low. Also does not have a lot of bullets, and that's going to be a clutch here for GXR.
Yeah, they needed that round win, get that pistol, and try to equalize on the next round. Galaxy Racer making the right call to go for that B site, find the duels in them, and find the duels outside of that site in the first place. Go for the takedowns and go for the kills. Galaxy Racer, that's the name of the game. And on Haven, looking at their history so far, many of the teams that they've beaten here on Haven are just those kind of teams that are mechanically adept. So if they can still find those frags out in the first place, if they can make sure that Boom Esports falls into that same category, even though Boom is a tactically sound team, it will help the chances here of Galaxy Racer. It will help out if they decide to play shooty bang bang, go for the head-to-heads. And Carl right now will bring the intel here to GXR, but Eeyore will get the takedown here for Boom instead. Carl though with a refrag, Flipshooter right now with a backstab onto M, and Ching now catching out plays, and GXR using those guns to their advantage. And finally, oh, Asterisk, never mind, he's not done, picks up the Phantom, but Ching is there with the ding to tie up the game.
How many players actually went for the rifle buys? If it's just 2, that's still a good enough round here for GXR, but Boom, making the free weapons, the classic play to their strengths. You saw Flipshooter there. He was just weirdly flicking right clicks, but he's still hitting a lot of the shots. This also makes it a tad bit more expensive as the dink the dinkage onto the members of GXR would mean that they have to refresh their shields. Not really what you want to do when you're trying to build up that economy. It's not really going to be the end of the world just yet, but those util-hungry agents, as you can see, not really having all of the utility that they would probably want. And first and foremost, that's Carl's Sova drone and Johan's alarm bot, which should be perfect for holding flanks.
Yeah, just a good way to keep control of these angles. And in the Haven, such a big map that you might have to cede some spots to the other side. BAAM Esports, though, can cut swaths into this map itself. It will help them out immensely as they have the gun buys here. Asarai, Carl, though, keeping an eye out by the Gardens. GXR as a whole looking to play into the middle. Besides, of course, the Sova that we mentioned before. They're just huddling. They're just trying to figure out where to go. What do we do? Ching, you want to go right? You want to go left? He decides to TP on away to play into the back line. And Georgie, of course, going to be heading out with Eman in. So Blaze going to be the one, though, in behind the sights. And it seems like BAAM Esports are noticing that there are things amiss here in the middle of the map.
I wonder what that shrouded step for from Ching was. Was he trying to bait someone from BAAM to peek out
30
Garage
seconds
just because there could have been that audio cue that would have left Ching vulnerable? Not sure. Johan now. He's going to lead the pack first as he charges right in. Never mind, Georgie will use that dash in. One onto Logs, but Georgie hits the mark. One to the back of the side. NC Slasher will be anchoring, blinded in, but it's really just going to be all over now for GXR. They left it onto Carl and Emon's hands. These are very capable players, but at the end of the day, there's just no time in the world for them to really make that impact. Although, hold that thought, Emon. Either Carl, 2 seconds, not going to happen. Blaze came to 4th. There's also Flipsitter, who was already on C-Long as well. And BAAM, hold on. They deny the first gun round by GXR in the second half.
Yeah, battle of the Sovas, though, at the very end. Blaze versus Carl. And both sides trying to play it clutch for the team. But overall, just Blaze there in the backside getting those takedowns. BAAM, unfortunately, their Astra getting blinded. So it was all left to the Sova. But as Carl tried to mount a comeback there for GXR, BAAM Esports just had their footing. And you mentioned it already. Time was not on the side of the attack whatsoever. That would have been a BAAM win regardless. But then again, getting the takedown, making it clean, and preventing more losses on your side will help out BAAM immensely. And Blaze is not done. When he feels it, he is just going to be absolutely fuego. Super hot fire from this guy. Flipshooter, of course, showing us why he's that newest addition. And he does get the takedown onto another one.
That's a rather unfortunate turn of events. And it's even gonna reduce the ability now of GXR to take the sites and maybe even have an opportunity to plant the spike down. They actually have left the spike in their own side of the map. I think now they just want to go for these nifty little angles of dueling. But Flipshooter even gonna deny them that basic commodity, that basic how do you say this, right that an FPS player can have. And Emon now going to be just charging into A long, but again, these flashes just denying GXR any form of map control, Dax.
Yeah, they're not able to play this round. Basically, BAAM Esports, they know how they have this one in the bag. If they play it safe and sound, they're just trying to be cheeky with the peaks. But no, Carl shutting down Flipshooter. The going gets tough. Carl gets even tougher, and he's going for more. Emon gonna get on the board as well, and it seems like the taps are working out here for GXR. Plays in the meantime all the way in the back of sight. But while this is happening here, GXR did not expect that whatsoever. The spike has been left behind all the way by the mid doors, and it's a mad dash now to C site. Unfortunately, though, for BAAM, for Galaxy Racer rather, it is going to be the stars in the way. But the thing is, BAAM Esports, NC Slasher is dead, so they can't use it. And Eman makes it in time. It was a mad dash. It was a marathon. But unfortunately here for BAAM Esports, the utilities that were in the way could not be activated. And now, Eman with a run back. We still got a flash here in this round, Asarai.
He's trying to get that information with the ultimate for the moment. Blaze is gonna hit a big pinch on Eman, who is trapped at default. He needs Carl to pick him up, but Carl is holding the super long angle, so Eman has to try to go for the clutch straight up. But Carl, okay, he's trying to go for the refrag. He's not hitting the shots that he needs to right now, and that spike is long gone. Oh, it's getting diffused hard. Carl has to peek this out now. Needs to hit the first shot, not gonna connect, and the second will not follow, obviously. And that could have been something, but Carl, the mentality to try to get the refrag with the Hunter's Fury might not have been the best bet there, Dax.
I actually think Carl had a chance. If he hit one shot, that would have been it. Because from what we saw in the HP department of BAAM Esports, they were low. They were low. If they just get the beam on, they could get that takedown. But it's always so risky to try that one when you don't have the proper intel for it. And boom, they had the numbers, they had that security. But GXR, they made our hearts race, rather. And they raced to that C site. They barely made it there, Asterai.
They barely did. I was really expecting GXR to get that clutch there. That was looking so sweet already from Emon. He was hitting the nasty taps, at least on the A site. He could have transitioned into something even more beautiful. The problem, I guess, there for GXR was, even though they got the frags, they were nowhere near these players. So all they really could do was just try to utilize the Sheriffs. And speaking of getting utilized, Blaze activates his ult immediately as soon as he gets a tag in. And luckily enough, Emon was hitting both walls by his shoulders. And well, nudge, nudge, that's going to be the Hunter's Fury. And we're back to the 4-5 once more. Boom. Looking hella solid on their defending side.
Yeah, and when you just nudge the pinball machine too much, it just tilts away and you cannot control it. Edmund, unfortunately, controlled there by BAAM Esports instead. And right now, it is going to be a 5v4. GXR, though, looking for openings. Trying to say, knock, knock, who's there? Is anyone going to respond? Flipster there, though, just being cheeky, being sneaky, waiting patiently for anyone to come his way. And this is going to be absolutely decisive if Flipster can get the takedowns. He goes for the spray, but misses it onto Georgie there. Yo had to be time with a refrag. And here we go with Georgie getting a takedown onto ER. Blaze, though, finding Georgie instead. And it will be GXR looking to put that spike down. But Blaze, he's not done it. He hits the shock dart perfectly onto the default angle. Carl, though, given time now to put that spike down. And while Blaze did delay it, we're still not done. It's 2v2 now. GXR trying to fight. BAAM Esports looking for the retake. Asterisk, Blaze versus Carl and Cheng, veterans of each team.
Veterans of each team. The double up for Blaze here to come out of their spawn. Cheng is going to be holding the angle through hell. I think Carl now knows that nobody's going to be pushing through heavens. Oh no, this recon dart is going to expose Cheng. He's confused, but Carl has to go for the double spray, which it does not in Blaze. Just seeks glory through the ace, and that is gonna be, boom, jettisoned to the 10 rounds. GXR, they had a beautiful chance. They got the entry frag already, but nobody respected that the delay tactic of the shock dart was gonna be there. And Blaze with another ace hits that 20 kill mark. This is incredible from BAAM Esports. Look at that replay. The denial.
The denial, man. The shock dart perfectly placed there, and Blaze also getting that intel. Carl went for Asterisk first because he saw that Blaze was just right beside him, and he was dueling Cheng. Unfortunately, though, Blaze just such a crack shot right now, getting that takedown, getting that round win for BAAM Esports. And this is where it looks dicey here for GXR. I said it a while ago, they can out-mechanical opponents on a map like this. They can outshoot the opposition, especially from what we've seen in their local careers. But when we get into the tactical side, it does feel like BAAM Esports right now, they know how to adjust on the fly. They know how to play it in clutch time. And in many situations where it looks dire, the likes of Blaze, they keep things afloat there for BAAM Esports.
It's nuts. BAAM has just been delay tacting a lot of these rounds here. And their ability to separate as well as just read the micro situations during this particular series, this first map against GXR, has led them to this 3-round lead. Yeah, GXR, they have really good takes. The problem now is their transition, their ability to try to translate the post plant, just not really finding its mark. Like, they got the side already, Dax. They were planning the spike, but then nobody was counting the shock darts. Nobody respecting that Blaze, who threw out a recon dart, who was using a Sova drone on Heaven. Nobody knew, again, that post-ban and default was going to be, what's the word here, dangerous.
Yeah, and especially for the Philippine audience, if you want to compare Blaze and someone like Jesse Bash and Bren Esports, right? They're pretty similar. Just absolutely, there's such good map knowledge. And Blaze here taking it one step even further, being so potent with the shots even more so. So it really goes to show BAAM Esports is an absolute force of nature and a force to be reckoned with no matter what. GXR, their work is cut out for them. They are going to go for the Blade Storm and the rifles here. But BAAM Esports, they're feeling secure right now in their position. They actually only have 3 rifles, a single Spectre, and a potential Blade Storm here for the defense. So BAAM right now, not the best arsenal after everything is said and done because GXR made it costly. Carl right now with the kill onto ER, piling up the expenses even more. Blaze in the meantime now, going for the darts, trying to get that intel. But the battle of the blades here, Mr. Asteroid, top 10 anime battles yet again perhaps. Georgie though cannot hit smart, flips to there instead with the takedown onto Evan. NC Slasher does get 2, Johan and Carl get 1 apiece. And TXR right now trying to find the angles, but they cannot even put that spike down. Now Ching, he has to push on forward, but Flipster's the only one left. And in the end, Carl will protect Ching and keep him company. Spikes planted for some bonus money as well. GXR does get a point on the board and 26 kills for Carl. Absolutely ludicrous efforts from this man.
And you saw Ching there. He almost evacuated the B site just because of how much respect they give to BAAM and the last man standing Flipster. Well, seems like at least GXR, they're getting the punishes. Winning just a little bit, a tad bit, a second longer has allowed them to get these nice little frags. Unfortunately for Georgie, that would have been a cleaner round for him, and he dodged many abilities. Recon Dart plus the concussion from the Astro, but in the end, the Blades just sometimes don't agree with you.
Just sometimes when the blades don't connect, you realize why you don't bring a knight to a gunfight. But then see Slasher gunning down too with the Sheriff Masters on the board as well. And this is an eco round here for BAAM Esports, but they equalize the odds already. ER now coming on close with the Frenzy, but Ching, of course, a potent shot with that Phantom instead. That's all up to Flipster there, and he has a stinger in hand. Can he get the buzz on? Can he find that perfect burst perhaps? Or can he just spray one down? Oh, left, right, pick a direction, why don't you? It's all about the angles here, and Ching gonna be dueling yet again, but the headshot will connect. Flipster, they're gonna go for the reload. He needs bullets back into the chamber. Can he pick up that Phantom, though? That's the question. He's navigating, he's going there. Carl, though, keeping an eye out, and eagle-eyed that he is. Carl, of course, will save the day yet again for GXR. 1 round, the gap now between these 2 teams.
You know how chess matches are all about that patience? All right, let's look at this replay first. I'm going to finish my thought in a little bit, but look at the trade to come out with just straight up pistols. Look at the patience on Flipster there. Like after his dash, his initial dash in the back of the C site, he did not swing wide, hoping that his stinger would double spray transfer into both the skulls or the craniums of Carl and Ching there. What he did was he baited in the fight, but making so much noise that I think at the end of it, Ching was like, yeah, I'm not going to mess with this anymore. I'm just going to push you straight up. And thankfully, Carl was there to get the refrag straight enough as the smoke dissipates for Flipster. Anyways, still not going to be end of the world. GXR did get a clutch in that last round, and they're going to have money. They're going to have the site as well. But it's all about the retake for BAAM, and they have some pretty respectable ultimates to use for this round as well.
Yeah, lockdown is coming here for BAAM, but the Hunter's Fury is the call here from Carl. Whenever you need him to do something, he just does it. That's what Carl is all about here for Galaxy Racer. Flipster there, though, getting the job done. Johan will go down. It does seem like here for GXR, gonna have to try and fight out of this one. Ching now with 2 so far. NC Slasher and Blaze do get on the board a piece. Georgie though finding Blaze out, and Georgie right now looking for another one, does get it, but NC Slasher just clawing and weaving his way to a site. And 11-9 now gonna be the scoreline. BAAM Esports still keeping this lead, but GXR keeping it close on the other side. And oh, look at that perfect spray. Boom, let's go.
Dude, they're just trading hard here by BAAM. There was some positive kills already for GXR. Ching able to rack up 2 kills now, and then BAAM just out of nowhere swung wide the remaining members, and they got a positive in this one using the Astral Wall by NC Slasher to full fruition, and that Recon Dart, nobody destroyed it. So the triple pulse, which is giving so much information, even if there was smokes that was blotting out the vision of BAAM, the Recon Dart basically nullified that. And this gives such a big advantage here for BAAM. Still, it's not going to be at the end of the world, but yeah, GXR is taking quite a bit of a bloody fight outside of C-Long, and not really anybody to top off their very lacking HPs, as Georgie heavily diminished down to 25. Johan, though, as his teammates try to rotate around maybe the A side, goes aggressive onto Garage, finds another. Eeyore lurking around, has to deal with the turret as he's being tagged as well as slowed, and he just exit out smooth. Okay, even through the paranoia, he survives.
Smooth criminal, it's absolutely criminal how he got away with that. Spotted by the turrets, getting chased after by GXR, hit by the paranoia, and somehow he's still alive. Interesting, incredible, and well, with that space though being created by GXR, they are going to go for that B site. As I say that, turret says hello. Good turrets yet again from both of these Killjoys, but the lockdown right now gonna buy some space. Thing is though, by the links you can find some angles perhaps, and NC Slasher just getting sprayed down into the smoke there. Beautiful kill from Carl. GXR giving themselves a hope and a prayer to play this B site with a 2-man advantage.
Smart. They knew that the lockdown was favoring the C-Link to detain anybody, so nobody was gonna be there, but there still was a part of A-Link that was not getting covered by the lockdown itself. So as they push in, just as straight up pop shots to the smoke was well enough that it got to catch onto NC Slasher. Georgie, who was low, still going to be hitting a shot. That's confidence play from him. And Asterisk left to fend for his own. And GXR keeping this hella close. They're changing up the rhythm here. They're playing different tunes. And Boom just don't want to listen to the beat.
Boom, this is not a melody they want to sing and dance to. When Galaxy Racer is able to set that tempo as, oh, Ching, why? Ching, why? What happened, Ching? You were too close to the sun, and it just burned you there. In this case, too close to the spike. But in any case, point still stands. When Galaxy Racer is able to set that tempo, set that tune there, Asterai, it's just a song Boom does not want to listen to whatsoever. They will try to fight, but when GXR forces the headphones down on them, that's when GXR gets these sights. That's when GXR just takes control of these attacking rounds. And the more they can do that, the more that they can find Boom out and force them to play the game that GXR wants to play in the first place, it will help them out immensely to not just tie it up, but also try to steal this win away.
Flipshooter has activated his blades here, spotting no one on C long. And the quick rotation from Boom straight up. Eeyore, oh, he's going to be in no man's land. He's getting chased down hard by Emmons, run it back, and he's going to be able to beat a shot out. Hot Hands will not be used to plug in the side, but Blaze will try to plug in on the other side with his own ultimate, spotting out Georgie here. That spike has yet to get delivered into the middle of it. And losing Georgie is going to be a big blow, but still, this is where GXR do have the numbers, they do have the money and the weaponry, and all they now have to do is just blot out Boom's vision of this particular area. Flipster has gone down with the ultimate, and there's the last swing from Ching, and the last swing to equalize 11-11.
Make a wish here, GXR fans, because they have tied up the scoreline, and Carl is one away from getting that 30, bro. Look at the stats, though, from Carl. 29 kills, 12 assists. This guy is doing it all and more for GXR, and because of that example, Galaxy Racer is able to rally behind it. The Boom Esports, they're not done. They saved in that round, and that's right. This is going to be the big one. This is going to be the penultimate round that will define some of the economies here. If Boom loses this, they're going to be in the gut. They're not going to have the money that they would like to fight with. In the meantime, GXR, they built the bank, and they're going to go for the operator. It's time to find out who's going to get the big advantage for this game.
This is the momentum swing that both teams are looking for. Georgie on the attacking side has whipped out the operator. He does have his own blade, so he can play a bit more aggressive if need be. That's why we're probably seeing the op as well. There you go. Yep. Just primes in the blade storm and... Wait, what? That... Was that the Carl's shock dart? I think it was. It bounced back.
I literally, we didn't see that. If something like that happens, Asteroid, what did you say? I saw nothing. I literally just blinked for half a second and just like, what? Downfounded. What's going on? But right now, what's going on is it's a neutral game for this time. We're getting the patience here from GXR, getting that intel, trying to figure out exactly what's going on the other side. Flipshooter though. Look at this guy. He wants to fight as close as possible. And if GXR does not clear that corner correctly, it is going to be just so deadly. in their assault.
30 seconds
Ching,
left.
Johan, keep an eye out. Someone is waiting, someone is watching, and there we go with the spray flips in there. We'll just be able to get that takedown. GXR, they have so much teamwork that they all look to the right rather than the left, and that's the one time you don't want to sync on up. Boom Esports now going for the final member. Ching though still fighting on back. It's 3v1 though, and Flipster, we called it and we saw it. He was essential, but Blaze, he goes down. Ching is not done. He has 3 seconds left though, but he can't plant anymore because Asterisk is right in front of him. And boom, Esports will get that round advantage, and they are on match points.
They're knocking on match point's door, on Haven's door here, Dax. This, oh my goodness. They were clearing angles. They were flushing out utilities. And the one angle that they didn't pick out was the one place that Flipsitter has put himself on. There would have been maybe, if Flipsitter full control that for about 2 to 3 seconds, GXR could have straight up looked his direction, but did not. And that Cubby on long became the graveyard for about the whole brunt of the GXR side. Flipsitter will be missing a flick here to chase. Not going to be real, as the dog will at least keep everyone leashed on the side of a main. GXR here, they still have a chance. They don't really have the big ultimates, but at least they do waste Flipsitter's tailwind. That's a big thing, but now they have to try to work with something, and that's one of the advantages that they can try to deal with.
You know, Astro, as a team, you want to be synced up, right? But that was the one moment that you wanted people to do something else. Everyone looked right. That was just the painful part of it. Instead of clearing left and right together, and now Flipster, he's punishing Galaxy Racer yet again. Now with the operator, as we said, has been one of the stars truly of the Indonesian circuit for NXL before. Now here for Boom Esports, but Johan, he fights on back, and GXR, it wasn't too bad that they lost that round. Sure, Boom Esports now can win, and of course Boom Esports does have the guns, but GXR can fight back with the rifles as well. So we're gonna get mano-a-mano time here, Mr. Astrai. 4v4 situation. Operator in the hands of Flipshooter still, but the smokes are getting in the way. And how will Boom Esports play this retake?
The numbers are the same. Ching will be using his ultimate just to get some info on. 3 have taken the site. Aster's about to explode, but there is a turret that's holding outside of Garage here. The rest will be coming through the mains, but the flash from E are actually good. It opens up the possibility, but not big enough. And the swing from Aster's will be null and void, and Slasher down to 20, and all he can really do is try to delay in. And Emon playing the safe game, activates the run it back, will be charging right in. Knows now smoke is not safe. That is going to be the clutch round here for GXR. We go to overtime, Dax.
We are going to overtime. And Carl again, though, keeping an eye out. Beautiful flash there from Boom. But just check out what happens near the end of that. Flipster there, though, with that initial frag. Very decisive, honestly. And if this was just a full A take, maybe that would have been Boom's win. But as Emon gets to there, to start things off in the middle, there was just that covering fire from Carl. He kept an eye out on the garage exit, and as soon as someone peeks on that, he got the takedown. Again, heaps and praises to GXR, and especially to Carl's performance right now. They are in overtime because of their efforts as a whole, and because of the efforts of that Sova.
Both Sovas have been pivotal for teams to rally behind them. Blaze, he's been good at delaying the plants for so many rounds. Carl, he's been good at delaying Boom when they try to attack the sites. And maybe now that we've gone back to the other sides once more, Boom's going to be on the attacking. There could be something here for the moment. Not Omen, but Emon is going to be manning the A-long area with the help of Carl, but nobody has yet really to spot out any forces. Eeyore has already used basically all of his utility for some clearance, but they haven't really getting that much map control. Although on the other side of the map, on the C garage, Asterisk, he's playing sneaky beaky here. That smoke at least gives him some cover, but he backs away, thinking that nobody is actually going to be challenging him, and he can't get a pick off.
Yeah, Jigsaw in a pretty stable ground right now, but there we go, the peaks, and Emon will go down. Apparently, you are here just waiting for another guiding light because of that timer. It does seem like Flipster there here. wanting to play the entry on a side. Boom Esports now, they got that man advantage and they know they've gotten rid of an A defender, so they can make this take work. Carl though watching out for the short angle. Georgie though from up above does get taken down. Carl right now with a backstab, and here we go with GXR making a kill box for themselves. It feels like Boom Esports must die here and now as Galaxy Racer have set up that trap. Asterisk though with the find on the Ching, and it does become 2v2, angle versus angle. It's just all about these different sides right now. Carl goes sprayed down. Blaze will get the kill on the Johan, and Boom Esports will end that round with some duels in their favor. What a way we just watched that unfold. Both sides using as many angles as they could to fight each other.
The fadeaway aim from Asterisk saves the day. You saw how he was just holding these angles. He has cover. He's just jiggle peeking left and right. And even if there's some pop shots, retaliation shots from GXR players, they can't deal with it. They can't chase his speed. And Asterisk single-handedly gave them that round win. Yes, he did have Blaze pushing out on a long, but that was all, definitely all Asterisks all day long. And now they're going for that match point.
Yeah, and Asterisk, we've seen him do that before, and it's still as deadly. Galaxy Racer, sometimes when they are going for those free takes, they do get a little narrow-minded and narrow-sighted in where they need to go, and Asterisk is the one that takes advantage of those situations. 13-12 though, Boom Esports right now, they're back on match point, and they're just trying to get this win versus Galaxy Racer, but we know GXR, absolutely tenacious. This is just Philippine tenacity at its finest, and GXR will always fight to the bitter end. Boom Esports though, they've been veterans and they've shown their experience so far in this game. Asterisk though, again, cheeky angle here. This is what won Boom Esports around a while ago, and Asterisk will do it again. It's gonna be 2 here for Asterisk so far. Trying to find a little bit more Mr. Asterisk, but Carl all the way on the other side. NC Slash right now with that takedown, and GXR, it seems like the stars are being blocked by the clouds, and Boom Esports right now are making the big bang that they need. Is this going to be the thunder and the lightning from Boom Esports? Will it be very, very frightening? It seems like Blaze right now bringing in the fire, bringing in the shots, and it's all up to Carl. He's been the hero here of GXR, but he's running out of time. Can he actually do anything? The clock's winding down, and I believe this is going to be it. Watching that flank, there is just no time. Boom Esports, they work for it, but in overtime, they will get the victory. The big Boom with the big win, and they will take map number 1 of this series.
Dang, Carl just cannot catch a break. He's left all alone by himself. There was the push by Johan and Ching, but the jump out, again, they're just hiding in these corners, and Boom Esports are finding value by just holding these tight little angles. Again, Valorant is a map that has these incredibly deceptive deep pockets in the map structure itself. And what that entails, what that translates into when you're playing in the game, if you don't 100% clear it, even if you leave like 5% of an angle for your opponent to try to wiggle their way and hide in the back of that corner, they still will have it. Hence Flipsitter, hence Asterisk. And again, the damage that they've done, all pivotal rounds for Boom to win that first game, even in overtime, 14-12.
Yeah, it was absolutely close, but GXR just saying that 5% doesn't matter. It absolutely matters. In a game this close, in an overtime situation especially, clearing those corners are so essential, and GXR unfortunately forgetting in a few rounds that fundamental of Valorant. Overall though, Carl with an incredible performance, and you gotta give it to Carl. He poured his heart out and he played his A game, his S game I'd even say, going beyond what is expected from him, and GXR can take his stars that they have a player like that in the roster, but Asterisk on the other side making angles work on Haven. Just those lurks and those pushes from a Killjoy, especially on the attacking side, it's incredible to what he accomplished in that map.
Yeah, Johan has been creating these openings. Even though it's just singular kills, these are really impactful frags that has allowed GXR to thrive a little bit. Those last 2 rounds, really, all they really needed to do was just to take a bit of a breath here, Dax, and just try to figure out if somebody is going to be just slightly lurking from the Boom side. Anyways, guys, we're going to be coming back from a break, and when we do, we're going to witness if this series of 2 will end the way of Boom, or will GXR fight back. Don't go anywhere. VCT Stage 3 C Challenger Playoffs will be well, right back.
One enemy remains. 30 seconds left. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Last player.
Well, if you just tuned in, folks, welcome back. The first map between Boom and GXR, now done and dusted. Boom won in Haven, which was their map pick, and we have Split coming up next in just a few moments for the map pick of GXR. It was a tug of war, guys, for the most part, but in the end, it was Boom who lit up the sky. Now, it almost went the way of GXR in overtime, but I do believe due to a few fundamental mistakes that really turned the tide of the game, despite Herculean efforts by the likes of Carl, it just fell short, Dex.
Yeah, it just feels like that could have been a Galaxy Racer win, but Boom Esports still able to stabilize behind their usual leaders, and with some of the flanks, it allowed them to take the win in OT. GXR, though, showing the tenacity they have, showing how much fight they have in them, and they're gonna have an even tougher fight now as we get into the mapping. GXR seems like they've been preparing for Split here, Asteroid, but Boom Esports and their history, we know that they've been the kings of Split for quite a while already.
They have been the kings of Split, and this could be that much needed comfort pick for GXR. Because again, Haven, Vim mentioned it already, there was some point of fundamental lackings from GXR's plays there. just being able to look at corners real quick, as well as just not over rotating too fast as well, just to kind of check out if there's anybody lurking. It didn't really help their case there. I felt like there was so much more that GXR could have done to win that first game. It was so possible, but then at the end, Boom had the better mentality. They just also had the better lurking prowess. And Asterisk was on a tear. He was just hitting shots non-stop in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Asterisk. And again, I want to drive home this point. I want to emphasize this, and to all the viewers watching around the world, we are witnessing a match, and of course, hindsight is 2020. But obviously, the players themselves don't have the same POV that we do. So those fundamental flaws, we tend to notice them more, and it tends to stick out more to us, the viewers. But again, playing at the biggest stage in them all, VCT Southeast Asia Challengers, it gets to your nerves, and sometimes even the best have their rough days.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right,
Yes,
Dex?
that's the thing. Easier said than done, or some cases, easier typed down on a keyboard than done itself. It's just so different when you have that kind of POV. So much pressure's on these players right now, on these teams, and especially in such a tight group that they have in the first place. Galaxy Racer right now look to salvage this into a 1-1. Boom Esports, though, if they make a 2-0 happen, it's going to be big because it will just rocket them up that scoreboard, that's right.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly huge because, again, this group that they've had, we were already expecting X10 to be at the tippy top, but teams like Big BAAM and GXR have proven that X10 is not immortal. They can bleed, and there is a relatively good chance that any of the other 3 teams that we have for Group C can take that top spot before the group stage ends, and it's all here. Boom has the first shot at it, or maybe GXR can stifle them a little bit and get themselves that 1-1 for the series of 2.
I still feel really good about that 1-1 prediction of mine. Again, I'm sticking to my guns here. It's just, I do believe that Galaxy Racer has what it takes.
It's okay, Asterai, I understand. You tried to give the hope there to GXR audience, but didn't work out. Boom Esports, though, they've just had such a pedigree in the map like Split, and my concerns for the map pool as a whole, it's still there. I know Galaxy Racer has practiced so much for these maps and for the map picks, but yet again, there still needs to be proof in tournaments themselves, and especially against Boom Esports. That's been the tail of the tape, though. With Boom Esports proven in the region and in the local scene. GXR, in the meantime, they've been getting their proof finally in stage number 3. But that's all they have to build on. They know in themselves that they can make it work as a full unit. They stuck together for good reason, but now they have to show up and be part of the cosmos here in that big stage.
Absolutely agree with you there, Dax. As we head into the game, let's see which team will go beyond, perhaps for the less favored in another time or space. Casters, leave it in your very capable hands.
Thanks, Bim. Here we go, Asterai. Second map between Galaxy Racer versus Boom Esports. And looking at the comps, you got GXR with that dynamic duelist duo of Georgie Neman still filling those roles. And it does feel like it's more or less to come for picks yet again. Carl on the sky this time, Chinga on the Omen, Johan on that Killjoy. But Boom Esports on the flip side, it does seem like there's that confidence. Eeyor's going to be on the Reyna.
We waste no time to get started with the pistol round from the get-go. I was about to mention as well, Dax, that this definitely is the series to go to infinity and beyond. Whether it's GXR or Boom, well, only time will tell. GXR, as you mentioned, is going to be playing Carl on a Sky. And I actually can't remember if in this particular map he has used this particular agent here, because he's always been just adamant about the breach. And, well, that's not really going to matter now, as the pop flash, good with the guiding lights. These nades being thrown will at least tag down Flipster and then NC Slasher. But what this also does, it's a byproduct. Great mid control for GXR, as now they're working their way onto ropes. But that spike is all but rotated to the B heaven, so a bit of cut noise, and this already tramples the mentality of Boom. Even then, there's still going to be a shutdown onto Georgie, but the numbers favoring GXR.
Yeah, 4v3 right now as Emin does get some confirmation with the boom bot. As we go on to B side though, Flipster will have to hold the line by himself. There's the paranoia right now connecting onto 3, and Johan will be the first one to fall in that trifecta. Carl though in the meantime with the takedown onto Flipster in response. Chain comes close and gets rid of NC Slasher, and it's all up to Eeyore right now. If he can get a single kill, it will help him out immensely, but not the case. Carl with a 3K, and Asarai, I think you were talking with Carl of Stage 2, not Carl of Stage 3, because he has been happy to pick up this guy, and really the past is past. He will say the present is the present, and the sky is the future here of Galaxy Racer.
Well, Carl is one of those players that can translate their brilliance even without being a duelist. Again, we always talk about duelists and whatnot, but I always like to emphasize that utility players in Southeast Asia are diamond in the rough. They are so difficult to find, needle in a haystack, but when you can, do not let them go, because they can just open up sights for you and clutch rounds when they don't have the big honcho duelist to make that impact for them. Cheng is going to be holding in the flank here, spots out Eeyore, is going to be happy with the kill already, giving the information that the A side is going to be one down, but the rest of GXR still want to fight for this B. Could be something by Boom, as Flipsitter was just holding hard with the classic in the rope side. GXR now, as the pinch comes in from Ching, will be looking to go for rope straight up to the A heavens.
Yeah, and I completely agree with Asarai. These utility roles are essential. Emin now with the takedown onto Asterisk, but we saw there in the previous matchup on split between the Oasis Gaming and the Cerberus, right, that the Sentinels are the one stepping it up, as now GXR has a 2-man advantage. In the previous game of this matchup itself, it was the initiators, and right now the initiation of GXR is good to go. 2-0 off the good start, and they're on the attacking side here, so this is a good sign for GXR if they can build up a few more points in this game.
Attacking side is always the side that you want to get as many points as possible, especially on split. And GXR having their hands dipped in a bit to the round pool is already a good statement for them. Now, Boom got themselves a lot of firepower here, Dax. Going into the third round, we do see all the rifles in the world. Now, seeing just a ratio of about 2 Vandals, 3 Phantoms, so it's a bit of that Phantom supremacy for Boom here. They want to be able to break utility and spray through smokes without getting resprayed themselves. And this gives them a lot of power, at least, when GXR don't really have the big cojones weapons for now. And that dog, or rather that Trailblazer, trying to sniff out somebody who was playing on male, but spots out none.
Apparently, they can't get a sniff of intel right now, as GXR are going to be going into the middle. We'll try at least to play the entries. They know that they need to hustle and they need the bustle to get closer and closer to these sites. 4 Spectres, though, and a single Phantom in hand here for GXR. Fast fire rate is the answer in their arsenal, but on the flip side, Boom Esports prepared with the rifles in hand. Seems like though GXR feel very dicey about this beat take. They are going to go to A instead, where the Sage is waiting here. Going to be interesting how Blaze is going to play this out. He does have a single slow orb still here, Mr. Asarai, and if he can just get the lob on and find some targets, it's going to be big to cut up the push of GXR. Georgie now with that start, but no, he immediately gets stopped there by Blaze. Red light, green light, but now Emin will go, but Eeyore will say die to Carl there. 4v3 now.
The positioning is so strong by Eeyore. Nobody actually spots it out if you're not actively looking for it. Eeyore's going to get another pick off here. This is going to be a wide swing. And that bonus round, well, it's a bonus that was given for Boom. Sometimes, you want that bonus, but it's that other coworker that gets it. And look at this little pick out from Eeyore. Sees the legs. And you know what? Eeyore seems to be a leg man. And a head man as well. And that's just going to give Boom nice little light to start the split map for themselves, 2-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised you know those tastes, but Eeyore there just tasting blood and tasting the souls of the opposition, giving Boom Esports that first point on the board. And we get back to the Valorant standard. Is that official merch on Split? I wonder if ever they're gonna release those kind of apparel. I would buy that in a heartbeat. And
Windbreaker jacket, man. Sorry, I just had to say
exactly. No, you're right. Exactly that. As Eeyore right now will be in the right here versus Emin, and we can talk about some Valorant clothes later on. But let's talk about the action here as GXR are pushing onto A side. But Boom finding Ching and Blaze. Boombot connecting onto the Omen in that situation. And even though GXR got the acceleration to A side there, Asarai, they now have to hit the reverse, and Carl with 16 HP. The Sky can heal others, but not themselves.
The big problem too is because he has a Phantom, basically that. Even if he hits a one-hit headshot, it's 140 damage at that far enough distance, so he has to close the gap, has to push in. The smoke is gonna make it so that he can't sneak up, but it doesn't give him any information that both the players of Boom have gone straight to the B side. The wall straight into the face of Carl here, and that itty-bitty wall, itty-bitty hole. Actually, it was the hole that gave Blaze the advantage, and what a stop to the press of GXR on the A side.
And the two most hated numbers in Valorant, -140 and -145. And you make a good point there. There was a chance for Carl, though, as Boom Esports did come closer and closer, but the wall play, pretty interesting and pretty smart. Blaze, of course, such a big mind behind this guy. As we say, I believe he's the captain of the squad, plays at Sova, plays at Sage right now, and he just knows how to make utility even better for his team. But now it's time for the Shroud to step and flips they're braving the fires there of the Nano Swarm. Doesn't care about the pain, doesn't care about the HP loss. They want to get that garage hold, and Blaze has to back away, respecting Georgie and the Blades.
Can make him into quick sushi. He gets stopped with dash, but still gets the value, although Flipsitter, as they were trying to heal himself back out, the nade, unfortunate for Georgie there. The damage not really maximized, but minimized, as there was the catch-up by the rest of the Boom squad. Carl's going to be into the corner, spraying randomly through the smoke, finds a pick onto Eeyore, and that is perfect. At least even in this eco round for GXR, they're making waves, they're making strides. And this wall dissipates as it melts up. There is going to be a lot of loot outside of B main and B heavens.
Yeah, just a legendary explosion of guns there. Boom Esports will try to prevent GXR from getting this cachet. Carl, though, in the meantime, these secrets are going to be perfect. 3 members left. They're on the hunt and will give the intel. Showstopper's available here for Flipsitter, and he's going to unleash it. Lets it rip. Misses the shot, though. Doesn't get the connection onto the takedowns, but Johan is there to hit the shot instead. Paranoid there from NC Slasher to try and help out. Unfortunately, it didn't really pan out there for Boom Esports, and here we have it. High ground for Johan. That's a takedown. Asterisk in the meantime spraying behind the smoke and more before it lands. And now in a 2v1, the turret will be that first contact. Alarm bot now gonna get broken. There we go with a few peeks here and there, but Ching from the side of the default will allow GXR to get the thrifty win. Misplays on both sides, ends with GXR winning out that round.
What a punish on that. Yeah, he bumped his head on the wall, but still Georgie gets a kill. Only Georgie. Georgie of the jungle. My goodness. But this particular clip here in that replay, the few seconds before that, the dip in and dip out of players from GXR, and the, as you mentioned it, just the not good follow-up, or let's just not sugarcoat, the whiffs from Boom, able to give GXR a nice little thrifty, and when all is said and done, that is still a round that they'll take in the end. Although GXR pulls the trigger once more, so aggressive just to keep charging it on this A side, but now Emon finds some value as the double satchel, claims Eeyore at the back of it, setting up Johan for a use immediately onto the lockdown. They'll stop Boom from making things happen, and they can't really shut down that big ultimate, and GXR have most, or if not all of the reign on the A side for now.
Yeah, they're clearing out that front line, and just to build on your point a while ago, Georgie of the split, watch out for that wall as this detain no asterisk. Okay, Carl is just all business right now. Usually you'd see GXR look for that knife. Not today. GXR knows they want to get a map win in this series. It's all about securing the victories as quickly as possible, and they're up by 2 here. Well, they're on the attacking side. Things are looking pretty stellar here for GXR, all things considered.
Yeah. Definite 4-2 on attacking side. That is huge for GXR here. And I think they rattled Boom a little bit there. You saw Boom was very much prepared with the crossfires and whatnot, but all Emon had to do was go with the confidence peak. It's not the easiest thing to do. It's not the easiest thing to be said, but when you can, the impact, as you see, is monumental. Blaze is playing around the corner of the smoke, but gets caught out into the open. Flipsitter is going to be just holding the angle here, but once again, the Elder Flame spews fire, but not in the right direction. NC Slasher whips out, even hones in onto the cranium of NC Slasher there, but Ching still gets the kill. That's going to be a fast win here for GXR. And Dax, I don't know, they've been putting these 0 to 50s to 0 to 100s very quickly in the past 2 rounds.
Zoom zoom as GXR will make Boom go boom, basically. And with a 5-2 scoreline, Galaxy Racer is off to the races, playing to the namesake and looking stellar so far. Gotta say though, it's a bit reminiscent of the previous series Boom Esports had. They had a contested map number 1 win versus BAAM when BAAM found their footing. And map number 2, they were just getting outclassed. Will it be the same case? Does Boom Esports run out of steam on a map basis? Is that going to be the situation right now in the group stage and still give us a 1-1 scoreline all throughout this group so far? In any case though, GXR now back onto the A site. They know that they have free reign to go there quickly. They know they have the gun advantage, and they're just confident to put that spike down. Eeyore, though, trying to play the peaks, and he still gets the kill off the Georgie there. Dismiss, back on away. Does have that Empress if ever. Carl, though, taking a few taps now, but NC Slasher will still die. It's 4v4, and oh, boom. They want to give it a shot here, Asteroid. It's time for the lockdown. Showstopper, though, is just being unleashed here, and Lemon will blow up Asterisk.
He's gonna still get caught by that ultimate, and the detain is gonna be huge. Ching, oh, such an easy pick. This leaves Johan to try to go for the insane 2v1 clutch. He spots out the first, but Eeyore has been so solid with these clutch scenarios. They don't even need flip sitter, but the time is gonna be there. 2 seconds and a dream, and a thrifty round win for Boom.
No sweat whatsoever on the defuse. No panicking at all. Just watching that spike be. Well, just watch it from go bottom to top. And there you have it. Even though that detain that was protected by Boom Esports was instrumental for that thrifty win. They prevented M1 from getting even more value with the showstopper, as well as basically having that slow orb in the way to prevent him from killing that lockdown in the first place. In the meantime now, GXR, they still need to be careful that because Boom, they can always put up a fight here, Asteroid. That's the thing. Boom Esports is such an experienced team that knows what they're doing round for round. They have a plan, they look to execute, and it's just up to them if they can do just that. Blaze, though, no risk here this time. Gets the takedown onto 2. Georgie M and both duelists do fall to the hand of the Battle Sage. And because of that, Resurrection is available here for Blaze. And not only that, Asteroid, it's just a complete shutdown of the initiation of GXR.
The singular peak there from Georgie, giving Blaze so much cred to just, again, force the 1v1. The fallout from Emma was basically a run down the ramp. You know, they're not rushing in like a horde. They're rushing in like runways. It's not looking too good. NC Slasher making a lot of distance here, but Johan has crept up. Ching, beautiful shots through the smoke, and Johan, these lurks have been damn on point here. Who has the spike now? It is going to be nobody, as the spike was planted somewhere or placed somewhere on sewers. They could straight up go for the A site, as there is noise being done by the rest of GXR here. Although Ching is left with 1 HP, he's already but called it. And with the noise done by from the shadows, this will just signal the rest that it's going to be the A site, and they're going to have to retake it. Boom, still stuck at B.
Oh, they're looking around. They're trying to confirm it. And they will go for the resurrection. That's why they're clearing out this B site before going back to A. And now, with the spike planted, it's a race against the clock here for Boom Esports, but they have the numbers, and there you go with the lineup. But no, Ching can only get a single kill. Blazes meantime with a quad already, and can he get the ace here versus GXR? We've seen Blaze do wonders in the previous map. Can he do it again? It's a battle of the clutch agents, the battle of the clutch players here between both sides. Carl versus Blaze, 2 titans clashing, but only one can win. Carl now dropping on that. Blaze up above, but the shots from below will allow Carl to clutch it out for GXR, and yet again, you can count on Carl.
Carl has been so smart in these little frags of him, his little duels. Blaze, a quick little replay, that would have been dawn gone dark. But Ching and Johan, the 2 players, 2 of the 3 players from the Archangel previous roster, worked together in tandem to go for the clutch, and Carl also from the old Archangel roster getting in that clutch. So they're really putting in the value here in the GXR, now in their current team, GXR. And what's kind of amazing about that is, for the most part, that should have been around for Boom. Speaking of around for Boom,
Oh,
Georgie.
Georgie, he's on an island once again. Nobody is helping him out. This boom bot about to explode. Eman follows up, double kill, yes. There's going to be Blaze, not taking out a cranium of a Johan. The double stack by NC Slasher. They have the spike once more, and they can take and cut noise here if they do decide to do so. 8 bullets in a dream, and that's going to leave only Asterisk to remain as NC Slasher drops down from the B heavens. Asterisk playing on ropes. Carl not knowing the dangers that lurk behind him. But did he look around? Oh, his opponent now has a Phantom. This is going to be close, but the peak, the timing, beautiful for Carl, 3K.
What a turn of events there in that round. A series of unfortunate events for both sides. Georgie, oh Georgie, poor Georgie. Showstopper coming to his face. He dashes on away, still gets taken down. But Eman with such a good proactive play there, pushing on forward to get to Blaze. Unfortunately, only had a Sheriff, I believe, so he couldn't go for that quick refrag, and he was a little bit late on the peak. And while Boom was tempted by the gold glistening on the other side, those beautiful guns that they could have picked up, Carl there keeping an eye out, and that was just that. So Boom Esports, they need a timeout because this is not what was expected from them. We mentioned that they are the kings of split in the Indonesian region, but that reign has been tested and has been basically said no to by the likes of Onyx and Alter Ego. Is this truly the fall from grace from Boom Esports on a map like Split? I said it the last time Boom was playing. They were trying to find a new home on something like Ascent, I believe, and it still didn't pan out for them. And really now, where is Boom gonna go to for these map picks, if ever?
It's probably not the map picks that they struggle with the most. I think it's just more of, because again, that would be such a huge thing, right? Trying to be a pro team and you're deathly allergic to, let's say, Split. That is not what you want to happen.
That's no bueno.
That is no bueno. But at least I think one of the issues right now for Boom that has been plaguing them, at least in this Split map, is I think it's the ability of GXR to, again, rush in as a squad, and the standard of you double stacking with somebody just to help you out in the back of the side, the crossfires just aren't there. But as I say that, look at the trades that is happening here. Georgie holds himself up onto Cubby there, swings wide onto Elbow, and basically sucker punches the rest of the Boom squad who have left themselves on the A side. The smoke gives a bit of coverage. Blaze is going to be into the corner here, spots out Johan, but there's still more to remain. The flashes will be coming through. Blaze anticipates, putting his back onto his opponent. It's very risky, but he still survives for now. Spike has yet to get planted down, and this leaves Asterisk to clutch once more. The flick, not going to be real, and this holds true for GXR. 8-3, they need one more round before we end the half, but they are looking solid on their attacking.
Yeah, just such an assault there. And GXR, from how their playstyle has been in the first place, they know how to make attacks happen. Non-split, they're proving it even more so against, of course, the geometry of the map itself. But we've been seeing that in SCA as well. Well, the breach pick has been popular for one reason or the other for some pro teams. They're also trying to say, you know, Split, we can make an attack decided, and it's just because of that knowledge of the map itself. Know the default angles and know how to counter them in the first place. Prevent yourself from getting funneled in. Prevent yourself from getting plugged in this onslaught and in this impact. And oh no, Blaze! He was watching that jellyfish just stare him right in the eye. Flipster though loving that. Paint shells real quick. Georgie with the kill on the ER, but Asterisk now with the takedown of the Georgie after the blades do not get the connection. And in this instance, it's 4v4. GXR waiting for that lockdown to just give them the space that they need. They are pushing into the tower and more. Asterisk right now waiting behind the crate. Johan with the kill with the Flipster, and tower control is the heist that GXR has been looking for. And while this is happening, GXR says, okay, we killed everyone on A, let's go to B.
They've done the damage already, and they know that there was already, I believe, the Sage who was somewhere on screens. If he's not going to be an elbow or the side itself, it's going to be somewhere CT side. And that gives so much time for GXR just to keep doing what they were already planning, which is to just go straight up onto the rope side. Now, Carl is going to be able to spot the one, and he's almost shut down there, but you know what? It wasn't really going to be possible, I think, for Blaze to make anything happen because there's 3 more still waiting at the B site in GXR, and they have set up such a beautiful crossfire. And now, Dax, second half, going to be 9-3 with GXR having the important pivotal point of their group stage.
It's not the win. It's not just the win. It's how the difference of the rounds are against BME that will affect their standings going into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, especially if they win this pistol and run away with the second round of the second half. 9-3 can easily become 11-3. The BOOM Esports know that this is their chance for a clean slate. This is their reprieve, and they need to get back on the path to Berlin. Can they make it happen though, as GXR already stationed to play the aggression? Carl here with Emma. Georgie gonna be so close to danger. With that frenzy, he does get to take that back on the way with the dash. Emma gonna get it on the board as well as NC Slasher will chase down Georgie. But here we have it. Paranoia cannot blast back away in time. Blaze with that takedown. And even with the aggress there from GXR, BOOM able to equalize. It's 3v3, but now a reset as everyone is just trying to figure out what's going on and where to go to.
Okay. Oh, sewers for a bit. Johan, this is hella risky by Johan. If they charge in as a 3, he would give so much control on the B Heaven side. As you can see where the rest of GXR are placing themselves, they're really holding these close angles by their lonesome. Although, to be fair, Johan has given that info for them. Carl is just holding the close once more, and they're about to charge him out. This could be perfect if he can just land the shots. Yes, he gets 2! Carl, are you kidding me? Odinson came into play. Johan, he heard everything, and he related like a sonographer in a submarine to the rest of GXR. The bing, 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 the boing, boing, boing. He gave all that information, and GXR capitalized in the pistol.
And Galaxy Racer proving so much how they prepared for a map like this. Their aggression is their best tool in many of these situations. Their lethality with the mechanics just keep them afloat in these dire situations. And it has been their bread and butter on a map like this. BOOM, in the meantime, we saw some good coverage a while ago in the previous map, but this time they are lagging behind on the refrag department. And with GXR just so hasty in the movement, so quick on the trigger fingers, you have no time to react. But Carl, though, he got spotted out there, and Blaze, he will get to. Seems like some leadership is needed here by BOOM, and Blaze is trying to take that battle up yet again. Now then, it is going to be 5v3. GXR, though, it's going to be a bit risky here, Mr. Asteroid, because they are a rifle buys on Galaxy Racer, and if BOOM Esports can take that away from them, oh, it's going to be so perilous to the GXR economy. Can Johan stand up against many members here of BOOM? He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, and it seems like that's going to be good enough for him as he dies and had the flip there, and it's now 2v1. All up to Ching now, as it's going to be BOOM looking to play on A site.
There's a lot of pressure of Ching to try to get these clutch scenarios. He has yet to get even one, I believe, when they had that Haven match from that previous game. Maybe Ching can try to do something now. He's going to try to, or not try, but creep his way slowly onto screens here. The double stack, the crossfire, it's going to be deadly. It's all up to him to perform up. And he rise to the task, rise to the occasion, but he got just brought down hard by Asterisk. That all stemmed from just the stack flash outside of B male. Look at this nice little spray down by Johan. He was 3 HP and 4 bullets in, and he could have done some damage. But again, the big problem there was they botched it. The 3-man stack on mid, they just botched it.
Yeah, they tried, man. Like, GXR tried, but that fatal mistake at the start, and now giving up the guns, basically, to BOOM. Luckily for GXR, only one remaining member there for BOOM at the very end of that. But still, it's BOOM now with the advantage with the rifles. Galaxy Racer will have to pull a rabbit out of this hat. Can they make another magic track happen on splits? We do have these pistols, though, on the defending side and trying to hold the close angles. But for BOOM Esports, they find one opening. They should just take it, because this is the perfect time right now to just stomp GXR in a single round.
Is the best time for them to make that a possibility. There is some corralling by GXR on mid somewhere. The smokes have been propped up here by Eeyore and the rest of the BME squad, but I think they made a lot of noise, and they're betting. They're hoping that nobody has played on that B site, but smartly enough, Ching is still there. He's popped the smoke himself. I think it's going to be a one-way. So if they do try to explode onto the site, he can still make some damage, but the movement from not Archangel rather, but Galaxy Racer,
30 seconds
they've all
left.
but gone for the A side once more. Again, they want to stack this because they only have the pistols, but this B side, nobody is here. Knock knock, nobody's home.
Well, might as well come in. I guess your house is mine now. Spike
Home
Splash.
invasion.
Thank you. Thank you for the free house. Or in this case, thank you for the free sites. It's moving day for BAAM Esports. They called in the trucks and they put all their stuff already on that B site to call home. GXR though, can't really blame them going for the 5-stack, but now they're gonna have to fight on back. A few pickoffs can help them out immensely as BAAM Esports should get this round unless everything just completely catastrophically falls apart. Ching though with the ding flips, so they're gonna go on down. Time is ticking. GXR need to go to grow on in. Ching right now with another one. Blaze on the meantime with 2 so far. And Ching, he's getting the pickoffs, but still those guns for BAAM Esports. Emma though keeping an eye out. There we go with ER and NC Slasher getting the takedowns. And in the end, Blaze will get caught in the blast radius, giving the gun to Carl. And after everything is said and done, that was actually a proper round from GXR. They lose the round, but they have rounds to give anyway. And they just hurt the economy of BAAM Esports instead.
They took out their card. They withdrew some cash. What happened was it got eaten up hard there by the machine and BME. It seems like their investment all but not. Still, the good thing about that though is because they won a thrifty round buy and they bought into a gun round after, they can actually still technically have a second gun round after that one as well, if they do ever lose. And you can see that is the case. They have full shields as well as about proper rifles, except for maybe Slasher, who only has that Spectre, but still nonetheless workable.
Yeah, just the efforts of GXR prevent the snowball, but they're not out of the woods as of yet. They need to be careful. They still need to get around here to remove BAAM Esports and their momentum. But on the flip side, for BAAM, they can still fight and they can still win. Paint shells now getting lobbed onto each side. Eman having to back on away. GXR, though, respecting the utility of BAAM Esports, but at the same time, they're still ready there to fight as close as possible. Look at that there, Mr. Asteroid. GXR even taking control of the garage. If they can stop that spike from getting any close to the B site, it's going to be helpful. And there you go, Ching stepping up when he is needed the most, getting the takedown onto Asterisk and NC Slasher. Delivery denied. Eman going for the kill on the ER as well. Flips to the right now, trying to go for the invasion. And it seems like BAAM Esports will get it back as Ching turns on around. Eman, though, you need turn around. Oh, Blaze going for the 180 versus Georgie, but cannot hit its mark. It's 2v2 right now. Both sides taking opportunities and moving and leaving with some of them as well. Georgie though with 2 so far. GXR right now with a dash on in. It's 1v1 time. Showstopper is here and flips Shredder. Can he race against the clock? No, he cannot. It's GXR with that round victory. They stopped the push. They stopped the plant early on, and they will be able to stop this BAAM Esports momentum with a round win. What a victory though for GXR, as both sides taking and leaving opportunities on the table.
Dude, BAAM, they already got the site and they're still lurking into that. Blaze, if he had just a better shot at the second target, which is Georgie, they could have definitely gotten the round, but he left the heaviest hitter of GXR alive. And look at the catastrophe, the carnage that Georgie leaves in his wake, hitting 3 shots with just pure accuracy. And the first thing again is that I want to point out, BAAM never stops lurking, and this catches GXR more times than not. But thankfully enough, again, they do have the cracked clutcherists in the form of Georgie to help them at least get a better percentage transition to go into this later stage of that round. Good job, Georgie.
Yeah, name Georgie, occupation clutcherist. That's his ID. That's his statement. And the Baraka Jet, of course, proving to us that life's a beach and he is quite a shot. Flips there though. Oh, he's waiting and he showed his legs. He showed his legs, and Georgie, he was on the hunt to go for the takedown, but the paint shells will force the disengage. Now Georgie hunts down another target versus Asterisk, as Johan did fall early on into the round. Vandal though gonna get picked on up from GXR, just making the lines blurred here, Asteroid. It's BAAM Esports on the attacking side, but GXR trying to take a few angles here and there. Ching yet again inside the garage with the judge this time. Emma though peeking into too many people. And he was a hero, but he will get turned into a zero there. Carl, though, zeroing on in versus Flipster. Here comes Ching with the paranoia. Oh, knife out at the wrong time. NC Slasher with a takedown as Carl and Georgie get the kills. But the Trailblazer will be sicked on to NC Slasher. Time to go to A site. Never mind. Go back to B, I guess. Still, Spike is in hand, and GXR. Oh, they fell for the bluff. But now they will know where Boom is. Wow. I'm just so surprised that GXR hastily ran for that A side after one of the few examples a while ago.
To be fair, it's a 2 versus 1. So whether they get faked or not by it, they still need to stick together because they don't want to isolate the fight for NC Slasher. He tries to go and sneak and creep his way onto the smoke, but it's not going to happen. Georgie too quick on the case. And I said Shang, but it was actually, yeah, I squealed Emma. I should have squealed Emma's name there. He was vibing, but there's just too many targets, and it wasn't a judge that was in his hands. He was only the Spectre. Not as effective as you'd think in just charging out into smoke with your satchel to catch off your opponents. Not as effective.
Yeah, hero plays, you know, sometimes it can work, sometimes it falls flat on his face, and that was the latter. That was just, oh, that's 4 people with 3 of them shooting at me. That's not good. And yeah, GXR is still able to make it happen anyway. Ching with a beautiful paranoia, but not the best knife out situation. NC Slasher, of course, giving it the good old college try, but Georgie right now will be schooling Flipster and Blaze there. Is this gonna be the coup de grace? Is this gonna be the dart to the heart? Is this gonna be the operator to just basically be surgical versus Boom Esports? Because Galaxy Racer are looking for that map win. Can they do it here and now? Ching with that takedown, and that is that. GXR and their aggression. They are making a constellation up in the skies, and Galaxy Racer will get on the board here and now.
All right, mathematic nerds, compute for us.
Do the maths.
Do the math for us. We need to compute this because, again, this is a big 1-to-1 series of 2. Not only because GXR were able to give themselves a win in this particular series against Boom, but this Group C has yet to arise with somebody getting a straight 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. And that means that round differentials, by that layman's term, the rounds that you have in difference with your opponents. For example, this one, 13-5, that means 8 is going to be a huge thing in competition if you can get into the playoffs. And that is huge as GXR perform up to an incredible T. Carl was playing out of his damn mind with this guy. Look at that combat score, Dak, and the KDA.
3.3, 24 kills, and Carl, an absolute MVP for both maps. Blaze, though, in the meantime, with some of those Sage plays working out for Boom, but truly, it just wasn't the best day at the office there for Boom Esports. They had some of the plays working out for them. They had some good positions, but in the end, GXR just finding the kills together as a unit, and Boom looking to be the team that was a bit more individualistic this time. A while ago, GXR were islands trying to figure out how to become an archipelago, but just like their nation, right? Just like their home, they finally banded together here on splits. They worked hand in hand to go for the takes, and what we saw there from GXR, besides of course just complete heroics of Carl, it was just an absolute team effort. I do gotta say though, it was a bit messy for both sides, for both maps. There were some questionable mistakes, but then suddenly an incredible play either came before or comes after that. So really, it's a karmic balance there, Mr. Asteroid.
Yeah, it's like eating all flavored beans, right? You have something that's sweet, you have something that's bitter, and you get a surprise somewhere in between. Anyways, that is the series of 2 between GXR and Boom Esports. We have a lot more guys coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Level low.
Welcome back here. Series concluded there between Boom and GXR, 1-1 apiece, and I'm Black and Blue. With me, of course, now Viminal and Asarai. You guys just saw a banger of a match there, going overtime the first game around, and the second one, well, getting very close to it. But Viminal and Asarai, how are you guys doing, number one, and what you think about that match that just concluded?
You know what? I hate to say I told you so, but you know what? Viminal is almost always wrong. Asarai. But
Bro, I felt like that was the easiest prediction. 1-1 is so safe, my guy.
No, you know, you initially predicted 2-0. I mean, it was possible, but again, a highly unlikely outcome. In the end, it was 1-1. GXR taking the second map very convincingly. But yeah.
There was a point where I felt like GXR was doing a Bren, where they were a bit cold at the start, but once they started understanding again and working together as a team, and as Dax perfectly kind of described it, the archipelago that started working together or the mini islands that started working together to create an archipelago, hence the Philippines, hence GXR, hence the Boracay Jet, and so on and so forth. Conspiracy confirmed.
I mean, you might have a lot of theories, but they're going to have to really stand up to the test of time as we're looking now here at the standings. The group stages right now, we're halfway through. We're in day 3, and as we concluded that match there, coming in from the group C, we got a bit more to show you guys, but really, when we're looking on the things, Viminal, what do you think about how things have been shaping up so far and what to expect?
I mean, at a glance, instantly you notice that for Group C at least, each of them are all with 2 points. And that's, you know, a lot of 1-to-1s. Again, how it works is that if you win one map, you get 1 point. If you get a 2-0, you get 3 points. But from an overall perspective, Bren Esports looking like a front runner, undefeated right now with 6 points on the board. Absolutely incredible.
Very much so. I mean, looking at everything here, the groups are certainly in for a stir. None of us could have expected it to go this way, but as we're going to be looking at the next match to come up here, coming from Group D this time to round off these matches, we're going to be looking at Team Uwu versus Cerberus. Now, the first team up on the board that we're going to be looking at will be that Team Uwu roster. We did kind of touch on them yesterday, and so I mean, Viminal, you also had, you know, a lot to say about that. Asarai definitely had something to say about the Uwu name, and that was clipped many a time. But, I mean, you know, moving into the next match, Group D, as we're waiting for it, what can we really expect? How is this group shaping up to be? Viminal, let's start with you first, as Uwu is going to be the first team we're going to look at in just a sec.
Yeah, you know what, Uwu, I'm a big believer in this roster. Big believer in the Singapore region. You got Tristania, Frost, TZ, Jarpix, First Love, and ACAP. Now, this is a phenomenal team that has performed admirably well against what many consider to be the second front runner of this entire shebang, Paper Rex. During their grand final event in Stage 3 Challengers in their respective region, they took the victory over Paper Rex 3-1, and that's nothing to scoff about.
Definitely
the group
so.
of
I mean,
life continues. Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna start my
go ahead.
rampage here with Cerberus, talking about Suka, their young, strong fragger. This person, he was popping off, I think, in the previous days that Cerberus was playing, and I think one of the things that has been his motivation as well is this person actually has gone away from his family and has straight up stayed in the Cerberus facility to full-time focus on becoming a good player. Same with their opponents and same with whatnot, but you gotta give credit to Cerberus and these type of guys that have full commitment to just becoming a better team. And Cerberus has shown that they have some weaknesses, but they're promising coming in from this Group D.
They put in all the sacrifices to make things happen here, and we're going to see the player head-to-head right now for Cerberus, Akashi, your picks here on Uwu, and both of these players are Silva mains for either respective teams. We can throw up the stats, but we know that the performance of these guys is what really brings the value to either team. But as we're looking into map number 1, Uwu here, selecting Bind and Ascent for Cerberus. Vimnal, will start with you on Bind and Asteroid and Ascent. How do you think this map is shaping up to be?
You know what? This is very, very interesting and a bit of a toss-up here because Uwu historically has a 100% win rate on Bind. 5-0 record, 69% attack win rate, and 61% defensive win rate. Now, conversely, for the side of Cerberus here, this is their most played map, Bind. 67% win rate. So, on the other hand, you have a lot of experience on this and then 100% flawless win rate on the opposite side of things. So again, this is just a bit of a toss-up. How's it going to go on Ascent, Azrai?
For Ascent, I feel this could be a... That's really difficult to say as well, because Cerberus is a team that comes from Vietnam, and Vietnamese, aside from Indonesians as well, are very aggressive with how they take these sites. But Cerberus has shown that they don't really play as a full 5. They like to kind of compress themselves between two dynamic duos and use that to their advantage. So I think if they can stick up with their strong duo of Daikalem as well as Kishi, this should be going to their favor, depending on if they can read where the offenders will be coming from. So we'll see how this goes, but I think Cerberus has a good shot at playing Ascent quite good, moving in that second game.
I mean, real quick stat for you guys, they're pretty much neck and neck in terms of performances on Split, on Ascent for both of these teams. And, well, as you touched on it, Asarai, it seems to be a contrast of different playstyles here is what we're going to get. But quick predictions before we go into this 2-map series here for the first Group D match of the day. Viminal, how do you think this series is going to go? Are we going to get a 2-0 wash? Or are we going for the safe predict 1-1?
You know what? I went with a safe predict on my previous prediction. This time, I'm going to go all in 2-0 in favor of Uwu, right? And I think the stats speak for themselves here. But then again, sometimes you got to throw logic out the window, and sometimes people prefer the magic over the stats. I don't know about you, Azrai. What do you think?
I'm going to go 2-0 in favor of Cerberus, because first and foremost, that Ascent map that Uwu played, the most recent one, up against Alter Ego, they lost at 13-9. And Bind, even though they won, I feel like they only really did get a grasp during their attacking side, and I think that is where Cerberus can really start to mold the Bind map, especially when they're going to be the ones defending against the onslaught of Uwu. So 2-0 for me for Cerberus.
All right, seems like we're going 2-0 either way. Will it be the Hellhounds of Cerberus or the Cutie Pies from Uwu representing Singapore there on the latter MYSG region, and for Vietnam here on Cerberus? Two very, very dominating teams. Uwu qualifying in the first week of their own qualifier, Cerberus almost doing the same, but we're going to really have to find out for ourselves as we're going to look into this 2-map series again, the first game for Group D of the day. A lot is riding on this as we're on day 3. Let's check out and see this match. Viminal and Asarai, the floor shall be yours.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred grows trying to every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it, they ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. But how cool is the gunplay when the stress will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore until somebody from your past come back to settle the score like this go pop.
We got to do this, Vim. I'm going to say my team's name, or the one that I predicted to win, Cerberus, and you should do the same.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. My name is Viminal Uwu, with Azarai, of course, and I mean, you knew it was coming, right? I mean, I just had to do it. Carry on, my friend.
I can't take it because Vimelo never posts anything or does anything.
I have
kawaii.
I have never done anything kawaii, but
Yeah.
it was the first time for everything.
Yeah, there was. Because if you guys watch, while we're still waiting for the game to go underway, because I think we're still waiting for some players. This is a little bit insights on Viminal. When you guys follow his Facebook page or his social medias, he's always making covers of what is it, like metalcore or something like that with screamos and growls. So
why are you revealing my past life, Azurai?
Your past life. I'm sorry, dude. Just a little bit of insight into the world that is Viminal. So we're about to go into the match here. Angel selection should be coming up quite shortly. But is there anything else that has been a factor for you as to why you feel like Uwu has the better shot into this? Aside from the ones that we talked about during the panel, for me, Cerberus, I really think that it's their dynamic duo of Daikalim and Kishi that has stopped them from becoming a sinking ship, and that's actually into a onslaughting cruiser. So that's for me for Cerberus. How about you for Uwu?
You know what? There's no question in my mind that Cerberus is a very capable team, especially in their own region. But when we take it into the context, the grand scale of the international stage, when you have a Singapore team as strong as Uwu, who arguably has a lot more international experience and veterancy in this field, we might be able to see a skill gap. But again, it could be proven wrong. Now, we have two teams that have very different play styles, and that reflects in their very different team compositions. You have the map, which is Bind, and judging from yesterday's performance, a very polarizing map, especially here in the Southeast Asia region, as I previously mentioned before. Typically, the teams that are on the attacker side have a lot of trouble. Yesterday, we saw Sharper take like a 10-win streak on defense, and then completely flipped over to the favor of CBT. And it's just, I think it happened around twice yesterday in both Bind games. And I wonder if this is like a pattern that we're sort of noticing here. But really, my point here is, Azurai, for Uwu, they have a standard double controller setup, but for the side of Cerberus, they favor a single controller and double duelist instead, I do believe.
Yeah, and moving away from the agent selection, again, I want to emphasize that double duelist once more for Cerberus here, because one of the issues that I think a lot of the Southeast Asian teams were experiencing on Bind, and it's not only the Sharper matches and the CBT matches that we saw, it was also CBT versus Bren that also had difficulties in Bind, if we saw it, right? So it shows there is some struggle there. But anyways, to go back to what I was talking about, I really do feel that some of the answers for that could be a good mesh of two players just handling one crucial power point in the Bind map. And I think Cerberus is one of those teams that really emphasizes that. Uwu has really good coordination as well as set strats, and this will really pressure Cerberus to try to really hone in the dynamic duos that they have in their team roster.
I have to agree with you on that. They're definitely going to rely on that dynamic duo. But it seems like the action is underway. We're not going to waste any more time, folks. Going to get right into the game. Round one is starting as Uwu assumes a default position here, slowly but surely inching their way onto a short.
You're absolutely right about the part where the double controller is here once more. This has been a double-edged sword, I'd say, though, because one of the issues was if First Love dies and then the double controller survives, even if they put down smokes on specifically the A site, wall bangs or pop shots through the smoke is such a prevalent thing. Loki's about to go and spot out one, but Cresania able to dodge through his vision, pops the shot, right-click jumping, and Kishi double stack spike has yet to get planted, and look at that flick from Kishi. He only needs the classic as he demolishes his opponents, the barrage of bullets with that pistol, and this leaves Frosty to leave himself in a 1 versus 4. The damage be done, and again, even if they have the smokes, they don't have the safety of a solid wall to stop anybody from just popping shots through the smoke, so they needed First Love to drop that down before they plant the spike.
What a spectacle that first round was, Azurai. As they say, you can't beat the classics, but really, it's an underrated weapon. You get that for free, and you can jump around, right-clicking heads left and right. Then, of course, it was a dynamic duo of Kishi and Daikov, right? And it was just really great teamwork coming in from that. And first round went heavily in favor of Cerberus.
It's like a non-trusting cat, the classic is. You know, sometimes you have to pet it, you have to feed it, but even then, it's not gonna purr your name. You have to know how to use it and control that random right click and the random left click. As we saw how many times, even though you have like a good 2 to 3 seconds to pop shots with a classic, there is still that chance that it just randomly goes around the head of your opponent rather than straight to the headshot angle. Anyways, Uwu is going to be just straight up saving weapons. And they're going to be looking hard to go for the A site once more. They do have First Love, who can plant the wall here and try to minimize the angles. But yeah, there's not going to be an option because there is that double spray down from Daikel, and Kishi's down low. But they've done the damage already, and the spike is nowhere near to get planted. So close, yet so far.
Absolutely asserting dominance here in the post-pistol round. Cerberus not afraid to commit to those heavy rifle buys, and of course SMGs for the rest of the squadron, but Daikel really got a lot of value out of that. Akashi taking down ACAP to secure the round. A quick 2-0, done and dusted for the side of Cerberus. They do have the momentum, but let's see if Uwu can bring a third round turnaround into the realm of possibility here. Again, 3 of them, Azrai, have 0 frags as of yet.
I'm gonna point out as well, I love our community because ACAP is actually pronounced as Achap, and I was tweeted yesterday.
Oh, Achap. Okay.
Yeah, exactly right. I didn't even know that was the pronunciation because I honestly thought it was, but like the C was it or the CA is pronounced as like CHA. Yeah, the more you know, right? And then so like big shout outs to Dubstep and Rabbit for making that known to me. The more you know.
Absolutely right. And then we got Loki and Akashi going down right here in very quick succession. Frosty Z taking out Akashi with that Oni Phantom. Oni Phantom supremacy right here. Kishi, though, with only a classic, gets taken down by Achap.
How dare you, Vim? Blast X or Prime Phantom supremacy.
Yeah, come on, bro.
You don't want the rips when you get a kill.
Okay, that's kind of cringe. I'm sorry, Chet.
I live by the cringe.
Oh yes, we all know that by now, Azrai.
Oh wait, hold that thought though first. Vim Daikel on the first contact on short. He's still gonna be holding his close enough angle, and my God, Daikel! Second round in, he already has his Empress, so those 2 charges, not really all for naught. Gonna be breaking the wall for now, but Uwu still finds the plant on the A site. The problem is because they still do have, I believe, Achap alive. That post plant could be possible, but never mind. He doesn't actually have the Molly anymore in his arsenal. Suka on the big flank already has to go in aggressive, but holds his own for the moment. Takes a breather, sees the corner, finds it, picks up into the better weapon, and Daikel is coming in. They need to scan. They don't know what U-Haul entails, but that is going to be 1 first onto short. Achap still waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and Daikel in a 1 versus 1 where he gets none, and that's Uwu with the first round on the board.
First Love with the first round on the board right there. Finally, third round turnaround coming into play here, despite heroics from Daikel, Azrai. And you can tell this guy is so warmed up as he got that quick multi-kill. Suka, great fundamentals coming into this guy, but just not enough to secure the round. I mean, they did have the gun disadvantage coming into that, but now they are going to go for rifles of their own. Kishi, beyond that judge. Let's see if he can actually go for some early round aggression here, as you typically do when you're a raised defender with a judge.
The auto shotty. Let's see if it's going to be burning a fire through that dance floor as he plays the super close angle on Hookah. This could be a predicated move by CES as you see nobody from Uwu is even touching the B main or the B mid angle. Kashi is just going to back away here, but not before he uses a Sova drone quite early. Only spots out Frosty's, not knowing that he does have a brother right behind him. But still, again, a lot of noise being done in B long, but this is only 2 players. This is only 2 people. And because there's no smokes planted down just yet on the B site, you can see Cerberus have yet to really rotate the rest of their forces to adjust.
really disciplined hold right here. For the side of Cerberus, again, very impressed by the fundamentals that they are showcasing right now. None of them over-rotating just yet. Ooh, again at a default position, trying to bait out or pull some of the members of Cerberus here, but they're not
30
budging.
seconds left.
Spike is going to be planted, however,
planted.
onto a short. Now rotation is going to be underway. Retake attempt will be made.
Crescenia a bit shallow, I think, on this throw in that smoke, but nonetheless, as you mentioned, it is going to be a straight-up retake, and these smokes are going to make it into a difficult case for Cerberus to come in and pierce into the side. But the thing about that is they're not going to be permanent. Kishi, before he does get knocked off, has the ability to throw out the smoke, but First Love holds the angle on default in the beautiful transition with the help from the flash of his own teammate, Jarpix. A man in his own regard has been a legend in the matches that we've seen in the group stage, leaving only Loki to remain. It's a highly rated show, but it's not highly rated enough to take down the 1 versus 5. Woo, clean round on that last attacking. Beautiful stuff. Look at that replay. First Love, what a madman.
I mean, I find it kind of strange. I find it kind of funny that no one was checking that angle where First Love was situated at. Typically, when you come out that smoke and you're trying to retake a short, that's the first spot you look at. But none of them, like all three of them, were looking towards the left onto Cubby. So perhaps a little bit of a miscomm right there as to what angle they were holding, but it was definitely a game changer right here. Uwu up by 2 consecutively just now. First Love taking down Kishi as he tried to slowly, sneakily make his way outside a short.
I'm going to point it out here, Vim. False sense of security that you get with the recon dart. Because they thought that recon dart would clear out the close quarter, but they just didn't know the full extent of it. And sometimes that's all that you need to fumble in a round that should be possibly retakeable by you.
Right.
Keisuka, he plays B long, but he's alone here. A wide swing outside of window could have caught him, but it still does get the embracing escape of that elbow side. He will get walled off. He has to go in through murder hole, and these hand cannons, not really enough to go against the auto rifles that is equipped into the members of Uwu, and this is just looking to be an almost flawless Suka. His position has already been exposed, but he's still holding the angles. He still can, pop him headshots, but not anymore. He finally gets taken down, offers to the Oni Demon, and CES back to the drawing board, but now they have another buy round.
Yes, this other buy round might be what they need here. They still have a really good chance really early on in the game so far. The first couple of rounds, Cerberus has been really impressing everybody. But they fought back real hard, and 3 rounds consecutive to their name as well. Really great movement being shown by Frosty Z. Definitely making a lot of space for his team despite being the lone duelist. Then, of course, it is a concerted effort after all.
I've got your trail.
Okay. Immediately using the, I think as Tayror has mentioned it, the cabbages. My cabbages!
I mean, Seekers, it's a fictional kind of thing, so we can call it a cabbage if we want to relate it somehow to a real-life object. So,
yeah.
Why not?
It's a B movie, man. I think I was talking about this with Ilu or Dax yesterday about B movies, about killer donuts, but this is a different B movie. This is killer cabbages. This is what happens, kids, when you don't eat your greens. The greens eat you.
Well, you heard it first from Azurai. Kids watching at home, better make sure to eat your vegetables, lest they eat you. So, I don't even know where we're going with this, but Suka trying to spray through the smoke. But at the very least, First Love is already going to be planted the spike. Akashi going for those lineups does get him tagged, but not enough to take him down.
Oh, that layer is going to be huge, but Frosties take in the angle. What do you think is the best counter for the Lear? Is it to go back or push forward? It seems like it was the latter, leaving only Suka to remain, but they are lining up for him. But there's just too much to deal, too little time, and Suka was just brought to his knees. Look at... Okay, there we go. Look at this one. Yeah, that Lear was blinding him, but it's not really a true blind. Again, nearsightedness. So you got to get near to hit the shots, and that's what... Kishi, or sorry, not Kishi, but Frosties did in total.
Yeah, you know what? Frosty Z was like really expecting that Lear to come out from defense connector, right? And the thing is, the conundrum with Lears from Reyna is that if you're too close to it, it's essentially useless. So, I mean, he was banking on that, and it was a very tricky angle to Lear, but Daikalem right now trying to make the most out of that hand cannon, but Yarpik's going to be taking them down. Frosty Z follows up with a quick multi-kill. This guy is on a rampage, Azrai.
He's trampling everything in his sights. Kishi's making a lot of noise, so Loki can maybe possibly pop up outside of U-Haul here, but there was just, I believe, a Trailblazer that snuffed out his location. Kishi now gonna be alone. Home alone on U-Haul, but, well, Kevin McAllister is not gonna be able to help you out this time, and that's gonna be CES trampling and trouncing to even get around in their defensive, and whoa, again! Their attacking has been pretty damn solid here.
As we go into a tactical timeout for Cerberus, they definitely need to figure out how to stop the bleeding right here and now. I just want to comment on that movement from Yarpix. He was basically playing a different game, jumping around over there in lamps and spraying it down, using that Phantom. And, you know, in many cases, it really is personal preference whether or not you want to use a Vandal or a Phantom. But both of these weapons have their advantages and disadvantages. For one, I do believe the spray ability on the Phantom is a lot more accurate depending on your movement, especially in close quarter combat. And you know that, Bren, we talked about this yesterday, that most of the engagements are going to be close or mid-range engagements. So you can definitely understand why most players prefer using the Phantom over the Vandal in a map like Bind. But then again, personal preference in the end. Tactical timeout is done. Let's see if Cerberus can find an answer to stop the bleeding. I think they should really try to hang back and go for a full retake here, especially given the utilities that they have available. Suka has that lockdown. They could definitely go for a full retake here.
For sure. The biggest problem I would, point out if they try to go for that retake is if they don't have anybody lurking hard to get the big flank in, right? Vim is there's a lot of post plan for Uwu. Like they have Snakebite as well as the Molly, and that eats up so much time. I think Snakebite is second only to the Molly in terms of its duration as a Molotov ability. Still, anyways, back to the action at hand. Frosties is caught rocking a hard place, but he still does have the ultimate, although no chance to reuse that at Jap. Dispenses quite quickly onto the one. They do have first love if they want to get a straight up revive into this, but the gravity well as the push from Uwu will be on the A site. That almost caught them unawares, but the big problem there was nobody was saving Loki. And again, this is the problem from CES. They don't have that ability to seem like to set up these sprays with each other, and the crossfire just not there. And again, as you mentioned, the post plant, but the retake, but they're undermanned.
Yeah. There's no way they can go for that full retake. If they put down the lockdown at this point, it's going to be a waste of an ultimate. Actually, I take that back. Okay, I take that back. I take that back again. Never mind. Yarpix takes down Akashi. It's going to be a 1v3 for Suka. And Yarpix again secures the round. This is the problem, and I've said it. I'm going to say it again. They have to increase their survivability on the early part of the round, right? During the early game part of the round, you got to stay alive, avoid getting picked off, because they have so much retake utilities available that they can't utilize in the end. And that really is the problem for Cerberus right now that they need to find an answer to. They should hang back. They've been holding very aggressive positions really early on in A short, and it's punishing them.
It has been. And that's also the issue as well as when you have this Astra. She should be able to hold angles quite effectively, but when she's out there in the open, this is not going to work out for you. Low-key, so close just to kind of emerge from that bubble, and is this bubble going to get popped? He backs away as soon as it dissipates. Oh, the fear in his eyes, and of course the save for Cerberus will make him a bit more antsy, and want to get some value out of this Bucky that he did try to invest in. Has to play at close angles because Bucky, not really that mid-range sniper from before. No more good right-click plays from the Bucky.
Yeah, it used to be what he coined as a mid-range sniper, but again, that right click is pretty much trash now. So just avoid it. But your picks, you checking around the corner, pre-firing this angle. Loki gets a pick using the Bucky. Left click, not good enough for Crosania right here. Showstopper doesn't really connect.
Oh, what a shot from Kishi! The retaliation, as well as the
30 seconds
how
left.
you go about this,
Spike planted.
the coordination of his crosshair just to hit that one. Nutty, to say at the least. Achap is in a good position to go for this post plant. That wall plugs up so much. Even if they use that Killjoy ultimate, they still have to pop the spike first. They're cleaning out the segments just so that they can start to maybe go for that defuse already. And here we go. Orbital Strike. Daikilim has snuck his way, thread the needle, playing the close quarter, but that actually has separated him from his own team. And they have to go through this molly. One more, and First Blood has all of the control in the world. And he's not going to miss a beat, not going to miss a chance to get his team further and further beyond their opponent's Cerberus.
Really well played from First Love and Achap right then and there,
The spike is
using
still
the
in place.
orbital strike to delay the the defuse further, and then of course winning that rather preventing the post planet retake from happening, winning out those ending duels right there. But this was a really crazy shot from Kishi, I gotta say, but just not
Player
enough.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Got a refrag so quickly there too.
Yeah.
I think it was still. It's either he lost control with his mouse and mouse pad because he had like that weird movement, or that really was how he adjusts his aim. If he does, that looks fancy as heck. But anyways, CES here. Achap even. What? Okay, hang on. Akashi's gonna be in big trouble here because first and foremost, the smoke not covering, basically having your pants down as somebody just tries to punch you. The biggest low blow that you can get as a Sova. And Frosty's here, not missing a beat to go for that punish. So Loki playing the close quarter once more. He hasn't really won much of the duels. He's gotten some impact with the Bucky, but he knows that he can't really just 1v1 this too aggressively. But the repeat is going to be good. It's going to be fatal. Suka's going to have to back off here for now as Yarpix was trying to get control onto a short. Suka in a 2 versus 1. He's going to be holding the close. And at least his utility does give him some ability to know what was happening. But those two, Brown, gives that information that the teleporter has been utilized. Although double back is coming, 30 seconds, and there's still some options for Uwu.
You make that sound again.
30 seconds left.
Crosania will be utilizing the Viper's Pit right now, try and secure that
Spike planted.
that A short position. Spike has been planted. Paint Shell's gonna go out there. And avoids death, but Suka will make sure of it. Crosania just lurking at the edge of the Viper's Pit, but he doesn't know 2 of them are on the right side. Oh boy.
Ooh, dog. 1v3 though. And it's either he played the close or he played far. Either way,
Yeah.
he was not in a good spot because first and foremost, he had a Vandal. It's not because the gun is bad. More of that, it's just obvious where you pop shots from inside the smoke of a Viper Pit. So
Yeah.
he can get immediately retaliated upon if he's not careful. So he wanted to get the catch off first, but the risk did not pay the reward, and that is going to be at least 1 round for Cerberus. But Uwu has had a phenomenal attacking side. Maybe this is opposite day here, Vim, because attacking side and bind is looking much better than what we saw in group stage day 2.
That's true, but if yesterday was any indicator of how this is going to turn out, this might be an overwhelming landslide when defensive half comes around for the side of Uwu. But again, it's too early to tell right now. Fact of the matter is, that was the breather that Cerberus needed. But let's see how Frosty Z can do some damage here onto Buka.
That thing's going to bounce the opposite direction. Actually, it bounced back
Yeah.
into that opening crevice. Frosty's barrel not spotted by both Daikilim and Loki, who's holding hand in hand in Hookah. And this does leave the A site vulnerable for only, I believe, that is Suka and Kishi to defend it. This could be still possible because Kishi's playing on bats. And even though there is going to be a wall up in his face, he can always just bounce his nade somewhere and deal some massive damage. We do see now that Frosties has pushed himself aggressively onto U-Haul. Nobody's going to be playing the close quarter. And are they going to be able to sneak by? But again, the Cabbages attack once more. And that's going to at least give a good enough post plant. The 5 versus 5 for the retake here, Vim.
Yeah, attack of the Cabbages yet again. There's so much value off of those Cabbages, right? You only need 6 ultimate orbs, and it gives you so much space and information at the same time. They will cower, or will they fight to the end? First Love again with a multi-kill. Frosty Z as well. Suka trades him out, though. Battle Sage is down. It's all down to Suka and Loki. At a 2v3 situation here, Azure.
One enemy
Oh, but that 2v3 immediately just erased by Jarpix.
Last round
Jarpix
before the switch.
again from Uwu. We were mentioning First Love, we're mentioning the other players of Uwu, right? But the time that we saw Jarpix just spray control to utter perfection. Look at this. Wang, wang.
Oh my.
Just lovely from Jarpix there. He did that yesterday as well, right? With a pistol in Ascent. I remember, can't remember who their opponent was. I think that was... my brain is not going with me. Alter Ego? Yeah, Alter Ego, I believe.
Yeah, that was
nuts.
their first, I do believe their first encounter on that. But you know, the point being here is that you can see it in their movement. For the side of Uwu, every single one of them is absolutely on fire right now. And you can tell by the way they move, the way their aim is so steady. And they just feel that they're so confident in taking those duels. But now, it'll be a Triforce over here in Hookah that will be displaced by the paint shells, courtesy of Frosty Z. But still, at a standstill.
Well, they need to link up to get that awakening with that Triforce. In the triple peak, Jarpix, he just scramble as they saw the sky. What is up with this guy? She should be giving life. She should be, you know, making you survive and keeping you feel safe. But that's not what happens when Jarpix is at the helm. First Love gets that quick enough trade. Daikilim in the rest, not really having any fun times on Hookah. That smoke kind of stops them in their tracks. Same with the Snake Bite. That should have been a push out by Suka here. And Uwu, their set strategies helping themselves here in this scenario. Suka swings out with a stinger. And it's all about the numbers for them. This ultimate will flush out the rest. And if they're just a little bit patient, they can actually have themselves a nice little fiesta here. Leaving Frosties to his own. The big flag from Ashap and Cresania makes it so. And this first half, eaten alive by Uwu. It's like having s'mores in the rain.
You know, I love s'mores when it's rainy outside. Unfortunately, you know, we don't really have a lot of cold weather here in the Philippines, so rain is all we got. But, you know, I get your point, Azrai. Frosty Z ending things with a big bang right there. It's just, again, beautiful Valorant that we're seeing here right now when, you know, flawless executes, flawless mechanical skill. It's just sort of like a ballet, I like to think.
It's so coordinated. Synchronized swimming, aside from ballet.
Synchronized swimming, ballet, basketball, baseball, football. What else can we think of? I don't know.
Stop the yard. When you're trying to break it down with your moves, right? They have to be coordinated as heck. To make the judges say, "We give you the golden star," or however they try to score that.
That wall. Bit of a one-way, yeah?
Yeah, that's a really strong wall because you have to break about 2 or 3 segments to actually get inside, depending on how you place it. And not only does it give you a plug to basically put on bats, it's a surefire way to secure an orb after you place the wall in.
Very true. Kishi being a little bit tagged right there using the classic. Seems like Loki, though, is lurking around over there in B long. He's going to be repositioning. It looks like they're going to be repumping A as the rest of the team sort of converges onto A short. I think they're going to burst this. 40 seconds left on the clock. Oh my gosh, that smoke does go up and bring them down a little bit on the HP thanks to the decay. Cresania is going to be giving up control of lamps, at least for now.
30 seconds left.
And they're trying to play the Hail Mary pass. They don't have the wall here, so they have to go full protect onto Akashi, which is going to be successful for now, but this retake leaves most of the members of Cerberus out to dry out in the open, so the crossfire must be perfect. Okay, that's positive for them. Yarpix gonna be charging into the U-Haul, but he doesn't have the pass, so he's not gonna get the W, but Achap steps up. Almost, but he just cannot find a break here. He was a bit too late to the party, you know? The keg has already been emptied out, and everybody's just going home. Second round, let's go. We're second round in the second half.
You know what? You might be right, Asteroid, when you made that point earlier. What if there's a bit of a reversal from here on? What if the teams do better on attack instead of defense right here on day 3? But, you know, that first round went heavily in favor of Cerberus. They definitely needed that. Otherwise, you know, we could argue that UWU had this one in the bag already if they won that pistol round. Now they're going to want to secure that. Loki heavily investing onto a Bulldog, but Daikalem will be sticking on a Sheriff. I admire his confidence at this point in time.
Achap, ooh, he's playing so close in this angle. Everybody is just triple stacking on bats and nobody's there. And look at this fake-in. Daikalem spots out First Love, who I think wanted to just get the control on that orb once more. And Yarpix left to his own devices. It's a crack shot, but sometimes the classic is a stallion. You're gonna get thrown off if you're not prepared for it, and wasn't prepared for the push of Cerberus. This leaves us into 4 versus 3, where about 2 of the members of UWU are incredibly low. Crisania wants to trade in for a better weapon. Give me some! But he got none. There seems to be a disconnect, but they're gonna try to go to the B side to make it expensive, or maybe even go for the clutch, but they wasted a lot of time doing something like that.
3v4. And make that a 0v4 really quickly. Spray transfer connects 9-5. You know, this could be a 9-3 curse, right? Cerberus is still in this fight. And as we say time and time again, a 9-3 scoreline can be very deceptive because in a blink of an eye, it can be a 9-5. This is what we have here today. UWU, again, off to a slow start during the first couple of rounds, but they tend to ramp things up once they get the rifles out. Now they do. They will have a slight gun advantage over Cerberus here, although this is going to be a bonus round for Cerberus. Let's see if they can make this a 10-5. If Cerberus takes this, you're going to be poised to mount a really good comeback here, Azrai.
Usually what you'd see with a Viper being the only controller you have is, at least on Bind, A-Side is the name of the game. First Love has such an off angle there, but because they saw the wall, they immediately knew where the boost spot was going to be and pre-fired. And First Love is lucky enough to escape by the skin of his teeth, but to still leave Cerberus with so many options, and they're breaking the utilities of UWU as fast as they can throw them out. They now know the slows are there. You now know it's going to be very difficult to go under hookah without getting extremely punished. So the A side, even if the Viper smokes will be placed on that particular angle, they're still going to try to hold it. And this Sova drone gives a lot of information as soon as it pops into the air.
Good movement by Kishi, avoiding lineup of their shock darts. However, you know, they are at a gun disadvantage yet again. This is a good decision from UWU to try and hang back and go for that full retake because they do have the gun advantage. Daikalem, though, takes Frosty Z down. That is a huge pick. He is the wheeler of the Phantom here for Cerberus. And this guy has been on point the entire time. But will it be enough to take this bonus round in their favor?
They know that Daikalem is somewhere in bats. They saw the Leer being stepped up. Akashi has to go straight for the plant, but Daikalem swings wide. The trade's positive, or at least even. And they're going to try to go aggressive into this, Vim. They have so much control, and First Love, his brain be big, and his aim be bigger. Suka's going to get flushed out here, but his Spectre is going to hold true just for the 1 kill. And Achap will be swinging wide onto short. Loki has still yet to show his positioning at. The smoke is going to be pressed down, and Achap is waiting for her to push out, and he's not going to be able to spot out his opponent here. He swings wide, but he whiffs the miss on the shot. 1 versus 1. Them Achap should have had that in the bag, but it seems like the bag had a few holes in it, and the goodies, well, snuck in from behind him.
Don't you hate those very, like, thin layered bags that when you come back from the convenience store and then things just kind of like drop out from the bag. That's terrible. I think it's a bad omen when that happens. And this is definitely a bad omen for Uwu. You see what I did there? I'm sorry, chat. Strike two for me, Viminal. But the fact of the matter is that is a huge round for Cerberus. And a 9-6 scoreline. They won the bonus round. They are at a very good position right now to come back and tie the scoreline. Just so unfortunate during the last one. Akashi on the hot pursuit here. Oh, Daikalim. Love at first sight, it seems.
That's the second time that Daikalim did that at first love. The first one was on the pistol, I believe, or the save round.
Okay.
And the second one was that. Oh, Yarpix. What? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if it's Yarpix or Jarpix, but his aim is jarringly good. My God, a second shot, and these hand cannons are just connecting. Oh, he's down to 13, but he don't need that much energy. He don't need that much HP. But finally, Daikalim, the other big hitter of Cerberus, finds its mark. And it's all down to Loki. Mischief. Oh my God! What a shot from Frosties! He covered his angle with the nade coming out, and Loki, he high-keyed, just aggressively peeked out and paid the ultimate price, and Uwu hit a thrifty. What?
Oh my gosh. Frosty
10 Rs
Z.
in deathmatch, bro.
Frosty Z. Oh man, you'd love to see those juicy one taps, man. And I kind of felt bad for Suka because he basically ate that grenade. But, you know, Daikalim, really good effort from him. Kishi as well. But those one taps, dude. Again, these sheriffs are so potent in the right hands. And I told you earlier, Uwu is feeling it right now in terms of mechanics, in terms of their aim. They are so confident.
Well, they are vibing so hard in this one, Vim. They break the 2-digit barrier, 10-6. There was a comeback happening for Cerberus here. It's not the end of the world. Cerberus do have the money for it, but that's going to shake them a smidge because their opponents were on a thrifty round by with the Sheriffs. I'm about to call it Deagle, but never mind. Still, it does happen. And if you are somebody who gets rattled by that, you should not, because these players are here to win. And whatever arsenals they do have, be it small or big, they definitely know how to use them.
There we go. A bit of a stalemate as of now. Just trying to wait it out. I mean, the toxic screen, you know, it's always not a good idea to simply push that. And it does have a timer on it, so can wait it out. Toxic screen will be going up again in just a few seconds here, though. Cerberus need to make their move right now.
Let's have 40 seconds on the clock, but this clock not really the biggest concern for Cerberus as they're getting shot hard through the smokes. Frosty's whips one out, and he's gonna put so many lids in these pots, and well, Akashi cannot get a breather out of that one. It's too much contained, he's too much constricted, and Uwu, they're starting to build back slowly. Cerberus should not have any more money to try to at least deal with the rest of Uwu here. And there you go. We've grayed out our screens. Tactical timeout called by Cerberus.
You know, it's now or never for Cerberus, really, because Uwu went away from match point. When they took that thrifty round, right after Cerberus won the bonus, that was just really telling. That kind of flipped the momentum right as we thought that Cerberus was already going to go for the comeback. Just so unfortunate. But let me tell you, Uwu really fought hard during that round. Herculean standout performance from Frosty Z in that round in particular, and that's why we have an 11-6 scoreline right now. These guys are feeling it. But at least for Cerberus, in this round, they do have a lockdown, they do have a showstopper as well as an Empress online. You're going to want to utilize that. You know, it might not be a very good idea to utilize all three at once, but, you know, it's so hard to play for overtime. Not only do you have to deal with the mental stress of playing for overtime, but also it's just so much room for error there. So
yeah, there's more that you can do with one round safety than no round safety at all. And I think that is a well enough risk that you can use 3 of your big ultimates already for that. And to be fair as well, if Cerberus has no money, so
yeah,
if they can use those ultimates to at least compensate for that and net themselves a better chance to win the round, by all means, right? But Frosty's has a boosted up angle here. They're not going to peek him for now. He's not holding the angle wide for this particular moment. So that smoke will at least alleviate. But again, Yarpix off-screen cam kill onto Loki. Loki's been sneaking a lot more. Again, God of Mischief and all that, but he hasn't had much chance to really get here because there's something that is seeing him. It's the all-seeing eye. That's not really what you want to happen. Frosty's has finally been spotted out here, but the damage has been done to the Cerberus. They dropped the crucial weapons, and they're not hitting the shots with the Sheriff compared to what Uwu did on that Thrifty. Mikashi and Suka, all they can really hope for now is some economic damage. But maybe, hold that thought, Kashi has found a couple. He's sneaking onto the side itself. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie with his teammate. Follow the leader, follow the mushroom. But it seems like the foam guy will be cleaned out as Yarpix gets another, scrapes him the bottom of the barrel, and that's going to lead us to match point. Ooh, woo. They're one away from getting the first map here.
You know what I think about mushrooms, man? It's just that scene from Lord of the Rings that when the hobbits talk about recipes for mushrooms because that's their favorite food. Anyway, I digress. I have no idea why we're talking about mushrooms, but Uwu now on match point against Cerberus. Seems like I got it right again, Azurai. It's looking like my prediction is going to hold true.
Oh man, your predictions have been spot on, bro. But to be fair, it's either 2-0 here, 2-0 there, and 1-1 over there, over the other there.
Not a lot of permutations, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Not a lot of options. Still, Cerberus, they've had a couple of frags here. This is actually now workable for them. They just charged in hard onto B, and it seems like their perseverance pays off dividends. Not the end just yet, because we do leave ourselves with First Love and Chrysania, who, First Love being such a crack shot, he's playing so far back, leaving Chrysania to fend off for his own for now. Maybe if Chrysania can take out a head, especially that one on Hookah, they still leave the two on site to fend off for the one big flank that First Love is about to do. But this is a 4 versus 1 now, and that's not really going to be possible, is it, Vim? And they're going to just try to escape somewhere. If it's not in B long, First Love still has a chance to make this expensive.
I couldn't spot out the economy right here, but perhaps First Love is either going for exit frags or is going to choose to save. But it seems like he's going for exit frags here. A couple of them are going to have a crossfire over there. He does get a little bit of info on the left. And yes, dies to the spike. First Love will not be able to retain a gun right there. As we take a look at the scoreboard here, First Love, the battle stage, still atop the scoreboard. Stellar performance thus far. Cerberus hanging on by a thread here, Azrai, but they're still in this.
It's 5 straight rounds for them. And it's been working well. I think that one of the problems now for Cerberus is they're leaving Loki always in an island to try to push. And it's not only a body off the board, it's also a body that you don't have your Astra utilities to utilize. And I think that's such a big discrepancy. They need something. But Loki's still the one to actually try to entry frag. This is kind of interesting. A dynamic that I haven't really seen as much from any other team, but Cerberus still do try to do the same. But wait, hold that thought. Daikalem is now going to be on the charge. Just smoke, waiting if somebody's going to be pushing through this. 3 members of Uwu who were at A are starting to second guess. Maybe we need to send one onto the B side. We've seen a lot of the stars here outside of the site itself, and they're charging hard. Daikalem has no regard for just checking the corners here. I think his teammate has done that for him. But what's difficult here, Bim, is the walls from the Viper make it difficult to just take the site, as well as the peekaboo system where you can just try to look at Cubby, see no one there, and as the smoke goes on and off, there's one with an operator waiting for you in their embracing shot.
You know, you hate to see it when that happens, and I've fallen prey to that many, many times. But really, Frosty Z on that surprise operator, it is possibly the last round, and sometimes it's a perfect time for that surprise. Heart of Fear goes out, as well as the Orbital Strike. Do have the Cosmic Divide. 20 seconds left for Cerberus. And they gotta get the spike planted right now, but it's just... They're going for the full retake. Loki still can get a piece. Kishi gets one onto Chrysania. Cerberus! They're hanging on, Aserai.
That was risky, but ooh, they still forced themselves out. Positive trades not really happening. The 4-man rotation or the 4-man explode from that murder hole just did not work out. They came in one after the other, and Cerberus was holding strong at the center point of the site, and they were perfectly switching targets, Viminal, because one of the things that I saw there was Kishi as well as Loki was trading positions as they pop shots through the murder hole. There is some really good possibilities here now for Cerberus, but they still have to take note that Uwu has the weapons. And one of those crucial ones is Crescenia activating his Viper Pit here in A. And what's scary about this is if this flushes the rest of Cerberus to go through bats, Frosties is waiting there with a judge. So what's the option right now for Cerberus? Is just try to muddle away through the B long side. Could be possible. It's also going to be hella difficult. Look at the positioning for Crescenia. He's so close. Oh my god, he goes in for the wide swing, and Crescenia, the value, okay, diminishes a little bit. 1-for-1 trade. And Frosties, who was holding a shotgun at the farther distance, has now been equipped with a Phantom. Has a good enough weapon here to stop them. What can they do? He swings around the corner. It's a 4 versus 4 of them. Attacker Killjoy has used the lockdown. Yarpix is jumping up and down, but nobody heard him and nobody's gonna spot him. He can actually have a pinch here onto Akashi, and this is going bad. So bad for the attackers. Kishi and Loki to remain. Where's Kishi as well as Loki? Underneath on CT. Oh, this is gonna be so difficult. Yarpix goes straight up into the flash, and now we are left with Loki. Thankfully enough, his opponents are low in HP. That Molly is going to flush him out so quickly, and he's out in the open. That's it. Game number 1. Ooh, win.
As we predicted, well, as I predicted, Uwu takes number 1 in a very convincing manner. Now, I gotta say, Cerberus, they were hanging on. They were hanging on and fighting for their lives here. A very valiant effort indeed. And a team that you definitely can't underestimate. But I do believe they were just outclassed by Uwu, especially in that first half, man. They did fight back in the second one, even winning out to bonus round against all odds. But in the end, Uwu sort of ran away with it.
There were some struggles from Cerberus there, Vim. We saw there was some weird plays that was happening. First and foremost, they didn't really utilize the Astra utility as much as I thought. They were really much dry peeking into a lot of these angles again. I'm not sure what it is with bind and dry peaks, but it's a pandemic that is happening here. Or that's not might not be the good choice of words, but it's a condition that is not really helping the case of Cerberus. And as they try to push forward, it seems like they left Loki just to play as a excuse me, as a lurker, and it doesn't work because Jarpix is just always there to shut them down.
Yeah. It's just, again, Aserai, a concerted effort from the entire team. First Love, especially on that battle stage, you just can't deny his impact throughout the entire game. But really, it was the entire team looking mechanically on point, and this persisted throughout this entire map. Check out those frag wins, 11-6. Very, very telling indeed. But as we come back to this, Aserai, you know, there's still game number 2. It could be a 1-to-1. Cerberus was really strong in that one. Uwu, however, was a league beyond it. When we come back after this short break, it's going to be map number 2. Can't wait to see what's going to happen next.
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm the coach for Cerberus Esports, which is representing for Vietnam for the upcoming SEA playoffs. We often encounter a lot of internal conflicts due to having a lot of young players in the team. Me and the team captain of Cerberus often try to find ways to resolve that conflict and make the bond stronger. And with that bond, it helps us achieve the champions winning in VCT playoff Challenger 2. Fun fact about me, I'm probably the youngest coach of all the top tier teams in Valorant Asia right now. X10 Esports can be one of the strongest teams, and they are the strongest team in Southeast Asia. SYG, or formerly known as SYG, right now they're known as BAAM, can be one of the top contender as well. BOOM Esports is my third contender that I have in mind that can make it to Masters. It feels really good for team-wise, mentality-wise, but also we want to take our chance of redemption since our last challenger didn't go so well when we first became champion of Vietnam. So this is like a way to prove that we didn't win the championship by some luck, but more on our actual potential. So we scrim around 8 hours a day, and we review bot demos around like 2 hours, so 10 hours in total. Whereas I do more extra, so excluding from all that time, yeah, 10 hours a day.
Map 1 done here now in the first series of this Group D of the day, and certainly Uwu, well, they're paving the way to go to Berlin, at least so far, to move on to the playoffs at the very least. I'm just gonna say, I'm the only one who predicted that they're coming out of this group, and so far, it looks like my predictions are looking right. But Viminal and Nasserai, welcome back here after that cast. Great one for sure, as always. But Vim, I'm gonna ask you real quick, what are you feeling about that game first and foremost? And Nasserai, you're up next.
You know what? Uwu really asserted dominance in that round, showcasing great mechanical prowess. Cerberus had a good fight in them, just not enough, especially in that bind map where Uwu now still has 100% win rates as of late.
The map control for Cerberus there was definitely lacking. They got caught many times trying to push forward, but the problem, I think, for the most part, was they were trying to push forward with the wrong players, with the wrong agents. I don't think Loki was ever the lurker player for Cerberus there. It was always Daikalim and Kishi. And again, this dynamic duo I've mentioned also does that kind of play, but we never really saw that. They were always playing on Hookah, never pushing forward and trying to pincer in on the rest. And they're in danger of losing the series of 2-0 against Uwu, who seems to be a much more mechanically, or again, just a well-fledged out team.
There goes the panel breaking it down, but to be quite honest with you, I think the real factor here was the Battle Sage. It might be a meme, but they made it a dream. First love, top of the scoreboard with all that, but as we're looking in forward into, you know, this next match, we talked about it, and Viminal, as he pointed on out, Bind, that is a map that Uwu are 100% a bit more lopsided in the statistics there, but on Ascent, they are actually, on the next map that we're going to, they are actually neck and neck, and so when we do go on over to Ascent as compared to Bind, do you think it'll still be more about, like, you know, the map picks and stuff, or is it really, as Aswai pointed out, contrast to playstyles that is kind of catching them off guard here, at least for you, Viminal?
You know, contrary, actually, I do believe it's a bit of a mechanical diff at this point in time. Judging from what we saw in the first map, there was nothing really wrong about the macro scale of Cerberus. Perhaps, as he mentioned, Aserai, a little bit of lack of map control, but that could also be due to because they were losing out a lot of the duels that they should have won. and a lot of multi-kills in the favor of Uwu. So if they could prevent that from happening, especially in a map like Ascent where you need to take a lot of map control, you need a lot of proactive defense, then perhaps they could actually make it a 1-1 here.
Well, real quick, guys, you sticking with these predictions because we gotta throw the game. What's your opinion on this?
How about you first, Desiree?
I seem to be having issues with my microphone. Hang on, let me try to.
All right. Well,
All right,
I think we gotta throw anyways. I think they're gonna lock in their predictions. That's why I hope to see you guys back into this. We're gonna go over to the game now. Map number 2, kicking off here with Uwu versus Cerberus.
Yeah, you know what? To answer your question, Black and Blue, before we head off there, I think it's still going to be 2-0 in favor of Uwu. Let's take a look at the agent select right now. Taking this first love now on the duelist. We saw how he fragged out during that first map. I have full confidence in this man that he's going to be a very potent jet on this battlefield right now. Frosty Z again, taking that Sky double initiator, becoming more and more apparent right here in maps like Ascent as the first round is now underway.
That looked like a
Kashi-
reap.
Yeah, it kind of did. Yeah.
They just started charging out. How's this? Do I sound, sultry,
All
luxurious?
good, brother. Sounding
All right,
real
there you
fine.
Go, there we go.
As
Aw,
always.
damn. Yeah, you're fine, bro. This is why First Love is the first to get taken down because, we're showing him our
First
bromance. We're the First Love. He's not the first love. Well, moving into a little bit deeper into the pistol for the first round of the second map. Frosties and the rest of Uwu have taken a bit of a beating. Kishi has opted, as he mentioned, to go for this Phoenix, and they're just charging in as the curveball ensues. Frosties deadly with the Sheriff. Got to be careful at the back of the side, and he's hitting shots uncontested, unchallenged, and unchained. That's Frosties for you. It's not only Yarpix that can hit some shots with a nasty little Sky, it's also, well, this other man, Frosties.
As I mentioned earlier, it's just all of them are capable of popping off. I mean, Trasanya has yet to shine really in that previous map, but he definitely had a lot of impact. Now, indubitably so here on the Astra. I think that Astra on a map like Ascent is basically a staple at this point. It really is the meta. And we see Loki also going for that Astra yet again. But Uwu off to a great start here, taking the first round. Cerberus, though, has this idea of just basically bum rushing onto B sites. Rather, they're making their way onto A short.
Well, it's a standard play when you only have the pistols. You want to bridge the gap, but it's only just also bridge the kills for the rest of Uwu here. Daikalim is in the big flank. This still gives Akashi and his teammate a bit of time to rotate. But Frosties never misses a beat. Swing out onto Kishi. He's not going to be able to hit the shots. And left onto Akashi to get a kill, to get a shutdown. But at the end of the day, it's still the overwhelming retake force of Uwu that net them that W. Bit expensive. Not really, but at least it planted in the spike so Cerberus can buy better into the next round.
Really not much to talk about there. It was an eco round, and Uwu had just a tremendous advantage in terms of firepower. As we take a look at this replay, valiant effort, but Trasanya and Jarpix just through the smoke, get a couple of kills there. Akashi does get one onto Achap, but really it's really nothing to write home about there. But this round could really shift the tides here, as Cerberus is going to be on the rifles. No ultimates online yet for either team.
But I do love the mentality here of Uwu. Yeah, sure. Our opponents are going to be on the rifles. It's going to be scary. Our SMGs might not work. So lo and behold, Vim, lo and behold. 2 players, First Love and Yarpix, buying straight into the judges. This could actually work. This could be fatal. Because if Uwu can bridge the distance, this is going to be huge for them. Yarpix almost threading a needle, almost able to sneak one in. That could have been possible. Now they spotted the one judge first. Do they know there's going to be a second? But it seems like Cerberus are taking a slower pace, and it's working. Nice little pop shot there from Daikalim. It doesn't find any targets, but if there was anybody lurking into some smokes or corners, that's the perfect suppressive fire to at least allow them to get into the site itself. Achap, last man standing, will be on garden and planted as a seed
And at least Uwu will have the money now to buy more into this next round.
And that was a bit of a bonus. I mean, yeah, I concur. It was a good idea to go for those judges, especially on defense. In this map, you can definitely make something happen with a couple of those shotguns in very cheeky places, but just not in that particular moment for Uwu. Cerberus fighting on back here. Still very good position. Kishi does have that run it back available. He could choose to make an entry onto the side or perhaps go for early round aggression.
Are they going to go for that early round aggression? Oh, Daikalem. Wait, he got tagged? Down to... No, I think that was his shield already, 1033 or 133. There is going to be some setups here from ACAP. This could get a bit dicey if they're not careful about the push out here. As you can see, so much close quarter being done by Uwu. This was something that I think we saw quite prevalent from Full Sense and the Paper Rex match a while ago. Positioning from Kishi has been showed up, and look at that. Oh no, they knew exactly where his run back will be popping up, and they just throw immediately the molly for a quick enough punish. This leaves the 3 to remain. Suka, Kashi, and Daikalem are getting thwarted once more with these shock darts, and Uwu's lockdown on the site, as well as their ability to just keep charging out and, you know, pressing these fights together, stringing them apart, is working, Vim. It's working.
This is the proactive defense that I was talking about as First Love makes his way around top mid, takes down Akashi in mid link. And it was a good effort coming in from Kishi. He tried to make that entry, gain a little bit of information from that run it back, but Akap too quick on the trigger finger as Kishi was checking that corner onto logs. And then from there, the Nano Swarm and the turret did the work on taking down Kishi, just delaying the entire push from Cerberus. Then, of course, he had those lineups from Sova. Very simple lineup, but very effective, and let Frosty Z finish them off. Very well played from Uwu. Cerberus, again, looking like they're in dire straits.
Whoever's calling for Uwu's setups here on defense is a mastermind. Everything that I think Cerberus want to try to employ in this side is just not really working out well for him. Kishi, well, that's the great bait, mate. Sometimes you see the tag in from a recon dart and you thought you could just push up the side and not spot anybody, but that's the deceptive nature of info gathering here in Valorant. Sometimes it's just not 100%. You know, it just don't connect. Daikalem backing away as the gravity well makes him a bit more honest. It's a 4 versus 4, actually, as the revive, I believe, came out. Well, no, there's no revive. Never mind. This is a 4 versus 4. But either way, it's still going to be a difficult matter here for CES.
You know, that angle the First Love is holding, that's a very classic one. Is a bit of a 50-50 gamble, but it does tend to work. However, Daikalem with a quick flick, Akashi with a tap onto the head of Krasanya. Now they do have a slight man advantage, 3 versus 2 here. Although, Frosty Z, we've seen him do some really crazy things here. Still has a couple of blinds, does take down Daikalem. This is pretty much a perfect storm for him.
Frosty's... Does he know? His opponent's right underneath. Double box. Ooh, his cranium exposed. Brainicles turn into icicles.
Scanning ahead.
Where is Achap?
He is somewhere beyond the rainbow, bro.
Somewhere beyond the rainbow.
Oh, he's just holding. Okay, so this is around for CES, no doubt.
Yeah.
Might get a tactical timeout later on because Achap's not even moving at all. Wait, that was a footsie. Get the extra kill. Yep, there you go. Exit out, and that's Cerberus. Point for them.
Yeah. Looks like we're going into a bit of a technical pause very, very shortly. Unfortunately for that, it would have been pretty much a winnable situation here for Frosty Z. Again, he had a couple of blinds there, but the crossfire was just too strong in the end. Daikalem, really good opening kill there, but... And Akashi as well, supporting him. Really great effort onto Krasanya. Frosty Z almost going for that retake.
There it is, technical time out. Rather unfortunate turn of event. Achap is a pivotal player as well. His impact for Uwu as he anchors in has been I think, moderately felt, especially during that bind map. It wasn't the best, wasn't the most explosive, like what we saw with First Love and I believe that was Yarpix, but it's slowly and steadily getting up there. And not having him that particular round, especially when it was 2 versus 2, was a blow, I'd say, for Cerberus for the moment. Now, we do still have a lot of rounds to go through this, but Cerberus are fighting back. They're biting hard, and it seems like this grip on by Uwu on the Ascent map has slowly but been dwindling.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it all rides on this next round pretty much. That'll dictate the pace of the first half, I think. Because, again, Daikalem does have that Blade Storm online. Achap, on the other hand, only 1 orb away from that lockdown. First Love could go for an orb and go for that Blade Storm. If I'm not mistaken, Ezra, they might go for a half-buy state in this round after this technical timeout is done.
Yeah, that's pretty much something that could happen here. They just don't have the money. They've lost some crucial rounds that they needed to start building economy. And this is the striking distance for Cerberus to even the score out. The big problem for Cerberus is they never really had an opportunity to equalize against Uwu during that bind map, but now they have such a good time to do just that here, Vim. One of the things that I think I did forget to mention as well for Uwu's side is, again, Achap has been, I believe, that replacement for Fane, if I'm not mistaken, for Uwu here.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest question was, can he confirm or can he replace the anchoring, the controller prowess that Fane gave to Uwu as they qualified for the C Challenger playoffs? And it seems like he's pulling his own weight.
Yeah, he's been doing a fantastic job so far filling in the shoes. But again, as we are still in this technical timeout, it remains to be seen what the fate of this team will be afterwards. But again, these things happen in from tournaments, online tournaments from time to time, so nothing to worry about there. I'm sure they'll have it sorted out here. But taking a look at the agent compositions again, Azurai, I think they're pretty balanced, despite the fact that Uwu only has a single duelist. I think on attack, they can be just as potent as double duelist configuration of Cerberus, because again, for us, EZ, a very scary Sky right there. And of course, we know Sky can be somewhat of a duelist in the right hands.
There's no doubt in my mind that that is a true sentence. I've been using Sky for the better part of a few months now.
Yep.
And her ability to flash for herself and for her teammates is incredibly powerful. Now that there have been some changes with the flashes and specifically Sky's way of flashing, because before you had to use your hand as an animation to pop the flash. Now, even if you have your gun out, you can actually flash without doing that animation. So there's less lag time for you to pop the flash out and then pop shots immediately after. That's why you're seeing a lot more duelist guys come into play, because they can swing corners with the guiding light and then go for that immediate punish. That's why you're seeing Sabrosa from TSM. That's why you're seeing I don't know which else I have. Strong Legs from RNG do that multiple things as Sky mains for their respective teams.
I mean, you're a Skyman yourself. You made a very, very good point. That is an absolute game changer. And that's why you have a really high sense, I guess. But coming into this, oh my god, what a scuffle! Krasani with a 2K finally stepping it up. Make that a 3K. Doesn't get the other, though.
Can we request a super slow-mo replay later if we end this
gosh.
round? Because I needed to see where those right-click bullets from the classic came through. That was nutty. B main is a smorgasbord of weapons, and if Loki's not careful, he's gonna get wall banged to extinction. Shock Dart's keeping him honest, but Loki is holding his own. He has now the 3K. He was the one that was struggling a lot in Achap. Oh, no.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
Oh,
the spike has been planted as right. It means he just has to wait pretty much for the time. I mean, he doesn't have that information, obviously. He's just gonna wait there. Seems that Loki was able to clutch it out. That was a fantastic start from Uwu.
I'm not sure about the I'm not sure about the ruling about this or whatever. We'll just have to wait, I guess. But stuff like this, I believe, does get continued. Uwu could be in a really, really sticky situation here, Vim, because they need Achap, and that was already a beautiful play from them. So maybe we can just, like, as this technical timeout is, unfolding, maybe you can check the replay real quick for that last round. That was pretty nuts at the start, at least.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts. Let's take a look at this replay. I thought that was gonna be it, but the flash. Oh my god, almost. I think it was a double dink from that classic, and then of course Chrisana getting a 3K on that sheriff. Again, any one of them can pop off at any single moment. And despite it being a close game right now, I do believe when Achap returns, it's not going to be a close game. I think Uwu is going to take the lead right here. It's still very early on in the game. Yes, the score is 3-all, but sometimes it just boils down to those clutch moments.
It boils down to just that. And do you have the clutch gene in you? Well, at least for the moment, Loki was not asked that fully. But he was hitting some shots. He was getting the punishes. He was already about to dig Cerberus out of the ground and try to keep them afloat for the moment. Whoa. I really love how they play that, but problem was just could not find any form of solace where there's no one else to follow up, even if they have the extra body.
It would have changed everything, but they made the most out of the situation at the very least. Still in this round, Achap will now have the lockdown. Chrisania will have the Cosmic Divide into play. The rest of the squadron, you're going to have a lot of firepower coming into this round because they did save in that previous one. So if they're poised to shift the momentum yet again, this round is going to be it. If Cerberus takes this one, they might actually run away with a few more rounds here, Azure.
Cerberus, again, well, we're still waiting for the timeout to, time itself out. A couple of things that Cerberus has kind of gone through with their journey towards Sea Challengers playoff. I think some of them were already addressed during the interview that we saw during the start of this second game.
Yeah.
Is, aside from, I did mention Suka being, a very strong fragger. He's actually playing full time as a competitive player. He left his family to pursue that particular dream. Not really like leave, more of like just physically leave their house to play in the facility of Cerberus here. And he's put a lot of time and effort just to make that particular dream of his come true. Daikyu, one of their players as well, one of the most explosive jet players that you can spot out. Daikyu, also known as Daikalem. And his current rank right now always strikes around top 20 Radiant. And even though you could argue that Immortals are pretty good, there is a world of difference between a mid-Immortal player and a top Radiant player. It's such a big difference.
You know what? As an Immortal player myself, it's just, let me tell you, I tried dipping my toes into Radiant lobbies, like top Radiant lobbies, and it was not a good experience for me. Teammates were flaming me because I did not know what to do in a lot of situations. It's just, again, the pressure is intense. That was a ranked game. Just a ranked game, Azure. Imagine if you're on the world stage here, on the international stage at VCT, the pressure must be insane. And you're playing at the top level here, not simply at the bottom of the Radiant leaderboards, but at the top here. So we got to give respect, much respect to all of these players. And, that interview had a lot of insights, Azure. It's just the youngest coach in Southeast Asia, perhaps. As he mentioned, there's a lot of young members on the squad, sometimes internal conflict abound. And, as we've had coaching experience in the past, it's just we know the fact that the team dynamic can change according to whether or not some players can be younger. So I do understand the challenge, and much respect to Cerberus. given all those challenges. They're here and now at the Southeast Asia Challengers, facing against Uwu.
Yeah. Here's an additional thing as well, Vim. I can't do this anymore because I'm getting up there in the years. But the practice hours or the hours that these players have put into getting better, at least
10
for
hours,
Cerberus,
bro.
not only just that, they sleep around 4 a.m. in the morning because they were practicing or trying to hone their skills. And you know how a lot of people say hard work over talent or both? Well, they definitely have checked out that hard work part. So you got to give them, again, that much respect because there is really that difference. Even though some of these teams might get creamed by other top teams, it really is just that difference. It really is just that gap from time to time. But that's why we have these tournaments as well, is so that even if you lose, you still have the experience to gather yourself and make yourself better, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more there, Mr. Asarai. But finally, we're getting back into the game here. It seems like everything is sorted out right here. Bit of a standstill. They're playing it slow. 50 seconds still on the clock. And not a lot of action going on as of this time, but the spike is slowly rotating onto a main. Seems like there is a bit of a rotation coming through. A short Kishi trying to pave the way for the rest of CES. Gravity Well is activated, but still not a lot of information.
You have to try to push through this now. Not really a lot of time left anymore. But the Cosmic Divide has been expended. Okay, that's a big one. Killjoy Ultimate will be used. Kishi is on the warpath, trying to look for more targets up and down, left and right. Suka immediately gets the refrag. Lycalim holding the angle once more. The young, or rather the veteran gun, has to try to push through. There's not really a lot of time left, and that spike has yet to get plummeted to the ground. One into the corner. Achap is going to get overwhelmed, and they... Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, just barely able to plant the spike down, and it's left into the 2 versus 4. First Love on an operator, and this does mean that he's not going to try to retake this site with his teammate. Although Yarpix, what's the deal here, Yarpix? Are you going to push or not? Seems like he might set something up or just leave something for First Love to look for as the members of Cerberus exit the site.
I think he was just trying to stall there, buy some time for First Love to really make sure he saves that operator, right? That recon dart was a bit of a distraction. Suka does get lagged. Jarpix takes the kill. Kashi is in a very scary state right now.
Oh, they're dropping the weapons to their opponent. Oh, 6 bullets in Daikalem, and he gets the final. I thought that if the 2 saved by Uwu, that would have been such a bad, expensive round for Cerberus. But they make it happen. They make it work. And quick little replay for what happened that last round.
I mean, take a look at that. Clean take coming in from them. It was a 2v4 in the end. I think that was worth the hunt, Azray. Now First Love doesn't have that op, and Yarpix doesn't have that gun. Check this out. 4-3, eco state again for Uwu. And CES looking like they have the momentum heavily in their favor. But Frosty Z gets a quick 2K. Traded out by Suka, however. First Love is going to be dashing out. Still has that Sheriff. We know what he can do with that very tiny gun.
Dude. Twice. Not in a row, but in at least the same side where Frosty's gets value with just the Sheriff. That is nuts. And we're talking about Yarpix and stuff, but as you mentioned, Vim, is a set entire team that is mechanically gifted, and their shots are proving that exceedingly true. Now, 4-3, and the left remaining members of Cerberus, who still have the better weapons, are looking to charge into the B side. One is going to be playing in stairs here. That's going to be First Love, waiting for the Gravity Well to at least dissipate for now. Yarpix activates the Hunter's Fury, but nobody knows that somebody is lurking right behind him. Another Soba, and that's going to be Akashi. Down for the count. And we've equalized just a smidge in Cresania. Oh, he's all the way in no man's land. Doesn't have time. Even if he runs, that spike will still get defused.
Like as with Planet Cresania, is all that's left to try and make something work. But it's going to take nothing short of a miracle for him to be able to retake this one. So the most he can do is do a little bit of damage. At the very least, Loki is down to 15 points of HP, and Krasania is able to pick up an Oni Phantom. Best skin in the world, by the way. And Suka might get spotted out here. Oh, does have that information now. Oh, so close, actually.
It was very close, but Cerberus are making a case at this. Although those 2 other rounds that they got was Achap just kind of, again, glitching out of existence. So we'll see if Uwu can come back from that. It was only 2 rounds, but sometimes that's all you really need to pace the momentum for yourself.
Yeah.
And CES here, they built themselves a stacked economy. Interestingly enough, Daikalem is not going to be playing into the AWP. I think I remember him yesterday being a pretty good shot as well when Cerberus was going up against Oasis. So I'm not entirely sure what this is all about, but even if they do have the money for that, but it's still going to be fine. Frosty is now on the quick charge, spotted out by the Sova drone, and barely gets out of harm's way.
Here's the thing. It's pretty scary how Uwu can basically flip a switch and get so much value off those sheriffs in an eco state. Now they have the guns. Their momentum was stifled a little bit because of those technical issues, but it seems like they're back into form here. Frosty Z gets first blood. Loki gets a kill onto first love, however. Nakashi has been doing a lot of work thus far. As I say that, Suka gets Frosty Z and secures the man advantage, at least for the time being, for the side of CES here. They do have Achap set up over there onto B main. And I think they do have that information, judging from the sound cue they got from the turret. So they're going to be slowly rotating from mid to A short. Yeah, they're not going to be taking mid control here. Slowly but surely making their way onto A short and A main here. Seems like Loki is going to be left to his own devices here onto A short. This is pretty risky, all things considered, because he is the smoker, and it's going to be hard to take control of A side without a smoke. But I think they're banking on the fact that there's only going to be one guy on the side of Uwu to take control of this. Krasania doesn't get kill on Suka. Keishi trades him off. Spike has been planted with only 12 seconds left to spare. It's going to be a 2v3. Yarpix down to 39 points of HP. I'm going to try to gain a little bit of information. I like the positioning of Cerberus here. All 3 of them playing very, very safe. Spike is still planted for them, so they can afford to do this. It's just Yarpix and Achap looking quite lost onto the side. And these moments like this are really, really annoying when you don't know where the opponents are and you know it's not a winnable condition, and you're just kind of stuck there trying to make the best out of that situation, Ezra.
They were corralled into such a messy little fighting stance. And Cerberus, they're building the foundations to a building block. Look at this little charge in. Frosty has shown his forces there, and that's the really unfortunate thing. This is Cerberus using the layout of the land to their advantage. And whether that is just a point of sheer luck, or them just being careful, or both, it's Uwu still being caught with utilities, and that made Cerberus' life in that particular round much easier.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing it really, really well now, Cerberus. They have their head in the game right now. Seems like they're absolutely on point. Whatever mistakes they were making on the first map, they're looking much, much better form right here. Uwu definitely needs this tactical timeout to try and figure out what's going wrong. Seems like they were thrown off after the first couple of rounds there, but it's just, I'd like to take a note of what happened that previous round, right? When you're trying to go for that retake, that defuse, and then you can't even see where your opponents are, and all 3 of them are outside the site, capable of taking you down when you tap the spike. It's the most annoying feeling in the world, really. And then at that point, I say to myself, I mean, come on, this guy, I can't believe this. There's really nothing you can do at that point in time. Kishi going for that quick molly onto the entrance of A side here. Yarpix repositioning.
Ooh. That was a solid good hit, but no dinks. And through the wall as well, so it did get kind of softened up by that blow. That smoke is pretty crucial. Somebody could be hiding in wine, but I think the Sober drone did cancel it out, and they're just charging right in. Is this the time for Kishi to redeem himself? Yarpex has been somebody that kept on just punishing with the Sheriff, but no longer shall we be oppressed by the Sheriffs. And this is where First Love, Atchap, and Frosty's second guess themselves. No more money, not a lot of good utility. And Cerberus, they're brute forcing their way into the sites, and it's working, especially spearheaded by Kishi. And that is no bueno, because you never really want a Phoenix to get that many kills and deaths, just because he keeps having his runs back time and time again. Chap, unfortunate, but Frosty's even more so. 5 HP at a Dream inside the smoke, and it gets cleared out as the mist dissipates. There it is, 7-3.
You know, here's the thing, Azrai. There's been very, very little adjustment and rotation from the side of Uwu, and I think it's about damn time they do something else. Because if you keep trying the same thing over and over again, it's not working out, then you'd best reconsider your options here. Perhaps Atchap should hold A instead. Perhaps Frosty Z could rotate to A. It seems like they're avoiding B site time and time again because they keep getting shut down by Frosty Z, even in an eco state. So I think a quick rotation is in order here. They seem to be preferring taking control of A short and A main for a classic A split push. But at this point, Cerberus will take note of that. And maybe they'll go for a mid control right now.
The problem with a B push by Cerberus that I can see it is because they don't get that mid control, the avenues of attack dwindle to that singular push outside of B main. And what this means in general is that it's much easier for Uwu just to throw out utilities in one corner. And because they have a crossfire from spawn plus market, it's so easy for them as well to pop shot bullets through just the one particular angle on B main. But if you get that B main control, it kind of flips its head a little bit. They are going to try to make something different now as Loki's going to go again for the singular push here. But they should be careful. Well, the slow and steady wins the race, and Loki's lurk finally pays dividends, and it's not back inside Krasanya. He's holding hard with the Sentinels of Light Vandal, but there's just too many minions, forces from the underworld, from Cerberus here, that claims the victory, claims the round. And this ultimate, this lockdown, not making things any better.
One enemy remaining.
Lockdown is destroyed. CS and Loki get 2 apiece. First Love taking down Loki. It's going to be 1v2. First Love, it's all down to him. Daikalem is out there. He gets taken out by First Love. The last guy is over there in the boathouse. It's all down to Suka. It seems like First Love is unaware. Oh my gosh. I wasn't expecting both of them to be over there near boathouse. Suka clutching it out for Cerberus. 8-3 now. And let me tell you, in that previous round, Azar, it's kind of interesting when we see things unfold as we call it out. Like, you know, I called out the rotation, the defensive rotation from Uwu. That's what happened there. And then you called out a bit of a change of pace, taking mid control for the side of Cerberus. That's what they did. And it all worked out for Cerberus. It's just, well, quite fascinating.
You know, I think the more fascinating thing about that is it's obvious to us because we can see it from an overview perspective.
Yeah.
But because the teams also call it, it means that their IGL is just that good because they can't see anything. But their reads have been so correct. And this is why I give so much respect for people who can do the same thing in terms of call-outs that we do, but as players themselves and not casters. Because being a caster is so different than being a pro player in this regard, right? So
very true.
Whoever called that, I think that was probably Daikalem, their IGL, because he's the one that has the most pedigree being a CS player, a CS veteran. And Kishi, I think, that was a fantastic call to do. But going back to that particular play, it really did rely on Loki having the pinch on market. Because usually what you would see in a B split push like that is there's about 3 people on market rather than just the one. Because if you lose that market side, it is so big. Anyways, speaking of big, nice enough frags for Suka and Kishi as Frosty and Krasanya go down. And CES, Cerberus, they're making a good case that this first half is theirs to command, theirs to take.
Daikalem with another kill. It really is fascinating for an IGL to be a fragger in itself as well. You know, there's so much mental bandwidth required to do that IGL. First Love And he's going to try to make something out of this. Does get a kill onto Kishi using that Blade Storm. Is he going to get another? No, it gets shut down by Daikalem. Suka secures the round win. We're sitting at a 9-3 scoreline. Uwu needs to come back into this once-a-side swap. Are they going to flip a switch? Can they pull off a mental reset here, Azrai? Otherwise, man, CES only 3 rounds away from match point.
Now, those Guardian shots, not agreeing with, I believe that was First Love that was using it. 2-150 weapon, I believe, or 2-1 weapon, but you need to hit those accurate little beats. If not, it's just going to go to the wayside. It's good and all. It actually is a fantastic weapon to pop shots from, especially when people are trying to cover themselves on lane. High bullet penetration or high wall penetration means that your damage is much better than a Phantom or a Vandal. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, it do be like that sometimes. The whiffs,
do be
just
like
just hitting you hard.
As Dax would say, do be like that.
Do be like that.
That's a totally different thing, Blackpink. But, you know, if the VCT casters group were a Blackpink group, I'd like to think I'm the Jenny of the group, but I digress.
I feel like I could be the Lisa.
As we get out of the topic at hand, it's just First Love and Chrysania getting a kill to their name. Kishi getting a double. Chrysania is still alive.
Careful now.
Okay. Chrysania rock in a hard place, being corralled in. Hot hands at least now dissipate, so he has a bit more wiggle room to try to breathe in. He's struggling, and in lane, there's only one thing to do, is to either cut corners or to overtake, but he gets overtaken himself. Kishi, wide swing 3K, and second pistol round. Cerberus looking promising, going into the second half. What is happening?
Primed up. You know, that's what CES is right now. Maybe they were just off to a slow start. Maybe they just needed to wake up. You know, because right now they're turning it up to 11. This might be 11-3 scoreline very, very shortly because, again, they're going to be buying up, trying to cement their momentum here as Uwu loses that crucial round.
Well, can't count them out just yet. You know how many times on the Thrifty round Uwu have won just from like aggressive Sheriff peaks? There's a possibility that they can hit those.
Daikalem though.
Oh, yeah. Keep going, man. You got this. I believe you.
Oh, dash in for First Love. Is he going to be able to get a kill? He does, but Kishi is there to trade him off. It's just a spray transfer Asteroid from the Spectre. There's really nothing he can do about it if you don't have armor. It's just going to rip you into shreds. Oh, man. Unfortunate for Uwu.
Oh, man. And the second oh, man there for me is they basically gave Kishi the key to the kingdom as they put more kindle to the fire. Third round in of the second half, and Kishi has a run it back. This doesn't need to be used that early, but it could be pivotal to make things very difficult for Uwu in their first gun round. Now, careful, but the good thing about this is for Uwu, since they do have the rifles, the weapons, the range, exceedingly better for them. They can take a slower pace. They do have the time for it. It's going to be a nasty one for them. CES, the motion of the Ocean 4 now is the 3-man push, rather, on the B mains. Get spotted, but the spike is there. So if anybody starts to pick it up, there could be something. But Uwu playing this, knowing that Uwu, or rather Cerberus, is looking for those close quarters to make the Spectres deadly at that distance.
They're playing it really, really safe. Is that right, Azra? Because there's so much at stake here. They can't afford to make any errors or any hasty decisions at this point in time. They are droning out Garden. Kishi does get spotted gravity well, trying to keep him in place, but looks like he's going to be able to get to safety. Full retake is underway. Suka and Loki take down Yarpix and First Love. So it's a 3v3 right now, but still the gun advantage in favor of Uwu.
Oh, that dive in by Kishi. Well, gets denied. The swimmer says, or the lifeguard says, nope, it's too deep for you, kid. Can't do it.
There's going to be a quick dash out. Cerberus containing the rest, but this is workable. But Crisania says otherwise. A double drop from Kishi, and it's always
my gosh.
difficult when the turret is there to just ferret you to death, and there's no chance in hell. You were slowed down already by the bullets of the turret. It's too difficult.
I mean, it's just so unfortunate. That turret can be really a thorn to your side right there. However, Uwu really needed to win that round, and it seemed like they did the right thing in order to secure that round win, 11-4. You know, we've seen this over the past couple of days. A scoreline like this is still winnable, pretty much, for Uwu if they get their mental back together.
Right there.
You can try to. They got themselves a relatively okay buy round. First things first, they needed at least... Usually when you have your first gun round, if you win it, the best for you, or the best case scenario is 5. The almost okay scenario, or the okay scenario, is about 3 people surviving, so you can actually drop for your teammate. Kishi, though, using again the budget Astra Smoke for a bit of coverage. Just about, what, 2 to 3 seconds of dissipation before it goes, and then you can just use that to reposition so quickly. Cerberus and a couple of teams have adopted that style, and it's proven dividends. People just don't seem to expect that somebody's going to be playing around that super budget smoke.
First Love getting delayed by that Nano Swarm, but he does dash on to switch. Akashi, though, does gain a little bit of information through that recon dart, quickly making short work of First Love, securing the man advantage here. It's all down to Crisania Suka with the double kill. Akashi will secure the round win and match point for Cerberus in a flawless victory.
Match point.
Now, match point, Azrai. This is now or never for Uwu.
This group of life is still the group of life. Everybody still is at 1-1. Everybody has a chance in this particular group D to have value in being able to get the W and the playoffs position, if ever. I can't remember the particular schedules that we do have, but we are only at day 3. We still have the tomorrow's day. So if we have any more matches for Group D, there is a well enough chance. Possibly. Or is this the last day? I'm not entirely sure. Let me check. Because we need to inform the viewers.
Yeah. Got to get the right information. Do a little bit of fact checking there. Daikalem is not going to be able to get a kill on that, but Kishi has something to say about it.
Spike down mid.
Finally, getting a kill to his name, taking down First Love. Atchep trades him out. Suka answers back right away. Love the quick refrags happening from Cerberus right here. It's 4v2, looking very dire for Uwu. Frosty Z only has a Sheriff. Jarpix only has a Spectre. And is caught unaware by Loki. Falls to the hands of Loki using that guard. It's all down to Frosty Z. And Suka ends it all. Victory for Cerberus here, Asarai. What a twist of fate.
A twist of turns, whether it's that issue that Achap was plagued by at the start of the round, or it really is just Cerberus rallying behind Kishi as well as Daikalem. Only they can say, but at the end of the day, it still is a huge upset for Cerberus here. They nearly needed W. And to confirm, I do apologize for fumbling just a little bit, but for tomorrow, for Group Stage Day 4, we still do have 2 Group D matches. That is Uwu versus Oasis Gaming, as well as Alter Ego versus Cerberus Esports. And again, coming from Group D, as we dub the Group of Life, there is still a heaping great chance for either 4 of these teams to vie for the 2 playoff spots in their respective group.
Taking a look at the stats here, Azrai, from that second map, 13-4 is our final score line. MVP for the side of CES is Suka, 2.1 and 16 kills to his name. It's just, it was a team effort. If he can check out the rest of the stats here for his team, is 1.6, 1.9 for Daikalem. And really, Akashi had some really great moments as well. But for the side of Uwu, Crisania at least stepped up this time. But due to unfortunate events in the earlier parts of the game. Seems like they kind of fell off there. Perhaps they ran out of steam, but you can't detract from the fact that CES played it really, really well. Maybe they just sort of woke up during that second game as well.
Yeah, they started the match a little bit loose, and then their takes, their interactions got tighter and tighter, and just a little bit of adjustment with how they attack the sites, whether it's A or B, really did help out. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a quick break, and when we do come back, it's Group A once more. Bren Esports versus Cerberus Esports. Is it now Bren's time to be the first seed coming out of Group A, or isn't? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for that.
1-1, one and done here as we split the day. What a game coming in from those two teams. Cerberus and Uwu both one apiece. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Dax and Illustrado, your casters for the next, and also the panel for now, Dax and Ilu. Dax, we both of you actually were kind of watching that on the back scenes. What do you think about that game from your perspective?
Well, first things first, I got some food and I didn't even get to eat it because of everything that's happened. But really, it was so intense. I was the edge of my seat for multiple reasons because it does feel like when we see the group that Uwu and Cerberus are in the first place, they're just so competitive. When one team takes command, they do so. When the other, well, it's going to be the same case. And overall, it's just all about evening things up.
I'll be honest, I was a little bit surprised about the 1-1 scoreline, especially after game number 1. I thought it was just going to continue landsliding, but then at the end of the day, we really just have to look at how it went, and I guess we're going to take a look at the standings just to see how it all did unfold.
Yeah, right on cue, perfectly on time. Let's look at those standings, the group stages, how things have been turning out. We're halfway through the day here with our third match, our third series completed. We got 3 more for you guys. The next one, well, we're going to talk about that in a bit. Uwu and Cerberus just concluded 1-1 apiece. You can see right now on the points, they're neck and neck. Nothing much changing here, but as we move further into that groups of Group D, and we close it out today, we're going to find out with Alter Ego and Oasis, who is going to go up on that leaderboard, who's going to go up on the scoreboard, maybe overtake that top slot. Well, first of all, Alter Ego, Ilu, I know you wanted to touch on these guys.
Yeah, see, the thing is, Alter Ego, their place, I know they're third in the bracket, but it's not very far apart. The round differential right before we finished that previous series was +2, +1, -1, -2. There's virtually nothing separating these teams right now. And this next map is going to tell so much of how it's going to go in the rest of the bracket. Oasis, they're desperately in need of a 2-0 here. Well, I wouldn't say desperate, but it would very much help their chances as everybody in this group is neck and neck.
Yeah, I got it. Coco Gador's courtesy Marky and Ripper, and I concur there, Illustrado. Someone needs to break these chains and bind them together. You mentioned it. The map differential, the round differential, they were just so close. But looking at the Oasis Gaming, it's all about if everyone can get on the same page and on the same level of the Oasis pop-off. We saw it yesterday with Coco just really stepping it up as we're going to go to our head-to-head. And I do believe we are going to be seeing the Sentinels there. Coco, of course, on that Killjoy, impressing on that split map. Natsulrant, in the meantime, probably one of the most veteran players of the Indonesian scene.
There's no better two players to look at. Natsulrant and Coco, I mean, you got to talk about these guys here. How many rounds Black and Blue did Coco clutch for his team over the previous couple of days? Exactly. It's just been insane. Triple kills every other round here. But with the overall performance, Natsulrant has been doing a little bit better.
For sure. Boys, let's look at the map veto here, the map selection rather, to open things up. Ascent for the first map of this series, and going over to Split, where we're going to kind of be split on what direction to really go. But for the most part, you know, with the picks that they got going here, Alter Ego picking Ascent, what do you think about that one, Illustrado? And for you, Dax, what do you think about Split right after?
You know, I like the outlook of what we're going for here. I think both teams are going to be very comfortable. I know Alter Ego selected Ascent, but this is a map that Oasis has been very comfortable in as well here. We're going to get a good game. Split has been selected by Oasis, which is, I'd say, a little bit surprising as it's not historically their best map. I know that they've been performing a little bit better on other maps like Breeze, but at the end of the day, I'm expecting a very close series.
Yeah, I mean, that Split map, it's that recency bias here for Oasis. They're getting the wins now on Split. And as Illustrado mentioned, historically before, it wasn't the case. But that history on Ascent, that's something Oasis knows and loves. Alter Ego, though, in the meantime, can also put up a strong fight on Split. I do believe that was one of the maps, if not the map, that put them in SEA in the first place over BAAM Esports. So it really goes to show that in the map pool, we're seeing some contention yet again.
Yeah, you know, one thing that... I'm sorry. Apologies. But I just really wanted to point out... Sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay, right. One thing I really wanted to point out here, Ascent will be, you know, the first map, and just a really interesting statistic for you guys to know. 32 maps have been played. It's a 32-10 scoreline for the side of Alter Ego on this. They have a 76% win rate on it. Their chances of taking map number 1, I favor them.
Yeah, really good stats, and I'm going to throw you another one here, Elo and Dax. Both of these teams at 67% win rate currently in the official circuit for that Split map, and so it really gets to it. We're going to go to predictions real quick. Dax, we'll start with you, and then Illustrado. What do you think how this series is going to go?
You know, it's dicey, and I usually just go all in for the Oasis, but Alter Ego is just a proven beast in the regional circuit, especially in the community. So this time, I'm gonna split the difference, go 1-1.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough here. I'm not gonna be calling a 1-1 this time because I definitely think Oasis, they've been feeling hot here. Alter Ego might be a little bit more favored, but I think Oasis is gonna take this in an upset 2-0.
Well, I think we're going to be very, very concerned in how things are going to go in this group. It's a very hotly contested group, and definitely nobody's going to let things slip away from them. Are we going to see Oasis elude all haters, all doubters into this series 2-0 and get into the playoffs? Or will Alter Ego shed any sort of personality disorders that they might have, because they have been seeming like the Alter Ego that we know? No difference in whatever we can expect from them. So going into the series 2-0, 1-1, we're going to find out. We're going to go to the casters for this match as map number 1 shall be Ascent.
Another tragedy, and we just seem so numb. Need the peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets we see police don't freeze but run, and then that thing that you know somebody reach for the gun. Okay. Let the murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that I culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
Dia yakin banget dan rip shotnya tidak menduga.
Before we get a kill, he doesn't. Ripper instead with.
In the group of life, there has to be at least 2 that fall eventually. Will this be the day that we see someone actually take the reins here and lead the charge? Because for now, the group standings are still neck and neck. My name is Illustrato to deliver you this action. Alongside me, Dax, we have one heck of a game here. In this group, I don't think we've seen any closer than the matches that we have in Group D. Do you think this game is going to be more of the same?
I honestly do. I really feel like it's so neck and neck, and I know in the predictions you wanted to go all in on Oasis, and I absolutely respect that, and my heart yearns for it. But truly, Alter Ego, they've been a proven beast in the community circuit for quite a while already in the region, and finally making it here to VCT. It's their time to shine. So I still believe that the group of life will give us some more life into the day, and we will get the deaths tomorrow instead. But what a group we've had so far, and what a match we're gonna have here.
It's not just the group of life that's really been a toss-up. I mean, today we're going to actually see the resolution of Group A. I mean, we'll talk about that a little bit later on, but as for, obviously our production and, our heads doing the mathematics for us, because we're too small-brained to do it, we have a lot of conditionalities, especially going into Group A. Bren and Bren and Sharper, that's going to be an interesting one because Sharper have to at least win 1 and by a certain amount. This is going to tell the tale. That's how fine the line is in Group A as to whether you're going to qualify or not. Now, CBT, they don't really have a say in whether they're going to get through. All they can do is sit and wait, and that's literally the worst feeling you can have in a tournament.
Yeah, that Group A looking absolutely spicy, and I feel like we do need those resolutions very, very soon. And of course, guys, you're going to be able to tune on into those matches after this one. But fun fact here, Illustrato, Alter Ego versus Oasis Gaming. This is the second time we're going to the Indonesian region versus the Philippine region today. And another bit of a fun fact here, just a little bit of trivia. Natsurat that we showed a while ago, formerly playing for that NXL roster, has actually met some members of Oasis Gaming before when they were known as Chimera. NXL being Chimera then 2-0, I believe. So there is a little bit of that familiarity in the tournament circuit between some of these players. And I wonder if that's going to be a factor into it. Sure, it is old history right now, but having history still helps you out in these kind of situations.
Look, I was watching the previous map, Dax, one of the previous games, the Onyx versus Galaxy Racer game. I was tuning into literally both the Filipino and the Indonesian stream during this time. And I have to say, first of all, it was lit. Everybody was losing their minds, but there was this sense of like, is that it? Is it going to be a 1-1? We need an answer to the cliffhanger. Which region will reign supreme? Is it going to be the Philippines? Is it going to be Indonesia? And this is one of the maps, one of the series that's going to tell us the true tale of who's going to go out ahead.
I agree, because ever since we started this program, there were just many times when we get 1-1, just like, this is the part we say, we're going to map number 3, but we don't. And one of the biggest examples of that was yesterday's final match between Wilsons and Paper Rex. Everyone wants a 3-game series between those kind of teams. And it's just stellar to see how competitive the field has become. It really goes to show you need those deciders, but here at the group stage, every round matters instead. And we're going to be cutting down that field here, Ilo. From 16, we go to 8. We are going to get the resolutions then, but we will be resolving everything to see who's going to be that top 8 over the next 2 days. And Alter Ego versus Oasis Gaming. This is going to be a matchup to remember because Oasis Gaming, they're trying to prove themselves here in SEA that they can play in the region. They're not just here for the local scene anymore. They have ascended and they have gone even hotter than the hottest they've ever become. If you think about the sun that is Oasis Gaming, it seems like they're looking to go supernova, but Alter Ego, such a strong history, and with newest additions like Nats, who's built experience, and Fat Penguin, it really feels like they've retooled to that success, finally beating out the likes of BAAM Esports in their qualifier and showing up as a second seed from Indonesia. There's a lot of things these teams need to prove, but they've really stationed themselves to be there in that position.
Look, with the matches of Onyx just going absolutely, supernova, and Galaxy Racer, those matches across the day, very celestial level matches here. I definitely feel like we're about to see a Horizon or a Nexus event very, very soon because these matches are that close to each other. This one is probably going to be no exception. I do want to talk a little bit about Oasis here. So for the people who might not be familiar with Oasis, these guys are a team that have never been touted as the best in the Philippines. Never, not a single time. It's always been the story of Bren, and then at some point, the team Oasis, back when it was just Godowers, were always considered to be maybe second best, and then they eventually dropped to fourth, and then it was just a downward spiral from there. This is their return to form. This is their renaissance. And to go up here and to perform against some of the best teams in the entirety of Southeast Asia, not only is it a big honor for them, but it's proving to everyone that they do deserve this slot that they have found here. Because not a lot of us on the Filipino broadcast didn't even predict that Oasis would have gone through. A lot of us thought it would have the Empire. A lot of us thought it. Yeah, and exactly. This is. The fact that they're performing here is very much a sign of good things to come for Oasis.
Someone who predicted Oasis all the way. I wonder who that is.
I think it was Ray who was the only one who predicted Oasis.
You would dabble in it too. I'll give you credit. There were times you would dabble, but not to the extent I would just say Oasis all in. And that's really the whole playstyle, right, of Oasis. They've gone back to the top. They've basically yo-yoed the way to the tippy top of the PH scene. With Alter Ego on the flip side, they've been at that pinnacle for quite a while. One of the 3 titans of the Indonesian scene for so long already, and they've been looking for that entry to VCT. It feels like, though, that this is their time, and I think that they would really want to prove it here. This is where they can finally shine, show up the likes of BAAM, show up the likes of Onyx, and prove to us that they are a team to be respected even more so.
Apologies also. I said Onyx versus Galaxy Racer earlier. It was BAAM, my bad. It's just, the matches have been just so close, but in the end, again, the storyline still reigns true here. It's Indonesia yet again going up against Philippines, and here we are in what hopes to be the big match of the day. Who is going to prevail? Are we going to finally see a victor here? Is it going to be the Philippines? Is it going to be Indonesia? It's going to be a tough one to call here, but we're going to find ourselves here on Ascent with Oasis starting on the attacking side, Alter Ego finding themselves on the defense.
And Alter Ego whipping out the no sentinel composition that they've been touting for quite a while in their region. You can see Natzelrat, he usually does play sentinel roles, but he's been whipping out the sky a lot more than usual. And he is going to be whipping out that double initiator composition with the rest of the crew. Pretty simple though. You got the Jet and the Reyna, some of the fastest and easiest entries that you can accomplish with the Alter Ego roster, and the Omen there to boot. But on the flip side, Oasis is going to be back on the comfort picks and a pretty similar comp. The only thing that is different here is truly the presence of that Sentinel. Coco will stay on the Killjoy.
Yeah. Well, take a quick look at what we got right now. I'm liking the fact that Oasis are going back to their original form of Godowers on the Reyna and Marky up on that on the Jet. Ripper has always been fantastic on the Omen, And of course, Courtesy and Coco, they like to flex a little bit more than everybody else. And so this is classic Oasis through and through. And I'd be hard pressed to find a more comfortable lineup for these guys.
Yeah, this is peak Oasis, and while there are so many strengths about it, how comfortable they are, how well they know how to use this comp in the first place, there is one drawback when they run Marquis and Gadorus together. These guys, they like to push the boundaries, push the envelope, and somehow push and defy the limits of the map itself. And sometimes because of that, yeah, they go even further than they're supposed to and get caught out because of it.
You know, Dax, I'm looking at the Alter Ego roster here, and what's really surprising to me is one of the matchups that we hyped up before was the Sentinels lineup, Coco versus Natsulorant. That doesn't look like it's gonna happen again, as Natsulorant, he's not on the Sentinel. In fact, none of Alter Ego is going for that Sentinel for their defensive side, which is very much interesting to me, but this only means one thing. That on their defense, they're going to have to go for those aggressive pushes, aggressive peeks, take map control, use that double duelist that they have, and take the fight to Oasis Gaming. Otherwise, the entire point of not having a Sentinel, it's null and void.
Yeah, I touched on it a while ago, and interesting enough, you make a good point there for the Alter Ego roster, but at the same time, it seems like there was already proof in the previous day there, Lestrada, because they got, I believe, 8 defensive round wins versus with this comp itself, and they know already how to utilize it in the first place. Natsurant's such a veteran player, knowing how to flex on the round, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Oasis on the attacking side, Alter Ego on the defense, and we're gonna get Gadorus to fall immediately to the hand of the bottle. Marky, in the meantime, backing on away. It's a 1-for-1 trade here, Yulu.
1-for-1 indeed, as they head on over and try to swarm onto the B side. Lemamor is gonna get a double right there. Courtesy's there to trade him off, and a nice swing out from Natsulorant. Barely any HP left. It's only one that keeps him alive for now, but he still gets the right click. And Natsulorant is able to be the anchor here towards that B side. Oasis looking to capitalize on the fact that there's no Sentinel, but instead bites them in the back.
Yeah, and just, there you go. Proof is immediately there, and Alter Ego comfortable on a map like this, even without a Sentinel, just by getting in the way, and of course, getting the frags that they need. They love those extra flashes with the sky. Natsurant, of course, he still has a bit of that Sentinel mindset in him, thanks to the agents that he plays in the first place. And Alter Ego off to a good start versus Oasis. It's high time, though, for Oasis to try and prove themselves in the next few rounds. Maybe they can actually steal this away, but Alter Ego, they're still prepared. They have the aggressive angles yet again. And you mentioned it a while ago, with a comp like this, you gotta aggress. Berserk's there already going for the barrage with the Marshall. Marky, though, with a sheriff shot. And as Alter Ego is just going even further into the distance, going even further into the side of Oasis. It's Oasis now left with Coco all alone.
Oh, it's gonna be a tough run for sure, but still a very, very worthwhile round here for Oasis. They do invest in the Marshall, certainly, but they're going to be happy with the results that they have gotten at the end of it here. Still 2-0, and let's take a little bit of a quick peek as to how that went. Nice shots from Berserks. And at the very end of it all, Oasis, they're not going to be too miffed about losing that. Sure, they did have some investment into it, and it's going to hurt their economy coming into this next one, but they're still going to have more than enough coming into it.
And Rifles now time to fight on back. In the meantime, they're gonna try their luck with the Sheriff, a Ghost, a Bucky, and a few Spectres. So expect some close range engagement here from Alter Ego. Time though for Oasis try and go for that turnaround play. And they do know they have that range advantage going into this engagement. Marky already fighting versus Berserks, who dashes on out to Bottle in the meantime. Sticking close to the middle as well. In Alter Ego, I do commend the fact that they're still going for some of these aggressive angles, Ilstrado. They have the guns perfect for it, especially knowing it's Rifles on the other side, and Peaky with a knife so perilous, but Ripper is there to protect his teammate. In fact, Penguin can go down to Bottle running on the way to the other side, and as Berserks is trying to provide covering fire, it's Coco with the takedown.
Oh, great shot right there from Coco, but the round's not over by any means. They still have to hold on to that A site. They have gotten control of it. And as they find the kill on Natsulorant, they're looking to make this clean. Marky will be dashing out, pays the price here, dashing into the wrong spot. Stebatol is able to seal the deal on that kill here and upgrades his weapon to a Vandal. Now, still a 2v4. Lemamor catching Gadorus looking the wrong way completely, as nobody was watching Heaven. A little bit of miscommunication here from Oasis' side, but regardless, they still will be able to have a man advantage on it, and with Lemamor dropping down like that, Courtesy will finish off the round. It's going to be an Oasis win regardless.
Oasis finally making it happen. Alter Ego looking for a few plays here and there, but Oasis at least protecting each other as much as possible in many of those instances. So here we have it, standard 2-1 statement of Valorant, and we are gonna go into AE getting the buys. Interesting enough though, seems like Limamore, he's only gonna be having enough money for the Bulldog instead, but the Burst Fire has been something of a surprise, I gotta say, Illustrada. Burst Fire weapons like the Bulldog and the Stinger have gotten a bit more precise than usual, has been a lot more deadly, and it can pack quite a punch into this round.
Yeah, in the right hands, the burst fire guns, like, you know, even the Stinger has been experiencing a little bit of a resurgence here. Way before a few patches ago, Stinger was like the eco gun, the force by gun, because of how good it was. Now, even though it's been nerfed, people are still finding ways to use it. Coco is one of the shining examples of it, actually, in their own respective VCT here. But as we go back into a full gun round, nobody's really going to be having any sort of burst fire weapons except for Limamore. Marky's going to be only on the Blade Storm here, but as I say only, Marky's pretty much known for being one of the best users of that Blade Storm.
Yeah, he knows how to just make those shots count. And really, Marky, what was his nickname again? I think because of the flu games in the local scene, he was the Paracetamol Jet after everything is said and done. But Paranoia now gonna go for the call. Marky though gonna get scanned on now. Tibalo trying to go for the sprays. Marky's quite low already. Updraft though doesn't really allow him to go for the push because of that. And Limamore, he does find that courtesy. Now Berserk's on the board as well. Kokodo finding the Sova on site. And Alter Ego, they're hanging on back, giving Oasis the point, yes. But then again, it's time for the retake with a man advantage.
Miracle, honestly, that Marky survived as long as he did, but Ghidorah will follow suit shortly thereafter. And it's going to be 2v4. Ripper looking to swing wide to get a multi-kill, just going to be denied it. And through the smoke, Nasalorand is going to be able to seal the deal on the round. Coco going down for that one as well. And it's a very nice retake here. Just the picks not going in Oasis's way. Alter Ego, they're able to win their gun round and once again shut down the economy of Oasis. That was a very crucial pickup here for Alter Ego.
Yeah, and Alter Ego, the way they're playing this right now, does find a few counters against the Oasis playstyle in the first place, because Oasis wanted to go on in and overrun whoever's on site, but Alter Ego willing enough to let that happen after getting that numbers advantage, and then they go for that retake. No Sentinel, no problem with the defense. Alter Ego just swooping on in to get the takedown. And they're birds of prey, led by the Sky more often than not. And speaking of the Sky, there's Seekers ready here for Alter Ego, plus 2 more ultimates.
They've got basically 3 ultimates on their squad right now. A couple of, actually 4 of the members of Oasis just shy 1 orb or 1 death to getting their ultimates. This could have actually been a force buy round if they did have those ultimates in their favor, but what they're going to go and do instead is make a little bit of a contact play here towards B. They've crept up without making a sound. Unfortunately, all the way into the flank, there's so much information garnered by Berserk, who's managed to get information that it's completely clear. And towards the side itself, Limamore, working hand in hand with Tebotol and Fat Penguin, are able to quickly decimate and shut down any push that Oasis had in mind.
Hey, Ilu, they have ults now. They have ults now.
Now they have ults. Okay,
Yeah,
now they can buy and use them.
There you go. That's the consolation prize of a round like that. But you make good points. It's so unfortunate that they couldn't even make a play with that. This is, of course, going to be their buy round where it's expected. And at least they have the tools to try and destroy this Alter Ego defense. But I got to commend AE heavily with what they're doing so far. It's just a matter of positioning. It's just a matter of having the right stations. And it's toll gate after toll gate that Oasis cannot pay right now. But this time, they might have a little bit more credit under their checks, because it's high time now to use an ultimate or two. Oasis looking on around for A sites and just trying to get the intel there with the Aldrone.
Look at this. Every single round, Berserk is pushing somewhere. He's gotten full control over B. Now they're going to go heading towards A, though. It's a little bit of the correct read this time as Fat Penguin gets melted down after getting that kill over Ripper. Now it's still a 3v4 here, as the member is still in favor of Oasis, but not for long. As Tebotol getting a double kill, fade away shot through those doors here. The door melts away itself here, but they still have to deal with the fact that the lockdown is coming in very, very soon. I'm a little bit surprised that it came in so late, and that's definitely bitten them in the back here. But still, 2v3 very much doable, for either squad.
Yeah, generator here for Coco and Tebotol. Now looking on around, but Limamore, he gets the intel, he gets the takedown, and seems like Tebotol will bottle up those feelings and bottle up the souls of Oasis there. 3 kills for the Reina. And it does seem like the reign of Alter Ego is just unstopped right now. AE now up by 4 versus Oasis. Hey, you know, if you were a Philippine fan, that might mean something a little bit different. But no, here we're in SCA, and Alter Ego is here to stay.
Look, Alter Ego, they're just playing so aggressive every round. Like we said, the beauty of having the double initiator is that they can actually push and go for information. Oasis aren't doing a good enough job at finding out and catching those pushes where they push from, and Berserk is able to get a bunch of information and a lot of map control essentially all on his own. Now they finally decided to go ahead and split their forces here, but it's going to be a little bit of a tough one as a bunch of flashes coming there towards the way of Marky. He is going to be alone. The blind should identify that he is separated, or there is at least one person there towards Wine. And with Berserks yet again confidently peeking here towards B main, it's going to prove a little bit of trouble as Berserk is able to find a double.
And just smooth kills there with the Phantom Tebatol will do the same thing. And it seems like the duelists right now are trying to fight on back. Gadors, though, comes in close with the Spectre. Effective enough with that fire rate to get that takedown. But things are still dire here for Oasis. As I say it, though, is this the Gador show? It's not going to happen because Natsorant will shut that down. And we're seeing the same problem from Oasis yesterday here, Illustrado. Because Oasis as a team, yes, they can find the answers, but it does take them a while, and right now, AE is just playing their game again and again and again. And for Oasis in that matchup versus Cerberus, it took them the next map to figure out what to do. I don't think AE is going to give them that time, though, here and now on Ascent. And you can see it's a tactical timeout for Oasis.
Well, if Alter Ego aren't going to give them the time of day to slow push, Oasis going to take a tactical timeout themselves to find a little bit of respite for the constant barrage of aggression that AE is throwing their way. Every single round, they're finding picks, they're finding aggressive angles to take, and Oasis not ready for it. And this goes back a little bit, I think, to fundamentals here. When you're at this high level, sometimes you let the fundamentals slip a little bit, but this is one of those games where you need to start playing those buddy systems, where you need to start, pairing up with a friend and saying, hey, they like to push here towards B or towards A, let's go and sort of do something together. Oasis, they're not exactly doing that. They're calling for either rushes or 4-1 splits. Those aren't ideal when you've got multiple people barreling down the other side of the map.
Yeah, like I think I remember only a single instance of Oasis doing that, notably, which was one of the early rounds there on A Long.
It was an eco too.
Yeah, it's just like Godot's trying to knife peek and someone's right in front of him. But besides that, Oasis is just getting caught out, and not only that, Alter Ego is just getting every little bit of space that they need. If you want to get some social distancing tips, well, Alter Ego, they're the ones who figure out how to make space in the first place. And in this instance, AE right now in heavy control of the map, but we know Oasis, when they get hot, it's just absolutely it's just such a big burn that you cannot even handle at all.
This is what I was hoping that they do. The fact that they're sticking together, grouping up, 3-2 split, that's very, very much reasonable here. But Oasis, they might not sense that there's a lot of aggression here towards mid. Ripper's going to spot out one. He's going to be getting that kill rather onto Tebatol there, and that's the mid aggression punish. Now they're going to double down on that aggression, head towards A. That's the dash in from Marky. They're going to be allowed to take control of the site as the door closes down. Berserk is unable to fire off a shot as it does close as Gadors gets another pick here onto Fat Penguin, and that's going to allow them so much control here, and they even have 3 people still holding towards A Long. And it's one of the cleanest takes that we've seen, and a good response finally from Oasis Gaming.
I mean, they finally punish what Alter Ego is doing. They realize the situation and do have the answer. Can Oasis, though, keep this up as Berserk comes close to get rid of Gadors and whips out to play the operator shot there. And now it's going to be a knife to the head onto Marky. AE fighting on back level more on the 4-2. Get to Ripper, though, getting 3 so far. He's tearing apart Alter Ego, but can Levamore play to his namesake and get one more? Fake on the defuse, push on forward. Paranoia going to be there. Nearsightedness, though, it's going to be too close to call, but Ripper will be able to call it anyway. Oasis with the clutch at the very end, but the fight from Alter Ego still puts them on their tippy toes.
You can still see some of the shakiness from Oasis. Nobody was really marking that door aside from Berserks, and they had 3 people there towards long for that post plant. This just means that the moment Ripper Gadors goes down, Marky was in such a vulnerable spot, and nobody really there to cover for him. They were hoping to play that side, maybe get a trade, but that just didn't come into fruition here. Fortunately for the Oasis side, They're able to pick up the round, and Ripper was able to go absolutely ham on the members of Alter Ego.
Whoa.
That's a blast from the past. Haven't heard that one in a while.
That's another kind of AE that, again, Philippine fans might not know, but this Alter Ego, they've been such a long name already in the SCA scene, and it's good to see him here in the VCT SCA program. Gotta say though, for Oasis, is this gonna be a story again? Of course, the duelists doing their job, especially the likes of Marky, and when Gadores does get hot. But if you remember that last series versus Cerberus, it was Coco who stepped on up and really carried the Oasis roster to some of those round victories. Is it going to be Ripper's time to shine now? And that's been the Oasis creed. If the duelists aren't getting it done, might as well believe in the utility players that they can get that job working instead. And Ripper, he's such a flexible player. I do believe he has a history of playing Sentinel as well. And when going gets tough, he can get even tougher with the clutch. He can find the shots. He can just make the magic happen, as Oasis loves to deem. But for Berserks, he doesn't need any magic. He just needs the proper sightline with the operator. But Oasis isn't budging forward. Alarm, but now going to get spotted. And Berserks knows there's a killjoy nearby.
Yeah, they know that there's a killjoy nearby, and somehow still...
Bye-bye.
Berserks. He finds that pick off right there. The aggressive plays. They can't shut him down every time. So much value off of those pushes, whether it's from B, whether it's from A. They're able to utilize it. And even though Oasis adapted the correct setup to deal with it, they're still lacking the ability to actually hit those. But speaking of hitting him, Marky's able to connect onto the dome. Gadores is there for the second. They haven't cleared out Wine, though, so they got to be a little bit cautious of it. Finally, Fat Penguin springs from the trap, emerges victorious, and so does Limimore. They smoke off him, and Marky's looking to play a little bit of a game here. Hide and seek behind the wall. Does actually jiggle peek around the corner, but Fat Penguin here proving that he's got hefty aim as well.
Oh no, Oasis, you know when your duelists lose like that, it's not the best day at the Oasis office, but courtesy! Just catching out Fat Penguin, but as soon as the hype comes, it just dies out with Lemimore on top of the rafters. 7-2, Alter Ego in control, and I mentioned it, if Oasis, Marky, and Gadores do get shut down, it really stifles the offense of Oasis Gaming in the first place, and some of those shots, you can rely on them to hit, but apparently today is just not their day so far.
I think Oasis are starting to take the right steps. They just haven't been finding the mark with where the aggression is coming from. I like the idea to go for that Killjoy, but the fact that Limimore was supporting Berserk so well, actually even taking down the bot, it's just a little bit of a nightmare here. As once again, Tebatol holding the mid angle. Another punish here. Nats Laurent finding one, almost getting the kill onto the second one, courtesy on 12 HP. This is literally very much a nightmare here for Ripper as they line up for Berserks. Almost got the double here, but with 12 HP, that's all that's left in the tank for courtesy as a triple kill comes out for Tebatol. And Alter Ego, they secure an 8-4 at the very least.
I think Alter Ego's in a rush. They want to get to the second half already with the scoreline like this and how the way they play. Again, they're just being so aggressive, as you mentioned earlier on, and it seems like Alter Ego right now, they're just playing the offense on their defense, and it's just working. This different style really is just the amalgamation of what SCA has to offer. So many different identities over 6 incredible local scenes, and right now Alter Ego is proving to be a bit better than their Philippine counterparts with the way that they play. AE though, can they keep this up, or will Oasis fight on back? Will they get their mojo here and now as they're gonna go for that A take? Again, keep it simple and clean with the Jet and the Rain together. Courtesy though, going for the Hunter's Fury, does get the tag there onto Nats Laurent. The Sky now backing on away, Marking in the meantime, looking on the round. Berserk still with the operator shot onto Gadores. Seems like AE still fighting the Animal Kingdom, now trying to fly on by to that A side. Nats Laurent on the board there. Marking though, and Courtesy on the board here for Oasis, but Nats Laurent is not done. It's 3v2, make that 3v1 next to the Sky, and no, it's Berserks from above to just shut down Oasis and their push. 9-2. It's still Alter Ego's game.
Oasis, they try to follow it up. They try to change pace. They go for a quick hit towards A, but the rotation is just too fast from Berserks. Berserks, instead of going for an aggressive peek this time, he plays passive. He goes for the fast rotate, and he's there right in time to get a pick off on towards the execute on that A side. And Oasis have tried everything in the book. They can't find any success at all. They've gone for the slow play, the mid control, the A, the B, hit every single thing that they could have thought of, even with the ultimate just not really working in their favor. As Berserk's yet again, how many first bloods is he allowed to have?
I guess that's up to Oasis. I think that's the answer. If Oasis is gonna let themselves run into Berserk too many times, then that's that.
Oh,
On
no.
this Fury, just to try and end this one already. Oh, Coco though, he wants to go for a last stand, get a few kills on the board. Might as well just go for the stat pad here, but never mind. Tibotzal with that final blow, and now it's 10-2. Scoreline that some Filipino fans would like, but not in this situation because Alter Ego absolutely in control, and their identity is a team that can command respect and attention on Ascent.
You know, as Filipinos, there are good 210s and there's bad 210s. This is one of those bad 210s.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Not all 210s are good 210s, as much as you want to snicker about it. But hey, this is really just the AE show for now, and it's impressive because it's in unconventional ways that works for them, and it does feel like it works only for them. This is a mastery of a playstyle that they know they can whip out here in the SA region. I know they've been doing it in the local scene as well, beating out some other counterparts. But it's still such a different beast against SCA. And against a team as aggressive as Oasis, you know, Alter Ego is just showing up here and now. But for the time being, AE looking to scout all around the B side here, Mr. Ilu, as here we have the classic push from Tebottle and Berserk courtesy with a quick little tap onto the Reyna. Besides that, AE is getting the cross onto B sides.
They might not expect this lurk that's already coming in from B main, so that's a little bit of a saving grace here for Oasis. Godor's getting the pick off right there onto Lememore. Nice shot from Marky coming all the way in from the flank. Allows him to call for reinforcements as Coco is going to be joining him here on this retake. Still a 5v3, very much doable for AE, and at the moment, the flush is going to be enough to stave off the push for now, and Tebotal is going to get another one here, is able to heal up as well, and that's going to be signaling them for them to go straight onto the site, but Godor's with 3, looking for a 4th. Not going to be the case here because Coco closes out the round, and Oasis finally finding themselves in a little bit of an oasis in the desert themselves, get the pistol round on the board.
And the question is, will it be a Mirage if Alter Ego can shatter that immediately? Or will we have a little bit of paradise right now for the defending squadron? But the Godot show seems like it's back at least for that round. And we'll see if it's going to get cancelled or it will continue into the next few ones. 3-10 though the scoreline. And Oasis Gaming, they do have that gun advantage. But as I say that, never mind, because they're Spectres. AE, they really want to push the limits here of Oasis. They understand the group stage is not just about winning the map, but winning it as convincingly as possible. And if they can end this game, they can really break the chains that bind them on Group D and be the one ahead of the field as Berserk sees Marky jumping. There's a dash on the way already, forcing the team with that. Here comes the push now from Alter Ego, going up top to Generator, but Gadors, he's not done. He will get a takedown there. Ripper on the board as well, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. Here we have it, the Devar right now to try and get a little bit more of that HP, a little more. The alongside backbang with there, but Tebotle! Alter Ego finding the pickoff onto Coco from up top, and now it's gonna be the spike planted.
Very, very much a precarious situation to be in here for Oasis. They found themselves on the back foot here. Gadors, can he pull out the heroics? No, it's Lememore instead with a beautiful tap here with the Sheriff. Now 3 players to find here for courtesy. Can he do it? He knows where one is, trying to go for that spray down, and the recon's going to help him a tiny bit, but it's going to go down very, very quickly. Nice adjustment from Lememore to get another Sheriff kill on the round. 11-3, and Oasis yet again left rocked after seeing a little bit of hope. It was a mirage after all, the Oasis in the desert.
Oh no, this is not one river in the desert that you can rely on, and it just feels like that's... Alter Ego is just stealing all the hopes and desires of Oasis right now of winning this map. But what mask will Oasis wear this time? They need to try. They need to try as much as they can. And in this time, well, they're going to be folding with the guns because they're just going to be keeping with the pistol. Seems like this is a round that Oasis Gaming is willing to give up, and Alter Ego is happy to try and take it. Ripper though with that headshot. AE right now going for that B site. But it does feel like here, Lestrada, the reality might become a 12-3 scoreline very, very soon with the way AE is playing. Ripper cannot even go for the shot. It's 3 takedowns here for the Reyna. And Gadores, can he make the play work with the classic? Hope? Perhaps try to pick up that gun though here, Godot. Spikes planted though here, Ilu. And Lemamore gonna be there. Alter Ego now swarming versus Godor.
There's three people
no.
on the other side of it. There's just no way he was gonna win that duel. No way in hell. As Lemamore yet
line.
again finds another shot with the Sheriff.
The Congo line of we will kill Godowers. Oh my god. Just the position from Alter Ego, the utter confidence. And I don't know how many of them were crouched because it just looks so incredible. Oh, 1, 2. Okay, so Livermore's crouch. Oh my, did you see that? Omen crouch, Sky standing up. Guy in the back crouched as well. And it's just all about not lining up for the headshot. Even in those peculiar scenarios, Alter Ego, just such an experienced team. And not only with those origins with the AU roster, but also the additions to them. It's just... this is the best Alter Ego we've ever seen in such a long time.
You're absolutely right. The addition of Fat Penguin, Nats Laurent coming in to support the core roster of Tebatol, Lemore, and of course Berserks. It's just been this thing of beauty, honestly. The amount of chemistry they have with each other. It's flawless. Time and time again, you see Lemore and Berserks working together on that B site. They're able to just create so many openings for each other, bouncing off of each other's energies and each other's place, and they're just able to dominate Oasis here. The amount of practice they've had together is showing, and it's very evident in how well AE are able to build off of each other.
Just AE right now, the teamwork, making the dream work happen. And here we go. Potentially the last round, unless Oasis can hold them off. Do have the rifles in hand here for Oasis though, so they do have the arsenal to fight on back. And in this permutation, at least it's gonna be Coco in position for this A hold. But the Seekers, the Empress, they're coming online, and the ultimates are gonna be there. There's the push already to try and get that A take. Ripper though in the meantime shutting down the Seeker, but Berserks, he's off to a good start. Alter Ego right now getting that first kill, but Coco's turret gets the takedown off the Jet. Getowers on the board as well. He wants to be the raid boss here on the other side, but Fat Penguin, he's trying to be sneaky, but unfortunately with a name like that, he's gonna get spotted squeaking, and Marky will be able to shut him down.
Not exactly the most stealthy of waddles as he tries to get on over to the CT spawn, but at the end of the day, it's still a 2v4 now. They're going to be regrouping here. Lemore very much dangerous on that Sheriff. He's looking to get another one, and he actually lands onto the dome of Coco, but Godorus and Courtesy, they pick up the slack and secure Oasis. A little bit of room to breathe here. It's not over just yet for the Filipino fans and for Oasis fans in general. It is a 4-12. It's a very, very tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's there's always gonna be another mountain, and this climb looking to be absolutely daunting to say the least. But I wonder what sound a Fat Penguin makes when they waddle. If a normal penguin
Wank.
goes waddle waddle, it goes a Fat Penguin goes wank wank. Wow, we totally should get paid as voice actors for the penguins of Icebox.
This is why we get paid the big bucks,
Yes,
to do
like,
penguin voices on stream.
Whenever, you know, Riot makes finally a cinematic over the penguins that we see in the maps, hit us up, you know, we're here for VCT. We're ready for that as well. But AE, they're still ready. They still have the guns, and they have the Blade Storm. They're gonna go for the mid push already. Quick little panoramic of the alarm bot, but oh, the little doggo, the Trailblazer looking all around. There is the spots onto the Reyna already. And Alter Ego getting some good intel, finding out where the Sova is.
That's massive that the recon dart doesn't actually spot anybody there in mid. Fortunately, the Owl Drone's going to be enough to force one back, but not Laurent. He's looking to cover for his teammate right there, and they still have much control over this mid. The defensive side, very much divided, but will it be conquered? A flash coming out right here for Nats Laurent, but Courtesy, he's going to miss that opportunity. Tebatol, that should have been Courtesy's all day, any day, but Marky's good for one as he falls back and dashes onto the site. Now it's a decision. Where do we go from here if you are AE? Is it B or is it A? But they could be pinched from any location right now. They still have to contend with Marky. They still have to deal with Coco. And it's going to be a beautiful shot there for Tebatol to open things up. And now Hunter's Fury will not land, but Coco is good to swing here as he finds the dome of Tebatol. Hill has to find Fat Penguin. He gets a nice headshot, but ultimately doesn't mean anything. And Ripper's the only man left standing as Oasis. Their hopes and dreams are looking to be shattered and dashed on the rocks here. Not even looking the right way as Berserks. True in form, they're going to take this one. Indonesia will advance and get one more point over Oasis Gaming. They lead the series 1-0.
Alter Ego unmasking themselves as a winning team and in such dominant fashion. What a victory there from Alter Ego. And, you know, just the hesitations, but maybe just the reservations about, no Sentinel? Is this for real? But no, that's a permutation that Alter Ego is so accustomed to. That's their identity on a map like Ascent, and they just proved it there. What a game from Alter Ego. The pushes from the duels especially. You can see Berserks, he was willing to go the distance and come close even though he was holding on to the operator.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that Alter Ego pulled a Michael Bolton and went the distance on that one.
I'm sorry, I don't know the Michael Bolton songs. Just from yesterday, I can still hear what Asarai and Viminal had to say about that.
Viminal thought Michael Bolton was an American football player.
I don't know.
But speaking over going the goal line and making a touchdown, Tebotal, 2.3 KDA, 342 combat score. He's not even the highest on the team, actually. It's 3.3 for Limimore and Berserks with a 2.7. It's really a concerted effort here for Alter Ego as they are able to shatter. Look at the stats here for Oasis. Everybody in the red here. Only Marky finding equilibrium at a 1.0.
And that's just basically a consolation prize. Let's be real, Alter Ego in full control with this map from the identity that they've proven today. It's just the AE style working out all day, every day. And Oasis, yet again, failing to adjust on the fly on the map itself. But then again, it's still a 2-map series, and Oasis in the recovery, it's been incredible so far. But for now, we can ask that question. How is Oasis supposed to live with Alter Ego doing that?
Thank you. You just made my day, Dad. But yeah, how are you supposed to live with a score like that? We'll only find out once we return from this break. Can it be Oasis Gaming taking us to a 1-1? They definitely need it after getting shot down in that last game here. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be game number 2, so don't you touch that browser.
You should run. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hi, I'm Courtesy from Oasis Gaming. I'm the team captain, Superman, and co-IGL of the team, representing the Philippines. One of the VCT players I look up to the most is Shazam, as he's one of the best IGLs out there at the moment. He acts as a leader for his team, not just inside the game, but outside the game. Always headstrong, always thinking of different ways to improve, adapt, and overcome various situations in a single round. I'm thrilled to play in the VCT Stage Challengers because I'm excited to see how our team matches up against the best of the best in the Siege region after just 2 months of playing together. We're a team built on failures, a team built on trust and perseverance, a team built on magic, going up against the titans of the Southeast Asia, so how can I not get excited? Thank you to all of the supporters who cheered us on during our Philippines VCT run. Please continue to support us this coming SEA playoffs as we represent not just Oasis, but the entire Philippines.
What a dominating win there on our series map number 1. Here coming from the side of Alter Ego. I don't think anybody could have expected it to go that way, even if you're predicting Alter Ego to win map number 1. What a wash coming in from this Indonesian squad. But Dax, Illustrado, some of you guys called the action. How did you feel about that one?
I just feel like Michael Bolton should be singing to us right now. That's all I got after that break. But
look, I mean,
okay.
there's only one way to console the Filipino fans right now, and we all know that the Filipino fans they love a good Michael Bolton. Maybe it'll cheer them up and get them ready for game number 2.
It's on the radio all the time. But did you know that Michael Bolton used to lead a charity softball team just because Bimolo showed up mid-break to tell us that he's really a baseball player, guys. He was completely correct yesterday. But let's go back to Valorant because we just need to look at this symphony instead. And Alter Ego, the harmony on that Ascent map, absolutely incredible. It just looks so strong from Alter Ego. They were just so prepared multiple times with their strategies, with their own personality, with their own playstyle. And it does feel like they're looking to dominate Oasis, who will find recovery in a map that they've been recently happy with.
Honestly, you make a great point, Dax, but at the end of it, Oasis, the reason why they went for the split push is because of how much success they've been finding on it recently. And with that last defeat up against Alter Ego in a very, very convincing 13-4, I'm feeling a little bit rough about my predictions here. I know I said 2-0 Oasis, and I know I'm already wrong, but it's looking a little bit even scarier right now because Split, this is a map that really favors teams that know how to play the defensive side. Alter Ego, their defensive side was almost perfect, especially with aggression that they were throwing out round after round.
Definitely so. I mean, there is a lot here to digest in Oasis Gaming. Are they going to be able to make those adjustments mid-game, mid-series here? As Michael Bolton says, when a man loves a woman, well, anything can happen. And if you're an Oasis fan, if you love someone out there, let them know. By now, it might just be what the Philippines needs to get this win in. But for the meantime, before we go into the series, real quick, are you sticking with the predictions looking after that wash from Alter Ego? Or you guys think something is amiss here?
I still believe in the 1-1. Oasis, they do find the recovery on the second map, and the hottest of the hots, the coldest of the colds. It was cold a while ago. It might be time to heat things up here for Oasis.
You know, as generous as you are, as giving me a chance to be to take back my prediction, I'm gonna die on this hill. 2-0 Oasis. They're gonna somehow turn things around and get game number 1. No, seriously though. I do think it's going to be a 2-0 this time, but it's probably going to be Alter Ego now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty convincing map number 1, but we're going to have to let the results speak for itself. Let's not call the action before it goes on. Dax and Yula, thanks for joining me here, but we're going to go on to map number 2 of Oasis versus Alter Ego. Map number 2 to commence now.
It is our map, second one for this series, and thank you there to Black and Blue. But Illustrator, before we get into the game, since we have time, I have one question for you.
What?
What do you think Michael Bolton would say if he ever watched this broadcast?
I think he would come down off of the pedestal in his pantheon of the gods and bless us with maybe a song for half a minute and give Oasis the motivation that they need to take a victory up against Alter Ego, who have just decimated. If there's anyone who knows how to sing a song to cheer up somebody when they're at their lowest, like how Oasis is now, it's got to be Michael Bolton.
You know, maybe a Michael Bolton performance in Berlin in Valorant
Oh,
Champions
that would
later
be
on.
the
Who knew?
dream.
That would be the dream. But right now, let's think back to reality, because people are probably telling us to just start talking about the game. And here we go. Again, Split is the map where breaches come on out, and we see it so popular right now in the top SEA teams. And well, where are the top SEA teams here? Well, they're in this tournament. Tebotol, he's going to be whipping out that breach. Courtesy in the meantime will do the same thing. It's still going to be Sentinels here for Oasis with Coco there. But look at Alter Ego. It's going to be Elmemore on that Cypher this time, because Naxorant, one of his pocket pits, I believe, is that Sage. So effectively, it's a double Sentinel composition for Alter Ego, with, of course, the Sage being even more defensively oriented on a tight map like this.
Let me make a quick correction there. I got an actual message from some of the supporters from Alter Ego, and they're telling me that the way to pronounce his name is actually Elmi More, like short for Love Me More. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, so that's one way to think about it, Elmi More.
Elmi
So
More.
thank you to the fans that messaged me, and now that we're correcting that, we actually can get into the game itself. Game number 2, Alter Ego. They're in charge, 13-4 on the first map. But we now find ourselves on the map pick of Oasis Gaming. We're going to be here in Split.
We have it. Immediately Oasis off to the races and off to the offensive. Got the step already up top, but Berserks, he's not done with the momentum he got from that first map. And Gador's the first four. Ellie Ward there with the takedown, and it seems like we are gonna love what he brings to the table. As here we have it. Hearts and bounds, and hearts have been conquered by Alter Ego with that flawless round 1 win.
Elmi Moore with a triple. Beautiful work right there, catching all members of Oasis off guard. Look at that. Clean as can be. Holding down that site as true as can be for the form of a sentinel. You could get no better than that, than somebody to just lock down that site, anchor, and just shut down the offense completely. Elmi Moore, what a round.
If you don't believe in love, you just gotta believe on Elmi Moore instead. That Cypher will just make your heart race, and then it'll stop it beating. But Berserks just no-scoping with the Marshall Boom, and he without even that scope. And Gadors will shut it down, but the Berserker barrage is through here from the Jet. All up to Gadors right now. He's trying to shake things off, but Fat Bang with the takedown. A quick 2-0 here from Alter Ego. A blitzkrieg on the defense instead, and things are just looking up here for AE.
Berserks with a blistering Barrage X, as Wolverine would say it in Marvel vs. Capcom. But look at that. This is why Marshall is really one of the best guns and one of the most, I think, underutilized guns in the game. Now it's seeing a little bit better action here. He knew he was doomed, though. At least he'd give us a little show.
He asked for mercy.
Acrobatics.
He asked for mercy and just didn't get it at all.
No.
No.
Not at all.
Maybe
no mercy here.
Yep, absolutely. And it's just gonna be dead center into the middle, my friend, as Alter Ego. They're up by 2 in a commanding fashion. Oasis, in the meantime, at least trying to go for that mid control. And finally, we might be able to get a bit of a slower tempo after everything is said and done. Oasis right now, fear has been instilled to them by Alter Ego. They're just playing it carefully here, breaking down the wall first and foremost. Natson at the meantime up top. That one will back on away. And Alter Ego understand that the Oasis have the arsenals to fight, just playing a little careful on the defensive side.
just a little bit of a slow, steady approach yet again here for Oasis. They've kind of learned their lesson from the previous map where they were just absolutely pushed from every angle. Ascent is one of those maps where you can push and quickly be rewarded by an instant flank. Not the same thing here in Split. So, Alter Ego, they're happy to sort of just sit back and wait a little bit more passive. Gonna depend upon their sentinels this time and their rotations to actually make the right calls on the defensive side. But eventually the site will be taken out by Oasis, and they are gonna be in a pretty good advantage here. 5v5 retake with the guns and the utility.
Yeah, Alter Ego coming up from up top. Coco in the meantime gonna be on the left-hand side, but Fat Penguin looking to peek immediately. Still Oasis getting the kills there. Coco Godover's on the board. Oasis needing these takedowns and fast just to get back into the momentum of things. Oasis now taking care of 4 members to bottle, the only one left, and as soon as I say that, he's already dead. That's a round win that Oasis desperately needed, but it's still not as clean as they would like. Alter Ego right now. It's time to bring out the guns yet again because AE, they should have been able to make some fat stacks happen a while ago.
Great round here for Oasis. They lose a couple of players, so it's going to be so expensive for them. Godover's is going to be able to buy up 1. Nobody's really going to be able to... I think Marky can drop for... Yeah, okay. Marky's able to drop for Coco, so still a little bit of a silver lining on the dark cloud. However, on the other side, Alter Ego, things were a little bit expensive for them as Nats Laurent will only be on a Spectre. That's really not much to worry about though, but Oasis Ripper, okay, he punishes the aggression from Berserks finally. And that's a big kill to find out of the equation. That's the operator gone.
Huge punish, honestly, from Ripper. Getting rid of the operator first, already giving Oasis that sense of confidence that sniper is not going to be a problem from a agent that can move on around very, very quickly. That's right, though, up top the block yet again. Ghidorah, so in the meantime, would take down onto Fat Penguin, and Oasis is looking to siege onto the tower here, and now dash on in. Marky still staying alive and getting that takedown. 46 HP is his status right now, but his aim is true, and his game still continues. The bottle, though, hanging on around here by the other side of the tower. Ghidorah's using that block for cover, but it should dissipate very, very soon. Alter Ego, their plans have gone to the wayside, and whatever they want to do in this round, we're not going to see it this time.
This is a big deal for Oasis to keep all 5 members alive in the upcoming rounds because the previous round was very expensive for them. And if they can keep all 5 right now, and maybe perhaps even find Elmi Moore here who has the operator, then it's going to be a serious blow to the economy. Alter Ego, they do actually spot him. They actually find a kill on Tebatal right now, and they're all going to collapse here towards A. How many bodies are they going to invest into taking down Elmi Moore? All of them, and they don't even need anyone to go down. Like I said, the perfect condition for Oasis in that round was to take out the 2 remaining players, find that operator, and to keep everyone alive. And they do all that, and that's just going to give them a massive boost, not just in terms of economy, but in terms of momentum as well.
Oasis now feeling that they can actually make this happen. And we mentioned it a while ago that for Oasis, it's up to them to figure out when they're going to recover. From that first map alone, you knew it was dicey. You knew that Alter Ego was just as potent as can be. But Oasis now fighting back against AE. And they will get the gun advantage here in this round. And it's been a while since we've seen Oasis have gun advantage in the first place. Berserks, though, Sheriff in hand, and Ripper gonna be able to tear him a new one. That's gonna be a takedown onto Jet, but Fat Penguin peeks to get the refrag. It's 4v4 here as Courtesy trying to cover things up. Oh, swaps to his other hand. Wow. Someone else from Alter Ego peeks him there. And now Tebatal, he wants to come close. There we go with the shots. And Tebatal will get to with that flashpoint.
Massive pickup right there from Tebatal. Is able to make it so expensive. They recover a couple of rifles now. And it's going to force Oasis to even use the lockdown just to get the spike down. And they're completely caught out of position here. They're not even going to commit to planting that spike just for now because they know that they're in such a tough spot. And they have actually Alter Ego pinching them from almost every single direction here.
And that's the thing. Is this a false prognosis for the road to recovery of Oasis? As Alter Ego right now breathing on their necks. Elmi Moore in the meantime throwing out that camera, confirming Marky's nearby, tag him down to 16 HP. Already so low on the Jet, having to move even more because of the aftershock, and a good punish onto Coco first and foremost. They knew they already put the Jet too low, and they went after the Killjoy first. Alter Ego, whenever hope is given to Oasis, AE is there to just seize it back. And from a clean run a while ago from Oasis to a thrifty win here from Alter Ego, it seems like the defense is back into control here, Ilu.
That round, everything Oasis did to win and solidify themselves a great economy in this one, it all goes to waste. After this one wonderful play right there by Tabatal, flash play, not expecting him to get around that corner, and he mows down 2.
Just such a big statement here being made by Alter Ego right now. And we were mentioning how this was the group of life, how everyone just so stuck together like glue in the standings. But Alter Ego, they want to change that and more. They want to go for the 2-0 here and now. They want to just dominate the action. And I believe Alter Ego, they want to rename the group of life to the group of Alter Ego. Can they do it though against Oasis as we go into the timeout? It seems like though when their winning form shows, it shines even brighter than anyone else we've seen here in Group D.
Oasis is going to call a tactical timeout early on to stem the bleeding and hopefully nip in the bud the momentum that Alter Ego is very much forming in their camp here. All of the money in the world, they've had enough to buy. Now they can even rebuy the operator, which they lost a couple rounds ago. And Oasis, they're struggling. They're strapped for cash right now. And fortunately for them, they were able to, keep that 5-man alive, those 5-men alive a couple rounds ago. And that just allows them to buy one more time here. But normally, on a reset like this, they wouldn't have that money. So what's the game plan here? They're going to try to get her towards mid, but they have to contend with Berserk. Jiggle peek, nicely done from Marky. It's a beta shot from Berserks here, who is falling back and going to give control over mid as it is sequestered to the Oasis side.
Yeah, Oasis achieving a bit of territory there in the middle, and it seems like Marky right now keeping an eye out on the rappel just in case. The Berserks, well, he had to see that to Oasis. Backing on out, mid-control right now for Oasis. It's all about the slow play here. Yet again, we see Oasis have to play the other speed that they're not as accustomed to. When Oasis can hit, they hit hard and hit fast. This time, they're playing that patience game, trying to see if they can go for the punishments. And I like this a bit more than usual from Oasis, because if they can get the punishes on Alter Ego extending on further than where A is supposed to, then that might be their chance to make that opening happen. But then again, this is Split and Alter Ego a bit more reserved in their playstyle. And as Oasis right now looking to move on to that A site, it does seem like they're that. I think Marky's waiting for the go signal because there's a tripwire in the way. Now he will break it to get the attention. Push on forward here. Berserk's keeping an eye out. Showstopper right now. Gonna get primed by Gadores, but he's getting shaken on up. He's so slow because of the concuss. And here we have it. Coco now on the board. Oasis going for that A side, but Berserk's, he assassinates the spy carrier, and Alter Ego getting the kills. Courtesy now all alone, but he will fall. But one kill to rule them all. One kill to bind them. But it's one team on the other side staying alive, and it's Alter Ego.
What a round right there from Berserks. Just when you thought that he was going to be a little bit more watered down, especially after giving up mid like that, he shows up and gets a massive 2 kills. A little bit of a questionable play to plant out in the open like that. I think it was in the hopes that they would have taken Heaven. And obviously more map control than that. They tried to go for the big plays. They were punished for it because they had a lot of members out in the open, just wandering, loitering, in fact. And obviously Oasis were punished for that. Now it's going to be an eco round here for Oasis. They're not too worried, Oasis, honestly. And even though they have given a couple of rounds that they shouldn't have, it still could end up in a very decent scoreline for them. This is still a defending-sided map. So Oasis, they're not that worried, but they should start getting their game cleaned up.
Yeah, Oasis is still in a good condition after everything is said and done, but Alter Ego is at peak form. And Oasis just needs to be better than that to try and make this win happen. AE though already keeping an eye out. You can see that Elmi Moore is on the opposite side, waiting for anyone to hit that tripwire, but never mind, not even. Gadores does go down. There's the scan already off the Marky, but Marky with the punish, just pinning the corpse of Elmi Moore to the wall there with that Blade Storm. It will become 4v4, but the perfect backstab perhaps onto Berserks. Where's the push here from Oasis as Berserks? He wants to go for the first contact here on A main. This is going to be very, very tenuous. Lestrado, and there's the sight onto Coco. Gets the takedown. Marky right now with the refrag, but Temboto makes it quick there. Ripper though on the flip side, finding that frag, making it 2v2.
Uh-oh.
Keep an eye at Oasis, turn around, because no way to TP. Fat Penguin making a play, has to back on away, going for paranoia, and he's still alive here. Courtesy versus the world. Fat Penguin coming on in Illustrado, but the backstab from Natzelrats will give Alter Ego the win again. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no angle is safe versus Alter Ego.
The reason why Oasis, specifically Ripper, went back there was because he thought that the Omen teleport was for a site, and that forced him to hesitate a moment, but a moment was long enough for the flank to come in, and they get a double peek off the back of that. Fat Penguin, that's a risky play to go for the teleport like that, but the risk pays off, Dax. And now Oasis, despite the fact that it was a decent eco round, it's still a round for Alter Ego. And in the battle here towards mid, Berserks gets away yet again with another first pick. How many rounds, how many games is he going to be allowed to get the first pick in every single round?
Same answer. It's up to Oasis. It's either they shut him down or stay away from him, and it's neither happening. So it goes to show Oasis, they're really getting crippled by the presence of the operator on the other side. It's been one of the storylines, truly, of the group stage so far here in SCA. But Alter Ego right now, they have that man advantage. And just to look back at that previous round, Ilu, when your Omen in ladder says, I'm going to make a play, and decides to do that, usually they just die. But not here the pro scene, not here for Alter Ego. It really proves how strong of an addition Fat Penguin has come in the AE roster. Marky though keeping an eye out, and this is a big risk here for Oasis. It's an operator on the attacking side. We'll see what Marky can do with this, contending versus, of course, Berserks, if ever they get that sniper duel.
They're looking desperately for a pick here, and they're hoping that Marky can open a side up for them. That's why they're playing so carefully. That's why they're playing so passively. But Marky's unable to get it. Ripper's able to refrag, but still, Elmi Moore with a beautiful one-way gets a double here towards the back of the site. And yet again, Oasis just left completely confused as to how to deal with the defense of Alter Ego. I said this at the start of the game, Dax. Split is a map that will reward a really good defensive side. And case in point, Alter Ego have been showing us how capable they are of it, and which is why I said, honestly, Split, it wasn't the best of decisions, I think, to go for this map.
Yes, a bit of that recency bias, as we mentioned a while ago. Oasis Gaming, they knew they built the foundation to the run to SCA on this map especially. Right now, they're meeting some of the best that SCA has to offer on this territory to begin with. Marky, though, will be alongside Ghidorahs, and here we have it. Double duels push. Looking to go through the garage. Fat Penguin in the meantime with the smokes there. Ancients though to flush him out. Buy some space perhaps for Oasis to go for that side take. Fat Penguin not gonna get stunned on up. And Marky will take advantage. Good takedown there, picking up the Vandal. But Natzelrat keeping an eye out on that gun and will get the counter kill. It's Tempatol on the board as well. And Alter Ego having that high ground advantage with some of the members up top that tower. Tempatol though down on the ground. Boots on the ground. He will fall to the hand of Ripper. Natzelrat though on the board versus Ripper there. And here we have it. Elmi Moore and Berserks clean up house. And as soon as Oasis comes, Alter Ego will boot them out. It's now 7-2, and things are looking quite reminiscent of that first map here, Ilu.
Indeed, and I mean, it's got to be heartbreaking for Oasis because I just don't feel like they have the answers right now. It has to go on figure out the defensive side of Alter Ego. They've tried everything, but they're not ready for the defensive setups of Elmi Moore. They're not ready for the operator of Berserks, who has just been peeking them every single time. They're not ready for the aggression that Nats Laurent and Fat Penguin bring on the flanks. And they're not ready for Tebatol with all his utility usage. Every single person in Alter Ego has a read on Oasis Gaming. And when this happens, Oasis, they're looking stumped. Oasis is the kind of team who are good when they have a good feel of the opponent, when they have their momentum on their side, but none of it is going their way. Every single round, the first pick goes to Alter Ego, and just like that, yet again.
Yeah. Alter Ego right now, they're hooked on a feeling and understanding what Oasis is trying to do. and answering it time after time. In the meantime, Oasis can't even get a glimpse or a pulse of that feeling in the first place at what AE is planning on the other side. And this is just looking to be so perilous here for the PH Squadron. But it's still not done. It's still the first half. And if Oasis can get that recovery to make it 5-7, it should be still manageable. Heck, it should still be good here for Oasis if ever that happens. Coco, though, considering, is it lockdown time? Apparently, the answer is yes. LB Moore in the heart of Tats will still be sticking on the round, but we'll have to move on away now. Past the screens and more getting some cover with the smokes. Fatbang with those peekaboo to Ripper. That's just a sudden siege out of nowhere, no detain whatsoever. And while Oasis is just crawling their way to A site, it's Alter Ego here trying to contend. Bottle seeing courtesy will prevent that spike from being planted. And it's still AE with side control, AE with the kills, and Bottle yet again showing us how to smash this glass and smash Oasis to the ground.
Ripper was looking towards male because the timing of the lockdown would mean that the rotation would eventually maybe coming through. But he was not ready for the fact that there was still a player playing in vents that wanted to clear out that mid. One of the beauties of how good Alter Ego is, one of the reasons why they're so good on the defensive side, is that they know how to play with the map control that they give away. They can give up mid, but they still have it under control here. And so this forces Oasis to go for a desperate push here towards mid to B. And it's a little bit of a split here. Fat Penguin's ready for it, and so is LB Moore. It's a desperate attempt, and they're just mowed down. The crossfire is fantastic for Alter Ego as yet again they just have a completely good read. But wait a minute, Coco, hold the phone. He might have something just to say for now, but not until Berserks is able to close it out with that operator.
He started the speech but ended with silence, and Alter Ego now 1 round away from making it 10-2. 1 round away from finishing this half in such overwhelming fashion. But just to add on to your point there, Ilu, one big thing AE is doing exceptionally well has to be the fact that they keep tabs on the ultimates of Oasis and adjust their position because of it. In that last round, the only thing was the Rolling Thunder, and going for that B take makes sense if that's going to be the play there for Oasis. Alter Ego positioning the Cypher exceptionally well. LB Moore absolutely prepared, and I'm falling in love with how he's been playing the Sentinel. It's been the case here on Split, especially from the Sentinel lanes that we've seen in Group D. It was the case for Cerberus, was the case for Oasis. It's now the case here for Alter Ego, but Berserks, there's the takedown, and it's not utter confidence here from AE, because not just 1, not just 2, but 3 operators as Natsunan switch backs to the Phantom to bring in the rifle and go for the push. But, oh no, he heard that, and he's gonna get that takedown. Oasis Gaming caught napping, and Alter Ego just putting them to sleep here, Ilu.
That's gonna be a full flash right there. Berserks find one before he goes down. Fat Penguin gonna look fit as a fiddle as he takes down the last remaining member of Oasis. 10-2, halftime scoreline, Dax. This is not what we were expecting to see here today. The Indonesian squad, what a powerhouse they've become over the past few days here. We expected them to do well, but to crush Oasis like this.
Another bad 2-10 for Oasis, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've been getting 2-10 in a bad way.
Yeah,
dude.
that's not the 2-10 these guys want. But Alter Ego, you gotta give hard props to these guys because they've been, I'd say, kept in the shadows of the Indonesian scene for far too long. I know they've been so famous already in the C circuit, but not exceptionally the case there in VCT. It was, again, usually likes of NXL and Boom. But now with NXL gone, having actually a member of NXL in the roster, does feel like Alter Ego has retooled and just reformed to become such a strong team with their core still intact and some great additions gunning and bringing in the rear. So AE right now, I really feel like even though we've seen them hit their strides a long time ago for SEA, this has to be their best form so far, in my humble opinion. And Alter Ego, well, they're proving that right with just how they've been doing this. Takedown after takedown here for AE. They're going on to that A side, and they're still clashing on to B. There's no bonus points for taking both sides, but Alter Ego is doing it anyway. The battle stage of Natsuran might go for the heal and
I'd say
Ripper.
there's cool points. There's cool
That's
guy
cool
points for sure.
Yeah, that's cool points. You still get 1 on the scoreboard, but you get the respect of every single one of the viewers and the players in the lobby. And there you go. Alter Ego 2 away from getting the first ever 2-0 here in Group D.
This honestly, I'd say seals the deal on Oasis. This puts the nail in the coffin. This means that this 0-2 almost certainly means that Oasis will not go through, and that Alter Ego has a very, very good chance. I haven't done the math exactly, but I know for a fact that a 2-0 here means that I think Alter Ego, especially with these rounds, fairly secure their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, just gonna minimize basically the chances of Oasis Gaming, especially with this round difference. And now, if this is gonna be the result, if this is gonna be the scoreline in the near future, Oasis will have to do this against their next opponent. And that's gonna be interesting because I believe that's on the very final day. But Marky right
What a
now,
flash.
he's not gonna give up. That flash indeed. Berserks will get that taken onto Courtesy to bottle with the setups and the knockdowns. It seems like he's not just helping, but he's also killing. And it's already AE on B side. Alter Ego. This just has been their show, and while we love Oasis Gaming and what they can do, especially when they're on super hot fire, this is just the ice age that Oasis suffers from time after time. Hottest of the hots, coldest of the colds, and man, Illustrado, I think I need a second jacket because it's looking chilly here for Oasis Gaming.
Oh, definitely. Coco's turning up the temperature a little bit. Not enough to keep us warm, though. But match point is gonna be going to the favor of Alter Ego, and I'm just sorry to say Oasis doesn't look like they came here to play today. It's not their game. You know, a lot of people have been touting Marky, one of the best players, one of the best duelists that they have in the country. It's just him and the rest of the Oasis squad. I think when they meet a team that's like equal to them and is their match in all senses of the word, not just in terms of aim, but also in terms of strategies and, you know, finesse, they just look lost. And it's showing here today.
It's one of their follies, and they try to outgun the competition there. But Alter Ego already knowing the aggression and getting that shot done. Oasis, they will just go for the Congo line to try and play the retake that will have to commence as Fat Penguin puts that spike down. Never mind, decides to cancel it as it's time for AE to wipe out the competition. Oasis, this is going to be no paradise whatsoever. And it's time to rename from Group D to Group AE. A 13-2 victory for Alter Ego to get the first ever 2-0 in the final group of VCT STA.
Very convincing win from Alter Ego as they dominate the Filipino squad, and we finally have an answer. Which country is reigning supreme for now? And it's going to be Indonesia who leads the charge. What a great round from the Indonesian squad here. Philippines, they had no say in it for the most part. Game 1, we thought they'd have a better chance. No, they were outclassed on every front, on aggression, on defense, on offense. Every single thing they brought to the table was swatted away by the amazing abilities of the players from Alter Ego.
I've been waiting for this Alter Ego to show up in VCT, and as soon as they have secured that perch, and well, they're here. They're here to play. They're here to impress. And Alter Ego with just such a masterclass on the takedowns. 3.3 KD there for Berserks, but keep an eye out on Tebotel as well as Fat Penguin. These guys making the plays, the setups, and the knockdowns. Fat Penguin throwing caution to the wind there with that from the shadows. And don't forget about Elmimore and Axelrand. Really, the whole roster of Alter Ego having their own element of success in this game. And Oasis, we know how great they can play on split. We know how their teamwork can make the dream work, and there were flashes of it with Coco, with Marky, with Gadowers, but really none of the plans that Oasis usually can rely on, they just did not work at all here, Lestrada. It was not a good day here for Oasis.
Not at all. And you know, this is, I'd say, one of the times where we can safely say Oasis's chance of getting into the playoffs now, it's, I'd say, minuscule. Even if they do get a 2-0 up against Uwu tomorrow, they're going to have to get a very large number of rounds to even manage to somehow get into the running for this. So a lot of it is out of their hands now. A lot of it comes to the other teams playing in contention here for this group. And it's really just a heartbreaking prospect here at the end of the day. But we do have to take a little bit of short break here, Dax. It was a rough match for Oasis and all Filipino fans, and a brilliant match for Alter Ego and all the Indonesian fans. But we'll take a break for now because the Philippines has another chance as they go up against Thailand in Bren versus Cerberus Esports. We'll be back in a second.
Last player standing. You should run. One enemy remaining.
Well, that is an eye-opener. We just witnessed the match between Oasis Gaming and Alter Ego, and I think everybody did not expect that to be the ultimate outcome. Anyways, guys, welcome back to, again, the VCT Southeast Asia Challenger Playoffs. I'm Astra, I'll be your host. With me now is Viminal and Illustrado, and we'll be moving forward to the next series. Here in Group A, it is going to be Bren versus Cerberus Esports, a decider match to see if Bren will be our top dogs for the specific group or not. So, gentlemen, just before anything first, let's look quickly into these points. And I think the biggest one, again, is coming from Group D, the supposed group of life. And Alter Ego just went bananas.
It's a massive win here, but honestly, what I really want to talk about right now is the current game that we have coming up here, Bren versus Cerberus, right? This game is, I think, the most crucial one because Bren versus Cerberus, it's absolutely massive. This is the game that everybody from that group is going to be watching. You got Ego and CBT watching from, well, Ego not so much, but CBT watching from the sidelines. They know that their fate is out of their hands because, let me break this down for you guys and everybody who's watching at home. If Cerberus beats Bren in at least one map by at least 14 rounds, Cerberus will go through along with CBT. If Cerberus beats Bren with 13 to 10 rounds, it's Cerberus and Bren to advance. If Cerberus beats Bren with an 8 to 9 rounds, it's Bren and Cerberus that go through. But if Cerberus beats Bren by 7 rounds or less, it's going to be Bren and CBT going through. So there's a lot of mental gymnastics and a lot of mathematics that have to go into this particular matchup. And that's the reason why everybody's got to win this and got to watch this. And Cerberus Esports, they've got to at least take one if they want a chance at going through.
Absolutely. They're going to be playing their hearts out today, Illustrado. And Bren is out to prove a point. They're out to keep the Filipino dream alive and well. They're looking pretty dead set on taking that dub here. But both of these teams definitely need no introduction as we go into the player head-to-head, Azrai.
There's been a big mix, I think, of performances between these two. Bren, I think, has been looking much, without lack of a better term, sharper in the matches that they've gone through entirety of the group stage. Dub, as you can see, has an incredible 248 ACS, but maybe the other team from Cerberus here could be a bit misleading with the 253 from Kwe. He's been really on point, but I think the rest have been lagging a little bit behind. Now, let's look quickly into the map selection, gentlemen, and immediately Split and Ascent. It seems like this is the flavor of the day, and I'm going to be passing on first to Illustrado, then to you, Vim. What do you think about the Split and Ascent selection here?
I'm actually a little bit surprised about the Split map here, selected by Bren. The bans, of course, by Cerberus were Haven and Icebox, two of the most comfortable maps by Bren. Everybody knows that. But with the remaining maps, I'm very much surprised that Bren went ahead and picked Split here, because there were just so many other options they could have gone for. They could have let Breeze through. They could have let Bind through. But instead, we're going to find ourselves in a map that they're not actually that comfortable with.
You know what? I'm going to have to agree with you there, but actually, taking a look at the stats here that we have, it's just Bren Esports having 13% advantage when it comes to win rate on Split versus Cerberus Esports. And they both have a huge sample size here of nearly 30 games on Split.
Yeah.
Right? And we actually might get somewhat of a mirror matchup in terms of team compositions based on the frequency of these pick rates. So this is going to be a very interesting match. A bit of a toss-up, but Bren definitely has the edge here.
It's scary to say because this match has so much impact. It will affect not only Bren and Cerberus, but the entirety of Group A. I cannot stress the magnitude that this series of two is gonna give the outcome for the rest of these four teams. I mentioned this, I think, during the match with the Group D teams, but even more so here coming into Group A. So before I let you go, gentlemen, I just wanted to ask, what do you think, or what is your prediction? Let's start off first with Viminal about this series of two.
You know what? I think the numbers speak for themselves here. I'm going to go all in. Bren 2-0. And maybe a couple of close games that we have in our hands. It may even go to overtime because Cerberus, again, they're hanging on for dear life here. But you know what? I think it's going to be Bren all the way.
I think Bren have heard the call and the songs of Michael Bolton right before they actually went on this. And I think that's going to lead them to a very dominating performance here. I'm going to agree with you. It's got to be a 2-0 right now. It's going to be close for sure. But at the end of the day, Bren Esports, they're going to take it 2-0.
Wow, that is a big one. All right, I will go the same direction. It might seem a little bit towards the side of a Filipino team since we're like Filipino talents and whatnot, but you cannot deny the outcome, the results that Bren has stacked up until this point. So I'm going to give them a 2-0 as well. It's only predictions, guys. Hold your horses, stick onto your underwear. It's going to be fine for just a moment. And for the moment, or for now, guys, I'm going to leave you to it, and we'll pass it on to our talents to break it down even further, give you the action, start the series of 2. You guys go ahead.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it. They ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. About how cool is the gunplay when the stress will hit the playground, But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore. Until somebody from your past come back to settle the score. Like, let's go pop.
With the help of Portugal, they find 3. Now they will go for the
ผมมีข้าวน้ำเขียวไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้เรียบร้อยเบต้าขมับใส่หน้าของเบบี้คิวไปโอ้
Look alive, Viminal and Illustrata here, side by side with pride. I'm beyond proud to be here with you, Ilu, because this is going to be a day to remember for thousands of Filipino fans chanting Bren lang malakas. As we cast the clear frontrunners out of this group stage thus far, the Filipino dream is alive and well. Sharper, however, stands in the way of Bren right now, and they're a formidable opponent and a well-decorated team in their own right, perennial gatekeepers of Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't been the best team in Thailand, not for a very long time. There was, I think, a time in the past where we'd consider Sharper to be some of the top in their particular regions. But that run of form that they had way before, it's not the same team that they have now. And they've kind of been hit and miss with a lot of performances where they've been failing to close out games, when they've been losing a lot of rounds that they should be winning. And that's just leading us to sort of question the form that this team has as of the moment. However, they're still a very formidable team, one of the most respected in the region for a reason. And if there's any team that can stick it to Bren in this group, it's got to be Sharper.
You know what? I'm not going to rule out the possibility of them taking a map against Bren, but it is highly unlikely. Not out of the realm of possibility, though. But you hit the nail on the head right there. They're one of the most respected teams for a very good reason. And if you take a look at their stats on paper alone, they've had so much experience throughout this whole time Valorant has existed. Right up there with Bren as well. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt as well, but the odds are heavily in favor of Bren Esports.
I mean, you talked about basically the old guard of Valorant. And I know Valorant hasn't been around very long, but going all the way back to the earlier tournaments like the Valorant Pacific Opens and, even the first strikes that we had in our regions, Sharper has always been a staple, a name that everybody knows, a household name in the local scenes. So it's no surprise that they've managed to qualify, but the way that they've done it was actually not the easiest and a very, very rocky journey to actually qualify here. And this leads us to believe that their performances as of late haven't been the best representation of not just them as a team, but also Thailand as a region. Because Thailand have been, I'd say, the best Valorant team in SEA for quite a while, and Sharper probably the second or third best ever since X10 came into the picture. But still, Sharper are one of the teams that you can look up to, and when push comes to shove, they're going to give you a good match no matter what.
You know what? You're absolutely right there. Thailand is an FPS country, and Sharper does do well to represent that fact. But you mentioned that Sharper is a bit of an old guard, right? And with that comes the question, have they been innovating enough? Because throughout these past few months, the power gap has been decreasing. You know, it's been closing in. Everyone's becoming closer and closer to each other in terms of skill level. And the question is, Sharper, can they break their own plateau right now? Bren is on the upswing. They've looked never better than ever right now. So taking a look at this agent selection, this goes completely the opposite direction of what I was expecting, actually. But Sharper, this is pretty much their cookie cutter lineup.
Dubstep has been playing a lot more Raze nowadays, and he's been sort of gearing away from that jet, and his performances as of late have been actually pretty groundbreaking, and just goes to show that Bren actually as a team have been evolving. They have been picking up newer agents. Borkum has been sitting on the Astra, not just, you know, locking in that Omen every single time. And Jesse Vash on the Sage instead of the Soap. Am I seeing things right?
Oh, okay.
Is this an illusion?
You know what? It's a bit of a throwback, and actually,
we haven't seen this in a very long time. He's been so Vash just for months now that anything else.
I mean, it is Split, Ilu. Come on.
Yeah, fair enough. And you know, Sova's not that great on Split, arguably.
Yeah.
And which makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it's technically due to like the map geometry, as all the nerds in chat say. But I just realized at this chat that no, I kid.
You're also a nerd. We're all nerds here. It's fine.
I'm a nerd. I mean, I do this for a living. It's just I'm like peak nerd. But yeah, Sova definitely not really the best of choices here in Split. Wits choosing the Sky definitely makes a lot more sense for that initiator role. Actually, I prefer having Sky here instead of KO. Arguably, KO gives you a little bit more information as well in these tight corners, but Sky definitely a good fit here. First round will be underway in just a few seconds. Ilu, again, cookie cutter lineup from Sharper versus a more interesting team composition, I'd say, coming in from Bren.
Yeah. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the match we have all been waiting for. I think all the teams are going to be watching this one. Bren Esports versus Sharper. What's going to happen here? Dispenser starting it off strong with a lurking pick onto Not XD with that Sheriff. One of the Sentinels going down early on in the round here for Sharper. That boosts Bren's chances of taking this one, as B main now being pushed up here by Beta. It's going to make this push towards mid a little bit more risky, as Alert is going to be spotting one for now. But the flank coming into fruition any second now. Should be the right timing after he comes around this corner, and Beta does finally spring that trap. He gets one pick off onto Jesse Vash. That's the Sage gone, and he's going to fall back all the way towards B as Dubsteps gets the refrag onto Alert.
Trying to equalize the man advantage there, but in the end, actually, it's going to be Sharper with a man advantage here. 3v2 all of a sudden as Quay takes down Dispenser. The spike is left there in Sewers Illustrata, but is quickly making its way onto A. But some outside the vents.
Uh-oh.
Spike down A.
Good pickoff right there from Quet, actually. Fully flat. Triple kill right there to start things strong here for Sharper. As, all right.
Okay. I see you.
That just happened on the pistol. Although I do have to point out, Viminal, it's a little bit bizarre from Bren, isn't it? To just walk in to A alone, one by one, Dispenser.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very curious decision to begin with, like sort of grouping up at mid, leaving vulnerable to being flanked by Beta. And Jesse Vash did pay the price for that. Perhaps they should be watching their backs a little bit more here. They definitely learned their lesson very, very quickly. They tend to adapt on the fly very well. Sometimes they're off to a slow start here. But Jesse Vash will take down Alert. Dubstep follows it up with a quick kill to Minocchios. This is a great start for Bren.
They have to deal with Beta, who's still here onto side. Borkum not going to check that corner. And Dubstep yet again with another shot. Beautiful Sheriff play right now in the buy situation. Not working out here for Not XD. Not working out for Sharper, rather, as Not XD, he gets that pick onto Dispenser. Still a 3v2. Very much doable for Sharper, as the spike has been planted down towards B, and it's a little bit of an obscure wall to just sort of obscure the vision, rather, of Sharper as they try to push on towards the site. Good kill from Not XD to find his second, but they still have to deal with Dubstep and Wits, who are just around the corner here. They're going to try to get the smoke, and the spike not planted for them. A little bit of a strange decision. It gets half, but Dubstep with 4 kills to start off the round here and taking a very, very important win on a thrifty round, an eco round at that matter, up against Sharper.
Bren couldn't be happier than that on that round because, again, it was a thrifty victory. Let's check out this replay. Jesse Vash starting things hot right there with quick kill over there in male. Borkum does go down in the hands of Beta, but they were able to make up for it. Despite the spike being half there, Dubstep was able to secure a gun and secure the round as a result. Bren Esports, they made up for that round 1 loss, Illustrato.
What a way to come back on it. Just when you think, Bren, it's a little bit weird on that first pistol round right there. Suddenly they bring things back. All right, let's stop mucking around right now. Let's just go up and play our usual game. Okay, Beta. Great shot to land onto Dubstep right there. Lands nicely on the dome, and that's going to be one of the players for Bren out of the picture. Going to throw away those guns just to make sure it doesn't get into the hands of Sharper.
No, it's one of those little things that tend to compound into much bigger effects later on in the game. Dubstep already off the board here. Rest of Sharper at an eco state, so Bren heavily in the gun advantage, but down 1 man. Let's see what they can make of this situation as the spike is moving from sewers onto a main. But this time, Dispenser has to make sure that the way is clear.
They're paving their way here towards that A site. They do have the weaponry advantage, and they actually have the forces gathered around here towards A. They actually, on the Sharper side, are cheating off not XD, so that's the Sentinel gone from that A side. That's going to be making the take a little bit easier here, but they're going to swing wide here and go straight and ignoring Heaven completely. Might bite them in the back because Koi is right around here, but the bot here, the turret, will signal that there is someone actually playing around the ramps area. They have invested all of the players on Bren onto this site. A couple of shots here from Not XD popping away as Jesse Vash lands a nice tap right there onto Not XD. And the members here for Sharper get closer and closer, but Borkum's going to deny Pinocchio's the opportunity to get a kill as Borkum here looking to hold the angle even more. Quay getting a great shot right there with the frenzy, dashes away in the nick of time, but Jesse Vash holding the angle here is able to get tap after tap after tap. No, it's Wits to finish it off, but still it's a great triple at the end of it. And Bren, they secure themselves an anti-eco win.
Yep, very good anti-eco thus far, keeping the momentum up right here. As we take a look at the replay, Dubstep does get taken down early on by Beta. Quick one tap right there, but really, I mean, there was no chance in hell that they were able to retake that A site plant because, Wits is there with a heal. They all had rifles. It's really going to be a tall order to take that one, but this time, Sharper, Quay will have that operator. Is it going to be a game changer for this? I'm pretty sure Bren is going to be expecting this, and they know how to play around that up.
Absolutely. If anybody knows how to deal with an aggressive operator, it's Bren, who are very much known to go for plays like this again and again and again. I don't think we're going to see the same thing that we saw with Oasis, where they were struggling to deal with aggressive pushes. If anyone knows if any team has great zoning and great ability for refrags, it's Bren here. But they do separate a little bit here, Dubstep and Borkum. So refrag is going to be a little bit tougher, but they know that their zoning is good. So for now, the ability to trade is still very much in the picture up until now. 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to be sending the bulk of their forces here towards A. And it's going to be a decent read right now for Sharper as they actually invest around 4 members here towards that A site.
Oh boy, Borkum is just tempting fate right here. A little bit of a dance of death, but Quay does manage to get a pick.
Yeah.
Dubstep, really quick reaction time though.
As I said, Bren, one of the teams that are so good at zoning, knowing how far you can get, and still being able to make trade-offs like that. This is one of the reasons why they're so successful against teams that are aggressive on the defense here. This is one of not really one of those instances because Dispenser was a little bit far removed from that situation, but they do have Dubstep coming in from behind. Doesn't need to happen though because Dispenser will secure that, still leading us in a 2v3. Showstopper will come in, see if they can actually get a pick off of it. Not gonna land, not gonna hit the mark right there. Not XD just gets the better of him in this one. With 8 seconds left on the clock, they have time to plant, but in a 1v3, definitely gonna be difficult.
And there goes the utility as well. Not XD securing the round, bringing the score 2-2. I mean, arguably, if Dubstep was able to connect that showstopper onto that Cypher, onto Not XD, that would have been a winnable condition for Bren. But very early on in the game, really too close to call for anyone. As of this point, it's anybody's game. But so far, both of these teams proving their worth here.
Yeah, it's a great round here from Sharper. They make full use of that operator. This aggression right here from Quay. Even though it's traded out immediately, it still gives him so much information that nobody's really around B. And while this is happening, that Quay has a lockdown on towards that B main area, this allowed Sharper to take more and more control over that A site, investing so many bodies for that defense. This just made it so difficult for, even if Bren did get onto the site somehow, the post plant was just nearly impossible because they lost everybody on it by the time the spike went down.
Make a good point there. It seems like it's a bit of a tug of war here. Quay knows how to play that operator, of course, so he's going to be rotating from site to site, trying to make Bren guess where he's going to pop out of. Now they have the information. Takes out the turret using that op shot, so Dispenser's not going to be peeking that one out, but Dubstep makes short work of Not XD. This is a really good first blood pick coming in from Dubstep. This could be the momentum that they need.
Just a little bit of a reset onto that round after getting that pick. And this is one of the things that Bren also really like to do. After getting the initial pick, they sort of regroup elsewhere and try to keep the defense guessing. However, Sharper, their fundamentals just equally sound as well. They have Quay with an operating, pushing spawn? Okay, that's not something you see every day, but still, it's getting them a lot of information. It might work out in their favor, but can they hold up against Bren, who are now looking to set up onto this B split right here? Beta looking to creep up so close. He doesn't have an idea that right around this corner, there's every single three members of Bren right around it. Will he actually get checked or not? The turret, it spots him. It spots him. Oh no, they know where he is. Dispenser gets the better of him this time. And Alert is going to do some work up here towards Heaven. It's going to be denied by Dispenser. The res comes through. Dispenser is now back in action. 2v5. As Sharper find themselves at a massive disadvantage here.
The timing's just perfect for Bren on this push as Borkum takes down Pinocchio's. At the very least, Pinocchio's was able to take down Dubstep. With 7 seconds to spare, Borkum does get the spike planted down. It's all down to Quay with the operator. He's going to lose that operator 3-2 now in favor of Bren Esports. That was absolutely clinical in that previous round. They chose to go the burst. And another point that he made earlier on was that once Bren gets man advantage, they somehow regroup later on in the round, making full use of the clock. And this is a mark of a great team, that you make use of all the time you have available. There's no need to make hasty decisions, especially at the highest level of Valorant.
I think it comes with experience that when you get an advantage, the reason why they group up together like that is because the Sharper might go ahead and look for a pick and maybe try to divide and sort of level the playing field. That's exactly what Quay tried to do. To no avail, because everybody else was on the other side of the map completely. In the meantime, Not XD trying to hold that site, not going to hold it for long because Dispenser's right there to deny him with a bullet to the dome. And Jesse Vash is good for the follow-up as well. They still have to hold this angle here as Dubstep rounds the corner, meeting his fate in the hands of Pinocchio's classic right-click. And Wits trying to get back into position here. He will be flashed off the angle there, and the Rolling Thunder will actually be deployed for this. A lot of flashes coming through, and they actually missed the shots, but Beta getting a double kill right there. And Wits is right there to pick up the pieces. An expensive round nonetheless, but it's still a win for Bren Esports.
To believe they will still have money in the bank to spare after that one. You know, the damage has been done for Sharper. They were on Classics, sure. But all things considered, still, Bren's going to be happy about that round. And notice that some of them favor Vandals here, some of them favor Phantoms. Again, Split is another map that tends to have a lot of mid-range or close-range engagements. But in the end, it's all down to preference here. Now, seems like Niffy or Quay, he is going to be repositioning onto Vents. Let's see if he gets an opening pick here, Ilu.
Yeah, he's been trying to get aggressive picks all over in A and sometimes every now and then on B. This is really the first time that he's going to try to go a little bit aggressive. The flash comes through. His position is going to be noted as the flash actually does blind him. But Quest still looking for an aggressive pick here. Dubstep actually almost got caught off with that. And the timing, not going to go his way just yet. As the members of Bren are going to take mid control very, very firmly. Look at how defensive, how passive the setup is from Bren. They have one player, Jesse Vash, so far towards the back of B, and the same thing goes for Dispenser, while the members of Bren take that pick, the majority of the forces take that pick there towards mid and allows them to regroup to whichever site they want because they still have control over B or A.
Dubstep again, Ilustrada just having the right timing to take down Quay. Just like that from Vents, but Alert answers back onto Dispenser.
They can res.
They can res. And there we go.
So the response right now of Bren, they actually go ahead and use that wall here. The Cosmic Divide is coming out. A lot of utility being thrown here. Not going to be landing neatly on anybody just yet, as the Seekers does come out as well. A lot of ultimates being expended for this take alone. Flash will coming through, but that's not enough. It is enough for Beta to find a double here. Traded up by Wit, but with 14 seconds left, time is ticking in his way against his favor here. Spots the tip of the head here. It's not enough. It's not XD. Gonna seal the deal on that round. It's a great read and a great retake from Sharper.
You know what, Ilustrada, there are few definitions that stick out to me when it comes to talking about mechanical skill. Well, that has to be one of those moments. That absolutely amazing spray transfer coming in from that one. Just a spectacle to behold, securing another point on the board for Sharper right here. Brent still has the money to buy Dubstep, going for the most annoying gun in the game, the Judge.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you can make things happen with the raise on that Judge.
Yeah, when in doubt, go for a Judge. When in doubt.
True.
It works a lot of the time if you know how to position yourself, and especially with Raze, who can get into those close quarter combat scenarios. A shotgun, obviously the ideal weapon of choice for this.
All right, bit of a skirmish happening in mid here. Not, no one is fallen just yet here. Reach flash out? Yep, just a bit of a standstill.
Yeah, they're kind of just slowly controlling the map. It's really all about the mind games right now here.
Yeah.
Love this flash. Love this flash. It just gives information that there's somebody is in B main, because it alerts Wits that somebody could have pushed up. And in fact, there was. Quay was actually caught off by that, and they're going to smoke him off the angle. This allows them to be a little bit safe in their take of mid. But Dubstep getting caught off right there up in ropes. Well, that's going to be a lot of that mid presence actually dispelled for the meantime from Bren, as the push comes in here. Alert doing work, traded out very quickly by Jesse Vash there, and they still have to deal with Not XD, who is the sentinel onto this side. Pinocchio's making his rotation now, as he could get peeked by Borkum any second. Only has a Spectre to work with, but in this situation, it's more than enough. Pinocchio is able to close out that kill here. The two remaining members for Bren Esports, they have not found Not XD yet. Flash comes through. Pinocchio's is able to come in with a triple, and that secures the round for Sharper. We got a tie game on our hands, Bim.
We have indeed a very close game in our hands, and it's pretty much all thanks to Pinocchio's and Not XD. Of course, Quay has some early impact right there, but even though if he gets picked out, a lot of his teammates sort of pick up the slack there. Pinocchio's especially has been a stalwart, standout performer thus far here.
One enemy remaining.
Sharper, again, I'm going to reiterate this to the audience here. Sharper needs at least a win and 7 rounds against Bren to qualify. So they're going for that magic number 7 on top of that win. They need to win by 7 rounds. And that start on that operator, it's a good beginning to that journey towards that 7-round victory here. 2 people have now fallen on the Bren Esports squad, and they're going to regroup again towards B. Quinn might expect this. Sees the side of Borkum, and it's more than enough for him to make that connection he needs. Gonna re-peek the angle. Good flash out, but the backup is there, and Wits gets a double kill. Close range from him. Seeker's coming out, and they're gonna spray it down here. Pinocchio has flashes of his own, and that's gonna confuse the 2 remaining players here for the meantime. They actually do recover a rifle. Can he get back into cover? Just does! That was almost too close for comfort. As Wits, he does manage to round the corner.
You know what? At 57 points of HP, highly unlikely he gets to clutch this out. Pinocchio's yet again. Oh my gosh, he did such an incredible play during that one. Just completely shutting down those Seekers as well. Utilizing his utilities to the best of his ability right there. Man. That was an eco round for Bren, but, you know, Wits could have almost turned it around.
Well, Wits made an opening where there shouldn't have been one. And even though that opening didn't really come into fruition completely, it still was a worthwhile endeavor to pursue. obviously making things quite expensive and forcing a lot of rebuys from Sharper. Now it is going to be the gun round. They have a couple of big ultimates, Dubstep and Dispenser, the double Ds of Bren Esports. Meanwhile, Sharper, they have found some saving grace in the form of Quez Op, who has been a really thorn in the side for Bren Esports. Getting the pickoffs time and time again. And look at this aggressive push once more from Sharper. They've gotten all the way up towards Sewer. Bren Esports are aware of the possibility, but they might not expect two people pushing them.
Very true. Not XD taking down Borkum right there. Does get the neural theft off. That's going to secure a lot of information for them. But at the very least, Bren's still at a bit of a default position here. So despite that neural theft, it's really not giving anything away.
Yeah, Bren is looking stifled, however. Look at this angle held up by Kwe. He's going to be able to make a quick rotate to A and in a good position if Bren decides to go to A or not. But even if they do go to B, that rotation is going to come in from Kwe very, very quick here. So good flash, but Dubstep wins the duel anyway. That's Killjoy op, excuse me, not op, lockdown deployed here, and the op still coming in from the flank as Wits gets the opening double onto that site, leaving us in a 2v2. They can get onto the site, no one's punished, and the flank might have actually taken too long here, but Bren still might not expect it.
All down this man right here with the operator. Does get
Good
flash, dashes away. That was a really good flash from Wits.
That just means that the flank is null and void right now because the information is given. So, with Jesse Vash playing close to each other, hoping to play the trade game. Can they actually win it? 1 HP on Not XD. He wins that duel. Not gonna land the shot this time. Jesse Vash, he gets an opportunity, but still Kwe is able to trade out his gun, save the operator for the next round. And 1 HP on Not XD. He's the hero for his team yet again.
You know what? I really have to commend Sharper on their form right now. This is definitely a different team than what we saw yesterday. I think you're going to agree with me on that one.
Absolutely. Sharper, I think yesterday after their performance, they needed a wake-up call. What a time to wake up against Bren in literally the most crucial map of the group stage here in Group A.
This is definitely a marquee matchup. Honestly, I'm getting chills down my spine just casting this game right now. Let me tell you that. Now, 4-6 in favor of Sharper. We got a couple rounds left in the first half here. Jesse Vash with a resurrection, though. Ultimate economy in favor of Sharper still. That Rolling Thunder can be absolutely devastating, especially considering that buff. It's a bit of a square sort of carpet form. It's a weird analogy, but yeah.
Yeah. Carpets.
I mean, it's square.
Carpet bomb.
Whatever.
Carpet bomb right
yeah,
now.
That's what I was thinking.
All right, I see what you were going at there. But still, at the end of the day, it's a kill onto Alert. Pinocchio's. Alert's gonna be able to heal up after being carpet bombed. Kwe, not gonna hit his shots right there. Had a couple of opportunities too, but just the angle wasn't right for him as Borkum able to claim his scalp, and the diligent, patient play from Bren Esports has paid off. But now it's time for them to be decisive and decide where to go. Oh, Dubstep looks away at the worst time. 1 kill is definitely more than enough because it gives Borkum the information that there's one more player coming in towards mid. And the double lurk play from Bren, so smart right there to know to send everybody else on a slow push towards A, while the 2 remaining members of Bren cut off rotations towards mid.
Yeah, I mean, it bought them a lot of time and space. That's really all they needed in this round. Not a doubt that's going to be a 5-6 scoreline. Beta doesn't even have time to retake, so you might as well just hold on to that gun.
I think so. I think Beta, what would be good for Beta right now is just to look for that operator and maybe take it to the next game. He's found it, yeah. Just going to check around the angles to make sure that nobody's watching the operator. And after he picks it up, he's going to signal to his team, yeah, I got it. But still, this is a good attacking start for Bren. As we know, Viminal Split is, no matter how you slice that cake, it's still a defending-sided map.
Mm-hmm. I mean, no matter how much they've changed the map, I mean, it has evolved quite a bit since those closed beta days, but, it still is arguably a defense-sided map here, and Bren really knows how to play that out. So all things considered, this is going to be a really good half for them, though I can say the same for Sharper. Let's see what they can bring to the table here.
And Are they going to go for a double up? I think where was me? Yeah, they might actually go for a double up. And that might be the change up that might actually be very beneficial to them. Still deciding on it. I'd like to see it. Oh, yeah, we'll go for it. So double up setup right here for Sharper, as they're going to have to use that to go for the aggressive picks right here. They know that Bren like to slow play, and one of the best ways to shut down a slow play is to have a couple of operators just isolating the picks. Now, Bren, if they can gather that information, oh, they know that alert's on the operator now, but still, Dubstep has already gone down. They can res him, sure, and they will be allowed to for now. And they're actually going to even get an orb on top of it. Borkum now having his Cosmic Divide is going to allow them a path towards side. This is going to be big, especially up against the double operators on the Sharper side.
Yeah, I mean, you very rarely see double operators now, Elu. And that was definitely a huge surprise for Bren, I'm sure. They were able to get their money's worth on that double up. Now, Jesse Vash was forced to use his resurrection right there, but they were at least able to get an orb for Borkum. Cosmic Divide is out. Let's see if commitment is nigh for Bren. But it seems like they're slowly rotating onto Ace. It might be a little bit of a fake here.
They are. The fake is actually being sold. I'm a little bit wary over the fact that they actually did go for the fake, because that Cosmic Divide could have made the operators really very much null and void. Dispenser just getting the timing right now. As the flashes does come in, 1 HP onto Dubstep, and they haven't dealt with him at all here. Not XD, making short work of the defensive side. 14 seconds left. Borkum wins a double. Borkum wins a triple. Borkum to kill all the members of Sharper. 8 seconds left to plant, and he's brought his team back from the brink here. A res available, full alert. They're gonna get the res up. Still a 3v2. Borkum getting healed up right now. They're close together onto that site. No Seekers available, but there is still the weaponry in the hands of Bren, and they've been lethal on it so far. Borkum with 4.
Oh
Could this be the 6-kill round? Could this be the 6-kill round from Borkum? They're going to be watching him like a hawk, swinging out wide yet again. Wits denies him, but still could be the ace here. Borkum looking to swing around the corner. Not XD. He's going to have to deal with the Seekers, and Borkum gets the ace on the very last round to keep Bren alive, to keep them tied at 6-6. Bren Esports have found a miracle of a round against Sharper.
You know this was coming, Illustrato. It's Borkum time in the most crucial of rounds in this first half, man. That was absolutely flawless coming in from him. It was looking pretty dicey for Bren at that moment, but man, Borkum just stepped it up. Now we're tied 6-6 after the first half. Now a lot is going to be determined. A lot is going to be riding on this pistol round here, but Bren starting out on defense, taking account their team composition. You know what? I'm feeling really good about this. We all know how potent a Raze can be on defense split.
Dubstep has just really been stepping up as that Raze here, and has been really a force to be reckoned with by any team that he comes across. And however, Sharper, they're doing well. A 6-6 up against Bren. They're going to be happy about this. They might not have the scoreline that they need, but if they can win at least one map, Sharper might secure their way. Oh, Dubstep. Oh, he spots the foot. Boombot. It's going to be doing quite a bit of damage as Dispenser swings on top of it. That's a lot of information given here to Bren.
Very proactive play coming in from Dispenser. Dubstep takes on another with a classic. Not XD with a trade. Wits with the answer back here, but Alert is hopping on around with a right click on a classic. Taking down Wits as well, and goes for the barrier orb over there on the defensive end. Now it's down to Jesse Vash here, as well as Borkum. Like it's Dire versus Radiance. Mr. Jesse Vash yet again. Alert takes him down. Guy's on a rampage right here. Oh my gosh.
Alert 4 kills to get Sharper the leg up in this game. Very well done. 13 kills for him, 10 deaths. He's definitely leading the way, and that's why he's got res up like so much of the time.
Yeah.
Look at this, the timing on this play, wonderful. He even catches off Witch, who had his bird in his hands.
I mean, damn. Free gun, by the way, Ilu.
Yeah, free gun.
I just love the classic at this point.
I know you do, and it's been nerfed so many times, but it's
yeah, that's
still
why
a
it breaks
great
my heart. Yeah.
Well, okay, he doesn't check the corner. Dispenser's able to get one. Not XD's good for the trade, and Jesse Vash falls thereafter. This is looking like a good round here for Sharper, as things start to stabilize for Not XD. Nothing too crazy from Bren for now. But Wits, he gets one onto Not XD, though, goes around the corner. At the risk of getting stunned up by that, he does have to swing wide. That forces him to take a fight against Beta, and the round being sealed off by Sharper. Sharper starting strong on the second half here. This is looking very good for them on their attacking side.
Bren better get this done in this round. They need that third round turnaround, because if they lose this bonus from Sharper, it's going to be pretty bloody out there. All things considered, Bren has a very defensive-oriented lineup. I'd say a bit of an advantage here on the defense. And it's all about that utility game, using those tools of displacement from the side of Dubstep, zoning it in from the side of Jesse Vash and Wits as well.
What a well-played round here. Sharper Esports, they're not the kind of team to get thrown off their game so easily after losing a couple rounds on the last half, few rounds of the half. They're able to pick themselves up, get the pistol round with emblazoned by the play coming from Alert. And it definitely seems to have lit a fire under Sharper, because right now they're making the right calls, they're making the right reads, and they're hitting their shots. Bren, they're struggling a little bit to get a read on how to deal with these situations. They're playing very, very far back at the moment, and that's all well and good, especially up against an anti-eco. But Beta does have a Phantom in his hands. Can he be the linchpin against Bren?
I mean, that could be a thing right there for Beta. So far as Alert with the Spectre has been doing a lot of damage here. Quay sticking with that Sheriff. See if you can get some one-taps right there. Very interesting wall from Jesse Vash, forcing them to check that corner above, but he's not there. He's over there by the staircase.
Yeah, and this wall is actually, it functions in a couple of ways. It'll force them to sort of check right above them and towards hell, because it might be one of those like grim walls that somebody might be standing on the other side, and they're gonna wall over it. Okay, 4 people going up and above. The elevator play coming through. Borkum's good to hold the line, and now they're gonna dash onto that side, but Borkum yet again being the bastion for Bren Esports. A triple kill with 14 seconds left. Dubstep's right there to get the trade off, and it's still Dispenser to close out the round. A flawless victory from Bren, and yet again they proved their finesse when things might have come into question.
You know, sometimes they're off to a slow start when it comes to the pistol round, especially in this game, but they really claw their way back when it comes to the buy rounds. And as for the side of Alert, I mean, you gotta respect that that tenacity to go for that elevator play, because it really is a gamble play.
It is
pretty much every time, and
it almost paid off.
It almost paid off.
It almost
right.
Did.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's sort of a gamble that's really not towards your favor pretty much most of the time.
Yeah, because there's like a couple of seconds right there, a couple of milliseconds where you're going upwards, and that's definitely gonna mess with your aim here unless you hit your shots. And fortunately, there was no one on the other side. No, I don't think anyone really saw that wall, but they were prepared for the quick push towards heaven regardless, Bren. So now it's gonna be another buy here for Sharper. It's the true gun round of half. First one, Alert, he's gonna swing wide. He's gonna find that kill up onto Borkum.
Alert has really been stepping it up right here. Dispenser, though, catches Not XD off guard yet again.
Good pick off one more time. Good reads from the Sentinels. Dispenser, this just means that he has his ultimate now. They could play for retakes if they need it. But Jesse Vash, he's looking to fight. He's looking to get more than one, but no, he's going to be denied by Alert. And they still have to deal with Dubstep, who has buried himself onto that pillar right now. The res comes up, tempting Dubstep to take a peek. He's not biting. He's not going to do it. Dubstep's ready for it. He knows he's gotten the spike cleared out. He goes towards B main because he knows that the lockdown is coming, and they have to deal with Dubstep. They can't. He still wins another before he goes down, but Wits is the last man standing here with 70 HP. No players detained. Wits is going to win that first duel here. He's able to reposition, somehow surviving the repeat from Beta. Doesn't have information to go off of, so he's going to have to play this slowly. Might wait for the plant to go off of, but with 16 seconds left, time is working against Beta.
Spike hasn't been planted. Information granted. Wits, once again, on the clutch. Will he be able to win it out 1v1 with Beta? Beta manages to take him out. I mean, oftentimes, Wits, you can rely on him to be the guy who clutches. Like, his clutch genes are real, man. But Beta just looking absolutely on fire today, not being outwitted by Wits himself.
Wits just not looking at the right place at the right time, and if there's anybody on... we got to watch it twice. Beta, honestly, one of the better clutchers on the Sharper side. He's one of the players that you can rely on to be the last person alive on your team, because we look at the Sharper roster and we look at the top performance of them. It's always alert. It's always Beta. Kwe has been stepping into the picture now, but really to not just be a fragger for the team, but also a support. It's all about Beta. Has been such a force this entire tournament.
See if they can keep this up though for the side of Sharper. Because Bren, they don't take these rounds lightly. When they lose quite decisively like that, they try to adapt and adjust very, very quickly. Quay, gonna be over here on the right side of sewers. Seems like Bren is assuming a more passive position.
I think Bren have been playing passive for quite a while now, and they know that it's fine because they've been getting away with a couple of those rounds here. Oh, the timing. Almost eluding Jesse Vash right there. He tries to play close, has to spray through. He has the smoke to fall back on if it comes to it, but not XD. 5 HP left. Somehow wins that engagement. Information will be relayed that he's low, but there's a lot of heals still available on the Sharper side, and now he's going to get topped up here. Not going to get all the way to full for sure, because, you know, the Sage won't let you get full right now. Dubstep, though, swinging wide. Nice shot. Borkum with the backup. The 1-2 punch. Dispenser holding the line, and Dubstep is able to close it off with a showstopper. Bren Esports yet again coming through with their well-timed swings. And the 1-2 trades are just so lovely from Bren right now. Sharper looking rocked after this one.
Oh my god. It's just Dispenser handing out headshots left and right, and then the turret eventually brings Quay down to 1 HP.
Yeah.
A bit of an unfortunate circumstance there. You know, it was looking pretty concerning for Bren, them being a man down and Sharper making their way onto the site, but Dubstep really held it down right there, bringing the scoreline 8-9. They're only one round away from tying it up. Honestly, for you Filipino fans out there, I'm sure you're feeling a little bit concerned as well, because, you know, Bren, they're kind of struggling here, Illustrato.
Even if Bren don't win, their chances of going through are pretty much rock solid here. I think the only way that Bren don't go through is if Sharper beats Bren by 14 rounds, and we're already past that point. Beautiful nade usage and utility usage as well for Bren as well to get this round. But yeah, going back to that point, so far they're safe. Bren is safe so far because, again, in order for Bren to not qualify, Sharper need a win and 14 rounds ahead of Bren.
Thank you for confirming the numbers there, Stratos. So, again, for your information, guys, watching at home, Borkum takes out Beta, quickly traded out by Quay onto Dubstep. Borkum secures the round with a quick 2K, bringing the scoreline 9-9. Looks like momentum is on the side of Bren here. See if Sharper can do anything to try and turn the tables.
9-9, and Quay, he's gonna have the Blade Storm available, so he's gonna be, you know, quite comfortable on it. Still might buy, and in fact, he does go for it. Maybe electing to use the blades on an actual eco round. No real reason to sacrifice the firepower for now and go for the ulti instead, because he can use it later on. Doesn't have a teammate to necessarily drop to, but there's still no slow orbs for the Sage. Oh no, okay, Sage just used them. My bad.
Borkum does have the Cosmic Divide with the Seekers out online here. They're playing a bit more of a forward position here. But I wonder if they know Quay's right there. Catches, stops up, and wits off guard. Oh my gosh, Illustrato.
What a big brain play. Bren completely unaware, not ready for that play by Quay. Dashes in to the crosshair of Wits, and Wits wasn't ready either. Wondering what the hell just happened, but Bren gets one. Jesse Vash is able to find one, but Quay trades him out. Quay with 4 looking for the ace here, and this could be Quay's round. What a way for Sharper to come back into this match. No ace for you, but Pinocchios will claim the scalp instead. Sharper find themselves on double digits.
I mean, that really is the explosive power of a really competent Jet player right there, Quay. You know, Bren wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. You know what? I'm pretty sure
I don't think Quay was ready for that. He won it anyway.
Oh my. With a 4K on that round, what a way to bring the lead back for Sharper. Now, ball is in Bren's hands yet again. to try and bounce back from this.
When in doubt, go for Judge.
Go for the Judge.
That's what Dubstep has in his hands, and I'd like to see him go for a little bit of an aggressive play here. Bren have been really, really passive on their defensive side, and this is a little bit uncharacteristic of them, actually. They're gonna get punished for that. You can't win that duel with a Judge. You just can't. No trades available here because there's a couple of players right now from Sharper, and it would be very ill-advised if they go for another push here. Jesse Vash, 2 orbs away from a res, and so he's gonna be... He has to say goodbye to Dubstep for now.
A really cheeky play by Beta. Just, being on the edge of that smoke, slightly boosted, just completely caught Dubstep off guard. I mean, they have been playing passive pretty much the entire game, but, the few rounds that they try to push out, they get caught out like that by Beta. Very, very unfortunate here. Pinocchio's goes for the fault line.
That's gonna catch off Jesse Vash right now, and Quest gonna get the cleanup. It's looking like another good round here for Sharper. And Sharper, look, they're happy to take any wins right now. And what does this mean is the question here. At the rate this is going, Sharper could beat Bren with 1 win by, let's say, how many rounds is this? Not a lot. So what this means is if Sharper beat Bren by 7 rounds or less, Sharper still might not actually go through. Because the way this stands is Sharper need to beat Bren by 7 rounds to qualify. At the moment, they don't. So Bren actually need to lose 2 of these games if Sharper want to even have a chance at qualifying.
Right. And
if they don't win this one.
It'll be very unlikely for Bren to lose both maps.
Yeah.
Sharper can take a map here, but I don't think
this
Bren
is
losing
Bren's
2
pick,
maps.
though.
Yeah, this is Bren's pick. So again, if Bren loses this, it's kind of concerning. But I still have faith in this roster, and pretty much the odds are against Sharper at this point in time. The numbers speak for themselves. Taking a look at the scoreboard, though, Dubstep atop the scoreboard, MVP of the match. Bren goes for a tactical timeout, and we talked a little bit about the behavior of Bren and sort of their positioning coming into the second half of Illustrato. On one hand, you have Sharper with a very cookie cutter, straight up combo lineup that is really hard to stop, right? Despite having a lot of utilities on the side of Bren, all really they have to do, Pinocchio goes for the flash, Quay dashes in, Beta smokes whatever and goes for the paranoia, and then Quay dashes again. It's very cookie cutter, but for a very good reason.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not really seeing any inspired plays, if I'm being honest here. What I am seeing is... Yeah, there doesn't have to be, because we're seeing inspired individual performances from Quay,
right.
From Borkum, a lot of the good rounds from Not XD, and Alert had his 15 seconds of fame in that couple of rounds in the pistol. So still, yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't have to be anything special right now, but this is the point where Bren have to start considering doing something special, something unique, because their standard passive hold, it's not working up against Sharper. It's just not.
They were playing very reactive for the most part of this game, and now it's time for them to make a play. Let's see if that tactical timeout would make that a reality.
I honestly like the way Sharper played their defense more, because they were dynamic. They were going for double pushes towards A. They were going for flanks with an operator. Those are plays that will catch a defense an offense off guard. And these kind of good fundamental standard play here from Bren are very nice and very textbook, but it might not be enough to win them the game here, especially in the C Challengers group stages.
Here.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Illustrato. Definitely very proactive performance coming in from Sharper on that first half. But all things considered, here on the attacking half, they haven't been shy of making those explosive plays as well, especially for the side of Quay. Now, they're shifting gears, and I like their adjustment here. They've been playing really, really fast during those past few rounds. Now it's sort of grinding to a halt here, and they better be careful because Bren just came out of a tactical timeout. They probably have something up their sleeves.
I like the setup here from Bren, though. They're investing one player here, that's Dubstep, on towards Vents because they know it's vulnerable. And even if one of these players goes down, they're close enough to go for the trades. But what they might not expect is that Rolling Thunder, okay, Wits is good enough to hold. Still a 2v2, a 2-4-2 exchange rather for both sides. Wits gets flashed off. Wits gets actually tagged up quite low, down to 60. But it's still a 3v3. Retake now commencing. The heals coming in. Wits finds another over from screens right there, and they are now locking the members of Sharper onto the side here. Bren Esports, what have they got in the tank here? They have the gravity well to suck at any players peeking. That's a good peek from Jesse Vash. That's a follow-up from Wits, but Pinocchio's is better for it. Now it's a 1v2. Pinocchio's your time right now. He gets one. He doesn't get the second. Borkham will bring us to 11-10, and that's another round here for Bren to get us closer to a tie.
In the nick of time, Borkham. You can always rely on that man. But, again, this is just such a close game. Too close to call at this point in time. So take a look at this replay. Dubs at least getting value off of that judge. Wits and Jesse Vash. Tandem right here gets taken out by Pinocchio's, but just outmanned, outgunned. Pinocchio's fails to secure the round. And Bren, they definitely need this. They still have money in the bank, though, the Strato, which is fortunate for them. They all have full armors, full buys. Dubstep has a showstopper. Jesse Vash has the resurrection. Cosmic Divide as well for the side of Borkham. This is looking like a very, very good flash sale.
Indeed.
Real soon.
You love those flash sales, don't you, Bren?
Yeah. Discount
Quay's alive somehow. Oh, he gets the timing just right as Wits is retreating to the safety of the ropes. But the only rope he'll be found on is on the other end of a noose for now as he gets taken down by Quay. Still a 4v4 though. They have a chance to revive him. But Dispenser's all too wise, expecting that push here from Pinocchio's, clearing the way and potentially letting them go for that res here. And not XD, his presence is known. Beta will find the kill onto Borkham on the other side of the map. That's B side completely open and vulnerable. But they still have to recover the spike. That's a lot of time for Bren to go for that res and make time for that rotation here. They will not be caught off guard here, especially when Dispenser catches off the spike all the way there towards mid. A little bit of a discombobulated round here from Sharper as they scramble to get closer and closer to the spike itself. I think this round is already done for right now, but as I say that, Non-XD brings us to a 2v3.
I think it all boils down to whether or not Quay can take down Dispenser. But as I say that, Jesse Vash, man,
literally got his back in that one. Literally watching his back.
I got you, bro. Be like, I can hear it in the boot camp right now. But it's just
they're fist bumping right now. After that, that is one of those fist bump moments.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left on the clock. Not XD. I don't think he even has enough time to plant the spike.
No. Might try to make it expensive or just hold on to this rifle. Because heaven knows they've already lost a lot in the previous round. And this one already losing 4. They do have ultimates to play with. But the big killing ultimate that they have, which was Quest Bladestorm, was utilized in that previous round. And so this is a very tough situation for Sharper. Do they go for the buy? Yeah, they can. But
this is really a bit of a dilemma, isn't it, Ilu? And even us, like when we play, even just in the simple rank games, right? When it's this one, you don't know whether or not we play for overtime, or you play for, I don't know, you just play to try and gamble something, even at an economic disadvantage. But I really think they do have still the money to buy here.
Barely,
some of them, barely. You know, some of them have armor, at the very least, full utilities. So it's really not the worst of scenarios. However, for the side of Bren, I think they're looking poised to take match point. I mean, you know, Showstopper, Lockdown, Cosmic Divide still
Wits is 1 kill away or 1 orb away as well from the Seekers.
So just taking a look at the utilities available here, things are looking good for Bren. But again, you don't know for sure. All it takes is a dash from Quay, and everything falls down.
Here's what I think. I think Bren, they need to deny the orb from Pinocchio's, just so that he doesn't get the Rolling Thunder. I think that's the reason why they're investing 4 bodies on towards B and sort of jiggle peeking around that corner right there, just to make sure that Pinocchio's doesn't get his hands on it. But they're giving the A side completely. So the game plan for Bren, give up A, whatever. You'll take A if you want to, because we have so many ultimates to play with to retake that side from you. But they'll be fighting tooth and nail for B. But can they hold on to it as Beta? Lines up a nice shot onto Dubstep, which is good for a trade. Gonna fall off the angle right now. Pinocchios will be unable to recover the orb for now, so no Rolling Thunder for now, and that's going to be Betas from the shadows. That's the controller gone early in the round. That's a massive loss for Sharper.
And Beta's always been a thorn on the side of Bren. He's been such a huge factor on the battlefield. Just so sneaky, getting those impact frags on the board as well. But right now, Sharper is moving from mid vents onto A. They're making noise right now. Quay's not afraid to use that updraft.
But they're falling into the plan of Bren. This is exactly what Bren want. Yeah, go, take A, whatever. I'm still here. I've got the lockdown. A lot of footsteps being heard by Dispenser, though. If he gets checked and if he loses this duel, it's all over. But it's not. Dispenser stays alive. Dispenser deploys the lockdown. Nice nano swarm to force a fight. But he's going to keep that hold in the corner. Borkom's there to back him up. It's a double! And it's a beautiful hold, Bren Esports. They secure match point up against Sharper.
Man, oh man, that was just a beautiful sight to see. Really well played from Bren Esports. And again, you made a good point. It really played into Bren's plan. They wanted to retake A. Dispenser was just there over on screens. And as soon as he got that kill, just dropped the lockdown. A well-placed nano swarm, then a crossfire with Borkom. It just sort of all fell into their plan. I'm pretty sure Sharper isn't going to be happy about that one. They're going to be playing for overtime here. They still have guns to buy. However, it's just Cypher not really having anything other than a Bulldog at this point.
Still possible, though. They still have 3 ultis, including the res, which is very good. This just means that I think that they have to go for an aggressive pick somewhere, make full utilization of that res, and maybe try to catch Bren off guard. Because Bren have been showing a little bit of weakness, especially towards mid. Their mid has been a little bit weak. And so that's what... It probably informed their decision to sort of just play retake on A.
Yeah, they've been leaving mid pretty much for the couple of past rounds, but now Jesse Vash is over there in a forward position in mid, so they're probably taking note of that. However, Sharper right now, they're just grouped up on B with still plenty of time on the clock. It seems like they're going to go for it. Off your feet, Rolling Thunder goes out.
They actually knock up 2 players right there. NotXD is getting a kill onto Dubstep. Good play for now, Dispenser. Making it work. He gets a beautiful headshot onto Kwe. He's going to destroy the wall, or at least try to. The res does come out. There's no way to stop and deny that res. Still a 4v4 as Witch gets the trade onto NotXD. And this could be the round here. Time will be taken away here. But that's the Cosmic Divide going to be utilized right now. Beta going to get that pick off into Dispenser, traded by Witch. But Pinocchio still to make things interesting. Nice swing out right there to keep this into a 1v2. And it's all up to Witch. Clutch Meister. He's done it before. He's done it so many times here. But can he find the 1v1s? Flash, perfectly timed, looking the wrong way. And we go to overtime. A Sharper, they hang on by a thread.
Switching sides.
Still in this. 12-12. We're going to our first overtime. Are we going to have multiple overtimes? It's happened before in the matchup against Bren. This might actually happen here.
4 overtimes.
It's still... anybody's game at this point. It's so damn close, and both teams are playing out of their minds here. Dispenser, clean shots was just not enough. Arguably, the Cosmic Divide worked against his favor there, and then Wits, it just checked the wrong angle at the wrong time. So very unfortunate for him, but a valiant effort after the perfectly timed flash. However, we'll find out how this is going to unfold.
Still no operators, and this is what I'm a little bit surprised about Bren's defense. With how defensive they play, you would think that they would go for an op buy.
Like a hero op, no armor?
Yeah.
Or perhaps, yeah.
Or even earlier on in the game, because I don't think we saw Dubstep op at all.
Probably we didn't see that.
Probably because he's on the race and maybe not too comfortable about it. And maybe on split he just doesn't op.
Okay.
What's this wall? What is this?
Interesting.
That wall doesn't really block off that much.
Yeah, they can... But I don't think they can actually jump from...
Oh
no!
Bro, what are they going to do about
mistake from Jesse Vash.
But what are they going to do about it? He's teasing him. Like those hitchhikers who try to get a truck picked up and just flashing their
leg. Is this deliberate, Illustrato?
I don't think so. There is no way that's deliberate. Oh my god, he's teasing him right now.
Oh, what is
Pinocchios!
Okay, perhaps it was a mistake.
How does he lose that, though? Kwe has been fantastic this game, but a sitter of a shot, he absolutely whiffs it. And that's going to force him back there, that paint shell, knowing that there still could be a player up from above, though. There will be 4 players secured towards that side. They're going to leave Borkum all the way in the back to check for flanks here. And in the 4v3 retake, I favor Bren's odds on this one.
Concealment.
There we go. Utilities out from Borkum.
Timing? Ooh, that's a good spot right there onto Not XD. He lines up one. He sees another one towards... Okay, that's good information there, but at the end of the day, information prevails. Bren take this round very, very cleanly, and it's a nice run from them here. They are advantage in overtime and 1 round away from winning.
Now, a questionable start of the round right there for Bren, but in the end, it turned out to be really clean. As you take a look at this replay, kind of awkward, but, you know, perhaps a little bit of a miscalculation. It does happen. It does happen.
Somebody should tell him that he can get seen from that corner.
Actually, come to think of it, it bought them a lot of time.
It did, because they were watching him like a hawk for
it worked out. It
a
worked
good
out.
minute.
I'm not kidding.
Look, the rest of the members of Bren actually were all the way in A, and they were still watching.
They were still there. They were still watching that angle. So, who knows? It might be some big brain, galaxy brain level play.
I don't think so, but who knows? Who knows? Okay, I like this. I like more aggression right now from Bren because, never mind, they fall back.
But still, that's a bit of information already. I guess Sharper was expecting that, so they were kind of like hanging back. This time around, Sharper is playing a bit more passive, as Wit's trying to push out A main here. Jesse Vash with this really cool Grim Wall. Let's call that a Vash Wall instead, actually.
Forever, that's the Vash Wall.
Yeah.
Forever.
I'll call it the Vash Wall now.
Yeah, yeah. But only if they can see you on the other side.
Bit of a stalemate of the Strato. The tension is building. You know what? I'm so nervous right now.
I think everybody's kind of on the edge of their seats. This is a very crucial round. Again, Sharper, they need to win. There's a 7-round differential. Even if they win this by 2 points, they still have 5 to chase. And they need to win the next game by 5. So,
30 seconds left.
Sharper winning this is quite literally paramount to their success at the moment here. But, Quip, good entry, but not good enough to find Jesse Bash, who was waiting right below him. Borkum with a wall back. Jesse Bash with a trade up. Alert right there is getting 1, but only 1. And with 12 seconds left, this is it. Bren Esports, they're going to take the series. They're going to go on ahead and successfully claim their spot in the playoffs. Bren Esports, top dogs of their group, and they're not letting go.
Bren Esports, still to this day, this weekend, undefeated. Flawless run for them. Granted, the game was so close. And we did say it was going to be a close game. We actually thought Bren was going to falter at some point in the match. But in overtime, it was just so clean in favor of Bren Esports. Pretty sure thousands of Filipino fans watching right now are very proud of the fact that Bren have secured themselves a slot in the playoffs.
I mean, it was Bren group ever since the beginning. We all took a look at the groups, and then we saw, okay, if Bren doesn't make it, it's gonna suck. But they made it through. Okay, they lived up to expectations, and they performed to the best of their abilities. Let's take a look at the stats here. Borkum, is there really any doubt that he's the MVP in this match? Like, how many rounds did he win? The ace?
That was crucial, man. He had so many multi-kills, I can't even count, but really that round was the tipping point, arguably, and absolutely incredible play coming in from Borkum. But as always, it's just a concerted effort from the whole Bren squadron. However, for the side of Sharper, Ilu, I think we both agree that Alert has been a standout performer alongside Beta.
Yeah. Beta also a lot of clutch rounds. For his team. So, you know, great job to pick up right there. But unfortunately, still not enough to net them the win. I think Sharper still has a chance. Like we said, they need to go up by 7 earlier. So this means 9 now if Sharper wants to to advance into the playoffs. So if my mathematics are correct, and trust me, I'm not very good at mathematics, this means that they need 9 rounds and a win if Sharper are to advance into the playoffs. But we'll do a little bit of those mathematics. We'll pull out a calculator as we go into this short break. Again, I'm Illustrato. This is Viminal. We're your casters here today, and we're going to take a short pause. When we do return, Game 2 of the series. Bren have secured their spot, but can Sharper still pull through and find a way and a place in the playoffs? We'll find out when we return.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. 30 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
สวัสดีครับผมเบต้าตำแหน่งคอนโทรลเลอร์จากทีม Cerberus Esports ครับเป็นตัวแทนจากประเทศไทยครับ
สวัสดีครับผมพินอคคิโอครับตำแหน่ง Initiator ครับจากทีม Cerberus Esports ครับเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยเช่นกันครับชื่อที่มาของชื่อในเกมก็เอาผมก่อนก็ได้ครับชื่อพินอคคิโอเนี่ยที่ผมตั้งพินอคคิโอเนี่ยเพราะว่าผมเป็นคนโกหกไม่เก่งนะครับแล้วพินอคคิโอเนี่ยเวลามันโกหกจมูกมันจะยาวทำให้คนอื่นเขารู้เนี่ยว่ามันโกหกอยู่ผมก็เลยเอามาตั้งเป็นชื่อในเกมผมครับส่วนของผมเบต้าก็มาจากตัวละครในดราก้อนบอลครับชื่อเบจิต้าครับก็ผมชื่นชอบตัวละครตัวนี้ก็เลยเอามาย่อให้มันสั้นก็จะเรียกเป็นเบต้าใช่ครับ
ค
ก็เอาเป็นผมก็ได้ครับก็เคยผ่านเกมสมัยเก่าเลย Special Force ครับแต่เป็น Special Force ภาค 2 ช่วงที่ผมเล่นก็เล่นมาประสบความสำเร็จมากสุดก็คือเป็นรองแชมป์โลกครับผม
ของผมก็จะมีล่าสุดครับเป็นเหตุการณ์ที่ผมกินแฮมเบอร์เกอร์แล้วก็กรามค้างครับครับ ก็ของพวกผมเข้ามาในทีมตั้งแต่เกมเพิ่งจะเปิดตัวในประเทศครับแล้วเริ่มมีการแข่งขันก็เห็นว่าทางสังกัดเนี่ยได้ประกาศหาทีมที่จะเข้ามาร่วมก็ส่งเรซูเม่เข้ามาแล้วก็ได้รับการตอบรับจากสังกัดครับ
ของผมเข้าทีมมาตอนที่ผมแยกทางกับสังกัดเก่าครับแล้วก็มีโค้ชเซริวเป็นคนชวนผมเข้ามาทีมชาร์เปอร์ครับก็เลยได้เข้ามาในทีมชาร์เปอร์ครับผม
ตื่นเต้นแล้วก็ภูมิใจครับเพราะว่าหนึ่งเลยคือเราได้มาในนามตัวแทนประเทศแล้วก็จะได้มาเจอกับความท้าทายที่มันโหดยิ่งขึ้นครับ
ก็สำหรับผมรู้สึกไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นมากผมรู้สึกเฉยๆเพราะว่าก็แค่ทำเต็มที่ครับเพราะว่าผมก็ผ่านเวทีระดับประมาณนี้มาค่อนข้างเยอะแล้ว
ก็ได้เจอมาบ้างครับมีบางทีมที่ใช้เอเจนต์แล้วก็รูปแบบการเล่นที่พวกผมไม่เคยเจอมาก่อนก็อาจจะมีสะดุดไปบ้างที่แบบเวลาเจอพวกเขาแล้วเราไม่รู้วิธีรับมือแต่ว่าเราก็ผ่านมาได้ในที่สุดครับก็คิดว่าเป็นจอร์จโอเซนครับเพราะว่าด้วยสกิลการยิงของเขาด้วยเกมเซนด้วยฝีมือแล้วก็ด้วยทีมของเขามันทำให้ทีมพวกเขาดูน่ากลัวมากๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าของผมเป็นสแครี่ครับจากทีมเบคเทนผมคิดว่าน้องเขาแบบเพิ่งยังอายุน้อยอยู่แล้วเขาต้องมาเป็นอินเกมลีดเดอร์ให้กับทีมเบคเทนเนี่ยผมคิดว่าเขาต้องแบบน่าจับตามองครับ
ก็สุดท้ายนี้ฝากทุกคนช่วยเชียร์Cerberus Esportsด้วยนะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ในฐานะตัวแทนประเทศครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมครับ
We just witnessed an incredible game one in this series of two. It's not yet over till it's over. We continue more. Bren versus Sharper. My name is Asarai. I'm your host, and with me now is Viminal and Illustrado. And gentlemen, that was a fantastic set of matches between these two teams. And gotta say, from Sharper's side, even though it was, again, Beta as well as the Omen that was playing out of their minds, I really think that Qued did his own job as their initiator, as their entry fragger during their attacking side. What do you think?
You hit the nail on the head there, Asarai. Despite Quay having a 0.8 KD at the end of the match, he was a really high impact agent on the field during the first half especially. I mean, who could forget that Tailwind ending up with the 4K? We weren't ready for it. I'm pretty sure he was surprised as well, as Elu mentioned earlier, but a valiant effort. I wasn't expecting it to be that close. What about you, Elu?
I think that I honestly thought it was going to be close. I just don't like Bren on split so much. I would have thought that they would actually do a little bit better on different maps here. And speaking of maps, take a look at the maps that we're going to be fighting on here today. We're going to be seeing them go and move on towards the next one. It's going to be, I think, Ascent. Yeah, going to be on Ascent here. Now, this one is one that Bren is definitely more comfortable on. I do prefer Bren on Ascent over Split for good reason.
There is a match before that I think Bren and Sharper did do at a different tournament. It was still with Humi and not Wits or
It was a long time ago.
Very long time ago. And that was with Sharper getting that 2-1 over them. So there is some sort of history between these two teams. But as you mentioned, Elu, there could be a different spell. That split map, when I saw the composition from Bren, definitely the throwback to the Bren choke comp way back when. I think that maybe they were just trying to reiterate something. That was a time where Vash was pretty solid on a Sage, but on Ascent, we could see, or will be seeing definitely, his Vash come back into play. So Now,
I agree. Sorry, Asura. Yeah. You make a great point there. I do think that there was a little bit of, I'd say, a revert back to how Bren used to play. And I think a lot of that has to do with Jesse Vash not being on the Sova. Now on Ascent, he better play on the Sova. And honestly, Sova, Jesse Vash on anything else but Sova is a little underwhelming. I don't want to, diss the guy, but let's be real here. He's the master at Sova. So you might as well stick onto what you know. One of the reasons why I feel like their split might not be very comfortable.
I mean, okay, I'm going to give my 2 cents about what your statement was, Illustrato. I mean, Jesse Vash, historically, he's been known to lock in on a single agent and master it to its full capacity, right? Back in year 1 of Valorant, he was playing Sage most of the time, right? Especially during the early days of Valorant. He was a Sage main true
like a year ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago indeed, and we rarely see them play split now, but when they do, he does bring out a mean Sage. But yeah, definitely do agree that Sova is definitely on a different level now, definitely more proficient in it. Yeah, back to you, Azrai.
there is a lot of things that I think you could say about Vash, since he is the topic of our discussion right now, whether it's his days back during Overwatch or way back during Dota 2 days. But you cannot deny the fact that this man can transition beautifully into any game that he puts his efforts on. And he has led charge with the strongest team in the Philippine scene by far, by none. And again, that is one of those picks, one of those agents that has kind of solidified him, definitely has been his Sofa here. It was a little bit shaky, I think, the first time we saw them during the Adroit days and during the Team 5 days, but it seems to be looking much better now. And seeing if that better play of him will lead Bren to this 2-0 victory, or will Sharper swing back? We'll see, guys. We'll leave it all to the casters to give every action in this series of 2. It's going to be a bit of a doozy. Ascent is the name of the game.
Well, it's all on the line for Sharper right now. They have to win if they want to qualify and go into the playoffs. Everybody was expecting them to, but now it looks like CBT are going to be the ones joining Bren, unless Sharper pull out a win and win by 9 rounds. That's the tough ask of any team, especially up against Bren here, going into Ascent, a map where Bren are very much comfortable on.
You're absolutely right. It's just a bit of a long shot. Actually, it being a long shot is a bit of an understatement here. But what we have for the agent compositions for both sides, Ascent tends to be a double initiator map. This has been the meta for quite some time. Astra, of course, is a staple here. Kildra arguably as well. This is a mirror matchup, guys. It took me this long to realize.
It is. Essentially, literally the same thing. Double initiators on both sides, which means one thing. We're going to see a lot of aggression here for both squads. A lot. And this is something that Sharper is known to be good at. They brought it out yesterday. And, you know, when they're playing aggressive, even on their defensive side, it's really a thing of beauty what they can do. But look at this. Pistol round, double flank from Bren Esports. They've gotten and crept up all the way to top mid right now. And sure, Sharper, they have the sight. But what is it really going to matter in a 5v5 retake when you've got 2 members of Bren already working that flank here? Can they hit their shots? Borkum does, and so does Dubstep, and that's clean as clean can be here. Now every angle is being contested too. They're going to try to deal with the flank here, but Borkum has already snuck his way into the corner. Quef finds a double here, so it's still a 2v3. Dispenser has a turret to work with. Gonna peek on top of it. Beta with a beautiful double here, and with low HP on both of these players, it's Beta versus Wits here. Who can clutch better? 2 best clutchers of their team, but who will prevail? The flash ready to go, and it blinds up Beta, securing the pistol up for Bren.
It was very close for comfort there for Bren, despite Dispenser having the turret out. Bit of a raid boss there, those 2 turrets on the pistol round. But Beta, just really quick on the trigger finger, but in the end, Wits had the upper hand because of that flash.
And the fact that he actually got so close really helped his case right there. I mean, it could have been a toss-up, especially because they were both relatively very low on HP, actually. That could have went either way, and Beta, known to be a fantastic clutcher, just couldn't pull this one off. Now, Bren, they're starting strong, and this is the more rounds Bren wins, the worse it gets for Sharper. So I'm gonna do the math real quick since we're on an eco round anyway. 13 If Sharper gets 13, what's 13 minus 9?
13 minus 9 is 4.
4. So Sharper, if they want to qualify, thank you, Asarai. They need 13 to 4. That's what Sharper needs against Bren to win the game. 13-4.
And so far, it's
not to win the game, to qualify. Excuse me.
To qualify, yeah. So far, it's looking like it's a bit of a stretch because Bren took the pistol round, and when you take the pistol round, it's so easy for you to make it a quick 2-0, done and dusted right off the bat here. And especially Sharper, they can't really afford to do a force because, again, they are aware of the math. I assure you. Dubstep here, keeping the lookout over there in Garden.
Dubstep with a dash out there. A couple of shots fired, but none really hitting the mark there. Kwe dropped pretty low alongside Not XD. Beta's gonna go down, but nice connection right there onto Alert. Wits has dropped down to 20 HP. No way to heal him up, so he's gonna be swapping guns. And that's going to be the Spectre in the hands of Kwe, who has been lethal this entire series here, this entire tournament. But if that was a bad flash, I think that was his flash that blinds him up, and Kwe lands a double right there. This is looking bad for Bren Esports. Sharper fighting back. Jesse Vash all alone. Can he do it? 47 HP, not gonna be given the chance here as Kwe with a triple kill, picking up the Spectre that was dropped, giving Sharper a little bit of a lifeline in their tournament run.
Man, what an eco flip right there. It just, I think really it was what you pointed out, the Wits, with Wits Flash kind of like backfiring on them, and it allowed them a window for Kwe to secure a double kill. Quite unfortunate for Bren right there.
A little bit heartbreaking from Bren, but we have to remember Bren's already in. Yeah. Bren have secured their spot, so they literally could...
they're chilling right there.
They could literally pull out their knives and knife the whole game, but they're not going to do
that. They're Bren, guys. They play to win each and every time. And that's what the
kind of
champion mindset is. They're going to try hard, of course.
They got to be. This is the SCA Challengers. They're not going to sit around, though. Borkum, okay, makes things interesting for a second there, but interesting for only mildly interesting. Mildly.
Recalling my bot.
Just a tad bit. Not XD here, as well as Beta making their way onto a short. Spike with them as well. And the rest of Bren just having a couple of sheriffs right there. Pinocchio takes down Jesse Vash. Now it's a 4v2. And the best that Bren can do here is, again, make this more expensive for Sharper.
Bren are probably already actually celebrating, if I'm being honest, knowing the players. They're kind of like, yeah, we got in. Let's knife every... No, they're not going to do that. But definitely the mood is pretty much already elevated here for Bren. They're happy. Now this is really all about whether Sharper can pull out a victory in a very clean way. 13-4 is again what they're after.
I mean, obviously, if you have the opportunity to perhaps make it harder for your opponent to qualify, then of course you're gonna double down on that, obviously. So it appears that we are gonna be getting into round number 4 right here. And now rifles abound for both sides. Look at this. Ilu, we've been waiting for this. Dubstep on that operator.
I don't think he... Well, I think it's because he's more comfortable now on the jet.
Yeah, on the jet.
That's my job.
Yeah, and that he can actually go for aggressive peaks and up on ascent. This is one of those maps where there's just so many angles that you can go and play aggressive on. Not the same way for split. You're a little bit... I think the trade-off there is, would you rather go for raise and be able to clear out a lot of angles, or go for aggressive plays with a jet? And the answer for Dubstep was to go on the raise. So they didn't really have any operators. It almost bit them in the back, but worked out in the end, and they secured their playoff spot here. Sharper, though, again, they will have to play a near-perfect game. They've already lost 1 round to Bren. They can only afford to lose 3 more, excuse me. Borkum's good for the hold here. And the rest of the members of Bren will be able to secure the round, all up to Not XD, who was the lurker, was the flanker. But with the spike dropped in the middle of nowhere like this, Bren is ready for this.
Just Not XD.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Uh-oh.
A little bit of a sigh of relief that Dubstep was able to get through. 21 HP. Still has the operator, though. Still could get the kill, but in the situation, highly unlikely. With 35 seconds left, Not XD has to make a mad dash towards A, claim the spike, go
30
get the
seconds
plant, and
left.
take 3 kills potentially. It's just not looking likely.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. A Killjoy can't really use a tailwind unless you're playing replication at
No.
the C Challenger stage. But yeah, the spike is a very disadvantageous position for the side of Not XD. So there's literally nothing he can do
10 seconds
in order
left.
to claim that spike with
So-
enough time to plant.
It's gonna be 2-2. At the very end of it, so Sharper, their chances at qualifying getting slimmer and
Getting
slimmer
slimmer,
as time.
Just 2 more rounds, right? So again,
I
we
wish
need
I
to
could
win
get slimmer
34.
and slimmer.
You know what? You know what? That's where we see eye to eye, Illustrato.
We'll get there.
Among other
We'll get there.
things.
We'll get there.
Among other
Viminal.
things.
Like our love for Michael Bolton.
Spike down.
A lot of, just for all the fans out there who are wondering, a lot of the time when Viminal and I are together in the studio, we share an iPod listening to Michael Bolton soundtracks before
Yeah, we're
we get
big
ready
fans.
for a cast.
Big fans of Michael Bolton, so you know that's a
You
little
didn't
bit
even
of
know who he
context.
was up until yesterday.
I thought he was a football player, okay? Let's get that out of the way here as Pinocchio's prepares to use the Trailblazer onto A-main, gathering a little bit of information. Dubstep, though, has mid-link marked, and we know how lethal this man can be on this operator here.
Blocking vision.
The operator up close and mid, usually good for 1 pick. The risk of this is obviously getting flashed or recon darted and then getting spotted out. But Dubstep missing that opportunity, doesn't even have to tailwind out. He'll just do a little bit of a shot to get out of there and gonna take another shot before he falls back. Borkham swings wide, a little too wide. Beta claims his scalp, bringing us to a 4v5. And Bren Esports are on a little bit of a man disadvantage. Nothing too much to worry about. They still have good positioning. The Seekers will give them some information. And it's going to allow Wits to get up and close. Gonna get flashed out here, but Wits is able to claim 3 out of nowhere. Wits, what have you done? Picking up 3 members of Sharper, making this round almost an impossibility here. But the possible, always possible for Not XD. A great clutcher, has the lockdown. Will he deploy it? But so does Dispenser. Will Dispenser actually use it this round? Very, very, very likely, I'd say. As the turret now comes in, and Not XD has to worry about multiple angles. He's so exposed all across the site.
You know what? Yeah, Spencer's gonna place a lockdown there, and this forces Not XD to push out.
5 seconds. He's got 5 seconds.
Oh boy.
And oh no, they get spotted. He's gonna get... Okay, I thought he barely makes it out of the tape, but they know where he is now. He's gonna have a lockdown of his own.
One enemy remaining.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is possible. Not XD. Jesse Bash is trying to stick it. Jesse Bash won't get it. Not XD with the clutch. 3 kills for him and a heroic effort. Everything was going against his way, but somehow Not XD pulls out a rabbit out of his magic hat.
Oh my gosh, it's just, you said it yourself. Not XD makes the impossible possible. And this counter lockdown play, which I thought was a complete waste, actually made it work. Just a few seconds left to spare. Jesse Bash not being able to secure the clutch right there in a 1v1 against Not XD. So far, Sharper, the dream is still alive.
They are hanging on, but barely, if at all. It's a good flash there and quick. And it's just to get that pick off onto Wits here, who only really had a pistol to work with. Good flash. And Borkham, how do you find these kills with a classic? It's just... That's not cool, bro.
It's the pro instinct, man. It's something we'll never understand.
I don't know how... At that range, classics do very, very little damage.
It's RNG, really. It's RNG.
Yeah. But they're pros. They must know the secrets.
Yeah.
Maybe they've stolen the Constitution.
What? What?
Spike planted.
Perhaps they know the secrets of the universe. The
national treasure.
What is the meaning of life? 42. I don't know.
It's about to be 42. It's about to be
42. That's what I was trying to get at. I'm hearing some whispering in my ear.
I think that you might have to go to get that checked out, Viminal, if you're hearing whispers in your head.
Boy. No, I think I'll be okay. Anyway, the score is indeed 4-2 in favor of Sharper this time around. Again, Sharper, Illustrator, they tend to start off really strong. But then when Bren starts to gain some steam, they kind of like drop the ball.
Yeah, they taper off towards like the middle and the latter parts of the round, and that's not entirely uncommon. Actually, it's pretty common for SEA in general. But it's a trend that a lot of teams, I think the only team that really is able to hold their line is, I think, X10 and so far Big BAAM. So far Big BAAM.
Dubstep with the aggressive operator. You know, this is his specialty. Takes a lot of confidence and tenacity to pull this one off. Down to 22 HP. Not XC, just take him down.
And they're getting picks left and right, all across the map. This spread out approach, this default, dissecting Bren's defense, proving why this map choice is very much Sharper's best map for now. Not XD is able to clean it up. Flawless round here. Sharper, they're keeping the stream alive. Look, man, I wasn't a believer at the start of this. I was like, okay, they have to win 13-4, no chance in hell. But I'm slowly being converted. I think that there's 2 rounds left. It's still way too early to call. But
it becomes,
at this rate,
yeah. I mean, it becomes even less likely, right? Because they lost map number 1 in overtime. And you can't deny the fact that morale is a factor coming into this. And I don't know if they're the type of team that gets even more fired up when the going gets tough. But they are professionals with a lot of international experience. So I'm going for the latter there.
Well, Dubstep with a dub.
Okay.
Almost right there. I thought he had it. And Pinocchio's could have been none the wiser, but instead he lives to fight another day. And it's going to be a man advantage. Sharper looking to make this a 6-2, and so far they're keeping it very clean, very healthy in terms of economy.
Yes, just waiting out for the drone right there. A lot of them are grouping up onto B main here.
Your main bay, I think you wanted to say. But
yeah, I am a silver main. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of sub bays out there. But Jesse Vash here, not going to get spotted off, but he's going to be eventually taken down. And this should be a clean anti-eco here for Sharper. Dubstep has the blades, though. He doesn't have many left. Can he get the reset on them? It's going to be a little bit of a tough ask for him for now. As the 3v5 does come in, Turret to give him some information, but so will the Owl Drone on the other side. And now Dubstep has to fall back just a hot second here as he will be tagged off, and Dispenser will be dropping to 61. The site take now begins, and time ticking up against them. They're going to have to pull something special out of their hats as well. It's just not going to happen. Not with pistols and not in a 3v5. Okay, that's all she wrote. He gets 1.
At least he does get 1, but yeah, Dubstep getting blindsided like that just denies them of any possibility of getting more frags in that round. Dubstep so far, he's been kind of shut down in those stratos. So has Jesse Vash, only 1 frag to their names. It's already round number 9. And this is quite a rare sight.
I like that banner.
Oh, Sentinel.
Sentinel de la Luce.
Okay, so I'm guessing Sentinels of Light. I was going to ask.
I know this because I speak Italian.
I know this because I bought the skin bundle.
I think it's French, excuse me, because it has le.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
We're so uncultured.
Yeah. I mean, hell, we barely speak English.
Oh boy. But you know what? Bren really needs to figure this out, man. Try to stop the bleeding. They're down by 4 rounds. Dubstep shut down. Jesse Vash is shut down. Bren looking like they're in dire straits, but you know, and Coach Gibbo is on the task right now.
And CBT, they're sweating. They must be sweating right now. A big sigh of relief for CBT.
Are you gonna call them out for being try hard at VCT C challengers?
I'm gonna have a word with Coach Gibbo. Like, why are you trying so hard, bro? No, but really, CBT, this is literally the worst place to be because there's still a chance that CBT could get knocked out here. Sharper, they're on a tear. Well, they've got 6 rounds in the bag, and all they need is to end it. Well, I say all they need, like it's not very, very difficult, but they need a 13-4. I've said this a bunch of times already, but still, CBT's got to be sweating buckets right now because there's a chance that they don't go through.
Yeah,
Jesse Vash, always good for 1. Always good for 1.
It's
almost
a
always
Jesse Vash
good for 2.
guarantee, Illustrato.
It is. That's a Dubstep guarantee as well. Getting a double here. As Borkum to trade things off to cover for his teammate, making sure their flank is checked. 2v4. And now Sharper's chances, yet again, dwindling further and further away out of their grasp. And CBT may be smiling a little bit more. Not after that shot, though, however, because not XD almost made this possible. But still, 6-3. Bren are 1 round away, or 2 rounds away, rather, from denying Sharper the entrance ticket into the playoffs.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, they're stopping the bleeding here. You know what? Dubstep has been forcing the operator pretty much
every round?
Ever since. Every round. And maybe it's not working out well for him, at least in this particular scenario. Perhaps if he goes for a Vandal, things might change. But
I think he just misses the feeling of having...
with the operator.
Yeah, I think he just misses the feeling because he didn't get to touch the operator at all in the previous game now. And a little bit of a broken bye for Sharper as they try to make their way here towards A. It's a full 4-man rotation for Bren Esports as they try to get closer here. Dubstep looking for the timing. Not going to land it.
Yeah, jet smoke dissipates right there. The drone gathering a little bit of information. It does confirm that there are multiple targets onto A main, but the spike is slowly rotating through the attacker base and is heading towards B main. NotXD already has a little bit of market control here. Dispenser, though, just holding on, trying to gain more information as to what Sharper is about to do.
Yeah, a couple of flashes being thrown out just for information, but nobody really being on the receiving end of it. So instead, they're going to throw out their seekers just to hopefully gain a little bit more of a better grasp in terms of information as to where the opponents are. It will find their mark and they will know that there are players toward B. That's going to be 2. Okay. B side completely quartered right now as Dubstep finding an opening pick. Dispenser from up close. He gets 2. Doesn't find the kill right there onto alert, but still going to be a 1v3. And the hopes and dreams of Sharper starting to get closer and closer to be being dashed upon the rocks here by Bren Esports.
Dubstep just on the other side of the cosmic divide, waiting for his prey. It's just, again, you know, those tactical timeouts, man, it really brings Bren onto another level. Gotta give props to Coach Giborek. Look at that.
Yeah, that was pretty. And literally, Sharper need to play a perfect game. Otherwise, this group, we have the resolution. So if Bren Esports win 1 more round, the way that this group goes is Bren Esports goes first, second slot goes to CBT, and everybody else gets eliminated, including Sharper.
This is definitely going to be a big win for Bren. SB alerts, he's trying to take information onto mid-market, but Dispenser makes short work of his counterpart on the opposite team. Definitely a huge pick. NotXD has been a huge clutcher for Sharper. Without him on the board, their win chance increases tenfold.
I think Dax made the point that if Bren want to continue on a run, they want to be known as very much undefeatable. So far, they have been. And they're keeping up this impression that they're so difficult to play against and that they're a difficult team to beat. And so far, it's proving true. They are undefeated, and the momentum very much on their side going into the playoffs.
I mean, who wouldn't want to be known as the undefeated team moving on to the playoffs? That's gonna secure you a lot of points for at least the mental game. But Jesse Vash on his Odin takes out Pinocchio's and Beta.
And just like that, that's Sharper exiting the tournament right there. That needed to have been the round.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Sharper, they're not going to pull through, and this is the hope of the Thailand team. There are other teams still in contention. I think X10 still might make it through, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out. And of course, there still are other Thai teams. Alter Ego still in the picture.
Yeah, I mean...
oh, excuse me. Yeah, not...
I mean, arguably for X10, Ilu, I really think that the game today earlier was a wake-up call for them, and redemption might be in store for them in the near future. Dubstep dashing on away there. Quay moving in closer. It seems like Sharper this time around, they want to try for a really early commit, perhaps a faster push.
Excuse me, I meant full sense. I was thinking of Alter Ego, yeah. Been a long day.
It has been.
time is still abundant in this round here, but at this point, Bren Esports, they're playing for pride. They're playing for that intimidation factor. To show everybody, to strike fear in their opponents in the upcoming playoffs and really secure the top seed in the round. I mean, they've already very much secured it now, but this is going to be quite interesting as the lockdown does get deployed towards A, but it's going to be a little bit of a fake as they actually go and rotate everybody here towards B. That's also a lockdown being deployed here by Dispenser.
Grams are out. Jesse Vesh through the wall bang. Takes down Pinocchio's. I mean, that's his home right there. B side, Odin. Sitting very comfortable out there. Oh, could have gotten a 2K, Ilu.
Still more than enough. He's done his job here, but not XD. He's going to find another one onto Wits. A nice shot from Dubstep, leaving him as the sole player still alive. 12 seconds left, and he's going to push. He's going to go hard, and he's going to find a shot onto Quay. Now it's not XD in a 1v1. It's a good nano swarm here. And that's going to be the bot. Not really spotting, waiting for the right time to activate. Waiting for the swing out. And Dubstep getting the damage in, but so will not XD. Has to reload. Dashes in. Knows that he's defenseless. And does go for that one kill with the Sheriff. The audacity of Dubstep to go and do that.
Imagine that! What did I just see? Illustrato.
That's
100%. If I did that myself, I would have been dead on the spot as soon as I dashed out. But no, let's take a look at that replay.
My God, Dubstep. How dare you? That was insane.
He's like, here comes the drop. Dubstep.
Oh, you're gonna no reload for you. Oh my God, look at that. No hesitation. The moment he goes for a reload, Dubstep's like, yeah, you're mine. I got a Sheriff.
I mean, if I had a classic, probably I'd be a little bit more confident, but with a Sheriff, I mean...
That's gonna be a headshot. It has to be a headshot.
Only Dubstep can make that work.
That is a Shesh moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But second half now. Sides swap, Bren on the attack now. Let's see. It seems like they're pretty much on fire now. I'm pretty sure that last round leaves them with momentum on their side here.
Well, pistol round might be what Sharper needs to get a little bit of life sort of breathed back into their lungs here. As Quay, who has shown a lot of great potential, a lot of great rounds in this game, in this series, in this entire tournament. It's just not enough because right now, Bren Esports, they've got it all figured out. They've got the reads, they've got the rotations, they've got the aim, they got the post plants, now they even have a site in a 4v2.
Spike is going to be planted by Jesse Vesh. The retake is going to be up for Not XD and Alert. I do believe both of them have half armors at the very least, but still going to be a really tall order. You know, you got Bren with their really good post plant here. You got the drone spotting you out. They have the information. The door's closed. So Alert has to destroy the door. No way in hell they're going to be able to pull this back.
Well, yeah, at 2v4, I just don't see it happening. Not XD. Oh, okay. He gets a nice tap right there. From long range, the classic doesn't do very much. Jesse Vash tempting Fate, but Fate will decide to favor him today as Jesse Vash goes ahead and secures that pistol round and will get Bren this much closer to being completely undefeated in the group stages.
That was a really good shot by Not XD. Perhaps if he had a Ghost or a Sheriff at that point, would have been a different story, but the classic, that was the best he could do. Bren going with a rifle for Jesse Vash, some SMGs as well, Spectres for the rest of the team, except for Dubstep, who's probably saving for an aggressive operator later on. Sharper relegated to an eco state here. This anti-eco round could really fall flat on the face of Bren if they're not cautious enough.
Scanning ahead.
Well, caution is not necessarily something that Bren need to exhibit at this point, however. I mean, even if they do lose this game, they still have secured their playoff spot. But cautious they will be, as they don't want to...
No, pride is on the line, man.
Yeah, pride is on. They don't want to lose face in front of the international community. They want to stomp.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. That's a nice shot from Jesse Vash all the way towards mid right there. takes the kill onto Not XD, and that's gonna leave us in a 4v5. And pretty much, this should be the round already. Bren is going to be looking at 8 and 7, unless absolute insanity happens. Quez always good for at least one, but unfortunately, Spencer is gonna bring back balance to the universe for now.
He is the chosen one, it seems, as Bren really comfortably winning this anti-eco round. Pretty soon, it's going to be 8-6 in favor of Bren. Jesse Vash is able to plant a spike for that extra creds. Of course, you always want to make sure you do that. SP alert again. His worst enemy, the door. Must be pretty much the bane of his life right now. It's pretty annoying when you're in that spot.
And you only have a classic and the door is right in front of you.
Yeah, there's really not much you can do without really giving off your position here. Spencer, I do believe Alert has an idea that Spencer's right there.
Oh,
quick flick. Spencer gets the kill onto Alert.
we're gonna be 6-8 here. Sharper, they're gonna be able to buy, but it's not really going to be. You know, honestly, this is really all up to. I've said this already. It's all just for bragging rights at this point here. Sharper, they want to exit this tournament gracefully, get a few, maybe get a couple more wins under their belt here. But Bren Esports, I don't think they're gonna even give them that.
I mean, you know, Bren doesn't really show any mercy when you're facing them on the battlefield. And the heart of champions and the mindset it requires to achieve their level of play, you gotta be ruthless. But as of right now, the spike is gonna be lingering over there on the left side of Generator. You know, that's a spot I really do enjoy holding. I think it's a very powerful spot over there in mid, as long as you have top mid controlled.
Yeah, I agree. It allows you just for so much creativity on the plays, especially if you execute it correctly. And again, at this point here, Sharper are looking to maybe find an opening pick. Pinocchio's, he's gonna get caught off right there by Dubstep, who was playing the close angle. Nobody really could support Pinocchio's in that one, but Que, yet again, finding a second one here, making life difficult for the Bren side, but he's gonna be collapsed upon from a couple of angles here. Alert's right there for the trade-off, but still a 2v2. The spike still has to be recovered, and Sova versus Sova here towards mid. Alert's gonna lose the duel in the end, and Bren will find themselves with another win, taking a victory in their bonus round.
Yeah, 6-9. Taking a win on their bonus round is always a very nice thing. Quay did a Herculean effort right there onto the courtyard, but Jesse Vash over there in top mid, you know, it's always a place that you got to keep in check if you're going to be prancing around the courtyard right there. Perfect timing for Jesse Vash to trade them out, leading to their victory in the bonus round. So now they have eco secured. Can't say the same for Sharper. Now they're going to be in another eco state. Pinocchio's trying to make a play with that Marshall dubstep. Had the inkling, dashes away and gets a pick onto Quay. Okay, dubstep, I see you.
Good couple of shots right there to virtually secure this round. There's only two people standing in their way. Pinocchio's nice shot onto dubstep. The Marshall always a weapon that you got to be careful of, but from the back, can't do a 360 no, can't do a 180 no scope on that one. It's 10 rounds already, 3 rounds separate from Bren and completing the dream run in the group stages. Truly a perfect run from Bren Esports. Things got hairy for them in day number 1, where they had to go overtime against CBT.
Was that quadruple overtime? I think,
yeah, and even now in this one, we went to overtime in the game before this. So we say that they're undefeated, but it could have been a very, very different story.
Absolutely right. Spencer lobs that nano swarm over there onto A shorts. Gives the information that Pinocchio is going to be there. Even goes with the utilization of a fake.
Just a couple of smokes being deployed. The one-way fades out. Look at this swing out from Kwe on top of it, but it doesn't matter. Borkum, he's got his teammates back again. Always ever reliable. Nice flash from Pinocchio's. One more to go, but not going to peek on top of it. As still a 3v4, a couple of ultimates available here for Bren. They're going to hold off for the meantime, though. The lockdown could be deployed any time because they want to wrap this up and get some rest here.
Found one.
Dubstep just again trying to find his prey over here on to B main. Alert. You know, the rest of Sharper right now, they're playing very, very passive. I think right now Bren is already dictating the pace of the game. And when Bren does this, they know very well not to relinquish that control.
I've got
30 seconds left.
Control not being relinquished just yet because Alert's going to try to hold on for a second longer, but Bren's fully aware of the possibility that someone will overstay their welcome, and sure enough, Alert did. Pinocchio's the only one left standing. And yet again, he's going to have to come up massive for his team, and in this scenario in a 1v4, I just don't think it's likely. We're likely going to see an 11-6 here, as Pinocchio's just looking to maybe hold on to this Phantom.
Guiding Light goes out, does get a little bit of information. Pinocchio's is right there, stands no chance against that double peak. Dubstep secures the kill. 2, secure the round, 11-6 scoreline. They're up by 5 right now.
Yeah.
From being shut down, now they all have positive KD for the side of Bren.
Let's talk a little bit about the journey of Sharper here, because again, this is probably going to be the last time we see them in this tournament.
Enemy remaining.
I think that they're going to wish that they did a little bit better up against CBT. You know, their match against CBT was pretty much the turning point for Sharper when they came out of that with a very unexpected 0-2 defeat, and one of them going to overtime actually for it. So it's very surprising that we actually even ended up in this predicament where there's a chance that Sharper wouldn't go through. Because they did take a loss up against CBT in a very, very decisive fashion there. And this has been a little bit of what's been plaguing Sharper for quite a while. They have struggled to close out games, even when they're quite a ways ahead. That comeback that CBT did up against Sharper, when I think it was like a 10-round lead that they actually overcame, or an 8-round lead. This is one of the signs that Sharper need to work on their mid rounds and their late rounds.
Yeah, that was definitely telling. That incredible comeback should never have happened here, but Wits is going to be on top of the task here, and Dispenser is going to be closing out the round. The kills for Alert, 6-12. Bren on match point. 1 round away, Illustrato from securing a flawless run. Oh my gosh.
I think this performance from Bren going to leave the Filipino audience with pride in their heart. You know, they're gonna be swelling.
I'm really really full of pride. I'm pride right now.
You're pride. You are pride. I'm sorry, I don't mean to poke fun.
Hey, words are hard, okay?
Oh, definitely, I agree. And it's not like it's our jobs or anything, but
yeah,
that's a good start. That's a good start right there. Not XD with a double. Jesse Vash able to take things back right here. We'll rein it in for the meantime. Still 2v4. But you know, going back to what I was saying there, Viminal. Bren Esports have been doing, I think this is honestly the best performance that we've ever seen from Bren in an international setting. They won in a recent tournament, the Valo 2 Asia one, but still, I don't think anybody expected them to get a perfect run. I mean, we know that this was their group, but for them to come off this strong, to come out this strong with this kind of performance, it gives a lot of hope to a lot of scenes that are also emerging, like SEA. For a long time, we were all worried that X10 would just dominate forever. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case right now, because X10, they're looking a little bit shaky. But before I go on and expound on that point, it seems that Bren have somehow made this round possible just when I thought it was all over and done with. 2 versus 2, and
30 seconds
Wits and Jesse Vash, the 2 players left standing in this one, that's enough for Seekers. They're going to get information that that Alert is holding backside all on his lonesome here. There's going to be a flank coming in right now. It's a good shock dart, but it's not going to be shocking anybody. It's nobody's surprised. We'll be surprised that Beta is coming around the corner already this immediately. That's a good tag right now, but will be sprayed through the box. All right, Wits 4 HP. Doesn't land the hit. It's still going to be alert at the end of the day, and Sharper hang on for a second longer.
Yep, still in this fight, Sharper Esports. Again, more bullets, more chances of winning. Right there. Odin working to his favor. You know, we thought it was actually going to be all over, but in the end, it was 2v2. Sharper definitely not losing morale just yet. Yeah, these guys are professionals, and they will fight until the very end. Comebacks do happen. You know, it still is possible for them to bring this into overtime. Who knows? We can't call it too early. But as of right now, as of where we stand, Bren looking like they're poised to take this win.
Well, Bren have been poised, and they are pretty much in the driving seat very, very comfortably here. At the very end of it, the second to the last game of the day, we still have one to follow up after this one. And that last game of the day will be CBT versus Ego. Also pretty much formality of a match here, but definitely one that we're going to be looking forward to. I mean, it could still be interesting, I think, if Ego managed to get a 2-0, then we'll have something to talk about. But as it stands, I think I'm fairly certain that CBT will be going ahead in the bracket anyway.
That is a very likely possibility. But right here, Spencer, again, using that power position right beside the generator onto mid. However, they did get a little bit of information that someone's there. Conversely, for the side of Wits as well onto A main. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and they're going to make it happen right now because Kwe going to find a pick onto the dispenser here.
30 seconds
One of the Ds gone for Bren Esports is now in a 4v5. They're going to be gathering their forces here towards A. And Bren Esports have a man disadvantage, but really, when has that ever stopped them? 14 seconds left. They're going to have to make haste here. Pinocchio's getting a spray down, so will Kwe. And with 8 seconds, that's probably the round here. Good cleanup from Sharper. And still making things interesting for now as they hang on. Still are separated by quite a few rounds here. They have 4 rounds to go if we want to go into overtime. Bren could be on an eco on this one.
You know what? They've been playing quite slow. Perhaps the previous rounds, they've been playing a lot of defaults. They've been playing for picks, a lot of the information game, which has been working, obviously. That's why there's a secured match point. But at this point, Sharper was able to make the necessary adjustments to counteract that play. So at this point in time, I think Bren's best option is to play really fast. Time to switch some gears, Bren. After this, perhaps this round, they're actually not saving Ilu.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, why would they? Why would they?
Yeah, they have a few rounds to give, I guess.
They do have a few rounds to give away, and you know, at this point, they're just really happy to be playing quite well here. Kwe looking for an opening, getting dubstep quite low. And dubstep will probably get healed off. They do have a Sky who is ironically the best healer in the game now. Now that Sage's heal has been nerfed quite significantly. Nice spray though.
Yeah, Beta holding that down like a baller.
Still have a lot to, they still have a lot of time to work with. 43 seconds. Bren are happy to run down the time because they know that they can here. That's the recon coming out here. Will there be a spray on top of it? Doesn't look like it because Bren are gonna burst through that site and Dispenser with a double. They're gonna let them get onto the site and they want to end things now. The lockdown's gonna come through. Quest looking desperately for a pick, but it's gonna be dropped to 20 HP and gonna miss all his blades. He still has a Phantom, which is a little bit of a saving grace, but still, that is a tough retake to manage here as they do have a flank player coming in. That's gonna be Pinocchio's, and this is it. This one's for all the marbles. This could be the round. Will it be Bren Esports with the perfect run in the group stages of Southeast Asia Challengers? Dispenser finds a third. Could this be the round? And it takes it, and he's gonna do it. Bren's Dispenser with 4 kills at the very last, at the end of the day here, at the end of their group stage, to be able to take their team and secure a perfect run and lock in their spot in the playoffs.
The undefeated undisputed kings of the Philippine scene continue their reign beyond the Philippine scene. This time, they're out for blood here on the international stage of the Strato. A proud moment for the thousands of Filipino fans watching right now.
And I think, unfortunately, that's going to be it for the Thai representative, Sharper. There still are other Thai teams that are up for contention, but it's looking a little bit shaky actually. Because tomorrow we're going to see the resolution of all the other groups here. Today we have found out how Group A is gonna go, but tomorrow we still have some important matches coming up. X10 versus Boom, that's gonna be important. We also have Full Sense versus 5 Ace. Full Sense, I think one of the only other remaining Thai teams here. They're going to be in a little bit of trouble because they have to get a clean victory up against 5 Ace. I think they're in a bit of hot water, especially after Onic have been doing so well. Now, Onic and Paper Rex, that's also going to be interesting here. The only even Paper Rex, they have been playing well in their groups. They're still not safe either.
Yeah. But you know what? If you were to ask me, like, straight up, who do you think can stand up and Bren's tirade? You know what? I still am going to put my money on X10, on teams like Paper Rex. That still is within the realm of possibility. Bren may have been undefeated, but some of these games have been very close, Luke.
I know it's not like transitive property, but from what I can see, X10, they're not looking that great right now. I think Bren can actually take down X10. If there's any time for Bren to win against Thailand and take down X10, it's going to be in this tournament, but we'll see if that reigns true or not. We can only find that out in the playoffs itself. So for now, we're going to take a little bit of a breather because we have one last game of the day, and that is going to be CBT versus Ego. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen. The last game, the last series of the day will be coming your way. Don't touch that browser.
Spike planted. Spike down. Spike down A. You both well. Stay down. Last player standing. Initiated. One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Back that up Back that up, back that up, back that up, back that up, back that up,
The letter's been sent. The script has been written. Confirmation is here. Bren is going to the playoffs, but we still have one more series of the night. Some people might say that it's already out there, but no, it is still in the computations. It's going to be CBT Gaming versus Ego. My name is Asrai. I'll be your host, and joining with me now is Black and Blue and Dax. And gentlemen, we were talking about this during the break, that there still is a chance for Ego to overtake CBT if they get a perfect round or series.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the group stages here right now, Bren, obviously, they have qualified in things, but Sharper and, CBT are at 2 points apiece. And so if they 2-0 this Ego, then you're going to have 3 teams with 2 points in the group stages. We're going to have triple tiebreaker potentially.
I think it's 3 actually. And yeah, the mat is going to check out and the mat is going to be difficult. But looking at this, the magic number is 1 here, boys, because CBT, they just need 1 map win. And they will be that second seed. They will get into the playoffs with Bren Esports. But Ego, they can play spoil sport, I believe. And looking at how that map differential is going to be, how the rounds are going to go down to the wire, if Ego does get a potential 2-0, well, of course, our production crew and everyone in behind, they're going to have to make some hefty computation if that's going to be the case.
And speaking of CBT, let's go and quickly check out this team right now that I think has been doing an okay job. Again, former AHQ, they've been, I would say, a fantastic team. But Dax, what else do you have to say about this particular team coming in from the Hong Kong, Taiwan region?
Well, out to be the old, in with the new. And as we said before, day number 1, Rainy Berlin, winner Anger, as well as Float QQ. And even though it has been a bit dicey versus the likes of Bren Esports, they just fought back for Sharper last time. And an incredible comeback on Bind to cap it off. It does seem like what works for CBT is what's best for CBT. And that's what we saw in their previous maps in Group A.
I mean, when we were looking at it, we all thought Sharper were probably the second favorites to get into the playoffs out of the group stages, but this team, Ego, they've yet to win a single map in the group stages. Tonight has to be that night where they make a difference, and not just a map, but 2. They're going to need a 2-0 to get 3 points and go into that triple tiebreaker situation, where we're going to check out the point and round differential and see who exactly is going to be that second slot into the playoffs itself.
And here we have our head-to-head, Anger and Nizzy. Looking at the average combat score, it seems like Nizzy has an overwhelming amount of points over the CBT counterpart. But the thing about that, though, is Nizzy seems to be the lone performer for the rest of the Ego roster, while CBT, we have seen such a clean performance all throughout. Yes, they do lose to the likes of Sharper and Bren, but overall, they still work together in tandem compared to what we saw with Ego in their run here in Group A.
Here we got, guys. The map selection is going to be interesting. It's Haven and Bind for this final map sets of the night. The final map sets of Group A. And looking at Haven here by CBT, seems like that this map pool is all about comfort yet again. I want to tackle that Bind map especially. Both Ego and CBT Gaming have a specific style that they want to play in on that map, and I feel like that they can consider that their best map overall.
I mean, that is true, at least for CBT, but I have to say the same, honestly, for Ego. Like, for Ego, going into this one, aside from Haven, Bind is their best map too, and so for them, at least in the pro circuit, Haven has been, for the most part, almost flawless for them. We haven't really seen too much Haven from them recently here in the city calendars, but for Ego, I think just where they can really make something. I mean, this is the last rally point for the team of Ego, the representatives from Vietnam, and so if you're going to make a stand, well, it's the final one that you're going to make, and I think Ego, they can do this. Earlier on in day 1 of the group stages, they surprised us because those earlier games really went down to the wire, and we thought they were about to upset the side of Sharper, although Sharper came back with that 2-0, but still, Ego almost doing it. I think for a team like CBT here, they have to be careful because when you have your back against the wall, there's nothing left to lose.
There is nothing left to lose. I think that's the perfect way to go about it. When an animal is cornered, they will fight. They will gnaw, gash, claw at any chance to keep themselves afloat and a chance for survival here. And it's all down the line for this one. We're at group stage day 3, but we're already seeing teams having victory laps already, having posted. Thank goodness they got into the playoffs, but we still have one more for the night. Is it going to be Ego or CBT? Will it be time for Ego to go away or go and move forward? We'll see how it goes, guys, as we're going to be passing it on to the casters to give us all the action as this last series of 2 goes underway.
Another tragedy and we just seem so numb. Need the peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets we see police don't freeze but run. And then that thing that you know somebody reach for the gun. Okay. Murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that I culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
柏林这边成功的就在侧道部分进行了 double kill，triple。
Final game of the night, and for some of you fans, you might be in for a fright as each team is going to assert their might here in this series. Man, if Ego, this is basically going to be it. If Ego win 2-0, we're going to have a triple away, tie way, and if they don't, if they even lose a single map, if they lose the opening map, then CBT are going to be the second representatives for this Group A into the playoffs. Dax, everything is on the line here. This is the final match for both of these teams. What do you think we can expect when we're going into a map like this where everything is on the line?
It's the final frontier, and I fully expect the best that these two teams have to offer. We mentioned about it, the map pool, Haven Bind, such a familiar sight here for both squads. They played in the local side, they played it here in the SAA group stages, and just especially that Bind pick, we know that CBT will play that double initiator specifically. In the meantime, for Ego, they say it themselves that that is the map they want to play time and time again, and they are just going to play the way they know how. But Black and Blue, gotta ask you, how do you think this series is going to swing? Do you think that Ego is going to be able to make that three-way happen? Or will it just be CBT moving on to the playoffs with Bren?
You know, Dax, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I want to see that 2-0 come in from them. That's what I'm predicting here, coming from the side of Ego. They are one of the bastions here for the Vietnamese side, for the Vietnamese fans, and when you have that pride running on your side, when you're one of the flag bearers with that much responsibility on your shoulders, there's no way you can falter, and I think it's only apt to kind of see a Group A go immediately into that three-way split. We're going to have a three-way tie, tie decider kind of at the end of it. So, I mean, the last time we did see them play on Haven, they brought it to a 13-9 versus Bren Esports, who we know are one of the front runners of this whole group to make it out and into the playoffs, and that they just did. So, for my predictions, I think I'm going to go 2-0 in the way of Ego for this. It's going to be difficult, but I think they can do it.
Well, I gotta go the other way here, Mr. Black and Blue. I think CBT has this one in the bag. Ego has proven that they can compete, but they haven't proven yet that they can finish off an opponent. And CBT, just a little bit unlucky that they got Bren to start things off, kind of lowering the stock a little bit, but they have bounced back, especially in that match against Sharper. And they are the first seed of the Taiwan Hong Kong region for good reason. And yeah, CBT, just a big fan of how they've really adjusted everything on the fly. They said, you know, our roster, it needs some youth, it needs to change things up, and we need to just utilize all the players we have on our roster and give them a chance to shine. So my money's on CBT right now for a 2-0. But again, looking at the standings, all CBT needs is one. They win one map versus Ego, and that's that. Of course, we're going to be playing the whole 2-map set for the group stage just to have the standings in a correct manner. And of course, you're going to be getting circuit points depending if you end up 3rd or 4th in the group. But really, for CBT, it's either take Haven or they take Bind. And from his history itself, they know how to take both.
Yeah, I mean, they brought Bind versus Bren Esports to 16-18. Mind you, that was the first day, the very first series we had, actually the second, I think, series that we had, and it immediately went into a best of 5. And that was, yeah, the first series, second map of the first series. And so they also brought it to a 13-4 on Haven, so that's a bit of a caveat. But the other match that they did have on Haven versus Sharper, they won that 13-6, very decisive, and we just saw how well Sharper played against the Bren Esports squad. And so for CBT, I have to agree that, okay, the numbers are on their side. Every single facet is honestly favoring them. The map selection here, the situation that they're playing on in, they only need one map to qualify into the playoffs, and by all means, they are the favorites to win this, but I like to root for the underdog, Dax, and I think Ego, they've got something to prove. They've got the name. They got the hint there in their name even. Ego is what they're running at, and if you're like me with a big ego, because I'm compensating for everything else, then you're definitely not going to want to lose a match like this.
What do you mean? You're such a modest guy, Black and Blue, but gotta say, I feel like Ego does need to just get a little bit more oomph out of themselves. You gotta say, guys, we can actually do this. We can win a map and we can win a series. And that is how they are gonna contend even further into potentially the playoffs if that just checks out that way. But CBT, the path is easier for them, and they're gonna try to do it here with the KO. Berlin gonna be whipping that one out yet again. And it seems like it's gonna be double initiated here for CBT. Ego, though, in the meantime, double duelist instead, and it's gonna be ducked on that Phoenix. Truly, we're seeing the biases and seeing the usual suspects for both of these rosters.
Yeah, nothing really too fancy, or actually what we're seeing from CBT is almost pretty much exactly what we saw the last time around. Big difference though, I think, is this Astra. We don't normally see that to be their smoker, but okay, this time it's not the first time they pull that out on Winner at the very least. Usually typically see him on the Brim, but he's still gonna pull it out here on Haven. So pistol round starting off once again, Dax, and it's looking like CBT playing very spread out to start things off.
I believe CBT actually ran this roster last time versus Sharper, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a battle for the second seed of Group A. One of these two teams can potentially make it to the playoffs, especially if the rounds go their way. But CBT, once the magic number, they just need one single map in this best of two, and they are good to go with Bren Esports. This is going to be final game of Group A, and here we have it, CBT, as well as Ego trading blows and trading kills. Moto in the meantime with that takedown. Here we go with Spade, 3 kills for most so far. It seems like the Cypher here holding the line, going for one more, and Win, they're going to look a little bit of a loser there, unfortunately, as Mof with just a frenzy in hand gets the quad.
Okay, Ego, proving me right for the meantime. Taking that opening pistol and Mof. Well, this guy's just mowing down anybody who comes his way. There's Cypher. It's you might think the Cypher is the last person you expect to get all these frags through it, but like a true sentinel holding down the site, a turret in every sense of the word. 0-1, Ego take that opening round lead, and CBT, to be fair, Dax, we've seen them do really good things here in Haven and make some good comebacks even after losing the opening 2 rounds of the half, and so by all means, CBT, I don't think they're shaking just yet.
I do believe right now what we're seeing from Higo is actually the substitute player on the board. We'll get a bit of confirmation right there, but I don't think Nico's playing it right now. It's JBK who's in this roster, but here we have it. Real B on the board versus Winner. Ego right now looking for a few more pickoffs with this gun advantage, and CBT thinking about the squad. If they get to a slow start, it does punish them heavily. And Duck right now with the backstab onto Berlin, preventing him from getting to that path. Rainy in the meantime on the side of the lobby. Here comes Duck to try to fight on back. And JBK going for a few more shots here and there. Float QQ will attach out the jet. Rainy in the meantime with a takedown onto Duct. And CBT right now still fighting, still having a few numbers to contend with here, Black and Blue.
2v3. Nizzy playing really close to the smoke, trying to find an angle, and he actually does tag him up, looking away. He thought he got the kill already, but he does eventually confirm both of the end of it. Float QQ going down, that gives Ego a 2-0 start, and actually, Dax, the last time that we saw either of these teams play Haven here in the C Challengers, they're using the exact same lineup still, even though that they have, well, Real B here and Jason Trong, and they don't have Nico, who, by the way, is the only Thai import coming in for Ego. They're still going to stick with the same lineup, the same composition at the very least, and that tells you that both of these teams are trying to stick to what they know, stick to their guns, and not really try and flex anything on out when everything's on the line. Seems like they want to go with the old reliable.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be the case here for this whole map pool. It's a battle of identities, as I'd like to say, and it's a battle of saying, okay, we can play this comp, you guys can play that comp, we know you're going to do that, you know we're going to do that, and we are going to fight till one of us makes it to the playoffs. But Ego off to a good start, and we know that's been one of their pedigree plays in this group stage. They find these good starts, they get a good good opening half, but unfortunately, that's where the problem lies after that. They start sputtering, they run out of steam, and they get outclassed by the competition so far. But CBT right now, they're gonna have to still bounce on back as we're in a bit of a technical timeout getting everything sorted out. Thing is though, the rifles are available here for CBT.
I have to say, even though they lost those opening 2 rounds here, CBT, there was some pretty good signs in that. They were winning gunfights, even with lesser pistols, lesser weapons, and the positioning has been looking quite nice. You know, nothing to too big to be worried about, to be quite honest with you, here in the moment for CBT, but the gun round is really where they shine, and we're going to see if they can make this 3rd round turnaround, as Mr. Dax like to coin himself. But Ego, as now the round is going to continue on, we're back into regulation, sticking to some of the SMGs that they do got. Jason on that Sheriff for the meantime. Only a single Phantom on Duct, and Ego, let's see how they play this one on out. Looks like early A-long aggression to start things off.
Here we have it. It's time now to get back into the game, and CBT, they want to find that bite and they want to find that fight. And here we have it. GBK looking on around, and Float QQ with that first takedown. Good hit here, but newest member of CBT. And I gotta say, I really commend CBT for that willingness to change a player right before the SEA group stage. And Float QQ, he's done an incredible job so far with agents that he's played before, like the Sky, and right now on the Cypher. CBT, though, still keeping an eye out, happy with that 1-man advantage.
Okay, really nice opening pick here for CBT. That crawl up A main was super dangerous for Jason. Seemed like he was fishing for the pick off, but he got what he wanted, just not in the way it was. I guess Nizzy, well, up close. He's not going to be able to back off after this one. Maybe a one and done. Does get that pick off on Berlin. Does pull out the recon bolt as well for a bit of information. They're going to deny each other. He finds a double and a dink too. And Mole will capitalize on that dink to get it 3-2. Still, man advantage in the favor of Ego. And now CBT. The whole round has been flipped on its head.
And this is where Ego is really going to be tested. And I don't think we've tackled it yet, but even though this is a composition that they've run before, it's different players on different agents. Duck usually is the one who plays the Cypher on a map like this. Nizzy is the one who usually plays the Jet. And Mof is usually the one who plays the Sova. But they're changing things up because of the substitution. It does seem like right now that it has worked out for them for a 2-0 lead. But can they get more winner though? Lining things up and getting 2 takedowns. It's all up to Duck right now. And can he go for that curveball play? Perhaps he's going for the push through the middle, finding a target or two. It's all up to the Phoenix now, but here we have it. Stars being set up by the Spike. Winner right now waiting on the other side. Will he get spotted out by Duck? Yes, he does it. Now 1v1 here, Black and Blue, as Anger keeping an eye out on the link, and he will just be angry, and Duck will be very, very dead. CBT, they got a round win, but at what cost here, as 4 members of CBT died in that firefight.
Very expensive round from CBT. And you can see that Ego, even after losing that round, they don't mind. They know that they can buy up fully into the next round, especially with all the picks that they did find. Fortunately for CBT, they were able to get that plant off, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to be enough for them to really full buy on up into the next round. So winner, very, very nice double spray down there. Ducked a nice try from him, but you can see, even after winning that round, CBT not in the best spot economically. It's Ego here who got full rifles up for the most part, but actually never mind, scratch that. They got 1 SMG apiece. With Jason here, even saving on that Sheriff, not really able to buy much more.
Now, what Jason here can do, Jet up top the boxes, and Anger in the meantime, few taps here and there. Ego, though, I'm still a bit concerned about how their agent configuration is right now in terms of who's playing it, actually, especially with how Nizzy has been incredible all throughout the group stage so far. Sticking him on the Sova instead, but we'll find out, as they were all just willing to allow this Jet now to play in this setup. But Nizzy, right, keeping an eye out. Flow QQ in the meantime. Do believe he has camera there, and oh no, Nizzy! He's just trying to hide away from Big Brother here, Mr. Black and Blue, as winner now going to be pushing on forward into the cubby. CBT, though, setting up the stars just a little bit, wanting to give themselves an edge when they go to C-side. And there's a dash on there. Ducto turning on around. Anger in the meantime playing the guessing game and hitting the corner and hitting Duck there. Real B in the meantime just getting controlled by the stars, getting hit there by Anger. And Anger is not done. He's got 3, he's got 4. He's angry. Everyone else is dead. It's all up to Nizzy right now. And he's 1 away from getting that ace. And you know CBT is hunting down the Sova just for that.
What a push in there, and Winner's gonna get found. At the end of it, Uanger, you can see he wants that ace, but, well, he's well removed from the situation. Is he gonna have to save this Vandal instead? Not much they can do, and, man, I'm not gonna throw the signature coin phrase here, but Uanger, that's a big play from this man, and that's really what's going to win you a lot of these situations. They know that they need a single map to clutch this playoff berth. They know they want to go back into that representing face of Hong Kong, Taiwan region. They want to do that here right now, and CBT by all means are in the proper path to doing so. Uanger is trying to fish for that final kill, but even if he doesn't find it, a great job by him to get that 4K, open up the site. You saw there that the Phoenix on the site duct was completely thrown in for a loop. He had no idea. Like, that's a really tough spot to be in. Do I stay here and try and spam through the smoke, or do I push out a bit and get pulled in by the gravity well and potentially die as well to the pushers coming from C Long? Well, Uanger, pressure wasn't on him as he was the one applying it. And now the score is evened up 2-2 with CBT in the economic advantage. This is looking really well for CBT, Dax, by all means.
Yeah, and we're all tied up, and this is what I'm talking about. Ego right now, sure, this is an agent composition that they're accustomed to, but is this really the setup that they want versus a team like CBT? CBT has gotten the ball rolling, especially in their previous matchup. For now, it does look like they're hunting down that final playoff berth for Group A. But Ego, they're not done. They still want to fight, and they do have some shares to try and contend. Vandal plus the Spectre as well. A few ultimates here for Ego right now. And they're just sticking on around on the defensive end here, Black and Blue. Playing it safe for now. No peaks as of yet. But we know for CBT, with this double initiator, as soon as they commit and use the knife, use the darts, it's going to be just hell and high fury for their push onto a single site.
We'll be going into that cubby position just in the nick of time before Winner spotted him on out if it was a second later. But you see both of these teams trying to take things a bit more disciplined, trying to take it in a slower pace, not wanting to get too over aggressive. For CBT, they realize that Ego being on that eco might go for a play, and so they're going to try and receive that. But as Uanger up on the site once again, opening things up for a second row in the time. Now, Mof, as he goes down, I'm not sure about this for Ego anymore. I mean, a lot of times when this happens, it's pretty much a wash. You just have to give the round on the way, and that's what the winner is going to show them the way on out. When you play that kind of slow style on the defense and you just let the attacking team come into your site, then it can be very difficult to win those 1v1s. And so I like to see a bit more initiative from these ecoing teams. They're going to try and stick the defuse, but will this be successful, Dex?
Oh, halfway already. Duck given the chance, but there you go with the star being set up to go for the gravity well and stop that objective initiation. But for now, 4QQ with a few taps in there and just sprays it down to get the takedown on Nizzy. Uanger and Rainy will do the same thing, and all the bullets just being hailed at these sites. CBT right now will take the lead. Seems like these post-side scenarios helping them out immensely, but you know what's been big here for CBT, of course, is Uanger. We know when he's able to initiate, but we know when he is just able to go in and go ham. It's so potent here for CBT. That's why they have that double initiator in the first place. Help up Uanger to the best degree, get the intel, get the suppress, and he is good to go for a rampage.
They might have just got lucky there if they stuck that plant. I think it would have just enough time, but who knows? Probably would have died to anything else anyways, but Nizzy gets a double kill with that! Flow QQ, Berlin taking on down, and a triple opener here coming from the side of Ego. This is exactly what they needed to get back into the game, and CBT, they're stunned by this 2v5, and what can you do when there's only two of you alive?
Suddenly, Hunter's Fury, and you are just going to be dead to rights. Winner, though, he's not done, and he's going to win that fight there versus Nizzy. But Real B will be the real winner there. It's all up to Rainy right now. Gonna go for the dart and gets the zap onto Real B. Big pick off here for CBT, but is it going to be enough? Because look who's swarming that spike here, Black and Blue. Ego is keeping an eye out on the objective, and it's up to Rainy to pick apart the opposition one by one. He has a Hunter's Fury, though, but if he uses it now, he might get pushed here by Zuck, who's right in front of him, but no, Rainy will deny his life.
I mean, it's still a 1v2, but 35 seconds left on the clock. The spike isn't with him at all. Mof holding on to that, and Mouth is gonna close the round out. Ego getting that round off of the great opener here with that Hunter's Fury. Nizzy gets 7 kills on the board, a double pick from him. Ducked, finding that opener as well. CBT, will this shake them up? I'm not sure. I don't think so. We know these guys are super solid in every sense of the word, but a good job by Rainy at the end to try and make it a bit more expensive.
And you can't shake Rainy whatsoever. This is the guy who's going to be looking to lead that team and tell everyone everything is A-okay. Unfortunately for Rainy there, that was just mission improbable to try and make it to the spike. It's like a stealth mission by that point. Try to sneak away from the other ones, find the 1v1s, take out the guards without them all swarming you. For now, we're back to the noise and we're back with CBT with the operator. Here comes Anger yet again. Nizzy goes down. And another instance where we see Anger make his mark in a round. It seems like he's just able to stain every single time here in this game. Just find the smudge, find the pickoff, and really remove a member of Ego from the equation.
Well, you heard it right there. They know exactly where they are, and that just calls out the neural theft. So, lots of information now for CBT. 4 ultimates up online still. They came into this one with every single member having an ultimate on the board. It's Ego have to find some way to respond to that. They do have that neural theft on their side as well, and they're 1 away from Bladestorm and the Cosmic Divide. But Winner, oh dear, make him into dinner as Duck gets found here in the garage. They're looking to drive away with this, and the A site might just be their first stop, their next destination to take the lead once more. And with all the abilities that we did have, we talked about both of these teams really close to their Astral Divide. Actually, Winner's got it already. So Jason Trong here on the side himself. Can he hold Anger back with the blades? He will potentially find one, and yes, he will. Shutting down the blade storm here of Anger, but they know his position right now. Can he find another? Flow QQ gonna shut him down. The plant can go down safely. It's a 2v4. Dax and Mof just jumping down from the heavens into hell, and Real B's gonna find 1 and 2. It's a 1v2 right now. Very low HP on Flow QQ. He's gonna bring it to a 1v1. No time left for this. Then the clutch is real from Real B. What they play. Right timing. Perfect timing for everything to go down.
And Ego just playing that one so well. Intellectuals in that scenario. And Ego, they need a round like that to just keep them back in the running, to get them back running rather, and get them on board yet again. But look at this, just a drop down from Mof. No fear whatsoever. Ego just getting the right targets at the right times, and Winner a little too late to the party. So CBT running out of the clock there a while ago. And Ego will keep this lead here and now just because of it. In any case, though, Bladestorm now out here from JBK and Anger. In the meantime, gonna be in the middle. Does seem like, though, for the side of CBT, they're gonna go for the push. Jason, taps here there with the blades. He will get the first one there onto Berlin. Anger, though, just dashing on in. And a perfect suppress from the dead KO. Just getting that one in time before his demise. But both right now looking for the fight. Anger gonna get on the board yet again. And as soon as he dashes, he will get taken down there by Duck. Real be on the board as well. And as Rainy cancels out that run it back, the Cosmic Divide gonna be the call here from Real B. It seems like Ego, they're going to pull the curtain here, black and blue. They want to make a magic trick happen by going for the defuse in behind. Halfway already, CBT, they need to push. Ego, they're going to let it go. And Real B going to get on the board. Winner right now with 2 so far, but Duck is there in behind. And Ego is not done. They do want to try and contend for a slot here to the playoffs. They still want to make a tiebreaker happen, basically. They want to go down to Matt, and they're piling in the numbers with the round wins.
A good lead here, trying to be established by Ego, especially on the defensive side. You saw there, Jason, he did get that opening pick, but I think he thought that the last knife that he had, the last kunai, would not land and get a kill, and so he saw him switch to the pistol, but since he did get that kill, it actually reset his Bladestorm. If he believed in himself a bit more, had more confidence in that, then he could potentially have shut down Anger on the push, but in the end, they still get the round, and that's the most important thing. It's Ego now force CBT on that Ego. You can see CBT here trying to take different avenues, but Winner is going to be the first one to go down. Real B taking some damage, actually taken down. It's Rainy taking some damage on this crawl up, and Duck will show him the way out. Garage trying to be pushed here right now from the side of CBT. They got Berlin here in Anger, but this spy camera that they got is going to give him away, but Berlin's going to show him the way. Duck taken down. What a shot from Berlin.
Yeah, just don't stop believing though here for side of Ego. I love the guts. I love what we're seeing from them. But CBT, of course, they're never done. Especially Yu Anger is still alive. He's going for another kill as Berlin gets caught out there by Real B. It's going to be 1v2 here. And Nizzy's like, guys, what's this? There's a spike here. And multiple times, you know, the game has been basically having to adapt it. And JBK with that operator shot. But as I was saying, multiple times we've seen the spike location be the place to be in these rounds. Like every one of these teams having to adapt if they left behind that spike. And on the flip side, if Ego, maybe, if they went for a few more sticks on the defuse, they might have had an easier time on some of those B retakes. But Yu Anger, always fighting. Here we go with JBK with a beautiful final shot. And Ego, there were concerns about how this composition is being ran right now on who's playing who. But so far, it's been working. So far, so good. But we know the Eagle playbook gets off to a good start on the first half, and that's when they sputter in the second. And CBT, on the flip side, they're no stranger to comebacks whatsoever.
CBT. They're pulling out the operator here on the attacking side by Yu Anger. We know he's very proficient with that, but might not always see it on the attacking side from many teams. Let's see how they really apply this. Currently taking that long-range hold on towards A main. But nobody from Ego are really looking to contest that at the meantime. They do have an operator themselves here in adjacent who's playing on that garage position. One position that we've seen commonly be pushed by CBT, and so makes sense that that's where they want to play it. Lets a shot ring out. The jig is up. They know he's there, and so he's going to go try and fall back on the C site instead. Well, in the meantime, for CBT, they're crawling up to the A site and looking to maybe hit this site full head on. It's only duck anywhere nearby.
Yeah, does seem like it's only the Phoenix who can contend to that A take, but here we go, CBT already with a push on forward, and Duck still up top, waiting potentially for the smoke to dissipate. But while that he's waiting, Hot Hands right now on the default. Doesn't catch out Brainy, burns him just a little bit, puts him to a low HP. The spike is going to get planted, and CBT all still alive. So time is ticking here, and here comes JBK yet again with the operator. Now, keeping an eye out, crouching on around here, black and blue, but no openings yet seen. Ooh. And then one opening that they want to go for doesn't lead to a kill. But as I say that, right now with the operator shot, Yu Anger on the board as well. CBT right now getting two so far. Real B trying to go for the spray, but no, CBT. Keep it clean and keep it flawless. A proper A take. Just playing it smart yet again with the angles. And this is what CBT is all about. But look at that. Yu Anger with 14 takedowns on the board.
Great cloudbursts by him there to really nullify those curveballs being thrown in by Duck to do any sort of, well, blind him at least. So see that they're on a bad economic position here right now. Ego, they have some cushion to work with. By all means, it should be a 5-6, but we've seen them go thrifty in the past. Can they do it here again versus CBT? This time, though, they're looking to stack that B and C site, maybe retake A as a whole team, but Winner opens things up to find Duck.
Yeah, a huge trick up here by CBT. Berlin, though, in the meantime, yet again, going for the 0 point and suppressing the Astra. If you look at the stats, Berlin again, multiple assists to his name as per usual when he plays the KO. Winner, though, with the spray, and eventually tags Nizzy enough to get that takedown. It's all up to CBT here. If they're going to be pushing or not onto C side, because look at B, black and blue. They're free, but CBT, they want to take the hardest road here to Berlin.
Honestly, I can't even look at anything because I'm really distracted by that circle crosshair by Berlin when he's ADSing. What on earth
in the middle.
What am I looking at?
It's a window. It's peering into another dimension where he can get a kill. But look at Yu Anger. He keeps it simple with a plus sign in the middle. Oh. And maybe, just maybe, simplicity is key in these scenarios. But then CBT realized, guys, we don't need to go to C site. Let's go to A, and they're going to be able to safely put the spike down as Ego are rotating, and Yu Anger and Berlin already get the kills.
Nice picks there, and a flawless, clean round so far here by CBT. They've got every ultimate up online for the next round, and this could pose a problem to Ego. I mean, Jason is back, last left alone. He honestly has to die here, and that he shall as advertised. Yu Anger getting that kill. And CBT now only a round away from tying this up. And honestly, they could just utility ultimate dump into this. Obviously, they have to time it. They just can't press it, but they have to time it properly. And this might just be a 6-6 going into the next half. But Ego, we've seen them do some thrifty stuff once again, as I said, with what little they got. Sometimes it doesn't matter what cards you got in your hand, it's how you play it. And Ego are really good at playing it for the most part. Just have struggled to close off these maps in these series, but will that curse ring true this time? The final match of their group stage, potentially? Gonna find out.
You know, the thing about Ego is they've been one of those tenacious teams in the group stage. They always want to fight. They always try to contend. And here you go again with Duck making the attempt, but it is just going to fail there as Anger hits him with the operator. Still got to give massive props to what Ego is willing to do. CBT is just going to get the punish. Oh, no, JBK with a quick flick there onto Anger, shutting down the Blade Storm. He's going to get suppressed, but he's going to be able to still get the down onto Berlin, but not the takedown. While Rainey's too busy trying to fix up that KO, it's Real B with 2 instead, and Real B striking at the hearts of CBT. Egos still keep their lead after everything is said and done. And just what an angle there taken by the Astra. You don't see you use your opponent as bait, but my oh my, Real B just getting there in the perfect spot while they were trying to resurrect that KO.
You're seeing that Anger and Rainy, they were trying to check out that garage position early on, but they didn't really hard clear it nor take control of it at all. And because of that, Real B took it as a cue. Now was his time to shine, and that he shall as the Astra. For Ego to go up here 7-5 going to the second half, round number 13, the second pistol, and having that 2-round lead on the attacking side especially, this is a good sign of things to come potentially for the side of Ego. This is the start they needed. By all means, they need a 2-0 in this series to even have a chance of going into the playoffs. It's looking true for the meantime, but FloQQ, he's got something to say about that prediction, Dex.
Yeah, that was a beautiful camera though I saw from Mo, but right now FloQQ getting on the board to get 3 so far. And it seems like the chances here of CBT floating away with this Cypher into play. Berlin will get 1 takedown and FloQQ will make it 4. CBT, tis okay for them. They win the pistol and they're 1 away now from tying things up 7-7.
Oh man, what a play there from FloQQ. Float along, fill your lungs. Because this man is just taking us in for a deep breath. Drowning here, the side of Ego. You thought that they would go for that quick push and they might be successful in it, but they were ready. CBT, 3 members on the site to repel all that, and they found every single hurdle on the way. Ego. CBT right now with an economic advantage, looking to tie the game up as we go back into regulation here. A quick mid-grass push, though, coming from Ego. They want to take this site by storm, but the tripwire has been activated. They know what's up. There's a lot in the way here, but Ego, they're going to find 1 pick, but not the quick trade-off before from FloQQ.
FloQQ is not done, and he's going for more, but Duck now with the shutdown. And while scoreline 6-7, CBT, they have the tools to try and tie things up, as we said before, but Anger has to back on away, thanks to the pressure here of JBK. Winner, though, in the meantime, still keeping an eye out just behind the Nebula there. Rainy, perfect time to lob the shock darts. Can he get the kills? Duck, though, pushing on forward, sees the bow and arrow drawn, and will get a free kill onto Rainy and get a takedown onto Anger. 3 kills right now. Winner versus Duck here. 1v1 between the 2 agents, and who can get the kill? It's winner, chicken dinner. It seems like it's a feast in the middle here for CBT, but Ego just that 5-man push through the middle, making it costly for CBT. Still a good number of pickoffs here by the attacking side.
Channeling a different genre of games there, Dax, but I mean, how can't you? After that great performance, these guys, Especial Royale at this type of situation. CBT, they're battling it out here in the grandest of stages in the Southeast Asia Challengers group stages. CBT, man, what a comeback here already in the second half. We're tied 7-7 per side. It's Ego now who finally have to get some economy back in their way, but once again, they lost the opening 2 rounds of the map earlier on in the first half, and they were able to make that 3rd round come around. And so, can CBT stop that from happening once more on this half? It's up to Ego really to make a play here, and you can see they're already right on that endeavor, quickly taking control here of the B site, and they will get the plant off. CBT a full 5v5 retake to come.
And B sites, battleground for players known yet again, as we are going to be going for the star setup here from Real B. Just keeping an eye out and providing cover by the Lynx themselves. But you can see that there is ambition here from Jason or JBK. Bash is on the way right now. CBT in the mid side. Oh, Jason! He's just gonna be absolutely killer there. Looking for another one. Gravity well right now to try and help him out, but Berlin gets in cover. But Jason's not done. It's a 3K here for the Jet so far. Judge right now though from Berlin. But keep an eye out because the Jet is still on the hunt. And this is just a sub from Ego. But right now, it's just all about domination from the Jet. It's all up the winner here. And Mof will deny his teammate of the ace. And look at that, just like, come on, let me have that one. But Ego will still attain the victory there.
My name is JBK, and I wanted to be the hero of the day. Even though he doesn't get the ace, well, I still think he's worthy of that title. Great double opener there to hold on to that A-Link position, and then doing the same on the C-Link. Seems like he's linked between these two worlds right now. And Ego, they've taken the lead once more.
Ego just refusing to let go of the lead. And they're doing and pulling out all the stops here, Black and Blue, just to prevent CBT from rolling and running away with it. We know right now if CBT can get that lead, they can truly make a comeback happen in any kind of map. Winner though, Judge in hand, play the corners. That's gonna be the Jet already taking on down, but oh no, Winner! You go into the stars, you're too busy with the beauty of the cosmos, and you don't notice that your feet are burning. This is not fine for you, and Winner gonna go on down. Unlucky mistake to say the least there for CBT. And the thing is, that Judge needs to be picked up. It's Float QQ now playing the angle. This is an Ego state here for CBT, and if Ego figures out what's going on, they can go for a side take. Just be careful though. Oh no, is this trick gonna work again? Black and Blue, I'm worried here for Ego so far. It's gonna be dicey. It's gonna be close. I feel it. Can you feel it, Mr. Black and Blue? As Float QQ will still get one. It's not as bad as you expected. Ego now gonna get the takedowns, and they will make the seaside work. These guys, they really want to take the hardest roads to make these side takes happen.
You can see just how quickly his plan was thwarted. Oh, you gotta be careful. You play a bit of limbo here, maybe. Anger almost running into that trap, the tripwire directly in front of him right now. But yeah, you can see on that hole there as Ego wins the round, how quickly his plans were thwarted. A single recon bolt, recon dart there, thrown out by Nizzy, just completely put an end to whatever shotgun plans he had in that round. So CBT, they're down 2 once more. Ego really looking good on this attacking side, Dax. I told you they did lose the opening 2 rounds of the first and second half, but so far they've been completely perfect on these third round turnarounds, and they've turned the game around in their favor. They're up on those 2. It's a gun round here for CBT, and the thing is though, every time we've seen Anger on this operator, they've been winning the round so far.
And Anger, he's just scary when he can get that shot, and there you go again! The scan to the takedown. The beauty of CBT is how they enable Anger. And not only has his improvement been noticed here by the roster, but they know just to build around some of their initial picks with that Jet's position. There you have it. 2 more takedowns here for CBT so far. Raining right now with the Hunter's Fury, and JBK yet again in the middle. Real B, and he's trying to set up alongside him. It's all about the crossfire right now. CBT sticking on around by the Lynx. The Ego, they need to make a decision here, Black and Blue. They're stuck right now. And if CBT notices that this is going to be the only position Ego's in, they can just go for an easy backstab to the window.
Man, to the wall. Where will this all end at the end of things? Real B, Jason, JBK, his name should be titled. Their backs are against this wall here, towards his mid position, trying to walk their way into the B side, which Ego have been very, very liking so far. But in this case, Winter and Rainy not even give them a chance. CBT cut the lead back down to 1, and we've seen them time and time again as we look at the round. CBT, they might give up a few rounds at the end of the half, at the start of the half rather, but they're really good in catching up and closing it strong. 18 frags already on the Anger. You can see there a very similar storyline to how this second half is progressing compared to the first half, with You know, the 3 rounds in a row by Ego, then suddenly thrown back around by CBT. And now, if Ego lose this, they're not going to be in a good spot economically. They can maybe afford 1 rifle at the end of it, but for the most part, it's Ego here who don't have much to really offer nor lose coming into this.
The thing about CBT is no lead is safe. It was proven versus Sharper, and it was proven even against Bren Esports. CBT right now, they're looking to really gear themselves up as a potential comeback team from what we've seen here. And of course, they are going to try to contend to the bitter end. They know that that playoff berth is just there, right in front of them. That spot to make it to next week, that spot to make it to the top 8, it's still attainable. They just need to get through Ego even once to make it happen. Anger, though, on the board right now. Beautiful pick off here by CBT yet again, and it's really just that first blood from Anger that you can rely on multiple times if you're on the defending side. Here we have it. Curveball now gonna be the play. Ducko in the meantime with a takedown onto 2, and as JBK helps on out, it's CBT and their defense falling apart on A side. Now it's a transition here from Anger and Winner, and they need to make this one work. Over to the tower we go, but there's a wall in the way here, Black and Blue.
A big wall, a cosmic divide to be exact here, splitting up the site in half, and as he dropped down into the hell position from Evan, you pretty much have no info. This is a blind push, and with an operator, that's not a good prospect to have, but that wall will eventually go down, and so it does. Smoke still in his face, and Anger landing the shot. Duck trying to hold on here, but Winner will get the clutch for CBT. Retake successful, 2v3 working out in his way. He is the winner in every sense of the word. You can see it in his name. Titles abound. This man is looking for some of his own. A championship, perhaps? A playoff berth. Looking very close here. CBT force eco on Ego. And now they are a few rounds away from clinching that playoff spot.
His name, his game, his aim. Winner there, truly keeping CBT in the mix alongside Anger. And just some reliable names right now for CBT in those 10-10 situations. Now we're all tied up here, Black and Blue. It's getting so close. And it has really been the story so far for these two teams. Can Ego finally pull on the way and get that victory? Or will CBT be able to just ascend a little bit more and join Bren Esports in the promised land? Anger, though, operator in hand yet again. It's over for a scope on in. Oh, almost got a shot of Mof, but just a quick little retreat, playing it safe and sound instead.
Backing off just in the nick of time. It's Ego here right now, who don't really have much to bring into the round. Nizzy, he does have that Phantom and 2 Spectres, and so it isn't too dire just yet. We've seen these type of rounds work out in that less economically favored side. Flash on out here by Duck. He's got to run it back, but I don't think he really wants to use it at the moment. He might have to, though, because Anger's looking his way, but the good flash here is going to force Anger out of the angle, and they almost line up for him. He gets the pick off on the MILF, and Duck was very lucky there. He didn't follow on suit, but good opening pick here once again for Anger. He's so deadly on this sniper rifle. He's going to find a second.
Anger again, though. They smell it. They can see it. They can feel it here for CBT. If they can keep this one up, they are going to next week and they're going to that top 8. But for now, never count out Ego. You've seen the contention that they've really shown us all throughout the past few days. And they're not done. Even with the different kind of roster right now, different kind of agent configuration with the players changing up who they're playing. Still, Ego fighting and fighting every single time. Anger, though, already with dash on forward up trap there, and quickly as they come, Ego will depart. CBT, just another perfect retake there with the members they have, and it's now 10-9 in favor of CBT with a flawless win.
No damage done, like literally no damage. Like, I don't even mean economically or kills, I literally mean no damage. Like, they didn't even do a single piece of damage in that round here coming from Ego. They didn't even get the shot off, I feel like. And so that's not a good prospect to have, man, moving into round number 20. And their economy is in shambles still. Even though they get that plant, they can drop, but they're looking not so hot. They lose this, I'm gonna wager this is probably a done deal, and Ego might just be losing their playoff spot. And Hell, even if they win this series 2-0, that doesn't confirm that they're going to get into the playoffs. Meanwhile, CBT, they take a round, and that does give them that playoff slot. And so a lot is going to have to go right here for Ego. They're going to need a miracle. Unfortunately for them, the first miracle of that one is in their hands. Although Berlin going to shut down here. The push coming from Duck on that run it back. But he's still in the back of the site. Can they find the pick off? Good flash, and Duck will get the trade off.
Huge take on there, and Duck Nizzy on the board. Here we go with Ego right now, pushing on forward and capitalizing on the opening. Ego now putting that spike down. CBT though still with 3, and they are gonna just go for it. Full QQ though with the spray and with the tag onto 2. The takedown past the Cyber Cage and more. And now with the incel, it's CBT pushing on forward. The suppression pulses are just looking to be painful here, and CBT will do it again. Miracles can happen on these retakes if your name is CBT. And it's going to be 11-9 now in the scoreline.
CBT keeping this ball going here right now. It's torture for Ego fans. I mean, honestly, in this situation that you're in, there isn't much that they can really do at the moment. Flow QQ, a double spray down. So unfortunate here for the side of Ego. And theirs must be in shambles. An Ego round coming into this. They're potentially going to give up match point. You can see they don't even want to do that, as they're going to buy up into this. Not wanting to give up that match point and play the comeback game. Not wanting to let it get too out of hand. As Ego here right now, this could be their final stand. They lose this map. By all means, the next map doesn't matter at all. Aside from circuit points, I guess, for last chance qualifiers, yeah.
I like how you added, just trying to add some tension and just like, you know, maybe that can happen. But then again, Black and Blue, our job is to cast, not to calculate. But we know for a fact with CBT that they can do the mathematics themselves, and they just need 2 more to make it to next week. As we always say, winner right now with the takedowns. Ego losing out on the members yet again. And while we see a man scramble to pick up that spike, Uanger will cover the flank, cover the rear, and take down Moves. And he's ready for one more. There you go. CBT! All they need is 1. And all that's in the way is 1 round. Match point for them.
Oh, man. Oh, dear. Ego. I think it's CBT who are in the clear right now, Dax. I don't want to call the action before it happens, but look at this. 3 Phantoms in their hands, Ego. And the last time we saw that, which was the round right prior, they had 3 rifles. It still was not enough for them to get the round. Not a single ultimate. They do have that run back, and that's all they're going to, the Cosmic Divide, and that's all they really got to work with here on Real B in terms of the ultimates. But they're far away from everything else. Maybe a Neural Theft here, but that's a good pick for CBT. And this is not looking well. It's not a swell idea. Not a well to be in.
CBT, they're just doing it. It has been the road to recovery after that first day. And now there's just 2 members left on Ego that's getting in their way. But Uanger whiffing the shots this time. Maybe a little bit of pressure there. Noticing that the finish line is just by the horizon. He has been such a sure shot, and he's looking for 1 more. Real B gonna be peeking. Uanger though backing on away, still has the up thrust, but runs out of bullets. And CBT right now, maybe a little bit of a reprieve here. Spike though has been left behind yet again by Ego. And how will they even do this? Real B right now, he's on a mission on the right-hand side. And you can see already that the Jet is just all the way by the spawn, keeping an eye out. Uanger, will he be finally called here if he gets this takedown? Will this put a smile on his face as the time is ticking on away? JBK on the flip side though, in the middle here. And there's the dart. Ooh. Just an intel. It tells them that they're there, Black and Blue.
Yeah, that just gives things away. And now Rainy finding that pick on a Real B. He's gonna need a real miracle here for JBK to pull this one off. Jason, it's all on you, my man. Let's see what he can do. But he's been pinged off. The spike is so far removed. This is a done deal. And Berlin will take the next step, the first step to that path of his name. As CBT take the round, they take this map, and honestly, they have just clutched a playoff berth here at the C Challengers playoffs.
CBT Gaming is your 2nd seed of Group A after that victory. And well, mission accomplished for this roster. The 1st seed of the Taiwan Hong Kong region, fighting and fighting. every single time. You just gotta admire how willing they are to contend every single round, never give up, even seeing some of the score lines in front of them. And from what we saw there, Uhanger, just the shots singing and just flying off into the distance. Incredible operator shots from him to start off the rounds, and with those pickoffs, CBT able to take advantage of that.
You know, Dax, when we were talking about things here, and what a great performance from you, Anger, as you said, but the storyline we were kind of running on from day one was, will CBT be able to relive up to the same heights that they were able to achieve early on in the Valorant scene for C? Early on, for Valorant Southeast Asia, CBT were one of the names that you fear. They were one of those top 5 teams that you do not want to face in any given stage. And we were wondering, can they do that without Zimjik, who was their top performer in the last C Challengers? Well, I think for the meantime, the story rings true. They're looking to be able to go on to that path on Berlin. It seems like for them to have a player named Berlin on their side, they're manifesting this win into existence.
Just experience there from Masters 1, experience there from Challengers 2, and the slow roast basically of Uhanger. As soon as the SAA Challengers 2 finished, you heard that oven ding from the CBT campus, and it was Uhanger coming on out ready for action. CBT, though, they absolutely deserve it. They proved how potent and how willing they were to fight in every single matchup that they've gone and passed. And now they're going to be able to make it to next week. Incredible efforts, though, from Eagle. But guys, there's still another map, and we'll be taking a break. When we return, it's still CBT Gaming versus EO. I am Dax, he is Black and Blue, and we'll be right back in just a bit.
Down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
No one sees.
10 seconds left. Spike down A.
we're going on into some kind of Olympics here because there is a meter dash with hurdles in between, and teams are just breezing past it. CBT, the question was, can they get this first game to secure that seed into the playoffs? Well, the straight answer is a big fat yes. Welcome back, guys. Game number 2 should be going underway, but will you be your panel for before that? My name is Asteroid. With me now is Dax and Black and Blue. And gentlemen, well, that Haven game, it did also had a big question. Nico not playing for Ego, but his replacement, JBK, fairly fine man on the jet.
Yeah, I mean, he did amicably there. And as me and Dax are calling the action, on our side here on the English stream, we were giving much props to what he was doing, but for the most part, it really wasn't his fault. It was more of, honestly, the whole team endeavor coming from CBT just dominating this win.
Yeah, just CBT, as soon as Anger gets a pickoff, that pretty much sets the tempo of the whole round. And I feel like for Ego, if they really wanted to make this work, if they wanted to try and go for that three-way tie, just swapping things out in terms of who's playing the agents, such a big risk. And my big props, as you guys say, to JBK happening at the last moment, at the last day for Ego. But then again, a lot of what if still, if they stuck around with the usual setup that they have.
Well, I mean, there is still the opportunity here for Ego to perform, and as you mentioned, get themselves those circle points depending on how they do kind of get with the rounds and whatnot. It's still pretty important moving forward in terms of the VCT, but in terms of the playoffs, I don't think there's any more chances here for Ego. So as of the moment, it's just more of performance play from them, but you never know. BAAM could be a last good hurrah because Ego has a lot of tricks in their sleeves. They have a lot of opportunities. So now let's see if those opportunities will blossom in this BAAM map. So I'm just gonna end this real quick. Gonna pass it on to the casters to give us all the action for the last series, last game of the night.
Well,
here we are,
man.
BAAM.
As I've been saying, during this whole thing, during the whole VCT stage that we're in, the group stages we're in right now, sometimes it matters a bit more on how you end rather than how strong you might start. And for the side here of Ego, well, that's all they can really bolster at the moment, because no matter what the outcome is of this map, they're not going on to the playoffs, and I don't think they even have enough points to really qualify for the last chance qualifiers. And so, for the meantime here, for Ego, end strong, get that one map. They haven't won a single map in the entire VCT group stage here. Get that one map just to go home strong, feel a bit better about yourselves, and maybe, just maybe, come back come year 2.
Yeah, and just, you gotta give props to Ego. They're the 3rd seed from the Vietnam region, newest addition to SCA, and they did perform to the best degree. They kept fighting. No matter what, every single map I remember Ego playing in, it was a contest. Versus Bren Esports, it was both 13-9, so then in favor of Bren taking the win. For against Sharper, it was 13-9 and 13-11. And in the last map, it was still a hotly contested matchup on Haven as well. So that's something Ego can really be proud of, that every single one of these teams that are more established in front of them, they were just willing to fight them every single time in every single round. And this is no different. We can go for one more map, and even though the whole standings of Group A is basically set, it will be Bren Esports as your 1st seed, CBT as your 2nd, and they will be the ones to the playoffs. 3rd place will go to Sharper because they won that series over Ego, and the most Ego can get here is 1 point if they win map number 2. But in any case, it's still a map that they enjoy. I know CBT and Ego both love Bind. They have these specific compositions that they love to play, and we see it, right? And we ask sometimes for the CBT roster, where's the Sova? But no, they make the Sky and the KO work, right? Black and Blue.
Definitely, for sure. It's something that we've seen that they have liked to do, and CBT, they really like holding on to that Kaio, and I can't blame them for it. They've been making it work. They're playing to their strengths, what they've practiced, what they know, what they've studied, and what they've ran through in training. And so, for CBT, while they might not necessarily stay with the meta, well, they're trendsetters in their own right, and for them to be able to successfully clinch this playoff spot, and a lot of us were thinking Sharper were probably going to be the 2nd seed in this Group A, but they proved us wrong. And we were happily, I think, to be proven wrong here by CBT, because they just are stand-up performers. And for a team like Ego, you know, coming from the most callow of scenes here in the Southeast Asia region, they are the newest scene to the whole VCT tour, to the whole thing. They have done a great, honestly, showing for them being that third seed to bring almost every single map they played on very close. I think it's a sign of good things to come for Vietnam. They just need a bit more time in the oven, but you know, this whole VCT program, every single country that is introduced, or region that is introduced here, especially like a team like Vietnamese teams who are really good mechanically, it just supercharges them. And as we finally move into Bind, what do you think of what we're seeing to start things off composition-wise?
Ego is gonna throw everything at the wall and try to crash and break through it, because not one, not two, but three. Triple duelists. It's been a while, Black and Blue, since we saw this, and they are just gonna go at it. CBT, though, in the meantime, back to their signature comp, double initiator, double control, and of course, the raise to boot for those funnels. So Ego looking to have a little bit of fun, and if they can get that frag fiesta working, they might be able to put a dent to CBT and their plans. And while for CBT, this is going to be a good match for them to see if they can actually make their utilities work against a Blitzkrieg onslaught. You look at Ego, and their whole plan is, hi, Move, can you get intel real quick? Because we're just going to go in here between the Raze, the Reyna, and the Jet. A few smokes from the Omen, and Paranoia as well. And here we are with the last map of the night. Can Ego get a map win in Group A to end off their VCT SEA performance? Or will CBT get a decisive 2-0 to keep them even higher in the standings and give them more confidence coming in to the playoffs? Everything is set for Group A, and we are set to go here, Black and Blue. It's time right now for Bind. It's time now for the A side. And does Berlin have a shorty to swap into? My, this guy, he has so many guns under his belt right now, and CBT being a bit cheeky. You got surprised there, Black and Blue.
That was the last thing I expected. Okay, I love it. I love it. He's pulling out the TikTok strats coming in here, but I love it. Okay, Duck opening big in Berlin. He makes it happen. I love it. Nizzy, and a double for Berlin. 1 barrel for 2 kills. There it goes, man. Mo finding one. Nizzy bringing it down to a 2v4. They're making this happen for the meantime. Last one standing, winner. He goes down as Mo secures the round, and Ego get the opening pistol. I love it coming there from Berlin. For him to actually invest that 150 creds to have the the shorty to play that UL's position. Perfect. 2 barrels, 2 kills on the weapon. Nice opening start, though, by Ego.
Yeah, just push. Ego says, let's push and let's have some fun and let's go for the kills. This is the confidence boost that they need going back to their local circuit. They know that they have proven something here today, that they can really fight with some of the best, because not a single one of the matches we've seen so far from Ego have ended in a lopsided loss. All of them have been incredible fights from Ego, and they now know their weaknesses. They now know where they start sputtering, that they know where they excel, and we'll see if they can improve on that. But really, Black and Blue, between Ego and CBT, I kind of see Ego as a precursor to what CBT is right now. Like, Ego feels like it can grow into how CBT is, and how CBT keeps calm, goes for the comebacks. And Ego on the flip side, it's just all about sealing the deal at the very end, which CBT is just so stellar at on the flip side.
I mean, Ego, as I said, they just need a bit more time in the oven, and for them to be that 3 seed, and they're looking a lot like what CBT are early on, and we're throwing things back into the past, it seems like, for this final map of the day on Bind. I mean, when was the last time we actually saw like a serious triple duelist here on VCT? I think, especially on Bind, might have been like stage 1, like early stage 1, right?
What team was that? What team was that? I wonder.
Well,
was it Bren Esports?
Perhaps.
Bren Esports? Perhaps, indeed.
Yes, it was.
But yes, it was, guys. It was, and that didn't really pan out. Maybe we'll see though how Ego is gonna play it. And as a region, Philippines not as gung-ho, I'll say, as Vietnam. If you look at all the teams in the Vietnam scene, they are willing to push where no man has pushed before, no country has pushed before. And sometimes you're just gonna think that their W key is stuck with duct tape, held down as they're doing right now. Push forward, Nizzy. He turns around to get that takedown off the Rainy. Look at this confidence abound from Ego. And this is the Vietnam style that we have been promised. Spike now planted. Winner don't win the shorty. 1-2. Function for you. You Anger will get one more. Mof and Nizzy though with the takedowns. Ego right now still keeping an eye out as, well, CBT. But you Anger all alone tried to play the fact. He does have the classic. He gets one there with the burst, but that's that. Real B with a takedown. And Ego now up 2-0.
CBT now, they're having lots of fun with that shorty, the sawed off. And honestly, I'm still not over how comical the initial reveal of Berlin having that secondary sawed off just waiting for him with the 150 creds on the pistol round. But okay, they're seeming to have fun with this, and you can see that Ego, with them literally not having anything to lose at the moment, aside from just the map and confidence points, then they're just playing with full confidence. They're just pushing on into the site. They're doing what they do, establish the round and the game, set the pace the way that they know how. That's why they have this opening lead. But as we said again on Haven, even though Ego won both pistol rounds and won both second rounds of the half, CBT were really good on the third round turnarounds. But this time, Nizzy says nada to that.
Nah, they're going. Look at this Ego. Look at this roster. I just want to see them keep pushing, keep going, and just not stop whatsoever. Full acceleration, no brakes on this pain train. And you can see it right now. They're willing to go at it again. This is the beauty of the triple duels composition. If the other team can't stop you whatsoever, you're going to be absolutely deadly in the duels. And Nizzy now on the board yet again. This is a buy round here for CBT. And Ego is just having their way with CBT right now and more. They're doing whatever they can versus CBT. And CBT is powerless to stop them here. Spike's planted though. And here we have it. Rainy now trying to play the elbow, but look at Duck. He has a judge in hand. Mof there by the hookah. And Ego, if they spot a target here, black and blue, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just rush this guy and get that kill. Peek though from Real B, and Rainy will get the takedown there. CBT right now trying to go forward with refrags and go for the retake. But Duck with the power of the judge to get two there. Mof up top gets the takedown. And Ego now up by 3. Maybe this is the answer. Just go in and play aggression.
Maybe they should have just picking triple duelist every single map, every single game. But I mean, Ego, a nice third round, looking to string that into a fourth here. Even with you Anger kind of moonwalking into that peak, still could not win the fight there with a judge up close and personal. It's really hard to win against those. Technical timeout, and we're gonna try and get everything sorted. But I mean, honestly, all that Ego really win is a bit of an ego boost, and that kind of, just not ending on a loss, and really for your mental, and for a lot of the teams who are like, the third, fourth, fifth seeds of their own respective regions, you might, those who aren't necessarily the flagship bearers, the top dogs of their own respective region, for them to be able to do a good performance in these type of tournaments in the biggest stage for Southeast Asia, that is going to raise their stock locally in their own respective regions, and that will really help them moving on forward to community tournaments that are probably going to be playing off season, and a lot of people don't necessarily follow, smaller community tournaments or third-party tournaments, but that means a lot to a lot of these third, fourth, fifth, sixth seeds that you might see from each respective region. So for a team like Ego, for the meantime, just focus on the goal. I know it might not be a playoff berth at the meantime, but with us seeing how well they are at contending, just not closing, I don't think that's going to last for Vietnam too long.
Experience is the best teacher, black and blue. And what better experience can you get in Valorant besides, of course, the Valorant Champions Tour, and especially the SEA Regionals? Ego right now, I'm just happy to say that they were a big part of this Group A. Never did a game just go completely one-sided when they were playing, and it always was just them fighting every single time. Now they're running, and it's actually working because CBT, they're gonna have the pistols and a single judge on the other side. Ducto searching, but Berlin inside the labs, and he's gonna get a hope, a prayer, and the gun as a spike now is gonna get planted. Waldo does come down from the Viper. Uanger in the meantime lines it up versus Mof. And here comes Mr. Precise himself yet again. Boobot now trying to say hello. Here we go with the 0 point. Uanger with another one with the Sheriff. And we've seen how potent he can be with the Operator. Can he make it work with the hand cannon? Nizzy would one, dismissing in front of the KO. And that's a 1-2-3 knockout from Rainy. CBT back on the board and will get the first point that they need in this fight.
One eco round from CBT, just turning it up to 11, even on the eco round, a thrifty one for them, saving all those rifles, and that definitely is going to help. Still though, great opener here, of course, from Berlin, because of that judge, and they actually tried to push him. Well, maybe a bit more discipline is what they lack in. Well, I like the whole W key kind of strats that they're pulling out in this game. I'm not sure if that's going to continue for too long or throughout the whole game, because CBT are going to be really quick on shutting that down. So, Ego, as we talked about, these guys, they just need a bit more time in the oven. But for the meantime, their goal is to take this last map of the Group A stages home.
We'll see. And Ego wants to see if they can just run in, get the takedowns, and do just that. CBT though, on the flip side, I like how CBT is using this time also to hone in their blind map. They're not afraid to expose this comp. Everyone by now knows that CBT plays this double initiator, double controller style. And it's all about refinement here to CBT. Just be better against other regional threats, especially in the playoffs. And this map might be something to rely on if it isn't going to get banned out in that double elimination bracket. Now, we'll be putting that spike down. Uanger just chilling by the smoke. Showstopper time, flying on by, sees his counterpart, and that's going to be Jason or Jay going down there.
Doppelganger out, okay. He's looking the right way, but the thing is the rotation has already been pulled in by Mouf. He's left that Shower's position. Real B and Real G finding two opening kills here for the side of Ego, but CBT quick to shut that down to 1v2. CBT, they can stick to defuse as the Heartless Fury comes on out. That's going to force him off of it. Gonna tap it once. He can tank the second shot, honestly, without going down. So he's just gonna stick it, and this should be the round towards the side of CBT. They know he's coming from Showers. Gonna run away from things here. The CBT have just stolen a round in their face.
Peace, love, defuse, come on. CBT's just telling us that, guys, we don't need to fight. Just put that spike down, and we'll defuse it, and we'll be done with this. We don't need to kill each other, but the thing is, of course, there need to be casualties in this defense and defensive, and Uanger just letting it rip versus JBK, and you said it yourself, Real B looking like a real G. He's the boss of the lamp still. Uanger got that takedown, and CBT just said, okay, let's stick it. That stuff is way too far away. Just another good instance of seeing CBT's game sense, and really goes to show that the mindset of CBT is still all business, even though they already know that the job is done.
Well, I mean, they might have signed up for this, but I'm not sure if this is how they're necessarily expecting it to go out. The job, by all means, might be done for CBT, but Ego, they got something to do here and something to prove. As Nizzy and Jason, they find one apiece. That's a double kill now for Nizzy. 3v2, Rainy down but not out just yet. He will finally be confirmed. No res on him. And the 2v3 comes up online. The plant will go down. Berlin once again with a judge in hand.
And here we have it. Can this auto shot work? Oh my god, did that snake bite just bounce off Nizzy's face? And Berlin just goes down while he was busy trying to set things up. Well, that's unfortunate. Timing is everything, and Nizzy here with 10 takedowns.
Really, really nice. Coming in from Ego. Not going down without the fight. They might have went down every single time, but they not without the fight in every sense of the word. Sentinels of Light in your face. A really nice poster. I like those colors. White and gold. Very nice. Maybe I should change my name to that. Colors of Ego for the meantime.
Maybe. I mean, can't you just change your name every month or two in Valorant? Different colors, you know? Yeah, just bring in the gold, bring in the silver, maybe some gray, maybe some green, you know? Those kind of things. But of course, I will always stick with the classics, and I will always love my black and blue. But then again, we're loving what we're seeing here. It does feel like that there's a bit of pressure lifted in this scenario, as Eagle right now will be pushing on forward. There we have it! The blades connect onto Berlin, and even though their hopes for Berlin have been dashed, they are still going to be able to get the takedown on the guy named after that place. Eagle right now putting that spike down. They still have the lead here, and with only 2 people left for CBT, they're gonna either need to find some miracle picks or get the biggest orbital cannon to connect in this round.
Yeah, they've got that orbital strike and the Seekers as well. The jellyfish, the cabbage, as some people like to call it, but you're gonna save that for a later fight, a latter fight. Ego here gonna secure a 5th round, for the most part flawless. Certainly Nizzy's sacrifices weren't in vain to help them secure this round, and a judge to the face. You're never going to want to receive a face full of buckshot any second of the day, even if it's the last match of the day. But Eagles still get the round, and that's the important thing. Maybe Dex, maybe I should just rename myself to, I don't know, bichromatic or something.
Why don't I just name myself colorblind? So it's like, black and blue, where are you? I can't see you.
I'm
All
right
I can
here.
do is hear you. You're
Follow
right
my
here.
voice, Dex.
I
Follow
am following, and we're following Duck there with the push, and this just feels like Ego is feeling so much more comfortable. And really, when the team feels comfortable in just a composition that they're willing to enjoy and employ, it can get some good results. Right now, they're up by 3 against CBT, who's running their usual composition. But then again, maybe CBT is just taken aback by the aggression here of Ego. They haven't adjusted as of yet, and there is still no signs of stopping it because Nizzy, he's been incredible as a duelist for the roster for quite a while already, and he's going for more. But Winner and Rainy, they do get the takedowns. Beautiful done eye there with the molly from the Brimstone. And we're not done. Frogment pulsing. That's JBK going on down. Real B all alone. He has a spike. He has it from the shadows. Is it time to go for the emergency escape?
Well, it's a 1v4, man. I'm not sure about this one, Chief. You got a minute left on the clock, but he's gonna need to pull out the miracle and a half to get this clutch shot. Fortunately, he's against some ecos, some pistols, and it might just be enough, but you know that CBT, even in a situation like this, are very proficient at making their cards work, and right now, it honestly isn't a bad hand that they are in. Barrel has been spotted by Real B. They know he's inside the tube itself. The poisoned out there to force him and flush him out, or rather keep him in, but he successfully escaped, and I'm not sure if this is what they're expecting. They might think he's still inside the site itself. If Real B can find the timing on this, which Winner has no idea that he's here, he's going to get it, and he could potentially rotate to the A site, although Yuanger is still waiting on there. Great shot, though, by Rainy to start this storm. CBT win another eco round.
Yeah, Winner gotta take the L there on that hold, but Ego, unfortunately, will take the L overall as CBT playing it absolutely smart with the utilities, and that's the beauty of their composition overall. CBT right now proving why double control, double initiator works just for them, as well as having that raise to boots. You're gonna be interested why they're not running a sentinel whatsoever, but really comps like this popularize on a map like Bind, and I feel like CBT, they took it a step even further. Usually you get either double initiator or double controller. The CBT though, they're willing to push that envelope, willing to be comfy with the KO especially, and it's really just an incredible variation that shows us what the identity and what CBT wants to run.
Here's CBT at the moment. Speaking of, Berlin finds a pick here with that Viper Spit up online for him. Doesn't have to go in just yet, but he's going to decide to do so. Nizzy really close, taking the brunt of that damage. He's going to die, especially with the decay. Not going to help him out. Yuanger finding one of his own here in JBK. And he finds a second too. Very angry, this man. Mof down to 1 HP, but that should come back. Oh, very lucky that that did not land and connect.
Sometimes you just gotta say, hey, that worked out, but now the gong will sound and Float QQ will know there's someone there on the other side with the voice lines of the sky. Just a little bit of the audio cue. Very helpful to get that intel. It's a little bit different from any other agents, but hey, it's one way to garner information on a map like this. Both though, looks right, looks left, but unfortunately could not cross that road. And well, Rainy just running him over. CBT now 1 away from tying things up, and we're getting the CBT experience to bounce back yet again from this squad.
They are very, very, honestly, like, there's no small bit of fear here coming from the side of Ego. Even with, you know, maybe all hope lost for that playoffs, they're very, very tenacious and like a honey badger just keep on coming at you even though they're down. Even if you try to kick them, they're not gonna take it without punching back. So Ego here right now, that's what you really respect from these guys, always bringing a good fight and always putting on a good showing here for the Vietnamese side. Now Ego on the opening pick here. Nizzy, beautiful opener to find Flow QQ. Winner getting that shot off. That's a second out for Nizzy. The Empress is alive and the crown is hers. Winner, he's gonna get that thing and shut Nizzy down. The second follow-up not able to land as Yuang are gonna get the trade on Real B. It's a 2v3. 2v2 now.
Aw, Doc, he took his sweet time executing a Rainy there. You know how tanky a down KO is? Pretty tanky. A lot more than many other things in Valorant. But hey, just confirm that kill. And I believe actually, if you're the one who executes the KO, you get the kill instead of the person who downed him because it's a different kind of game. So Duck says, thank you very much for the kill. I will take that for free. And speaking of free, well, Eagle will freely move to A site thanks to the teleporter. CBT now looking to answer back. And with Yuager and Berlin trying to play retake from the high ground, Eagle now staying behind the Radiant Knight and looking for cover.
Well, with the update to those Radiant Knight boxes, they're a lot more wall bangable, but he's gonna find him even out in the open. More importantly here, as Berlin gets the second kill of that retake, and the round confirmed. 5-5, we're back, normalized here. 5 rounds apiece, and Dex, I mean, I feel like, honestly, if you're a Kaio that's down, I feel like the knife should kill you a bit quicker, because it feels like he has like 1,000 HP on the darn thing.
What's the number again? I think, I can't be wrong, I think it's 850.
Yeah, something like that, right?
How much HP you have
it's
there.
almost a K.
Yeah,
I feel like a knife, like maybe 2-3 hits of a knife up close.
Maybe,
be
just
enough?
like an execute, you know? That'd be interesting. And it's just like severing whatever makes KO work in the first place. Remove needs more RAM. That's what's needed. You just gotta say to the KO, you need more RAM, and you're just gonna die. So it's a kill code. It's a kill word. That's just sad.
Well,
Hey. Oh.
They got the password then.
Yeah. You just download more. Come on.
Yeah.
We all know we can totally download more RAM. That's how that works.
Put it into your search browser.
Yes.
Download RAM.
Yeah.
Kaio, if we can do it, you can do too.
Yeah. I mean, come on. He's a fighting war machine. You can do it. Come on, guys. I believe in you. As Berlin will believe in pushing into the smoke, and Nizzy now does go down. So we're back into the game after talks about rammable things. But Zuck right now, 5 lamps. Here we go with JBK letting that one rip, but gets nothing in response. Yuager instead with the takedown. Zuck right now with the kill out to Berlin and decides to just say, okay, I'm out. We're going to B site with the spike. Real B though playing inside the spawn, but Winner again holding the line. And when Winner just has those angles, it's just such a gold medal approach. Real B now all alone, trying to cosplay as a defender, and he will just be dead instead. 6-5, CBT takes the lead, and we're 1 round away from ending the first half.
5-6. And this is looking like an even scoreline once more. Maybe Ego can do something here, but it's been a front-load heavy kind of endeavor here in the fragging department, at the very least, coming from Ego. Only Nizzy really getting to that double digits in terms of kills. It's Jason who is trying to step up here with that judge in hand. They are on the attacking side, so this is definitely not favorable. And you have to pick and choose their fights. Never mind, refunds it for the Spectre. Only 2 Vandals and a Marshal on the side here of Ego, so not the best weaponry that they've got to work with. But that flash is so detrimental here right now. Winner pushed off of it, and Bren, he's going to capitalize on one of his own. Jason, he does get that kill on CBT's Winner. Now it's a 3v4. Make that 3v3, okay. They've equalized the man advantage up, but Duck, will he win the fight? Float QQ says no.
No. Float QQ. I remember last time we saw Float QQ in that angle, he just basically built a birdcage there, an aviary of guiding lights flying at you every single time. And it's good to see him back where he belongs. Mofto looking for a shot or two here and now. It does seem like he's just keeping an eye out on this A side a little bit more. Lampstone here for Berlin and CBT trying to play back to back. How will this work now for CBT as Ego? One guy's at A, one guy's at B, and we'll see how this is gonna go. OJ. Okay, CBT take it 7-5 now.
They got those last 2 kills like literally at the same time, and so real quick ending to that first half. CBT somehow making the comeback happen, starting from the 3rd round, and now they're up 2 in this one. And as I said on the previous map, what we did see coming to the second half, they go 5-7, and now on the attacking side, at the very least, is pretty good for the side of CBT. Flow QQ there, one of the final kills, him and Yuanger. He's getting them in unison. But CBT, man, they're looking in really good position right now. Although Ego, I think they've got something up their sleeve. Look at this. All 3 duelists on the ace side.
That's a stack. That's a call. And those are the numbers that Ego wants to do on the defense. But let's go back a few months, Black and Blue. And remember when this was actually a big part of the meta? One problem with a triple duelist composition, you know, taking it absolutely seriously, is on the defense. It's still kill or be killed, frag or be fragged. And if you just hang on back pretending you're more like a controller or a sentinel, it's not going to work in your favor, and you can get overrun by the members on the other side. CBT right now trying to do that, but Mof is there to keep an eye out on that B side winner, though, jumping, but it's not enough. 2 kills now with a frenzy. Real B spotting out Full QQ, playing with his pets, and unfortunately, this is no petting zoo on bind, all up the rainy, but Ego right now, this is technically the weaker side of this comp, but they're making it work, and they will get the takedowns in a flawless manner here, Black and Blue.
What a round there coming in from Ego. That's exactly what they needed, a flawless one to get the ball rolling once more. So they definitely do not want to be in the torture chamber that CBT has put them in for the meantime. Locked and loaded. Ego, they got that full arsenal for the meantime, at least on the 2nd round bye for them. Spectres abound, Ghosts as well. Lots of suppressors and silencers to go around, but Ego, I don't think they're planning to take this any sort of quiet way. They're going to go in loud and try and win the day.
Yeah, it's time now. Breach and clear, even without the breach in the agent pool right now. Real B, well, he's really been the big boss of them all in those kind of fights. Stuck though with 2 so far. And again, when Ego looks confident, they just look great. This is the form that Ego has shown all throughout the playoffs, but it does feel like they're just missing that last chapter of the game itself. They're just missing how to end the Valorant match enough, as we saw a flawless win from them, because they can put on performances like that. They can just show and make the opposing team look mortal, and really their growth right now into the future is, while we asked a while ago, just Google how to download more RAM. For Ego, it's just how to end the game strong.
And that's what we talked about, you know, like, it doesn't really necessarily matter at this point how you start the game, but you gotta end it strong. And at least end your tournament run here at the VCT Group Stage strong. Ego, they're going home after this. Not the same story for CBT, who are your 2nd seed for that Group A playoffs berth. Them, along with Bren Esports, will be representing the Group A. We've got a lot more to go, but Flow QQ, he's gonna start that journey here to find the opening pick on Nizzy.
Right here.
And honestly, looking forward, as we do see the gun round here for both sides. Many of these rounds, many of these groups rather, still up in the air, and Flow QQ will make the spirit of JBK do the same thing and fly on high. But back to my points, yo, Group B, Group C, still interesting. Group D, out their Ego there, taking a little bit of a big win, actually, over Oasis Gaming, giving them a good chance to make it to the playoffs as well. But still, everything will be decided tomorrow. But right now, CBT is deciding. Wow. Well, that was quick. That's the quickest ace I've ever seen in terms of the ending. They just go through the teleporter and die together. That's well deserved. And again, we talk about it. CBT, they've added on these players for good reason. And you can see that even their latest addition was a good call.
I feel bad for not even noticing it was going to be an ace. And
I didn't expect it to be an ace. I expected it to be a 3K on a site. But Ego said, come on, let's try to kill him or die to him.
A bit anticlimactic. So
Yeah,
we'll give him one. And an ace from FloQQ. You can clip that. All right.
You can just dub it real quick. Oh,
Yep.
The thing is, it's sometimes in a neutral game, and in a game that really is tense for standings and all that jazz. You have that time to talk about things, to explain some things, because
Yeah.
nothing's happening, and suddenly poof, it's bind. Don't forget that teleporters can bring you from one side to the other and can deliver you to the loving arms of FloQQ waiting for his own pentakill. So he gets that stat as well. A few aces in the tournament so far. Not as many as you'd expect, honestly, over the past few days with this many teams. But FloQQ, he can add his name to that roster. Rainy, though, with a takedown onto Real B. And Berlin, he's trying to keep an eye out and, well, duck there on the other side. Still, though, it's unique. If you look back at that clip, you're like, oh, these guys just like, hey, that's an ace. That's cool. And it makes it a little bit different. It's very nice. Commendable. Approved.
Should be a feels good for CBT at the moment. He's got the Odin in hand spraying through. You might want to ADS on that, sir. Make things more accurate. But Mof opening up here. He's going to find Yuanger. That's the opening pick for the side of Ego on this defensive side. The plant will go down. No one's stopping it. And Winner is just going to melt Duck. Taping him here. Bound to bind. Now in the 3v4, the retake is going to have to come in from the side of Ego. They've been decently well at doing these in some of their other matches, but can they pull it off this time versus CBT? Let's find out.
Yeah, here we go. Ego now going for the push with the Odin, but Nizzy had so many bullets, but none of them hit. FloQQ on the board as well. It's all out to JBK right now. And Ego, keep saying they're tenacious. They keep fighting. It seems like CBT right now trying to take the wind out of Ego's sails. Can JBK get any more kills here? Rainy, though, he wants to contend, and oh, he's just gonna get the takedown as we see Winner run on the way. 9-7. CBT now keeping it up, going for more, and trying to get a victory. And I feel like it's gonna be a good sign here for CBT if they can get that 2-0-1 standing. So that's if they can get this round map win. They're going to get 2 matches under their belt, and their only loss is going to be the top seed of Bren Esports. And that's a very respectable scoreline to go into the playoffs. Should give them a lot of confidence because their history itself, first that comeback versus Sharper, and of course that overtime multiple times with Bren Esports. But then again, CBT, the job's not done, and Ego, we know that they still have a lot of fight in them.
Well, I mean, Ego, on this Eco, we've seen them try and go aggressive. It has been working when they do that, but I'm not sure if this is necessarily well timed here for Nizzy. The opening pick goes in the way of FloQQ. Maybe if timing worked out here, could have found that pick with Nizzy not looking the right way, but Winner taking this engagement versus Jason. JBK there on the back of the site. He has a paint shell to try and hold him off or maybe delay the plant, but that's all the best he can do. Maybe find a pick here, and that's certainly going to be a great prospect, but the 2-2 split defense here coming from the side of Ego. CBT are looking for a full 5-man push from the ace side as a double stack on lamps coming in from Ego.
Well, they're gonna try, but they're just gonna die. Winner there with the takedown onto JBK to start things off on this A take. And while he's looking for a little bit more, as Berlin will go for the zone. So now reeling it back, waiting for someone else to come here from Ego. Winner now with a shot or two. Here we have it. Berlin playing by the lamp still. And as the smokes are there, it's going to be Ego right now looking for a little bit more. Still, it's CBT all complete here, black and blue. And Ego right now trying to get something done with the guns in hand. One judge, one Spectre, one Sheriff. There's a hope. But it's more of a prayer here, my friend, as the Winner right now with the sprays and CBT. There's the pickoff they've been looking for as time is ticking. Ego right now trying to push on forward to get some exit frags. But there is just no dice whatsoever. They're finding absolutely no one except there for Winner. TP on the way. Real B, he's gonna go for the chase, but Rainy will get the takedown. And Mof will die to the spike. CBT now 3 away from a victory.
Well, CBT, they have looked stellar this entire playoff run, rather group stage run into the playoffs. They are the reason, that's the reason why you're going to see them back in that playoff stage. Ego here. This might just be one of their final few gun rounds we're going to see for them for the year here in the official circuit of VCT. I don't believe they have enough points to qualify for that lower last chance qualifiers with Sharper having 2 performances, 2 playoff berths already here in the C Challengers at least, or 2 appearances. So Mo finds a pick there. Good recon to find that, but Winner is going to answer back. Nizzy shut down. We've seen him do this a lot with the op on Bind, on the Brimstone. As Anger finds one, the trade-off on the Mo.
And here we go with the shot operator duel as we get Winner and Duck getting one apiece. Seems like it's just all about snipers, and in other games, you know, there's that mode called snipers only. And here we have the Seekers right now searching for the remaining targets. CBT on the manhunt, and JBK will break that first jellyfish in front of him. Now then, it's all about the ATK here, black and blue. Seems like CBT looking to set things up for the post plants, but Duck right now, operator still, and he's looking for anyone in his sight lines, but he looks away from Anger, and Anger, he's just not done. Conveniently enough, CBT will take another round.
CBT, they're starting to run away with this, Dax. I mean, 11-7, very convenient. Coming here from the side of CBT at the very least. It's Ego who are once again in a bad spot economically, and I don't know, man. His confidence points at this point is all you can really bolster. A single actual rifle on their side there with the Vandal. They got the Bulldog, Guardian, 2 judges, mind you. Okay, never mind. Spectre coming on out. Nizzy seems to be second guessing what he really pulls out, but I mean, the playstyle here of Ego, it can be really hard to support and really make work throughout the entire series, especially against a great team. But Nizzy finds one. The trade-off, it's a double kill for Nizzy. Went for the heal, might have wanted to dismiss. It's a 3v3 real quick. I'm noticing a lot of these rounds, a lot of pickups are happening early on.
Oh, that's what you noticed? Because I noticed there are 2 operators on CBT's attack. And
yeah.
And that's a fact. That's reality. And okay, let's see how this works. Oh, I like it. CBT losing up a little bit, but at the same time, they know that this is still their time to get another match win under their belt. Movdo on the left-hand side, Real be inside that container. And Berlin gotta keep an eye out. Movdo with the straight down into the takedown, getting a bit of that wallbang action to get that kill. There's the scan though, but Winner doesn't care really. Paranoia now in the play. Winner now gets the shot on the Mo, who's just so close. And Float QQ with a headshot, using that Sheriff to the best degree. But Duck's not done, and he's on the hunt for Float QQ. One more kill to go, and picked up the Phantom. Oh, I wish he found an operator there, and we'll just get the sniper duel here, black and blue. But hey, CBT, Winner still does have the spike, and I guess Duck wants to go to A site for now.
Well, okay. Oh no!
Okay.
He tried to break brain it, but he's actually running into his own demise. He has no idea that Duck is already waiting. Duck with the big brain gonna plant out in the open, saying hello, and you wait for him. The disrespect from Duck. What a play! And what a big brain move to go to the A site.
Ice cold killer there, outsmarting the competition. And you say big brain, I say even bigger brain. That's just galaxy level brain there. As that round was so interesting. You see a paranoia operator kill, you already know that something is up, but this is even better. Oh, Duck stared at him. Let Winner realize that he made a drastic mistake to go to A site. And oh me oh my, even if CBT takes this map, I don't think they're gonna forget that round anytime soon, as Dizzy does get the first kill and Float QQ with the refrag.
I mean, how can you? With the ice cold pop off there at the end, just staring him down before his death, seconds before he ends his life. Ducked, ice cold killer. There's nothing but ice in his veins, but what are we looking at here right now?
Down KO. It's kind of sad, honestly. Oh no, Float QQ, and okay, Mo. Oh, that's interesting. Look at the marker, because they died at the same time because of it. It's like a double, triple kill for Mo, where he actually got a quad, if my math checks out. But speaking of that, they're black and blue. You asked a little bit about how LCQ is going to work, and you shall receive. So there are only a few teams left in the running, actually, for it, and the most notable ones have to be like X10, of course, Bren Esports. I think X10's already guaranteed to make it to champions. But the likes of Bren Esports, Full Sense, BAAM Esports, PaperX, CBT Gaming, especially if they can get the 3rd and 4th most, I believe, circuit points, then they can actually go for it. They can play that LCQ and face off, I believe, members of the Japanese region plus the Korean region, and they can fight in that Asia LCQ, which will be very, very intriguing. But the likes of Ego and Sharper, as you mentioned a while ago, yeah, anyone who's eliminated in the playoff group stage that aren't the big names, they're not going to have a chance whatsoever. CBT, though, they still have a chance to make it to Berlin. They still have a chance to make it to Valorant Champions at the end of the year, and they're looking to show why they're the champions of the Taiwan Hong Kong region. Quickly, though, Duck having to back out away as he sees a flying Anger get in his face. Eagle right now down to 2 members as CBT puts the spike down.
Just barely out of sight there to get the plant down. CBT, a full 5-man lineup, still alive. It's all into Duck and Mof. Do not give up match point. They're going to have to pull out the miracle and a half here. It's now CBT. They are looking primed and ready to clutch this one out and secure match point to potentially end the day, bring themselves into that playoff spot. So Mof, I think they're going to go for a save here. They're looking to give up the match point, but they still find one apiece. There's a chance, but the time is slipping away. The sands of time quickly hollowing. And now, CBT, they ruined the round. Ego give it up. There's no time, and they know it. 9-11. 9-12, rather.
Match point. Next time. Oh, Rainy. He finds one more, and oh, Duck.
Almost.
So close. But this game, it's been fun. It's been great, and I gotta say, good job and good try there to Ego. Even though this game is not over and Ego can still go for the overtime, overall, their VCT SEA experience, they have to be proud of what they've accomplished so far. Multiple games that were in contention, that they had a chance to win. And even this one, they run triple duelist and they have 9 points on the board, really proving how much Vietnam has grown as a region. But CBT, they want to make it even more decisive. They want to get even higher on the standings to just give them that confidence for the playoffs. But Ego, never giving up. They get 2 takedowns here already. FloQQ in the meantime. We've seen him in the spot before, Black and Blue. He got the ace while we were talking about explaining other things. And now Mof gonna shut down the ace position. FloQQ will fall. Duck will get taken down. And Ego is just going further and further the reaches yet again. But Anger now with the deny. The hunt is on. The last remaining member here of CBT. Showstopper is available for the raise. It is time to go on site. Quick little blast back now to get the peak. He has time to put the spike down. Fakes. And where's the peak? Where's the peak? Where's JBK? Oh, Anger! He is angry. He is deadly. And it's CBT with the clutch at the end. CBT Gaming and that second map with an exclamation point. And what a game we just witnessed from these 2 teams.
You could feel it after he found those 2 opening picks outside the TP there on A long. You could feel that something was different, that he was about to do something spectacular to end this series. A 4v1 clutch. And CBT, well, they will be your second seed definitely now with a 2-0 win. Unfortunately for Ego, have yet to really win the round. Asarai, you were on the standbys, on the wings of the stage, watching this whole thing. What do you think about it?
I was on the edge of my virtual seat here, my guys. That was a 1 versus 4, and Anger read the situation perfectly. His spray control, his map awareness, as well as his pre-aim was just spot on. CBT, they definitely deserve this, and Anger is one to just enjoy watching for the books. This man performs even by himself. The 1v9 situation that he can just outdoes everybody else. And the CBT, they get the 2-0, and Ego, again, the second game, not as big as the first one, but they still kept it close. And one of the things that I did notice was Nizzy brought back as a duelist. This definitely did help out their case, because I felt like he really was kind of neutered in Haven when he played as the Sova.
Yeah, it just feels like that there's a lot of potential to the Ego roster, and today of all days, they tried to mix things up. Of course, bringing in their 6-man, trying out these different configurations on the first map, and going for a triple duelist on the second. Feels like Ego could have actually put up an even better fight than what we just witnessed, but overall, their experience is going to be something that's not just a footnote, but a mark against the other teams here. But CBT, you anger, incredible, and really just a team effort. I like how they use this time to refine their bind gameplay and also find a little bit of fun and a little bit of clutch at the very end of that.
I mean, you know, Ego, I want to give props to them. They might have lost every single map here, and they were going down in every game, but they never went down without a fight. And that's a really important factor for Ego. For them to be that 3rd seed here for Vietnam going home, they can at least hold their heads up high knowing that they never were washed away. They were never blown out of a map. They were never blown out of any single game, and that is something to be proud of. For the Vietnamese squad, well, this might not just be the end of the road yet.
Yeah, just not yet. Anyways, that is the last series of the day for Group Stage Day 3. Let's now look at the updated standings for all of our 4 groups here and now for the C Challenger playoffs. First and foremost, we do have Group A. We saw this already. Bren standing at the tippy top with 9. Second will be, of course, CBT with 6. On Group B, it is going to be Paper Rex and Onyx toe-to-toe, 4 points. Group C, it is a 4-way, 2 points for everybody here. It's a toss-up, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, the last one, Group D, is Alter Ego, 4 points, and then Uwu and Cerberus playing again head-to-head with 2 apiece. And gentlemen, there's still a lot of chances, especially for those in Group C and D.
Yeah, it's crazy. I gotta say that I'm most surprised that Group C is the closest. We saw Alter Ego finally rename that Group C to Group AE, as I said a while ago, and putting themselves in a really good spot to make it to the playoffs. And Paper Rex, Onyx, and Full Sense have effectively cut the competition from 3 to 4 in that group. While 5-Ace will just look to play the spoiler instead. But the group with X10 all tied up? How does this even happen?
Man, I don't know. Like, this is... I think the real answer here is we were not expecting a lot of these teams who we might be thinking, oh, they're the 2nd or the 3rd seed, to really do as well as they really did. And honestly, X10, we kind of might have written them off as like, okay, they're probably one of the teams to qualify into the champions, right? Into Berlin itself. But, I mean, for X10, they haven't been looking as on par as we normally expect from them either. So, to be quite honest with you, every single group we have, we are not entirely sure who's going to be going to that playoff spot. For Group A, yeah, but for the rest of them, it's still a toss-up.
Could not agree more. The possibilities are endless for the teams now in the C Challenger playoffs, and the possibilities are also endless because of the sponsors that made it possible for us. First and foremost, thank you so much to esportsfightclub.com. Join global competitions, create and customize your own tournaments, and unleash the inner master in you. Find out more at esportsfightclub.com. We also do have Globe, guys, for making all of this possible with their amazing internet. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Powerhouse Bundle with up to speeds of 100 Mbps. Your plan starts at plan 2899. And last but not least, the powerful Predator clutch that win, and hashtag summon your strength with the Predator Helios 500, the future of gaming. So that's about it for Group Stage Day 3. Guys, again, thank you so much for Black and Blue and Dax for being here at the panel, and to everybody that made it possible. We still have one more day to go. And other than that, guys, one of the matches that I think before we do end tomorrow that I'm very much curious about is going to be the X10 Esports versus BAAM Esports, because that's going to be a bit of a doozy. So we'll see you for tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much. Here's some highlights for you. See you then.
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.